Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narrator reflects that everyone has a talent, and reveals he possesses a special one. He explains that using this talent led him to become a poacher in Africa. The story moves to a lush mountainous forest setting. The narrator and a blonde companion hike through the forest, the narrator carrying a gun. He introduces the blonde man as Hispanic, his fellow poacher. The narrator notices Hispanic acting strangely and doubts whether they are on the correct path. Hispanic loudly insists they are going the right way, speaking in English. Armed soldiers suddenly surround the two poachers in the forest path. Hispanic reveals himself as Eddie Montoya from a UN International Police Agency, and calls the narrator the criminal pet shop. Eddie lists numerous serious crimes and declares the narrator under arrest. A police van transports the captured narrator away. Inside the van, Eddie tells the handcuffed narrator he has finally caught him. Eddie asserts the narrator can no longer escape as an alarm goes off in the vehicle. Eddie answers a call, confused by someone mentioning 2 moons. Shocked by what he hears, Eddie reacts urgently on the phone. The van begins violently shaking. The narrator panics with the others while recalling why he became a poacher. He explains his talent is to eat anything and use what he digests to alter his own body. He demonstrates gaining shark-like teeth through this ability. He also gained pangolin-like scales, which helped make him the infamous criminal Mr. Kim. Eddie narrates that Mr. Kim, a South Korean criminal, has committed many money-making crimes including murder, smuggling, fraud, and drug trafficking. Mr. Kim became notorious for spending his earnings to buy and devour rare animals worldwide. This obsession with eating animals earned him the nickname Pet Shop. A guard is horrified as something begins happening inside the van. The restrained narrator mutates, causing chaos while the guards yell at him to stop or be shot. The soldiers open fire on him inside the vehicle. Amid bloodshed, the narration says that although no one knew his motives before, they become clear at this moment. It is revealed that he devoured countless animals and became a poacher specifically to hunt and eat them, turning into a monstrous chimera. The police van is shown crashed and smoking in a ravine. The injured narrator, body torn and changed, climbs out of the wreck. He notices something strange and reacts with surprise. Looking up, he sees 2 red moons in the sky and realizes this place is abnormal. Surrounded by wolf-like creatures, he realizes he has landed in a place that is not Earth. A particularly menacing wolf with glowing eyes steps forward, backed by many other red eyes in the darkness. The narrator observes that this world is filled with monsters that can use skills and resemble Earth animals. Among these monsters are powerful beings like trolls and ogres. Dragons also exist in this new world. Determined, the narrator prepares to examine monsters' skills using a bestiary-like book he acquired. He vows that he will eventually become the strongest existence in this world. He recalls being betrayed by a colleague and arrested by international police. He contrasts that with the moment he crawled from the crashed prisoner transport in this strange world. He calmly takes in what he is seeing outside the wreck. He confirms to himself that the 2-moon sky proves he is no longer on Earth. He wonders if ending up here might actually be better for him. He acknowledges that, as Hispanic said, he committed many crimes and was always being hunted by authorities. He starts to think he will no longer be chased here, but something in the bushes interrupts him. Seeing the wolves approaching, he curses under his breath. He muses that he thought wild beasts would instinctively avoid dangerous opponents, but these wolves still come for him. Focusing on the marked wolf, he deduces it is the pack leader. The leader advances menacingly with its pack's eyes glowing behind it. The leader lunges at him, initiating the battle. The narrator transforms into a humanoid tiger beast and unleashes a powerful roar. The wolves startle and tense as the situation shifts. The pack scatters in fear, leaving the stunned leader alone. The tiger-like narrator charges at the leader. He strikes the leader savagely, sending it crashing down. The leader's head is smashed, its remains left in a pool of blood. Under the 2 moons, the transformed narrator stands victorious while the surviving wolves flee. Holding the severed wolf head, he remarks that it has been a while since he last ate, and decides this will be his first meal here. Biting into the corpse, he notes its hide is too tough for even his tiger jaws. He switches to hippopotamus-like jaws to better handle the hard wolf skin. Later, sitting shirtless among bones, he finds it strange how much effort it took to skin a single wolf. He reflects that he needed hippo jaws just to tear the hide. He also had to employ shark teeth to barely pierce the skin. He concludes the wolf's leather is extraordinary, and wonders why the wolves ignored his roars at first. He recalls that in normal biology, a roar can paralyze animals' muscles, and remembers the wolves initially freezing. He reasons that large beasts like wolves should only flinch briefly, at least according to his prior knowledge. This leads him to question whether his Earth-based knowledge really applies here. Looking at the 2 moons, he wonders if this world operates on rules where his knowledge is useless. He tosses away a clean bone after finishing another meal. Living in a cave, he notes that a week has passed since his first meal in this world. During that week, he hunted and consumed various strange animals in the forest, including a big-armed bear, an unusual snake, and a knife-horned deer. He concludes that aside from unique traits, these creatures are not fundamentally different from Earth organisms. He hypothesizes that this world has its own system or mechanism that differs greatly from Earth's science. To uncover that system, he heads out again, stalking through the bushes. Elsewhere, a blonde adventurer trudges through the forest, tired and weary. The blonde man spots the disguised narrator and is startled to find another human. The narrator realizes humans also live in this world and thinks he might extract information from them. He suddenly appears behind the blonde and addresses him. The narrator explains that his ability lets him copy body parts he has eaten, but only under strict limitations regarding matching parts and compatible structures. Currently using a hawk's head, he cannot speak human language and only emits bird-like sounds while gripping the man. The terrified man screams in his own language, calling for help. Before help can arrive, a deer with sharp horns charges through and fatally gores him. The man lies dying in a pool of blood as someone approaches his body. With his last breath he chants unfamiliar words, unintelligible to the narrator. Watching this, the narrator realizes that the local language is entirely different from his own. He decides he has neither the means nor the reason to save the man, since communication would still be impossible. Instead, he judges that gaining information from the man's corpse will be easier. Using his powers, he plans to consume the man's brain and access his memories. By doing so, he acquires the world's language and considers this one of his main gains. His greatest prize from the man is a purple illustrated book of beasts. Reading it, he learns about monsters such as the hard wolf and begins understanding the world's system. He believes that by using this system he can achieve the ambitions he failed to realize on Earth, and time skips forward 2 months. He now observes a troll's astonishing regenerative power, watching its head reform. He notes that the troll regrew its brain in a month after total destruction, knowledge not recorded in the book. Consulting the book, he transforms his arm into a monster's limb to test abilities. He slashes the regenerating troll head with his altered arm. The troll screeches as the narrator's experimental attack hits. The narrator remarks that he is glad the troll woke up, implying further testing. He outlines ongoing experiments to determine how much burning, acid, and injury the troll can withstand and still regenerate. He ominously asks the captive troll how he should experiment on it next. The scene shifts to the Onyx Orcs clan north of the Great Forest, where a cloaked visitor meets their chief. This visitor, a warrior, explains that the goddess has requested they deal with a monster soon to arise in the Great Forest. The warrior warns that the monster will devour everything, perfectly copying others' skills, becoming an unimaginable threat. Meanwhile in troll territory, trolls go about their patrols. One troll notices a human footprint and alerts the others. The trolls realize someone is spying on them. Their leader licks his lips, eager to reclaim humans his subordinates may be hiding. Enraged, he charges off, determined not to let the others eat humans without him. He orders his trolls to find the intruders before nothing but bones remain, and they obey. Following a trail, one troll leads the others excitedly toward the source. Inside a cave, the tortured troll captive senses something and reacts in fear. The werewolf-like narrator, holding the troll's head, is pleased that new test subjects are coming to him. The pursuing trolls approach the dark cave entrance. Their leader smells a human scent emanating from within. Another troll reports to the leader that something about the situation feels wrong. The leader dismisses the concern, assuming comrades simply hid humans to eat alone. But the nervous troll instead detects the scent of troll blood. Realization dawns on him, and he panics. He frantically warns his boss to watch out as they face the lurking beast. The troll chief prepares to attack, gripping his huge stone club. The narrator lunges and clashes with the chief, splattering purple troll blood. He evaluates that combining troll muscles with a big hand bear's paw has produced a powerful arm. He deems this new combination effective. Testing it, he accidentally kills the troll chief outright, ruining that particular subject. A surviving troll calls him a monster in horror. That troll charges, screaming for the narrator's death. The narrator crushes one troll's arm with overwhelming force. The wounded troll stares at his severed limb, shocked and confused. The narrator follows up with a ferocious bite attack. He activates the fatal bite's poisonous fangs, a skill copied from the snake. He explains to himself that paralyzing a troll is the best way to neutralize its regeneration ability. The bitten troll finds his body completely immobilized. Another troll sees his companion collapse, terrified. The dying troll can only think of urging his comrade to flee. That last troll begins to stammer in fear as he faces the predator in the cave. The narrator tells the terrified troll he must join his friends in death. The troll realizes what is happening and screams. His terrified cry echoes outside the cave. The narrator reflects that over several months he has performed many experiments on monsters to record in the book, leaving the troll begging for death. He notes that what truly intrigued him in the illustrated book of beasts were the game-like skills it described. At first he thought the skill system was just something from video games, like a game guide. But he confirms that the monsters he eats really do use abilities equivalent to those skills. He concludes that skills genuinely exist in this world and summarizes the first key rule he discovered. He explains that vipers here use venom skills to paralyze prey, yet their venom does not function as such on his earth-born body. From this, he deduces that non-skill physical attacks still work on beings with skills. Testing venom on a big hand bear's limb, he observes that both skill-based and natural venoms can paralyze and poison local creatures. He infers that his tiger roar intimidated hard wolves with debuff immunity because it came from an Earth tiger, outside this world's system. In summary, as someone from Earth he is immune to the monster's skills while his own attacks remain lethal to them. Realizing this unique advantage, he concludes he can rise to be this world's apex predator. He contrasts this with Earth, where humans hold dominance, implying he now seeks similar supremacy here. The narrator, seemingly a devouring organism, reflects that no matter what it consumes, it cannot surpass humanity. It explains that human science and weapons exceed any creature's limits, but notes that the current world is different. In this other world, innumerable powerful monsters prey on humans. Here there are no nuclear bombs or sciences that exceed living beings' limits. The speaker recalls having always dreamed of being an apex predator since childhood. It concludes that to realize that dream here, it simply has to eat the world's organisms, starting with a troll that has endless regeneration. It targets an ogre with immense strength, and a fire-breathing monster that can melt steel. It identifies that monster as a dragon. Seeing a dragon, the slime-like narrator reacts in shock. The slime excitedly realizes this really is a fantasy world like the cartoons it watched. It marvels that it has spawned as a slime capable of eating anything. Remembering its former human self, it thinks being made into this powerful slime must be part of God's plan. The slime wonders if a game-like command will work here. It calls out to open its status and skills. A status window shows it is a level 1 slime with the Devour ability that uses souls to consume and assimilate anything, which it notes is just like an anime. Spotting a snake-like monster, the slime swells up to attack it. It lunges at the snake while activating its Devour skill. After consuming the snake, it gains increased speed and the paralyzing venom skill, but its soul decreases as a cost. The slime notices with surprise that its soul value has dropped. It dismisses the concern, assuming it will find a way to restore its soul later. Convinced it is the story's main character, the slime goes on a devouring spree, eating many animals. It blames its hard life and weak parents in the past on fate that led to this situation. A narration explains that a slime's powerful ability turns it into a monster that grows by consuming its own soul until it eventually self-destructs. The goddess of Elmwood shows this slime not as a protagonist but as a disposable piece. Narration introduces Elmwood and the goddess's chosen warrior who protects the continent. It explains this warrior enforces divine commandments, grows stronger with rising danger to mankind, yet even he could not stop what happened. The destruction caused by the devouring monster devastated the entire world. The warrior recounts that he himself died a terrible death because of that monster. He then woke up again, implying he opened his eyes after death. He realizes he has been sent 10 years back into his younger body, and resolves to use this final chance from the goddess to stop the monster. Addressing others, the warrior announces he has received a divine revelation. As his holy emblem reacts painfully, he winces. He wonders if the pain is punishment for lying, since he claimed a revelation instead of telling the truth about coming from the future. An elder asks about this revelation, and the warrior agrees to explain. The warrior says that in the great forest a monster that eats and absorbs skills will arise, and he came to stop that evil from acting in the future. The elder agrees the revelation is serious and presses him about its implications. The elder admits they have not seen any trolls for 2 months. He speculates the skill-absorbing monster might be hunting trolls for their regenerative power. The warrior reacts sharply to this clue. He recalls that the destructive monster possessed the troll's regeneration and elemental devastation, confirming these were among its signature abilities. He concludes that if they track trolls now, they might find the monster's base. The elder agrees that following the trolls might lead them to the monster the warrior seeks. The warrior silently vows that this time events will not unfold according to the monster's plan. Elsewhere, someone flips through a monster research book and takes notes. This man closes the book, deciding he has gathered enough information. He states that all other experimental subjects have died. Standing in a bloody camp, he notes only one experimental subject remains alive. That last subject, a troll head in a pot, begs to be killed. The researcher lights a torch and affirms the troll's wish. He tells the suffering troll he will now send it off peacefully in the flames. Speaking to a distant companion, he says that although they have been together until now, he must kill this subject to make way for the next batch of experiments. He promises the troll he will grant its wish and kill it, which the troll eagerly anticipates. As the fire approaches, the troll waits, then realizes something is off. Reading his notes, the man notices that boiling troll blood can create a recovery potion and hesitates. He decides that, since the troll's blood is useful, he should keep this one alive for now. The enraged troll screams for death while the man calmly continues brewing. While reading further, the man is startled by something he discovers. The book entry describes great forest lizardmen, listing their physical traits and skills like poison void, underwater breathing, fast swimming, and resistance to physical attacks, and notes they are hostile humanoids who kill intruders. The researcher muses that lizardmen combine mammalian and reptilian traits. Smiling darkly, he wonders how useful such a hybrid organism might be. In the great forest swamp, armed lizardmen patrol the area. Spotting a silhouette, they wonder if it is a troll and remark they have not seen trolls around lately. A lizardman charges the newcomer, furious that a troll has entered their territory. He is shocked when he sees the strange form more clearly. The disguised troll-lizard hybrid looms over a lizardman in the swamp. The hybrid snake head bites a lizardman's neck as he screams. The dying lizardman weakly tries to call the attacker a monster. The hybrid swallows the lizardman's tail, its body bulging. Another lizardman recoils in horror, demanding to know what kind of monster it is. Feeling intense disgust and fear toward the hybrid, The lizard man concludes that if it is left alive, their entire race will be endangered. He attacks the hybrid, determined to kill it. The hybrid's wounds close as its regeneration activates, shocking the observers. The lizard man exclaims in disbelief that the creature has a regenerative ability. He recognizes regeneration as a trait unique to trolls. The hybrid spits venom into a lizardman's face, blinding him. The venom burns the victim's scales, prompting panicked questions. The lizardmen realize the attacker is using poison. They identify the substance as lizardman poison and are stunned that the troll-like creature can use it. One lizardman collapses into the swamp, overcome by the poison. The battlefield falls silent with only the water remaining, showing the lizardman's defeat. The slime emerges, wearing a skull like a mask after devouring remains. It tosses the skull aside and moves on. Complaining that orcs give poor experience, the slime notes it has only leveled up once from them. It senses something unusual nearby. Smelling blood, the slime notices a cave entrance. It activates the hard wolf's life sensor skill to detect presences inside. The sensor reveals numerous life forces deeper in the cave. Delighted by this unexpected opportunity, the slime decides it cannot ignore such luck. Entering and seeing corpses, the slime is shocked. It discovers that many lizardmen have already been slaughtered in the tunnel. Overjoyed at the potential experience gain, the slime thanks whoever killed them and prepares to feast. The slime rapidly devours the scattered corpses. Its body swells as it consumes everything. Checking its new skills, it happily notes gaining underwater respiration, poison void, and regeneration, calling it a fortunate haul. When it finishes, the warrior appears before the slime. The warrior stands over it, having tracked the residual evil energy there. He directly asks the slime what it is. He explains he came because he sensed the troll's traces and a malicious presence. Yet, seeing only a slime before him, he is puzzled. Realizing that the slime is not ordinary, he senses the evil energy it emits while the slime irritably questions his staring. He concludes that the reason the slime feels so wrong is because its nature is pure evil. He finally identifies himself to the slime as a warrior. His emblem reminds him of the warrior's cultivation doctrine that he cannot remain hidden. The slime mockingly repeats the word warrior, clearly unimpressed. It derides the warrior as someone stripped of everything by the true hero of this world and assumes he has been sent as mere fodder to aid the slime's growth, complaining it deserved a stronger prey like a dragon. The warrior thinks the slime's incomprehensible words are insults, yet also realizes this creature has been chosen by the goddess as well. The slime further mocks that if the goddess selected the warrior, both must be trash. It calls the goddess stupid and even fantasizes about adding her to a future harem, deepening the blasphemy. Enraged, the warrior grips his sword. He recalls that many have insulted him and his parents, whom he forgave as a proper warrior. However, he cannot forgive anyone who insults the goddess who created Elmwood. The slime taunts him again, assuming his anger proves its accusations true. Pushed beyond patience, the warrior launches a high-speed attack at the slime. His face darkens with fury as he moves. A terrifying aura crashes down on the slime as a voice commands it to be silent. Overwhelmed by this pressure, the slime trembles and cries out in fear. It wonders in confusion what this unfamiliar, crushing sensation is. While panicking, the slime insists to itself that it is the true main character and refuses to accept being overpowered. When the warrior points his sword at it, the slime eagerly accepts the challenge, curious what title it will gain by killing a warrior. It boasts that even if no title comes, it will devour all of the warrior's skills. Hearing the phrase "eat my skills," the warrior suspects this slime is the prophesied skill-absorbing monster. The slime hurls itself at him with a killing intent, trying to engulf him. The warrior dodges and counters, sending the slime crashing aside. He then stabs and pins the slime with his sword while channeling holy power through it. He prepares a powerful technique, gathering radiant energy in his hand. The warrior reasons that if a slime loses its mucus it cannot regenerate, planning to erase the monster completely. The battered slime curses him but prepares another move. It activates its upgraded troll-derived super regeneration. Instantly recovering, the slime marvels at how broken this ability is. The warrior now acknowledges that the slime truly is the catastrophe foretold for the future. He declares that the monster of destruction must be erased here and raises his glowing sword for a finishing strike. The confused slime does not understand the warrior's incantation. The warrior invokes his ultimate technique, the greatest judgment. Blinding holy light engulfs the area around the slime. The slime screams in agony, demanding to know what is happening to it. A narration explains that monsters with animal heads cannot normally speak human language. After it consumed a lizard man, however, the devouring creature could speak fluently even with a reptilian head. It tests its new vocal ability, making human-like sounds. The narrator finds the compatibility between reptile and mammal traits fascinating. Concluding that more experimental subjects are required, it sets out again. Lizard men in the swamp notice something approaching and look around in confusion. They see a towering lizard-like hybrid and wonder if it is a lizard man. Realizing too late that the newcomer is not one of them, a leader orders everyone to attack. The hybrid endures their spears and begins spewing poison on them. It brutally crushes a lizardman's head, spraying blood. Other lizardmen react in shock as the attack continues. Their commander rallies them to charge the monster together. Many scream in pain as its poison and blows tear through their ranks. One lizardman, thinking his last thoughts, addresses a comrade or title called Red Flash. The scene ends with the hybrid monster holding a maimed lizard man, continuing its massacre by the swamp. A lizard man is grabbed by the head and struggles in fear. As it is dragged, the lizard man desperately begs someone to save it. A blonde knight watches a magic circle fade and wonders if the battle is finally over. Deciding it is finished, the knight leaves the area around the vanished circle. A melted, barely alive slime groans weakly on the ground. The injured slime retreats into a dark cave, warning itself of danger and trying to recover. The slime laments its slow regeneration, curses the warrior, and longs for anything to eat. Seeing a human silhouette at the cave entrance, the slime vows that one day it will show its power before that person. The shirtless man enters, shocked that everything has been destroyed, and demands to know who caused it. The slime realizes in horror that the man has eaten all of its food. The man notices slime flying at him. A flashback shows the filthy room of the protagonist's past human life. Narration explains that this slime was once a human living as a shut-in. He recalls how people around him called him trash for living by his impulses. He justifies that following one's instincts is the natural duty of life. He admits he never put effort into anything difficult and refused to do what he did not want to do. He complains that even his parents failed their responsibilities toward him. He recounts how they abandoned their overweight, jobless 40-year-old son, which he shrugs off while scorning them. Convinced things would somehow work out, he continued his lazy life. He then died and awoke as a slime, feeling that his wishful thinking had been granted. He describes suddenly arriving in this world inside the body of a powerful slime and feeling certain of his destiny. Imagining himself as a protagonist-like hero, he believed he had been specially chosen as this world's main character. Even now, weak because of the night, he treats his condition as just another challenge for a destined main character. He resolves to devour every skill and take revenge, feeling vindicated when the human prey approaches on its own. The man angrily begins to ask which enemy is responsible. The slime leaps onto the man, thinking he will enjoy eating this meal. As the man swallows him, the slime boasts that he will consume the man from the inside. The man finishes swallowing and waits, confused by the lack of effect. Later, the man narrates that in the past 2 weeks his cave laboratory was ruined by a slime while he hunted lizardmen. He covers his nose, disgusted by the lingering smell inside the ruined cave. He explains that the good news is he merged with that slime, which essentially killed itself and was digested. Reading a bestiary, he notes that the slime skills obtained through this merger are surprisingly interesting. The book says slimes evolve and change form according to what they regularly eat. It also states that they can consume all sorts of things, from animals and plants to dirt and ores. Slimes that habitually eat ores transform into a different kind of slime. The text introduces this variant as a metal slime that specializes in eating ore and has metal-related abilities. The man observes that while he can eat ores, he normally cannot digest them to gain abilities. Usually the ore just passes through, but the book suggests a slime's diet is not limited to living things. Since he ate a slime, he can now consume ores properly and even transform into ore himself. Attention shifts to the lofty cliffs known as the land of the great forest dragon. A massive red dragon approaches its cliffside lair, saying it has no need for a personal name. The dragon explains that an ancient solitary dragon requires no name, though its worshippers have given it a title. A small dragon child calls out to the larger dragon as its mother. The mother dragon is introduced as the red flash of the sky and affectionately calls the hatchling her baby. Mother and child touch snouts, showing their close bond. She says that in this great forest the lizardmen revere her as their deity. In exchange for the treasure they offer, she grants the lizardmen prosperity and protection. She admits she has neglected them somewhat since her beloved baby hatched. Wondering if she should go check on things despite expecting nothing serious, she prepares to depart. The dragon flies away from her territory high above the forest. While returning later, she notices something strange and green spread on the ground below. Alarmed, she dives down toward the scene. On the ground she sees battle scars and wonders if an intruder has fought here. Enraged, she demands to know who would dare attack creatures under her protection. She roars that she will exact vengeance on whoever is responsible. Meanwhile, the man analyzes a lizardman body, noting its tough scales and comparing them to other beasts' defenses. He focuses on the mysterious goo covering those scales. He recalls that this lizardman secretion acts as both disinfectant and ointment, though that is not what interests him most. He reasons that since slime is essentially condensed goo, the lizardman coating and slime are closely related. He plans to eat durable metals, turn his goo into metal slime, and thereby become far stronger. He frets over where to obtain such high-quality metal. Activating his hawk's eye ability, he searches the distant landscape. Perched on a rock, he scans the surroundings in thought. He spots a distant mine full of crystals and muses that attacking it might be too difficult. Consulting his bestiary, he wonders if that area is orc territory. The book describes the powerful Onyx orc tribe, proud warrior-like monsters possessing great strength and combat skills. Using his book as reference, he counts roughly 40 orcs at the mine and decides that number is too many to fight head-on. He concludes that even he cannot take on 40 at once. He thinks it would be ideal if the orcs left the mine unattended for a week. Just then, a dragon flies overhead, catching his attention. Staring up, he is shocked to see an actual dragon. By reading the lizardman's memories, he learns that this dragon has a baby. He explains his ability to partially swap his brain with those of creatures he has eaten to view their memories. Remembering from the book that dragons treasure their offspring, he considers exploiting that fact. He smiles to himself as he affirms this plan. He decides there is no need for him to do everything personally when he can use others, thinking of the baby dragon. The mother dragon returns later carrying the corpse of a hard wolf for her child. The baby happily calls out to its mother. She gently but firmly tells the child to listen carefully. The dragon orders her baby to stay safely at home and wait whenever she is away. The baby protests, wanting hunting practice and strolls and asking when it can go outside. The mother warns it never to leave the lair while she is gone. Before departing, she checks the lair's entrance from outside. She inspects the protective barrier magic and concludes it is functioning properly. The baby watches her fly off, left alone in the nest. After a while, an intruder's red-scaled hand appears at the cave entrance, startling the baby. The story rewinds 30 minutes to show the man arriving at the towering cliff that holds the dragon's home. Holding a deer carcass, he confirms that this is where the dragon lives. He narrates that using lizardman memories, he successfully tracked down the dragon's habitat. He notes that doing so was easier than he had expected. He hurls the deer at an unseen barrier, testing its response. Watching the carcass rebound, he confirms his theory about the barrier's nature. He recognizes this reaction from the memories and confirms it is a magic barrier. He prepares a follow-up move with his hand. He touches the barrier again, activating his own magic. He confirms the barrier is ineffective against beings aligned with Earth. The deer now lies inside as bait while he waits nearby. Back in the present, the baby dragon is shocked to find an unknown red orc-like figure inside the nest. The man, disguised with red scales, crawls toward the frightened baby. The baby backs away nervously, complaining about the intruder. The disguised man, now fully transformed with tusks and scales, grumbles about the height of the climb. Narration lists the monster traits he combined in himself, including troll teeth and red scales from other beasts. These combined features were sufficient to deceive the magic barrier. The baby anxiously demands to know who this stranger is. The man feigns confusion and prepares to respond, noting what this situation really is. He marvels at the treasure hoard and rare ore around the baby while it yells at him to leave their home. Ignoring the command, he stares curiously at the glittering mound beside the baby. Picking up a piece, he admires how incredible these materials are compared to ordinary mine minerals. The enraged baby leaps at him, screaming for him to get out. He casually grabs the struggling hatchling by the neck, calling it noisy. The baby collapses in pain, weakly calling for its mom. 1 week later, the scene returns to the dragon's distant cliff home. The mother dragon flies back toward her lair after days of searching. She laments that she learned nothing during her search and notes that 7 nights have passed. Entering the nest, she calls out, confused by the silence. Wondering why her usually enthusiastic child is not rushing to greet her, she calls for the baby again. Dread builds in her as she calls the baby's name once more. She then discovers her child lying motionless on the nest floor. Horrified, she cries out to her baby and demands to know what happened. Overcome with fury, she summons multiple glowing magic circles. She pours healing, recovery, and curing spells onto the injured baby. The baby awakens screaming for its mom and clings to her snout, sobbing. She gently holds the crying child and reassures it that everything is alright now. Fighting back her own rage, she softly asks what happened. Through tears, the baby says a kid with protruding bottom teeth attacked and hurt her. She adds that the intruder stole both the shining treasures and the special item her mother had given her to eat. The dragon realizes that such tusks and red skin match only the orc tribe of the Great Forest. Furious that they dared harm her baby as well, she vows to show the orcs hell. Her enraged roar echoes across the forest, startling the distant man who notes the quick response. Smirking, he remarks that the dragon's reaction came faster than he expected. Meanwhile in the orc village, a lookout urgently calls for the elder. An orc rushes in to report that they found something suspicious while on watch. He presents a jeweled dagger discovered hidden in the bushes outside the village. The orc elder wonders why such a valuable relic would be lying in a bush. Sniffing the blade, he remarks on the unusual blood scent clinging to it. He realizes in shock that the blood is from a dragon. At that very moment, the enraged red dragon descends upon the village. She declares that it is time to repay the orcs for what they have done. Dragonfire engulfs the forest floor as she attacks. Wreathed in flames, the dragon continues her furious onslaught. The orc elder is burned and lies dying amid the inferno, his dagger fallen away. Smelling her baby's blood on that weapon, the dragon's rage intensifies. She confirms to herself that these orcs are indeed the culprits. The dying elder realizes too late that the relic was a trap and weakly urges his people to flee. Another orc sounds a great horn, summoning all warriors as the dragon's shadow looms over them. Narration explains that the horn rallied every orc, the battle raged for 3 days, countless orcs died, and only a dozen survivors fled the forest despite technically winning. After this catastrophic war, the man sits atop the dragon's enormous corpse, pleased that they have unknowingly provided him with an incredible feast. Back at the nest, the baby dragon looks up, sensing something is wrong. Grasping at emptiness, she sobs that she can no longer feel her mother's presence. Tears streaming down her face, the baby repeatedly cries out for her mommy. A red dragon stands upright, revealing itself as the monstrous protagonist. The dragon spreads its wings, preparing to fly. The dragon takes off over a vast forest, resolved to move on. Narration begins recalling everything the dragon has eaten, likened to pages in a book. The narrator lists past prey, including hard wolves and trolls. The list continues with lizard men and orcs among the devoured. A dragon and many other monsters are named as part of what was eaten. The narrator concludes that everything recorded in a purple bestiary book has been consumed. Riding a cart out of the woods, the human protagonist thinks he no longer has any reason to stay in that forest. The merchant says memory loss is common here and mentions valuable items and secrets people seek. He adds that most treasure seekers die or barely survive like the protagonist, advising him to take better care of himself. The protagonist agrees with the merchant outwardly. He reveals he only pretended to be injured and amnesiac to learn about this world from the merchant, yet still does not understand the concept of a status tab. He has learned that the status tab is basic common sense here, like identification documents that show personal information. He tries to activate his own status tab by calling it out. Nothing happens, and he notes he cannot access the status system at all. He suspects the status failure might be because he is not originally from this world. The cart arrives at a large walled city with ornate gates and banners. Near the gate, the merchant stops and tells the protagonist he will go no farther and to take care from here. The protagonist watches him leave, now on his own. Entering the city of Santo Canalgo, he notes its impressive size. He cautiously surveys the surrounding streets and buildings. Observing the clean buildings, he notes how tidy the city is. He walks through a well-kept street, finding the cleanliness beyond his expectations. Reading posted notices about washing hands and hygiene, he realizes this culture promotes disease prevention. He concludes the city is more advanced in hygiene than he assumed. He remarks that the city feels unnaturally clean. Two townsmen explain that only the district near the palace is this clean because the second prince grew up here. They describe the second prince as the genius who first linked hygiene to disease while still a child. One of the men praises the prince's brilliance. They add that the prince will visit soon for his coming of age next month. Hearing this, the protagonist quietly says he really wants to meet the prince. He reflects that on Earth hygiene only became common knowledge in the 20th century, yet this world is at a medieval level. He wonders if such advanced ideas from a child mean someone with Earth memories is here. Unsure, he decides he cannot yet draw a conclusion. He walks alone, deep in thought. From above, the narrator speculates that someone else in the city might share memories of Earth. He resolves that this unknown person with Earth memories must exist. Time passes, and he explains he soon managed to meet that person. In a dark scene, the protagonist grins menacingly at someone off-screen, finding the situation pleasing. A terrified young nobleman demands to know why the protagonist is here. The blonde prince, recognizing him as Pet Shop, screams his name in horror. The prince narrates that his former name on Earth was Eddie Montoya, a second-generation Mexican-American. He explains he served as an elite UN international police officer and CIA agent, living a privileged life. His account shifts to the moment he encountered a terrifying chained monster. He recalls being slaughtered by that monster, describing his death as a pathetic game over. After dying, he found himself in another world. Opening his eyes as a child, he discovered he had been reborn as Edward. He clarifies he is now Edward, the second prince of the Grand Cantine Kingdom. He says his second life became easy because he applied Earth's knowledge of hygiene. He also used his understanding of modern science. His grasp of astronomy and other disciplines further elevated him. Earth knowledge gave him overwhelming advantages in this medieval world, and his prior elite training made politics effortless. He muses that simply being reborn normal would have been powerful, but being royalty made him even more overpowered. On top of that, the first prince is not heir to the throne, clearing Edward's path. He believes it is only a matter of time before he becomes king. Crowds in Santo Canalgo gather excitedly to welcome the visiting second prince. Addressing the people, Edward inwardly vows that he will become king of this world. That night, the narration identifies the grand mansion of the Lord of Santo Canalgo. Collapsing on his bed after the festivities, Edward complains about the strain of maintaining a public smile. He hears a noise and looks up, puzzled. Seeing a reptilian face at the window, he half thinks it is a lizard. The lizard-headed intruder, actually the protagonist transformed, bursts inside. Edward leaps up with his sword, demanding the intruder's identity. Alarmed that a lizard man bypassed security, he questions how it entered the mansion. As the lizard-bear hybrid advances, it casually says it has been a while, baffling Edward. The intruder asks if Edward remembers him. Recognizing something, Edward stammers in fearful confusion. The intruder drops the disguise and, revealing himself as Pet Shop, furiously calls Edward a monster. Edward convinces himself this must be a nightmare. Saying it is just a dream, he swoons. He faints dramatically onto the floor, dropping his sword. Pet Shop dryly comments on how intense Edward's reaction was. A knock and a servant's voice at the door startle Pet Shop. A young attendant apologetically peeks in, announcing himself. Entering, the attendant wonders aloud if the prince is asleep as he sees Edward lying on the bed. Approaching, he reacts with confusion at something off-screen. He notices the huge bear-shaped Pet Shop and assumes it is a decorative stuffed animal. Momentarily distracted, he reminds himself that is not important and calls to the prince. Getting no response, he asks again if the prince is asleep and begins to move closer. Suddenly donning a mask, the attendant reveals himself as an assassin and lunges to stab Edward. Pet Shop, in bear form, silently catches the assassin's stabbing arm from behind. Realizing his arm is restrained, the assassin panics in terror. Pet Shop tells the assassin he cannot kill the prince yet and declares the assassin will die instead. The scene shifts to the hallway outside the prince's room, eerily quiet. Guards race toward the room after hearing noises, shouting questions about what is happening. Inside, Bear Pet Shop calls out and draws the arriving guards' attention. Seeing things escalate and the guards' shock at the bear, he curses that the situation has become bigger. The guards deduce the crisis is serious and decide to proceed with a fallback plan. Their plan B is to kill both the monster and the prince. Pet Shop wonders if all these men are in league with the now defeated assassin. To escape, Bear Pet Shop smashes through a high window with unconscious Edward in tow. Outside, he lands roughly, dropping Edward onto the ground. Looking down at the prince, he remarks he will spare him for now and runs off. Elsewhere, someone writes with a quill, unaware of events. A messenger bursts into the study, urgently calling out to the city lord. The lord asks sharply what has happened. The guard reports in shock that an intruder has kidnapped the prince. Slamming a hand on the desk, the lord exclaims in outrage. Furious, he orders that everyone be gathered and the prince rescued at all costs. A guard answers obediently, ready to act. At dawn outside the city, Pet Shop, again human, pants from the long run while watching search parties below. On a hillside, he wonders how many pursuers there are and notes he had to flee far from the city. Edward, lying nearby, begins to wake up groggily. Pet Shop leans over and asks if he is awake. Edward jolts upright in panic, recognizing his situation. Realizing the encounter was real, he concludes it was not a dream. Overwhelmed, Edward foams at the mouth and passes out again while Pet Shop silently watches. Pet Shop closes his eyes briefly, steadying himself. Later, sitting across from each other in the woods, Edward demands to know how Pet Shop exists here, while Pet Shop counters by asking how Edward came here. Pet Shop presses him further, asking why he is in this world at all. Edward, sweating, internally suspects Pet Shop wants the secret of his reincarnation and fears being killed afterward. Pet Shop assures him he will not kill him, surprising Edward. Edward cautiously asks if that is true, and Pet Shop answers ambiguously that he cannot fully promise but notes Edward has already paid for his betrayal. Pet Shop reminds Edward of the brutal death he suffered at Pet Shop's hands before. Edward guesses Pet Shop intends to hunt down all his former betrayers, and Pet Shop begins to dismiss the idea of cooperating. Pet Shop clarifies he only killed Edward and the troops. The other conspirators, like General Lightning, should still be alive. He points out that with Edward dead and himself vanished, someone else would have claimed the credit for the mission. He concludes that everyone except Edward was likely rewarded and promoted. Edward resentfully recalls he worked hardest yet ended up stranded in this backward place, now identifying fully as Prince Edward rather than Eddie Montoya. Resigned, Edward proposes they work together and reaches out a hand. Pet Shop takes the offered handshake, sealing a temporary alliance. Edward reasons that Pet Shop's main goal is probably to return to Earth and kill his traitors, so he plans to support that until Pet Shop can leave and the world becomes safer. Pet Shop likewise thinks keeping a prince close will yield better information and maybe a way back to Earth. Both simultaneously resolve internally to use the other, then Pet Shop suggests they first figure out exactly what happened. While Pet Shop dresses, Edward speculates that the assassination attempt must have been orchestrated by the ambitious old Baron. Pet Shop notes how composed Edward is despite nearly being killed. Edward says he is used to such schemes and suggests they move on. Smirking, he says his position will be useful and mentions they are heading to a coming-of-age ceremony. Narration recounts that 300 years earlier, King Edward the Great once stayed at Carnago and during a hunt. In gratitude, that king elevated the innkeeper to Baron. This royal favor founded the powerful Santo Camargo Hotel and the influential Carnago Baron family. The family's prosperity depends entirely on the continued authority of the royal house. Thus the present Baron is determined to devote everything to protecting the throne. His secret plan is to have his forces frame a kidnapping and then assassinate the prince once his position is confirmed. A scout returns to report they have already located the prince. The Baron is startled that things are progressing so quickly. The Baron orders the prince brought at once, though his aide quietly notes they are not fully prepared. Another soldier nervously tries to add more information. He explains that, instead of being captured, the prince has arrived at the city himself. Edward and Pet Shop's disguised knight approach the city gate carrying a large cylindrical object. The anxious Baron calls out formally to the arriving prince. Edward, now calm and composed, responds as the Baron asks after his well-being. From below, Edward tells the Baron to withdraw his soldiers instead of coming to fetch him. Edward publicly declares he witnessed the assassination attempt the previous night. He credits his survival to Sir Kim, his supposed secret guardian knight, who is actually Pet Shop in armor. Edward explains he had to flee only because they were overwhelmed by enemy numbers. The shocked Baron stammers in front of the crowd, asking if the allegation of assassination is true. His plotting captain tries to shout him down, insisting the Baron must not be fooled. The captain points accusingly at the armored Pet Shop, insisting the prince is clearly being coerced and threatened by this supposed kidnapper. Edward is silently stunned as someone suggests the supposed kidnapper might have been acting under threat. Edward angrily rejects the idea that he is being coerced by anyone. He looks up at the castle gate where people on the wall react to his outburst. Edward loudly declares himself Edward Grandcontine, heir of the famed Edward. He insists his lineage means he would never be cowed into silence by threats. He warns that even thinking he could be intimidated is itself treasonous. The accuser falls to the ground, shaken by Edward's rebuke. The Baron notes both the prince's bearing and another man's presence. He focuses on the towering armored man carrying a massive log. The Baron observes that although the knight looks rough, his armor is made of rare mystium alloy. Seeing red dragon scales on the armor as well, the Baron concludes this man cannot be a kidnapper. The Baron decides without hesitation that he trusts the armored man over the accuser. He orders the guards to arrest the accuser and his men, while the armored man remarks the gathered soldiers are insignificant. The would-be kidnappers are trussed up and forced to kneel before their captors. Their leader tries to speak, starting to address Edward. Edward introduces Carnago as one of the kingdom's elite 5 fingers. He explains that Carnago has secretly amassed vast hidden information. Edward tells the prisoner that among that knowledge are detailed torture methods. He chillingly warns the man not to expect an easy death. The prisoner panics internally, wondering how his seemingly perfect plan collapsed. He then laughs nervously, drawing puzzled attention. Kim looms over the bound man outside, guarded soldiers nearby. The prisoner curses Kim for ruining his plan and demands to know who he is. Kim suddenly lunges at him like a beast, shocking the man. The memory shifts to the man recognizing Kim's monstrous presence and stammering. Kim coldly tells him to rest in peace. The prisoner screams insults and terror as his torture begins off-screen. Kim narrates that his intimidating armor was just old decorations and a stolen log. He recalls coating them with slime goo to prepare his disguise. By transforming into the mystium he had eaten from the dragon's hoard, he completed the illusion and notes how versatile slime is. Kim says this trick let him deceive the Baron. The Baron reports the prisoners broke under torture and revealed they belonged to the Mutilaemagus. He explains that Mutilaemagus means heralds of death and laments that such people posed as the prince's guards. Someone asks Kim what he knows about them, and Kim thinks he can now share his plan with the prince. In the palace, the prince says he heard of the Mutilaemagus from a former knight and brings up the case of Queen Everose, who was secretly poisoned. The Baron realizes in horror that poison, not illness, killed her and that the poisoner must be behind everything. Outraged, he demands how such evil could occur. Masked and resolute, he vows he will not let the culprits go unpunished. Kim suddenly appears beside him, telling the Baron to calm down, startling him. Kim explains the Mutilaemagus specialize in assassinating high-ranking people and warns the Baron not to underestimate them. The Baron protests, asking if Kim expects him to do nothing. Kim answers that dealing with them is not the Baron's responsibility. Kim physically restrains the Baron as he tries to rush off with his sword. Kim states that avenging this matter is his own task. Feeling Kim's overwhelming strength, the Baron thinks that if anyone can do it, Kim can. Kim adds that since the prince has found a lead, the issue should be resolved soon, and the Baron agrees to trust the prince. Kim notes that the Baron listens to the prince, then excuses himself since the ceremony is ending. As Kim leaves, the Baron earnestly asks him to protect the prince. Kim tells him not to worry and promises to keep the prince alive until the situation is settled, though he is unsure of the longer term. Days later, the prince's ornate carriage travels toward the capital. Inside the carriage, someone asks the prince about the Mutilaemagus pursuing him and the clue he mentioned. The prince casually admits that claim about a clue was a lie. He reveals he needs no clue because he already knows who the Mutilaemagus are. Kim presses him to say who they are. The prince suggests they will soon meet the person in question at the palace, and hints it will be more entertaining to reveal it then. Kim says he is looking forward to it. The prince then reminds Kim he had wanted to ask about something else. Kim brings up his problem with the status tab. The prince repeats that Kim cannot access the status tab, while Kim speculates it is because he is not from this world. The prince finds that odd. He explains that in this blessed Elmwood continent, the status tab applies to every living thing and can be viewed using the discernment skill. The prince says he has discernment, and previously glimpsed Kim's status when he tried it on him. Deciding to verify again, he activates discernment on Kim. Kim sits facing him as the prince's glowing hand reaches out and then falls silent. The prince admits he still cannot see Kim's status. Thinking it over, he suddenly gets an idea. He asks Kim to transform into a different animal form for a moment. Kim changes his hand into a grizzly bear's paw, recalling he once ate such a bear on Earth. The prince tells him that Earth creatures are not what he meant. He clarifies that Kim should use a form native to this world. Kim realizes what the prince is suggesting. He transforms his hand into an orc's hand. The prince again uses discernment, while Kim watches the summoned status window appear. The prince tells Kim to look at the status window now. Kim studies it and says he finally understands. The prince concludes that discernment fails on Kim's Earth form but works when he becomes a creature of this world. Kim continues testing, cycling through forms like a lizardman claw. He adds other monster traits such as troll skin and fatal bite dragon scales. He includes hardened wolf fangs in the mix. The status window fills with powerful skills, including those from the red dragon, while the prince nervously tells him to slow down. Kim narrates that he tested every monster he had eaten until the status no longer changed. The final status lists his name, species, and level as null, prompting Kim to wonder if that means he does not truly exist. Kim reflects that his very existence is like a bug in the world's status system. A few days later, the coachman announces their arrival to the prince. Kim and the prince stand before the Grand Palace complex. The prince asks Kim if he is ready to meet the leader of the assassins. The prince warns him not to be too shocked by who that leader is. They approach the huge palace doors guarded by soldiers. The prince tells Kim that the person beyond these doors is the assassin's leader. Kim, already sensing the truth, internally admits he cannot help but be surprised. The doors open to reveal a throne room with an imposing figure on the dais. A stern king with a long beard sits on the throne, radiating authority. The king greets Edward as his son returns, while Kim notes the assassin leader is actually the nation's king. Kim, in armor, bows and formally reports that Prince Edward Grandcontine has returned safely. The king says he has heard of the prince's ordeal and is relieved he survived, while Kim senses the king's begrudging acknowledgement. Edward replies that his survival was thanks to the entourage his father arranged, inwardly accusing him of sending assassins instead of protectors. Father and son glare at each other, their hostility crackling like lightning. Kim feels the intense tension between them even from the side. The king then addresses Kim, confirming his name. He remarks it is his first time hearing of Sir Kim, or the position of secret guardian knight, questioning this sudden rank. Kim wonders if the oppressive feeling he senses is what people call royal pressure. He forces himself to answer calmly that the pressure is not that great. The king notes Kim's courage and pointedly asks Edward if he would give this brave companion to him. Edward politely refuses, saying he has 2 reasons. The king asks what those reasons are. Edward states that Kim is his friend, not property, so he cannot simply hand him over. He adds that they are close friends, and since he has no blood brother, he treats Kim as one. Edward declares that he and Kim have voluntarily formed a sworn brotherhood. Kim plays along and agrees that the feeling of brotherhood is mutual. The king laughs outwardly at their exchange. Internally seething, he repeats the word brothers and bristles with anger. Slamming his armrest, he orders them to leave the throne room if they have nothing more to say. Later, Edward drinks with Kim and laughs uproariously about having provoked his father. He thanks Kim for giving him the chance to defy the king, noting that a mysterious stranger drenched in state-secret mystium was the perfect excuse. Edward explains the king must have been extremely stressed and that, as a reward, he gave Kim special enchanted armor. Edward admits he has never bested his father before and recounts how the king raised orphan children as elite servants across the realm. A maid is shown as an example of these orphans trained beyond normal servant duties. Edward reveals these servants are also educated in espionage and assassination and are placed in noble and royal households. Through them, the king has quietly eliminated anyone who opposed him. Edward concludes this strategy let his father, originally the 4th prince, seize the throne. Enraged by this history, Edward smashes a bottle and curses his father. He fumes that the ruthless ploy to become king had originally been his own idea. Kim dryly comments that the king is simply turning the same cruelty on his own kind. Edward says that by flaunting his new brotherhood with Kim, he knew he was secretly tormenting the king, whose strained expression delighted him. Their talk is interrupted by the sound of someone laughing and calling for Edward. Edward's half-sister Eleanor bursts in, demanding to know what insolent thing he has done to their father this time. She reaches toward Kim and is startled when he abruptly raises his hand. Kim blocks her path, ordering her not to move. Outraged, she demands if he understands who she is to dare treat her like this. Kim coldly reminds her that she barged into the prince's private quarters without knocking and is an intruder. She shouts back at him in fury. Kim draws his sword in a swift, threatening motion right in front of her. The blade stops near her throat, shocking her into silence. Kim warns that there will not be a next time if she repeats this offense. Terrified, Eleanor collapses to the floor as Edward calls for Kim to stop. Edward rushes to his sister's side and asks if she is all right, while she trembles and calls him brother. Edward gently excuses Kim's behavior as overprotective concern for his safety, and she tearfully accepts this explanation. He advises Eleanor to return to her own rooms and promises they will speak again later. After she leaves, Edward braces himself against the wall, clearly stressed. He mutters in private contempt about how foolish she is. Kim confirms that the girl was the younger sister he had mentioned. Edward explains again that she is the goddess-blessed princess he spoke of earlier, and vows she will be the first he executes once he becomes king. A narration box identifies her as Eleanor Grandcontine, youngest surviving child of King Edward IV, with older siblings eliminated during the royal selection. It adds that from birth she was granted divine authority by the goddess to go anywhere she pleases. The narration notes, she is romantically obsessed with Edward despite being his half-sister. Kim asks if Edward could ever accept her feelings, but Edward calls her insane. He tersely tells Kim that such an idea is no joke. Edward resumes explaining that the poisoned second queen was his mother and that the first queen, Eleanor's mother, orchestrated the tea party where the poison was served. He emphasizes that the murdered second queen was indeed his own mother. He closes by stating that Eleanor is the favored daughter of the first queen who rose in influence after his mother's death. The armored man tells the prince his younger sister's birth is tied to their mother's death, prompting the prince to deduce the king did not kill the second queen. The knight asks why he opposes the king, and the prince answers that his grudge is connected to the first prince. The knight explains he is forbidden to talk about the first prince unless the prince is present, or gives permission. When asked why he is being secretive, the knight says he is bound by an oath to the goddess and cannot reveal more. The prince cheerfully suggests ending their talk and leaving together, addressing the knight as his brother. As they walk, the knight asks about resolving the assassinations, and the prince explains the king tried sending him away because omens warned against sons dying in the same house. The prince notes that since he has passed his coming-of-age ceremony, he is now eligible to be a future king. He gloats that the king can no longer freely banish him from the palace. The prince observes that the kingdom is full of the king's supporters, and says they must first win over key figures such as the finance-controlling prime minister. Someone suddenly strikes the prince, and he angrily threatens treason charges against whoever dared block a prince's path. A blonde warrior offers the fallen prince his hand, and the stunned prince recognizes him as his brother. Cut to the king, who reacts in confusion to hearing his son addressed so familiarly. The king grudgingly admits the situation is unexpectedly shocking. In narration, the king recalls having assassinated all his sons who rivaled him for the throne. He reflects that brothers were nothing but competitors and obstacles to be eliminated. Now he is baffled to learn that the surviving son has a sworn brother. The king interprets this sworn brotherhood as an intentional slight against himself. He reflects that though his previous scheme succeeded, it set a dangerous precedent that must be corrected by establishing a better one. He remembers how only those who passed the screening test were educated according to aptitude so the eldest son could properly rule. The king explains that the second son's role was to quietly remove any obstacles to the first son's rule. His eldest daughter, being bright and attractive, was intended as a tool for political marriage. However, both the eldest and second sons turned out far more capable and dangerous than planned, with the second son even plotting to kill a hated relative. In contrast, the first son was so righteous he chose the path of a warrior for the goddess. Thus the first son vanished from succession, leaving only the vicious second son and the proper first daughter, and the king now prefers his daughter as future monarch over that snake-like son. Internally the king resolves that the second son must never become king, while in the present the warrior again checks if the prince is all right. The prince suddenly grasps what is happening and gasps in realization. Regaining composure, he bows and formally welcomes the warrior to the kingdom. The warrior greets the prince, says it has been a while, and suggests they visit the audience chamber together to discuss urgent matters. The knight quietly realizes that this warrior is the special person chosen by the goddess. He recalls that, regardless of rank, the first son was reputed as the most righteous and kind person, confirming this warrior is indeed the king's firstborn. The knight reasons that if the warrior has the goddess's protection, he must be very powerful. The scheming prince worries that such strength could obstruct his own plans as they proceed toward the throne room. The warrior is then presented before the king, princess, prince, and court in a formal audience. The king gruffly tells the prince he dislikes seeing him, and the prince mutters that he did not want to come either. Addressing the warrior, the king offers a ceremonious welcome on behalf of the kingdom while inwardly lamenting that this son should have been king. The king states he has heard of a grave matter and asks the warrior to explain it. The warrior agrees to be direct and announces that he received the power of holy light from the goddess the previous day. The court, including king and prince, react with shock at this revelation. The warrior elaborates that he has official confirmation from the church and intends to depart on a demon subjugation expedition within a week with the kingdom's military support. The king readily grants permission for his troops to accompany the warrior. Elsewhere, the frustrated prince slams the table and curses the situation. He rants that everything is ruined and vents a stream of profanities at this reversal. Hearing the news of a demon king just as they were preparing their own move, the prince angrily asks for an explanation. He then realizes the warrior does not yet understand the local customs regarding demons. The prince explains that demons have long been humanity's hostile race and that their ruler is the demon king. He further explains that the goddess maintains balance between humans and demons, creating a warrior whenever power tips too far. If this balance is not restored, he says, the warrior grows stronger, while the holy light's power over sin diminishes. He clarifies that holy light grants permission to kill the enemy king without divine reproach, and that normally even the demon king is due fair treatment, though warriors are an exception. The prince emphasizes that a warrior empowered by holy light can legally slay the demon king, which alarms his armored companion. He adds that because holy light has descended now, humanity faces a critical crisis, and as a royal adult he must join the fight to uphold national honor. Afterward he fumes that the king will force him onto the battlefield, ruining his political maneuvering even if he survives. The following day, the king officially commands the prince to accompany the warrior and defeat the demon king. Bowing, the prince outwardly accepts, claiming it has long been his wish to aid the warrior with whatever strength he has. Observing this, courtiers praise the second prince's apparent sense of honor and see in him kingly qualities. Later the prince prepares to depart in a royal carriage under guard. His sister sadly watches the carriage leave from a palace window. She tearfully prays for her brother to return safely. Inside, the prince, overwhelmed, shudders in dread. Trying to lighten the mood, he yells to his sworn brother to hurry so they can finally escape the stifling palace. The convoy rides out at speed, the carriage surrounded by mounted knights. In the carriage, the knight remarks he is surprised the prince accepted the king's order so calmly, and the prince says he will just have to win glory and later overthrow the old king. The knight asks about the enemy situation, and the prince replies that things seem quiet but suspicious. A rider reports that hostile forces are slowly closing in on the carriage, confirming the prince's suspicions about the king's plot. The knight notes the enemy's position at the rear wheel and realizes they intend to dismantle the carriage's protective magic. The hidden demon ally asks if he should intervene to stop them. The prince tells him to wait, reasoning that once the protective magic is removed the carriage walls will also be weakened. One of the pursuing knights raises a glowing sword and strikes to dispel the barrier. The magical shield around the carriage shatters under the attack. The attacker shouts that the first phase of their plan has worked and orders the second phase to begin. Accomplices then cast a fireball aimed at the now exposed carriage. Another conspirator prepares to act next, assuming the plan is proceeding smoothly. Instead, the conspirators are violently knocked away from the carriage by an unseen counterattack. The bewildered attackers see comrades flying and exclaim in confusion about what just happened. A massive explosion rocks the area, further damaging the carriage and startling the horses. One frightened caster tries to launch another fireball but is warned mid-spell to stop. The fireballs misfire dangerously close to allies, who scream in pain and apology as chaos spreads. Amid the wreckage, powerful hooves and a glaring eye signal the emergence of a monstrous ally. The demon companion steps out of the broken carriage, towering over the stunned prince and battlefield. The prince nervously remarks that it is still startling to see his sworn brother's monstrous form. The demon calmly replies that for now he is on the prince's side and the prince should get used to it. The two stand together by the destroyed carriage as the remaining cavalry closes in. Seeing the demon, one knight panics and demands to know what that monster is. The cavalry charges at the demon and prince. The demon uses magic to terrify and manipulate the horses, causing them to rear and scream. He unleashes a spell called Mind Domination to seize control of one mount. Though warned about the mental toll of such magic, the controlled knight insists their only priority is completing this mission. He rallies the soldiers, taking the lead in the renewed charge. The knights launch a full-scale attack on the demon. The demon retaliates by spewing an enormous stream of fire at the oncoming troops. Knights are engulfed in flames, their silhouettes consumed as they try to fight through. The demon notes the attack, calling it Dragon's Firework, has impressive force and that he can reuse it after his magical energy recharges. He thinks it was smart to exploit the orcs' presence rather than confront them directly, while the surviving knights rage at him for injuring their lieutenant. One commander orders his men to kill the demon. He personally rides in and slashes the demon, only to realize something is wrong. The attacker is shocked to see his blow fail to harm the demon. The demon responds by brutally kicking the man's horse, sending both horse and rider flying with a scream. Terrified knights decide to retreat and warn the rest of their battalion about the demon's overwhelming strength. As they flee, one shouts that they will return to rescue their stranded lieutenant. Before they can get far, a torrent of flames overtakes them from behind. The fleeing soldiers are confused and cry out, asking what just hit them. The demon triggers another spell, Quantum Ray, firing beams of light that pierce riders and mounts. Watching this, the prince asks if the attack is magic, and the demon explains he was born with light magic. The demon elaborates that he has possessed light magic since birth, and the prince jokes that such bright powers hardly suit a creature from the dark, though he agrees. Time passes and the party reaches a town, where they take lodging. In an inn, the prince calmly eats while his armored ally watches from nearby. Another companion comments that things would be simpler if the prince had traveled openly with the warrior from the start. The prince replies that if he had, the assassins would never have dared attack him, so their lord deliberately separated them. He notes they still have time before regrouping and invites his sworn brother to ask further questions. The demon asks about the holy light's power, wondering if it is unfair to demonkind, and the prince says harming the goddess's chosen warrior would normally be high treason. He then clarifies that, paradoxically, anyone is allowed to kill a warrior blessed with holy light because the goddess's justice grants universal immunity, even to the demon king. The prince adds that despite this theoretical freedom, no one has ever succeeded in killing a warrior of holy light. He speculates that if the demon king ever did manage to slay such a warrior, it would signal humanity's weakness and the end of the human era. The demon muses that these survival wars resemble his own life struggles. Irritated by the demon's detached laugh, the prince accuses him of acting like the conflict has nothing to do with him. The demon coolly replies that he truly is not involved, which infuriates the prince, though he urges his brother not to ignore the issue. The demon assures him their contract remains valid, and the prince relaxes, glad his monstrous ally at least understands him. The demon then asks if the prince likes dealing with other monsters as well. The prince recalls a so-called saintess he once knew, mocking her as foolish despite her holy title. That very saintess appears behind him, cheerfully saying she is pleased to hear his opinion, leaving him bewildered. Flustered, the prince tries to claim she misheard his insult. She laughs and pointedly asks if he is suggesting her hearing is defective. He backpedals by saying her hearing is extremely acute, though this only makes her challenge whether calling it monstrous is an insult to saints. She lectures that powerful people often misinterpret personal insults as attacks on their group, offering the temple's magical treatments for such mental issues, while the prince warily listens. An ominous sound shakes the tavern, heightening the prince's anxiety. The saintess grips his shoulders, startling him into silence. Outside, angry townsfolk demand the demon come out and face death, while the demon casually retorts that it will be their funeral instead. The commotion grows as the armored knight moves to respond. Entering forcefully, he commands everyone to be quiet. He then warns the patrons that they saw and heard nothing of what just occurred. Gold coins scatter, instantly buying the onlookers' silence. As customers scramble for the gold, the knight grumbles that bribing the crowd was never part of his contract with the demon. Narration introduces the saintess as a unique holy knight created from a saint. It explains that goddesses create saints through long, blessed training, taking over a decade compared to the instant creation of warriors. Because raising a saint is so costly, only one is trained at a time, but once complete she becomes an ideal fusion of abilities. Her body is described as magically augmented with blessed metal bones, densely compressed muscles, and superhuman powers. The prince curses internally, realizing she reached sainthood before he could monopolize such talent for himself. He recalls first meeting her as a gifted child and resents that the priest discovered and took her to the church before he could. In the present, he begins to confess his own worries. He wonders fearfully whether he will be able to defeat this overwhelmingly powerful saintess. Meanwhile, the armored knight walks alone through the city streets toward their rendezvous point. He arrives to find the prince and saintess already arguing heatedly. The knight asks dryly if they are done fighting yet. Both angrily declare that they have not finished their quarrel. The knight tells them to wrap it up quickly because the warrior will be arriving soon. The saintess, still annoyed, excuses herself, saying she has preparations to make. Watching her leave, the prince grinds his teeth and vows revenge the next time they meet. Turning his frustration on his sworn brother, he snaps for the demon's attention. The demon's response is a swift chokeslam that cuts off the prince's rant. Holding him firmly, the demon states he accepts being the prince's guardian knight but never agreed to act as his babysitter. He finishes by coldly warning the prince not to burden him with any more unnecessary trouble. The prince clutches his throat in pain while the armored knight turns away. Grimacing, the prince snaps at the knight to stop meddling when he knows nothing. The warrior approaches the assembled group in the town square. Narration explains the warrior arrived on foot, not flying or on a mythical steed. The warrior notes everyone is present, and is described as looking like a normal knight. The warrior and the saintess politely greet each other after a long time apart. The warrior thanks the saintess for his well-being and then turns to address the prince. The warrior warmly greets the prince again and says he is glad the prince arrived safely. The prince reports that the journey here was not too hard, though there were some obstacles, which relieves the warrior. Facing Kim, the warrior formally introduces himself as warrior for the first time. Kim responds by shaking his hand and giving his name. Later, the prince eyes Kim tensely as Kim looks ahead in silence. Kim internally observes that the prince is still sulking about what happened and acting childish. The warrior briefs them that the goddess has not reclaimed the monstrance, and that the current demon king is the strongest ever. He warns that once their journey begins he cannot promise their safety and asks if they will still accompany him. The prince and saintess silently consider his warning. The warrior asks what Kim will do. Kim firmly declares he will accompany them as the prince's guardian knight. The warrior slams his sword into the ground, accepting Kim's answer. He then proclaims the official formation of the Demon King Subjugation Party. A demon standing atop the bell tower exclaims that he was waiting for this declaration. Realizing the intruder is a demon, the warrior readies his weapon. The demon is identified as Francis, the Pride Lord, 7th Demon General Oman, who notes that humans have now declared war on demon territory. Francis spreads his arms and shouts that only the actual war itself remains to begin. His magic causes townspeople to scream in agony. Seeing civilians harmed, the warrior demands to know why Francis is attacking innocent people. Francis mocks the idea of innocent villagers and implies they ignored what he had said earlier. He reveals that this village is in fact demon territory, shocking the heroes as werewolves surround them. Francis states that no civilians remain, and only demons loyal to the Demon King live here. He orders his monsters to massacre the party as the horde charges them. The warrior curses Francis for his trickery. Narration explains that werewolves are low-ranking demons created from humans, who can never turn back and serve higher demons until death. Francis doubts these werewolves can defeat the heroes and calls this attack only a light greeting. He says it is time for him to begin his own task. He targets the prince first as a werewolf lunges at the prince from behind. The prince dodges as the werewolf rushes past him. The prince counters with a powerful golden shield strike. Narration notes his shield of sword and light is used offensively as he attacks with it. Francis analyzes that the prince also moves with acrobatic-like evasive techniques while fighting the werewolves. He then turns his attention to observing the saintess. Narration states the saintess is covered by extensive support magic. Francis begins to comment on her fighting style as a werewolf charges her. The saintess smashes the werewolf into the ground with an explosive attack, startling Francis. He nervously notes how extremely aggressive her combat style is. Francis shifts focus to evaluating the warrior next. While the warrior cuts down foes, Francis observes that he fights in a very traditional sword style. A loud crash sounds, drawing the warrior's attention. A small werewolf child leaps at him. Thinking she must once have been an innocent child, the warrior apologizes as he prepares to strike. Blood sprays, implying he has slain the transformed child. Believing his analysis complete, Francis decides his objective has been fulfilled and prepares to leave. He pauses, sensing that something is off. Realizing he has lost track of one of the 4 heroes, he wonders where the missing member went. Kim is revealed behind him in the bell tower, raising a massive hammer unnoticed. Shocked, Francis cannot understand how Kim got behind him without detection. He panics that this cannot be happening to someone of his rank as the 7th Demon General. Kim swings, and blood spatters across his helmeted face. In a dark place, another demon informs someone that Oman has been defeated and one of the 7 generals is gone. Another demon mocks Oman's arrogance, saying he should be called carelessness instead. They conclude that whoever killed him must be strong enough to take down a demon general, and that Oman's death at least revealed this threat. One demon reacts in disbelief, asking if the statement is serious. The speaker laughs that he was joking, calling Oman the weakest of the 7. He explains that the title of 7 demon generals hides the existence of 4 great lords, and that despite a hero and goddess, humanity's defeat is fated. He adds that the great lords have broken past the limits imposed by the goddess. Back at the village, the werewolf corpses lie still as blood drips from the church wall. Kim tells someone that the situation with the demons and their general has been handled. The warrior reports that all remaining werewolves have been eliminated. The prince examines a wound and mutters that it is bad before casting a recovery spell. Looking at Francis's body, Kim recognizes him. The warrior identifies the corpse as Francis the Pride Lord, a demon general known as Pride, whom he is seeing for the first time. The prince reasons that as a high-ranking information manager, Pride should have been important, so using mere werewolves seems strangely weak. He speculates that Pride may no longer have needed that power, implying a deeper scheme and that they were lucky to encounter him. He concludes that Pride's real enemy may be someone other than them, glancing at Kim. A shadow falls over a dead werewolf, hinting at Kim's interest in the remains. Kim wonders if these low-tier demons might benefit his own abilities, recalling that eating lizard men improved his compatibility with amphibians and deducing that consuming werewolves might enhance his compatibility with mammals. He smiles in anticipation, eager to test the results. Later, the prince silently watches Kim while Francis's body lies at his feet. Kim casually asks the prince if he plans to eat the corpse. Embarrassed, the prince urges Kim to watch his words with others around. Kim remarks that Pride, the Demon King's information general, died too easily for someone of such status. The prince suggests the Demon King may have discarded Pride as useless and asks Kim's opinion, while Kim notes that information is valuable everywhere. Kim reasons that if the information manager was thrown away, demon society may have changed from what humans know. The prince agrees that such dismissal implies major social changes in the demon realm, and wonders what happened there. He proposes the possibility of a third force influencing events, puzzling Kim. He points at himself as the first and then points at Kim as the second, setting up the idea. The prince recalls Earth, realizing that another person summoned from there could feasibly be involved. He notes that the knight and nun are busy disposing of bodies and likely cannot overhear their private talk. Addressing his brother, he says that if a third summoned person exists in the demon kingdom, then tells him that would be their best chance to get rid of the knight and the nun. The group later buries all the werewolf corpses in a large mass grave. They shovel dirt over the pit to finish the burial. The nun leads a brief ceremony before a stone cross grave marker while the others stand behind her. She prays, asking the goddess to receive the unfortunate souls whose bodies were twisted by evil though their inner selves remained innocent children. Afterward, the party acquires an intact carriage and horse for their journey. The warrior comments that it is fortunate this carriage was still heading toward the kingdom. The nun then wonders who among them will drive it. The prince ends up handling the reins while Kim rides atop the carriage. A humorous note explains that Kim can only drive engine-powered vehicles, the warrior's code forbids him from driving for personal needs, and the nun never learned to drive a carriage, leaving the job to the prince. The prince remarks in disbelief that he must drive, while Kim jokes that it feels like a Dragon Quest game. Kim is surprised the prince does not know Dragon Quest and teases that despite time in Japan he missed out on life. The prince retorts sharply that if missing such things meant missing life he might as well have died earlier, and Kim privately calls him a brat for how he talks. Kim notes that the prince switches to Russian, assuming he has something important to say, and asks him to state it clearly. The prince agrees to explain and says he is talking about a method to kill the knight, which shocks Kim. Inside the carriage, the warrior reflects that with his experience he can tell killing Kim would be extremely difficult if not impossible. He recalls the impression Kim gave in the village. He notes that Kim slew the most werewolves using only swordsmanship with no visible skills, making him overwhelmingly strong. Kim thinks to himself that, with his many specialized abilities, the warrior's straightforward power makes him a troublesome opponent. Nonetheless, Kim concludes that defeating the knight is possible. The prince explains that knights must embody strict virtues, and if they lose those qualities they receive divine punishment, potentially weakening Kim enough for the prince to challenge him. When Kim asks if he has a concrete plan, the prince answers that they will simply adapt as things unfold. The nun overhears part of their conversation as she leans out the carriage door and asks what they are talking about upon entering demon territory. Annoyed, the prince accuses her of not recognizing coded talk and tells her to think for herself. She smiles thinly and chides him for disrespecting a servant of the goddess. Kim observes that the prince and nun bicker like children and orders a seat change to separate them. Inside, the warrior sits quietly as the carriage jolts. Kim drops into the seat opposite him, saying he had wanted to ask the warrior something. Gripping his chest, the warrior nervously addresses Kim. He asks if Kim would tell him how he became the prince's guard. Kim cautiously asks why he wants to know. The warrior replies that he simply wants to learn more about his brother's friends. His chest suddenly aches as the warrior's code against favoritism punishes him for singling Kim out. Kim wonders if this strange pain is the code the prince mentioned. The warrior, sweating, remarks that he would not be hurting if he had kept quiet. Yet he insists the pain is worth it to better understand Kim. Kim reflects that it is ironic. An older brother worrying for his younger brother while that younger brother plots to kill him. He finds this situation amusing. Kim finally explains that his relationship with the prince is based on a contract. Under this agreement, Kim protects the prince, and in return the prince must find a way to fulfill Kim's personal wish. The warrior interprets this as Kim seeking the reward promised for subjugating the demon king, and calls it a difficult wish. Intrigued, Kim asks for more details upon learning there is a specific reward for defeating the demon king. Narration transitions to Acropolis, a fortress city at the edge of the Grand Kuntine Kingdom near Demon Lands, where their carriage arrives. It is stated that this city lies only a few kilometers, about 20 in all, from the Demon Kingdom. The scene shifts to a local pub within the city. Inside the pub, the warrior suggests they stay there for the night. He offers to look around town to see if anyone needs help. The nun says she will report her safe arrival to the church and asks Kim to keep the prince from doing anything foolish, which he dismissively refuses. The warrior and nun leave together while Kim watches from inside. Kim later updates the prince that he has new information. The knight told him about the demon king's subjugation reward. The prince reacts with surprise, saying it is his first time hearing of such a reward. Kim explains that the goddess blessed the warrior to defeat the demon king, and that all participants will receive a wish granted if he succeeds. The prince slams down his mug and urgently asks if that is really true. Kim confirms with certainty that he heard it directly. Overjoyed, the prince mutters excitedly to himself that this is excellent news. He keeps drinking, his face flushing from the alcohol. Growing tipsy and exuberant, he loudly declares that drinks are on him and urges Kim to drink as much as he wants. He calls for another cold beer from the staff. As the pub continues its business, the prince and Kim sit at their table surrounded by empty mugs. The prince suddenly clutches his stomach, wondering if he drank too much. Feeling sick, he covers his mouth as he is about to vomit. The armored knight recoils in disgust as the blonde man suddenly vomits. Everyone in the tavern, including the knight, is shocked as multiple people collapse. The knight stares in alarm, wondering what is happening. The blonde man realizes in horror that something is going wrong with his body. Later in the city, the knight escorts the weakened blonde man through the streets. A citizen thanks the blonde warrior profusely, and the warrior modestly accepts. The blonde warrior says he is only fulfilling his duties. The man praises the warrior as a famous hero, seemingly impressed. The same man suddenly insults the warrior viciously, revealing a twisted expression. The warrior is stunned by the unexpected verbal attack. Drawing his sword, the warrior demands to know who this man really is. The possessed man calmly says there is no need for surprise because they already know everything about the warrior. The warrior wonders whom the man means when he says, "We." More possessed townspeople appear as the voice offers to properly introduce itself. The warrior senses danger approaching from behind. Surrounded by hostile citizens, he prepares for combat, shocked. The voice reveals itself as Paris the Gluttony Lord, 7th General of the Demon Realm, and tells the warrior to remember the name. The warrior deduces that the phenomenon is not reincarnation but a form of puppeteering. Paris compliments the warrior's insight and explains he has seeded parasite eggs into the city's water supply. He describes how the parasites grow inside bodies and seize control of their hosts' minds. Paris declares that anyone infected must obey his commands. He clarifies that the surrounding citizens are ordinary people he is puppeteering, making it impossible for the warrior to reach him without killing them. The hidden Gluttony Lord taunts the warrior, asking if he will break his warrior's code to fight through innocent victims. The warrior recalls his code forbidding endangering innocents, and is disturbed the enemy knows this rule. He suddenly thinks of a workaround, planning to climb to the rooftops for a better vantage point. As he prepares to move, he is shocked by what he sees next. Looking up, he spots his own companion standing on a nearby rooftop. Paris, speaking through the possessed comrades, mocks the warrior for trying to slip away and says he will not let him ignore the choices offered. Paris says he will now demonstrate the consequences of the warrior's decision. The warrior is aghast as the possessed knight is made to attack people he should be protecting. Paris, controlling the blonde comrade, ominously hints that the first injury was only the beginning. Suddenly the possessed knight's body moves violently as if something begins bursting from within. Paris and the possessed nun are shocked when the knight's body reacts in an unexpected way they did not order. The knight forcibly bows his two comrades forward, breaking their suicidal leaps. He then jumps down, carrying both of them over his shoulders to safety. The two unconscious comrades tumble to the ground while the knight stands over them. He remarks that at least this way they cannot kill themselves under enemy control. The knight orders nearby people to guard the fallen two while he goes after the puppeteer, and the warrior calls out to him. Paris notes the knight seems uninfected but reminds him he is still bound by knightly morals. The knight begins brutally cutting down the controlled citizens without hesitation. The warrior and Paris both react in shock at this ruthless advance. The warrior shouts at Sir Kim for attacking innocent citizens. Paris quickly tries to frame the situation, claiming the knight has just harmed innocent puppets. Sir Kim coldly replies that if none of the victims will remember, he is free to massacre them, then invokes the power of troll muscles. Empowered, the knight charges through the crowd with monstrous strength. His rampage leaves a gruesome trail as bodies are smashed apart. Paris screams at the knight, appalled that a supposed knight could slaughter innocents so casually. Sir Kim dismisses Paris's outrage as hypocrisy, saying the demon is the one who turned them into puppets and started this. Terrified, Paris hastily agrees to release his control and retreat to the demon realm if the knight stops. The knight calmly says okay, seemingly accepting the surrender. As Paris protests, the knight continues his assault instead of stopping. Sir Kim explains he understood perfectly and has been using the pattern of blocking citizens to infer Paris's hidden location. Citizens look up in alarm as a cloaked figure on the city wall is revealed. Paris, watching, realizes in fear that the knight is unbelievably deranged. Concluding the warrior is not worth the risk, Paris decides he must escape immediately. Before he can flee, the troll-armed knight grabs him by the cloak and hauls him over the wall. Paris screams as the knight slams him violently against the stone. The panicked demon begs the knight not to come closer and orders him to stay back. Sir Kim says the demon is actually very valuable to him since it has skills he lacks. He tells Paris to simply let himself be eaten like food. Paris reflects in terror that in all his long life no one has ever done this to him. He recalls his strategy of spreading parasite eggs through water to enslave everything that drinks. He thinks that even resistant enemies fall when he puppeteers their allies, making battles effectively won before they start. Paris reiterates that this is the method of Paris the Gluttony Lord, but admits that this knight has defied it. He is horrified that the knight, despite being a knight, mercilessly beat his comrades and slaughtered controlled humans without any hesitation or emotion, forcing Paris to go all in. Paris decides to unleash the full extent of his control power to overcome any resistance the knight might have. He floods the knight's body with writhing black tentacles, trying to seize control entirely. Paris drops from above, fully enveloping the knight in his parasitic mass. The knight reacts sharply as the demon tries to take him over. Paris's body surges, attempting to overpower and consume the armored man. The knight grits his teeth as the invasion continues. Paris declares he will act as a parasite himself and control the knight from inside. As he begins merging, he thinks others might call this suicide. The knight clutches his chest afterward, surprised, and wonders if Paris actually killed himself. He remarks that digestion was quick and assumes the demon was simply soft. Reflecting, the knight notes that on Earth he has eaten various parasites before, though their skills were useless. He remembers that those earlier parasites and insects never granted him new abilities. He reasons that this demon is different because it can control humans, so he should at least gain part of that power. Curious, he decides to experiment with the new ability. He flicks away a part of himself, testing the power on a nearby fish. Observing calmly, he says that thanks to his troll traits, experimenting on his own body should be simple. He focuses on his hand and notes something happening to his finger. The severed piece wriggles on the ground and animates the fish's body. The knight discovers he can separate and control parts of his own body, though with size and duration limits. He muses that if he eats more fusion-type organisms, the ability might evolve, then wonders aloud whether to finish this situation now. Elsewhere, at Demon Castle, the demons acknowledge Gluttony's death. A shadowy demon ruler laments that the Gluttony General is truly gone. The gathered demon leaders confirm all of Gluttony's experiments and parasite samples were wiped out, surprised that such an ancient being died. One heavy demon asks how Gluttony was killed. They explain a crazed knight massacred the controlled humans while hunting Gluttony and killed him as well, identifying him as the knight traveling with the human prince. A horned female demon notes that with Gluttony dead only Wrath remains among their great commanders. The demon ruler says that knight is nothing compared with Wrath, whose power is suited for battling large armies of humans. Another demon nervously asks what they should do now. The fat demon reveals that Wrath ran off immediately after hearing about Gluttony's demise. The council falls silent in shock before exclaiming in disbelief. Sometime later, the prince's group travels peacefully through a forest in a horse-drawn carriage. The prince reflects that Kim's ruthless decisiveness was undeniably effective. He hesitates, troubled by what that ruthlessness means. He thinks about how those killed were simply puppeteered humans. The prince wonders if someone with Kim's skills could have saved more of them. Kim bluntly replies that the true killer was the one controlling the victims, not him. The prince observes there is not even a hint of guilt in Kim and is disturbed that such a man guards the prince. He concludes that Sir Kim feels frighteningly similar to the demons they fight. Realizing Kim even shares similar brutal tendencies, the prince is unnerved. Riding atop the carriage, a knight asks the prince what is wrong. The prince and warrior suddenly see something ahead and react with shock. A colossal, mountain-sized beast looms above the forest path before them. The creature introduces itself telepathically as Drakus the Wrath Lord. Dracus declares he has come to avenge his fallen comrade Paris, the Gluttony Lord. The monster begins its attack, stomping near the carriage. The prince shouts the monster's title in terror as the group braces. Kim asks if the prince recognizes this enemy. The prince admits he only knows of Dracus from records but has heard of him. He recounts that 50 years ago a huge beast larger than a dragon charged into battle carrying demon warriors on its back. Kim estimates its size from those legends and remarks it now looks even larger. The knight is momentarily blurred as he processes the scale of the threat. The prince reasons the beast must have grown continuously over the last 50 years, like a giant reptile. Kim mutters that the thing is practically an entire mountain and wonders how big it can still become. Dracus swings his huge spiked tail toward them. The nun shouts that this is no time for talking and demands they focus on handling the monster. The team readies themselves as the massive body crashes through the trees. A wide view shows Dracus towering over the small carriage on the ground. Both Kim and the warrior stare up at the advancing tail in panic. The carriage is smashed aside by the monster's attack. After the impact, only the shattered forest canopy remains above. Dracus slams his body down, gouging a huge crater into the earth. The impact obliterates trees and ground where they had been. The three human companions lie scattered and battered amid the debris. Dracus glares at the tiny humans and roars at them as insignificant bugs. He demands to know if they are the ones who killed his comrade. The warrior begins to respond, but Dracus immediately says it does not matter who did it. The Wrathlord explains that regardless of who specifically killed Paris, he intends to exterminate any humans he finds. He vows that slaughtering enough of them will eventually avenge his comrade. Dracus slams another massive limb toward the party. The group sprint along his body as someone yells for everyone to run. The nun dashes forward, determined to act. She shouts to the prince that his shielding magic is needed now. The prince snaps back that he cannot possibly block such an attack, saying even his absolute defense has limits. She then asks him if he can parry the enormous blow with his skill. The warrior vehemently insists that such a tactic would never work. Desperate, he suggests the saintess endure the hit and then heal herself. She protests that she would die instantly and cannot heal if dead, lamenting that they are helpless against something that huge. The three companions crouch in fear while Kim stands and thinks. Kim silently considers the situation, while the others look at him anxiously. He asks the group whether they think he could defeat the monster in a pure test of strength. The others stare at him in stunned silence. Kim finally says there is indeed a way, prompting the prince to focus on him. Meanwhile, Dracus reflects that though slow, he is not stupid. He recalls a scar gained from once lowering his guard to smaller foes and reminds himself not to let rage blind him now. Dracus outlines the careful strategy he has honed through experience, beginning with using his detection skill to locate enemies. The dinosaur-like monster follows its strategy to clear the ground so enemies cannot hide and then attack them as they draw near. Confident in his thick hide and defensive skills, the monster believes this tactic makes him unbeatable, even against the knight. The red-haired companion hesitantly starts to object that the plan might be. She finishes by asking if the idea is not too reckless while the others eye the knight. The knight asks if anyone has a better strategy, and the red-haired woman admits she does not. The hero states that though they could flee, doing so would doom another city, so they must act. He resolves to fight despite slim odds of victory. With a shout, the hero charges straight at the huge monster. The others watch as the hero races across the battlefield toward the beast. The armored protagonist decides he must get ready for his own move, imbuing his hand with power. The hero sprints rapidly, closing the distance with sword drawn. He recalls that his sacred sword only deals absolute damage to truly evil beings, otherwise functioning as a normal blade. Observing the enemy, he judges that the monster's fury is driven by revenge, which he considers wrong but not entirely evil, so the sword stays ordinary. Realizing the holy sword is not at full strength, he keeps advancing on the monster. The monster slams its tail, and the hero barely evades the crushing blow. The ground craters from the impact as the monster's tail smashes down repeatedly. The hero positions himself directly beneath the monster's head, forcing close combat. He reasons that by staying close he can limit the monster's ability to attack with its long tail. The beast, however, shows it can still lash out with surprising reach and power. Taunting the knight not to underestimate him, the monster uses a special elastic tail attack. The hero is flung back by the shockwave, crying out. He manages to break with his sword and land, skidding across the ground. Breathing hard, he notes that he dodged a direct hit but the blast alone dealt heavy damage. The monster mocks the knight, shocked that its comrade Paris ever lost to someone so weak. The knight dryly agrees that he too finds that hard to believe. The monster accuses him of joking or begging for his life, preparing another strike. The knight yells that he never expected their plan to proceed perfectly anyway. Flashback to 5 minutes earlier, when the knight's allies warn him that the plan sounds reckless. The armored protagonist insists it is their only option, explaining that the knight must distract the monster while he attacks from underground. He identifies a scar on the monster's stomach as its weak point and the target. The hero nervously asks if such a tactic will really work. The armored man says it will if they successfully draw the beast's focus, since its detection skill cannot sense him underground though it might notice noise. The hero asks how long the infiltration will take, and the armored man estimates 3 to 5 minutes. The hero agrees to the plan and prepares to act as the decoy. The armored man wonders why they trust him when he could be lying. The hero replies that is impossible because one of his skills is lie detector. The armored man internally notes that skills do not affect him, so he actually could lie to the knight someday if he wished. They then wish each other luck, and the hero rushes toward the monster. Narration remarks that no one anticipated the plan would work so flawlessly. The armored man erupts from underground by the monster's side as planned. He races along beneath the monster's body, heading straight for its scar. He continues his sudden upward charge to reach the weak point. Narration lists his composite abilities: the strength of a troll, a mole's burrowing body, and dragon claws. With such power, he observes that simple digging will not be enough against this foe. The monster is shocked it failed to sense him despite constantly using a life detection skill. The armored man refuses to explain and instead transforms his whole arm into that of a dragon. He reasons that no matter how tough the monster's hide is, a full dragon claw can tear it open. The monster, terrified of losing again, vows desperately not to be defeated. It attempts to crush the intruder by collapsing its massive body on him. The armored man braces himself directly under the descending bulk. Blood spills from the monster's underside as something pierces upward. The monster screams in shock and agony as bright wounds appear. It lets out a deafening roar while the hero looks up in alarm. Inside the monster, the armored man calmly states that the attack succeeded. He notes the monster is too large to move freely and decides to use his parasite-based ability on it. Parasites spread within the creature as he activates the power. Information about the monster's organs floods into his mind, the locations of its heart, lungs, vessels, and brain. He finds the parasite monster's ability very handy and recalls that the beast called it a friend. He mocks the irony that the monster will die to the power of its own friend. Sensing something unusual deeper inside, he heads toward it. He savagely rips through the creature's insides with his mutated arms. Advancing through the gore, he tells the monster to hang on because he is almost at his final destination. He tears apart another mass of tissue and sees something alarming. His eyes widen in surprise at what he has uncovered. Then, looking disturbingly pleased, he declares that what he found is very good. Outside, the monster convulses in pain as the internal assault continues. The three allies on the ground stare up at the thrashing beast. The hero realizes this is his opportunity to strike. The monster feels its stomach burning from the internal damage. It begins to beg for mercy, pleading for someone to stop the intruder inside and spare its life. Watching the gruesome spectacle, the nun and nobleman react with horror and crude astonishment. The monster chokes out that it cannot believe it lost to a mere human. Its body finally collapses toward the trio as they brace themselves. The giant creature lies dead on the field beside the tiny humans. A violent burst erupts from its head as it expires. The armored protagonist emerges from the massive wound, standing atop the corpse. The hero's party stands speechless at the sight. Time passes and the group travels through a forested region. They walk together, still visibly unsettled by the brutal victory. The armored man senses that the atmosphere among them feels different and asks if something happened. The blonde noble admits that what the armored man did inside the monster was shocking, though he is personally indifferent. The armored man replies that he sees nothing wrong with it and only cares about the abilities he gained by eating the creature. He reflects that despite its size, the dinosaur's strength and muscles were not impressive compared to a troll's. Its hide was weaker than a dragon's scales, but he still profited greatly from devouring it. The first gain he lists is its lungs, which were composed of powerful muscle. He reasons that such lungs must support the giant body's huge air requirements, giving it strong inhalation and exhalation. Thanks to them, he can now amplify his own dragon breath attack. Next he examines its vascular system, noting its unusually strong veins. He discovers small auxiliary organs in the vessels that function like secondary hearts. By acquiring this trait, he can keep blood flowing even if his primary heart is destroyed, and he regards another organ as his greatest prize. After consuming this special organ, he boasts that he has gained the ability to fly. Meanwhile, a council of powerful demons convenes in a dark hall. One demon remarks that Wrath has also been defeated and that only the 4 heavenly kings remain. Another confirms this grim tally. The horned leader laughs that events are proceeding according to the demon king's plan. They conclude that the hero will soon advance on the demon king's castle. Explaining their reasoning, they recall that after the demons massacred a village, the hero will now try to eliminate them before they cause more suffering. The demon notes that by sending the dinosaur they conveniently removed an ancient nuisance while letting the hero think he conquered a top lieutenant. Declaring their deal complete, he announces that it is now time for humanity's destruction. He outlines the war's rules. Humans win by killing the demon king, whereas demons win only by slaying or subjugating all humans. Since the hero's existence keeps humanity from surrendering and he is the strongest being alive thanks to the goddess' blessing, demons must annihilate everyone. The demons therefore resolve to exterminate all humans before the hero can reach and kill their king. A demon enthusiastically praises the demon king's proclamation and swears allegiance. All the demons echo this loyalty in the council chamber. At the demon king's grand cathedral-like castle, voices shout praises to their ruler from another world. Elsewhere, the hero's party follows a trail of devastation through rocky terrain. The armored man studies the dinosaur's rampage marks as they track its path. Suddenly demon soldiers appear and order the humans to halt. The armored man recognizes them as enemy troops and prepares for combat. The demons rush in, screaming for the humans to die. One spiked weapon slams into the armored man's helmet. He retaliates, slicing through several attackers in one swing. Soon demon soldiers lie defeated under the hero's feet. The armored man notices something unusual among the fallen and reacts with surprise. He retrieves a blood-stained scroll dropped during the fight. Examining it, he realizes it is something significant. Later the party gathers around a stump as he presents the document. He explains that it is a map of the demon kingdom taken from one of the soldiers. The hero is impressed by the demon's excellent surveying abilities. The priest points out that the map itself may hold more crucial information and calls attention to a marked spot. They see that many major roads converge on one location that links to every battlefield. The nun deduces it is likely a logistics route for transporting supplies. Encouraged, the hero cheerfully suggests using the map to march straight to the demon king. The priest stops him, asking the hero to wait. Studying the map closely, he says the highlighted place seems suspicious. He points to a specific village symbol surrounded by reinforcing marks. He explains that this mountain village lacks strategic value yet connects directly to the main road, with the route terminating there. The nun concludes that must mean the village is important to the demon king's army. The priest agrees it is not certain but thinks they should investigate. The hero's instincts also tell him the location is critical in their struggle. The party agrees that attacking this key point might slow the demon king's advance. A week later they arrive in the area, seeing smoke rising in the distance. The priest confirms that they have reached the map site. They look down upon a village with buildings already partially burning. Inside, demonic villagers, including women, work in workshops. Children labor in fiery mines, revealing the town's true nature. The priest observes that, as expected, the villagers are manufacturing weapons. The hero anxiously wonders what course of action they should take. The priest declares there is nothing to debate. They must accomplish their objective here. The hero stops him in alarm, asking if he intends to slaughter innocent villagers. The priest coldly states that there are no innocents among them. He argues that since everyone participates in weapons production, every villager is effectively a weaponsmith supporting the war. The hero, enraged, shouts Edward's name and demands to know what he is doing. The strain and conflicting thoughts overwhelm the hero. Edward tells him to calm down and insists that acting now will not violate the hero's code, then asks him 2 questions. First, he asks whether killing these villagers counts as a sin. The hero replies that of course massacre is sinful and never a righteous act. Edward counters by asking if it is a good deed to raid an enemy base and kill their suppliers and blacksmiths, which the hero admits is necessary to cut off enemy resources. Narration reminds the hero of his own code that a hero must always act righteously and uphold justice. As the hero hesitates, the armored protagonist says they are wasting time and announces that he will move in first. Amid burning ruins, the blonde hero agonizes over whether sparing or killing demons is right, then steels himself to decide. A helmeted warrior finishes an attack with cold composure. The same warrior, helmet damaged and flaming, asks if he has eliminated the last enemy. Removing his helmet, the tired warrior complains that he is doing all the fighting alone. Narration explains the hero will only slay demons that attack him. The saint is panicked over young demons' deaths, and the blonde prince is busy comforting her. Calling his companions useless, the dark-haired warrior reaches for a discarded pistol. The blonde prince marvels at the strange gun the demons had been manufacturing. Inspecting it, he analyzes its caliber and design and mocks the demon gunsmith's taste. He then asks his armored brother if he understands the implication of this weapon. The brother concludes that the gun proves a third human from Earth is cooperating with the demons. The prince confirms this deduction enthusiastically. The conflicted blonde hero nervously asks if they discovered something important. The prince explains that demons intend to arm ordinary civilians for war. He elaborates that with such guns any civilian can quickly become a soldier, which is why demons mass-produce them. Shaken, the hero clenches his trembling fist, unable to accept this. As the hero walks away to the crying saintess, the prince watches them go. Turning back to the dark-haired warrior, the prince casually praises his work. He hands the warrior a rolled map as a reward, announcing a vacation. The map marks demon-supplied bases and he tells the warrior to go indulge himself there. The warrior realizes this is more work than rest but decides it will be a good opportunity to test a new ability. Later, a distant scream rings out, catching the prince's attention. Smirking, the prince notes that everything is unfolding as he had planned. The scene shifts to dense greenery in another place. A scream accompanies something plummeting violently into the forest. The blonde hero slams into the ground there, overwhelmed by emotion. Collapsing and crying, he desperately asks what he is supposed to do. The narrative jumps to the demon kingdom's port city Stuckbit, bustling with ships and docks. We meet Midden, a hard-working half-human half-demon boy laboring at the port. Foremen yell at Midden to hurry as he struggles to keep up with the heavy loads. After tallying his work moving gunpowder and coal, a demon boss pays Midden his share. Midden gratefully accepts the small pouch of wages before being dismissed. Counting the payment, he thinks it will cover food and rent for himself and his sister Myron for now. At home he empties the pouch, frustrated by how meager the remaining coins are while Myron happily eats candy in the background. Sighing, he reflects on his hand-to-mouth life where he must work each day just to eat. Looking at Myron, he resolves to keep doing his best for her as she urges him to share the sweets. He lies that he already ate plenty and tells her the candy is all for her, delighting her. Back at work the next day, Midden notices that carrying the same load feels easier and concludes he has grown stronger. He dreams that although he is only a port laborer now, he will someday rise to become one of the 7 demon generals. Imagining his future fame, he smiles as a dragon's silhouette passes overhead. Narration explains the concept of a triune brain, a secondary brain some giant dinosaurs supposedly had to manage their huge bodies. It states that such a secondary brain is what is called a triune brain. The protagonist recalls finding this secondary brain inside a gigantic dinosaur he killed. He reasons that because he can recreate other creatures' nervous systems, imitating their brains might grant him their unique body parts and abilities. However, he has avoided copying full brains due to possession risks, and instead realizes using only a triune brain lets him harness their power safely. Applying this, he transforms into a flying dragon over Stuckbit. In this form he turns his whole body into a dragon while keeping his original brain intact. He further combines Lizardman scales with Mystium Slime's goo to create dragon-compatible armor. He reinforces his lungs with dinosaur traits, grants his blood troll-like regeneration, and builds orc-level muscles, approaching the ideal organism. As a dragon he roars ferociously, unleashing destructive power. Below, Midden stares upward at the approaching dragon in awe. Realizing the danger, Midden panics as he runs with his load. He and nearby workers look up at the falling fire, wondering if the dragon is one of their own generals. A torrent of flames crashes down near them, turning the docks into an inferno. Midden's eyes widen in horror as the blaze surrounds him. Demons scream that a dragon is attacking and scramble to flee the burning port. A fish-like demon curses the situation, unable to believe what he is seeing. The dragon abruptly swoops down and devours that fish demon mid-sentence. Midden flees through collapsing crates, terrified by the dragon's sudden appearance. Remembering Myron, he decides he must reach her and escape together. Racing through the streets, he is grateful their home is close to the port. As he runs, the dragon crashes down nearby, demolishing buildings in his path. Another demon porter runs beside him carrying swords, both startled by the impact. Midden shields himself as debris and shockwaves batter him. Looking up through the dust, he sees the massive dragon looming among the ruins. His eye trembles in shock as he takes in the destruction. He then spots Myron's crushed lollipops and a small hand under rubble, realizing tragedy has struck. Overcome with grief, he lets out a soul-rending scream. Seizing a sword from a fleeing demon, he charges recklessly toward the dragon. Eyes blazing with rage and tears, he hurls curses at the dragon. Midden leaps high and drives his sword down, screaming for the dragon to die. The impact knocks him away, sending his legs flipping into the air. The sword merely grazes the dragon, leaving it almost unharmed. Narration reveals the prince's map marked sites where demon weapons were produced and stored. The protagonist notes he is destroying these locations to weaken the demon king's forces and is content because it lets him devour many new creatures. He is particularly interested in the abilities of the fish demon he just consumed. Deciding to continue his rampage, he keeps raising the port as a dragon. 10 hours after Stuckpit's destruction, demon leaders convene and discuss the disaster. One laments that the attack left them short on military equipment. Another says rumors blame a dragon and asks the dragon General Nate for her opinion. Nate, herself a dragon, replies thoughtfully as a member of that species. She insists the reported feat is impossible for a normal dragon, citing the hours of continuous fire breathing it displayed. A three-eyed demon notes that the legendary Dragon Lord is already present at their council. Nate snaps in anger, demanding to know what he is insinuating. She slams the table, shouting if they are accusing her of the attack. The three-eyed demon calmly argues that if one Dragon Lord exists, another is not unthinkable. A hooded skeletal leader cuts in, saying the key issue is planning their response, not debating the dragon's identity. Another general agrees and asks this strategist, called Envy, for suggestions. Envy explains that the Dragon of Stuckpit has become a terrifying legend among demons, and slaying it would boost their army's morale. Nate quietly admits such a powerful dragon could exist. She volunteers to hunt the Dragon of Stuckpit herself. Determined to prove her superiority, she vows to show everyone that her power as a dragon is on a different level. The protagonist muses that the Stuckpit raid has been his greatest achievement since joining the hero and prince. He recalls devouring many demon types there, each further enhancing his evolving body beyond simple mammalian compatibility. Thanks to this, he understands his transformation ability better and believes continuing like this will eventually let him reach his ultimate goal. He defines that goal as becoming the peak of all life, even as demons in another city notice his dragon form overhead and wonder if he is a general. A veteran demon recognizes the silhouette and corrects them. Terrified, he identifies the newcomer as the infamous Dragon of Stuckpit, causing everyone to flee. He shouts for everyone to run from the approaching menace. Narration frames the dragon's dominance as supremacy over all other living beings. The dragon's flames sweep through the city, igniting buildings once again. Nate flies toward the devastated base where the Dragon of Stuckpit was last reported. She reviews the report's timing and vows to track down and teach this unknown dragon a lesson. Arriving, she is stunned by the level of destruction she finds. Horrified, she realizes the dragon of Stuckpit accomplished this devastation in only an hour. Meanwhile, the protagonist, still in dragon form, casually picks demon corpses off the ground. Nate watches from nearby rubble as he continues feeding. Disgusted that he is eating the dead, she mentally criticizes his barbarity but prepares to confront him anyway. Seeing his crystalline green armor, she is confused because she expected a simple red dragon, not this strange hybrid. She activates a dragon skill called Dragon's Language, intending to dominate his mind with fear. Roaring that he must stop, she unleashes the overpowering command. The dragon of Stuckpit merely looks puzzled, still holding a corpse, unaffected. Shocked, Nate cannot believe her dragon's language failed to intimidate him. He replies that while she seems strong, she should stop assuming her authority works on everyone. He warns that if she tries to use force again, he will respond with extreme measures. Enraged by his condescension, Nate demands if he knows who she is. She transforms further, promising to show him true despair. The protagonist watches her power surge, curious about what she will try. Nate calls him a foolish little dragon and prepares a deadly attack. She charges him head-on, lightning-like power coursing over her body. Declaring she will crush him with her strength, she swings a massive blow. Their clash sends shockwaves as her attack slams into him. She repeatedly assaults him with frenzied bites and strikes. Nate screams for him to die while pouring everything into her rampage. 10 minutes later the battle continues, with Nate still hammering away at him. Exhausted and incredulous, she thinks it impossible that he still stands. She realizes he has blocked all her attacks and that she has never encountered a dragon this durable. He reflects that her blows cannot pierce his mystium-reinforced ogre muscles and that lesser monsters would fare even worse. Amused, he mentally notes this useful data about his defense. Deciding to run another test, he removes the mystium slime armor to see how his body holds up without it. Nate notices his defenses drop and sees an opening. Believing she has seen through his weakness, she lunges, confident his guard is down. Instead, he effortlessly grabs her by the head and stops her attack. He then slams her into the ground with brutal force. Bloodied, Nate is dragged or whipped violently, further battered. She scrambles away but is quickly chased and struck again. Gloating, she briefly thinks she has hurt him, asking mockingly how he likes it. He stands with only a shallow wound, beginning to tell her that even his flesh is hard to pierce. She watches in disbelief as his dragon body regenerates before her eyes and demands to know what he is. He remarks that he is finally accustomed to this power, and considers the field test complete. Out of respect for her unwilling help, he decides to spare her life and tells her to leave. Nate, trembling with rage and wounded pride, refuses to accept retreat. Shouting at him to stop mocking her, she screams that he has insulted the pride of the Dragon Lord. She vows to reveal the true might of the Dragon Lord in response. Gathering all her strength into a single ultimate breath attack, she prepares to annihilate him. Watching the concentrated energy form, he calmly says he understands and resolves that he has no choice but to devour it. As her devastating breath fires, he directly intercepts and consumes the attack. The ground erupts and something huge burrows, followed by Nate's anguished scream from below. Writhing in pain, she demands to know what is happening to her. Paralyzed and dragged by some unseen force inside her, she weakly wonders what this horror is. The battle ends with Nate's dragon body smashed into the shattered earth, overwhelmed by the dragon of Stuckpit's power. The demon explains that the flesh the dragon ate from him has done something inside its body. He reveals his flesh became a parasite that devoured the dragon's insides. Standing over the slain dragon, he warns it that eating everything leads to death and that it has no more chances. He suddenly hears a telepathic cry for urgent help and wonders who is contacting him. The blonde narrator introduces himself as the hero, the goddess's apostle, and a time traveler from 10 years in the future. He recalls that in his original future, humans and demons united to battle a colossal monster of destruction. In that future, even the Demon King, 7 demon generals, and 4 heavenly kings were all eaten by the monster. He adds that he himself was also fated to die fighting that monster. After returning 10 years to the past, he went straight to the Great Forest and killed the slime destined to become the monster of destruction. Because of that, Sir Kim training in the forest survived and later saved the prince from an assassination. The hero reflects that by changing the future he saved people, but now he no longer knows what will happen. He has no regrets about abandoning the known future and slaying the monster, but wishes he had thought more about the demon kingdom's fate. Regretting mischances, he thinks he could have done more for the demons, as we see him gambling with one. He specifically laments not knowing of the demon gambler Bassanio's special ability. 30 minutes earlier, the hero, prince, and priestess were walking together toward their destination. The hero asks the prince where he sent Sir Kim. The prince replies that he dispatched Sir Kim alone to guard an important place he believes Kim can handle. The hero accepts this and notes from the map that their group is close to their current goal. The prince suddenly senses something and turns alert. They encounter the demon Bassanio, who reacts in surprise at seeing the hero's party. Bassanio greets them as the hero's party. He introduces himself as Bassanio the Greed Lord, one of the 7 demon generals known as Greed, and claims this gambling city as his domain Grand Vegas. Bassanio proposes stopping large-scale killing and instead resolving their conflict through some peaceful contest, prompting the hero to demand what he is planning. Bassanio says they will decide the victor through a game. The confused hero questions this, but the overconfident prince quickly agrees to the proposal. The hero is shocked, while the prince thinks to himself that he wants deaths to stop. Bassanio accepts and internally laughs at how foolish the prince is. In the casino, Bassanio announces a special event centered on the visiting heroes. He proclaims a battle of wits between the heroes' party and the demon General Greed, Bassanio the Greed Lord. Spectators wonder whose side the goddess of Elmwood will favor and gleefully predict the hero's downfall. The prince steps up first to represent the party in the game. Bassanio declares that the game will be poker, and promises safe passage if they win. Remembering his past with poachers, the prince confidently accepts, certain his poker skills outmatch any monsters. Bassanio then states that if the prince loses, he will take the prince's soul. After losing the hand, the prince slams the table and accuses Bassanio of rigging the game. Bassanio feigns innocence while the rattled prince trembles over his losing cards. Bassanio reminds the prince of his own belief that cheating is fine if you are not caught, while revealing an unbeatable royal straight flush. Smiling, Bassanio moves to enforce the terms of the bet. He announces that he will now take the prince's soul. A poker chip drops as a sign that the soul-stealing effect has begun. The prince panics in his chair as the effect activates on him. His soul is drawn into a chip on the table. The prince's face appears on the chip, showing he has become gambling currency. He manages only a pained sound while his mind sends a desperate telepathic plea for urgent help. The hero cries out to the collapsing prince as Bassanio looks on. Bassanio explains that his unique skill Absolute Follow Forces promises to be fulfilled. Enraged, the priestess charges at him for taking the prince's soul. Bassanio casually blocks her attack and comments coolly. Startled, the priestess realizes her attack failed. Bassanio explains that violence cannot function here while his second unique skill Ultimate Peace is active. He boasts that with Absolute Follow and Ultimate Peace, he is unbeatable in gambling. Teasing the blushing priestess, he notes that the prince must be important to her, which she flusteredly denies. Bassanio privately mocks her for revealing her feelings, calling such devoted people tools. He tells her that if she wants the prince back, they should play another game. Bassanio proposes wagering the prince's soul against her own. In desperation, she slams the table and agrees. The hero protests that the priestess is being reckless, but she tells him not to worry. She reveals with a sinister smile that she is known in the church as its gambler, and boasts about spending winters gambling with other girls. Bassanio scatters cards and wonders which game they will play, offering several card options. The priestess rejects cards and prepares for a different kind of gamble. She orders him to put away the cards and insists they gamble with dice instead. Amused, Bassanio agrees and takes out dice. Time passes and we see both sides' dice and chips on the table while the priestess lies exhausted. Both her soul and the prince's are now chips, implying she has also lost. Bassanio, sweating, admits she was a formidable opponent. The hero is shocked that even the priestess has lost. Bassanio taunts the hero, saying he must bet his own soul if he wants to save his captured friends. The hero despairs, thinking he has never gambled and cannot hope to win. As he agonizes, he suddenly gets an idea. He lights up with hope as he thinks of Sir Kim. Sir Kim dramatically arrives on the scene as the hero calls his name. The hero repeats to himself that he has never gambled and believes the outcome would be obvious if he did. Still, he reasons that abandoning allies in danger violates the hero's code and he starts forward despite his fear. Before he can act, a body crashes through the casino doors, interrupting him. The ruined doors show someone has smashed their way into the building. A bloodied subordinate demon is hurled inside by the intruder. The broken demon lies at the hero's feet, evidence of the violent entrance. The hero looks on in stunned silence. Then he beams with joy, recognizing the arriving Sir Kim. Sir Kim steps through the dust and debris, entering the casino. Bassanio remarks that the new arrival seems quite aggressive. Onlookers mock Sir Kim for using violence in Bassanio's domain and expect him to die and be added to the demon's collection. Sir Kim silently sizes up the situation. He assesses that the prince and priestess have already lost and derides them as useless. Confidently, he decides he will deal with Bassanio quickly and return to his original mission. Bassanio warns that using force is pointless against his ultimate peace, which nullifies violence. Sir Kim asks the hero to confirm this claim. The hero affirms that Bassanio's skill makes everyone there powerless. Hearing that, Sir Kim realizes he is dealing with a skill-based ability. Bassanio explains that the prince and priestess wagered and lost their souls to him. Sir Kim asks if there is a way to reclaim them. Bassanio says Sir Kim must beat him in a game but must wager something of equal value. Sir Kim recalls that to rescue their souls he must stake his own soul as well. He clarifies that he simply needs to bet his soul and defeat Bassanio, and Bassanio agrees. Sir Kim casually props his foot on the chair, signaling his readiness. Sitting down, he declares he will bet both his and the hero's souls together. The hero shouts in shock while Bassanio grows intrigued by the high stakes. The crowd murmurs as the atmosphere in the casino changes. The hero demands an explanation, and Sir Kim responds that since Bassanio took 2 souls they must wager 2 souls to win them back. Bassanio laughs, praising Sir Kim's cleverness. The hero insists Sir Kim should not worry, but Sir Kim responds that he is the better one to bet their souls. Sir Kim explains it is safer for him to gamble instead of the hero. After a moment's hesitation, The hero agrees to trust Sir Kim with his soul. Sir Kim informs Bassanio that he is staking both souls and is asked to choose a game. Sir Kim raises a fist and proposes an unconventional contest. Bassanio is confused, realizing Sir Kim means rock, paper, scissors. Sir Kim names his choice as rock and punches Bassanio in the face with his armored fist. The blow sends Bassanio flying across the hall as Sir Kim follows through with overwhelming force. Sir Kim internally reviews how his body negates being directly targeted by skills. He explains that while skills that directly target him fail, he is still affected by physical phenomena produced by skills like fireballs. Similarly, skills that merely accelerate objects like rapid shot can still harm him through the projectiles. But skills that directly target a person, such as guide shot or incinerate, have no effect on him, so he wonders about ultimate peace. He concludes ultimate peace cannot affect him because it targets anyone attempting violence within a certain area, and direct targeting skills are nullified on him. Bassanio, unable to comprehend this immunity, panics as his trump card fails. Sir Kim continues pummeling him, causing Bassanio to scream in agony. Narration states that Bassanio, feeling physical pain for the first time, realizes ultimate peace has failed him. That realization of defeat automatically triggers his other skill, Absolute Follow, affecting the soul chips. The prince's and priestess's souls return to their bodies as Sir Kim stands over the beaten Bassanio. The newly freed prince and priestess protest that Sir Kim's method seems like cheating. Bassanio weakly complains that the game results are invalid and that he was scammed. Sir Kim mocks him, asking if he dislikes the outcome and swiftly proposing the next deadly game. He tells Bassanio to guess whether his right or left hand will hit him next, starting the game as soon as Bassanio answers. Terrified, Bassanio hesitates between right and left. Sir Kim declares the guess wrong and raises a monstrous transformed leg instead. He obliterates Bassanio with a brutal kick. The stunned crowd realizes that Bassanio, a demon general and heavenly king, has actually been defeated. Demons panic and try to flee the slaughter. Sir Kim warns them that none of them will leave alive. The casino's windows and exit seals shut under Sir Kim's control. The hero urges Sir Kim not to kill everyone, claiming there is no need for more deaths. Sir Kim retorts that these spectators enjoyed seeing people's souls taken and that killing such trash is righteous. The hero insists that such actions are still wrong. Drawing his sword, Sir Kim says the hero does not understand the distinction between kindness and what is truly right. The hero, sweating, asks what Sir Kim intends to do. Sir Kim reminds him of the prince's earlier question about choosing kindness or justice and turns it back on the hero. He now demands the hero choose between abstract justice and what is truly right. The hero is left speechless, caught between his ideals. Sir Kim tells him to carry the unconscious prince and priestess outside if he will not help, as indecisive people will only hinder him. The hero begins dragging his two companions out of the shattered doorway. Behind them, the entrance collapses again, sealing them out as the killing begins inside. Trapped gamblers pound on doors and railings, begging to be released. Sir Kim prepares to massacre everyone still in the casino. His body distorts grotesquely as he transforms for the slaughter. As screams rise, he coldly asks if he should start cleaning up the place. Earlier, Bassanio had ordered his staff to lock every exit so no one could escape, a control Sir Kim now inherits. Now the trapped demons shout in terror for the doors to open and for someone to explain what is happening. One demon yells that a murderer is rampaging inside. Narration from Sir Kim notes that once Bassanio lost the bet, his abilities transferred to Sir Kim as promised. With those powers, Sir Kim gained new knowledge and possessions, including ownership of the entire casino. He explains that this fortress-like casino can be controlled by its owner's will, and since he is now the owner, he can manipulate everything inside. Looking over the bloody hall, Sir Kim says he would like to experiment more with his new powers but lacks the time. The mage removes all fire-extinguishing items from the area. Another ally boosts the oxygen level throughout the building. The strategist finally orders the creation of flames. Fire erupts across the ceiling, startling a blonde warrior. The warrior silently realizes what has just happened. He recalls being told there are no innocents and asks whether he will choose justice or what is truly right. Elsewhere, a cloaked demon lord sits before a vast ritual circle. The demon leader notes that only 2 of his top lieutenants remain. Shocked, he demands to know what happened as a shadowy figure appears. A young horned demon identified as the Demon King walks into the hall. The horned general bows respectfully to the Demon King. He reports that contact with the Heavenly King of Sloth has been lost. He adds that Grand Vegas, Greed's territory, has fallen and Greed is missing. The Demon King doubts Greed is alive and asks about his chances. The general apologetically says they should not expect Greed's survival. The Demon King laments losing 2 valuable subordinates, while the skeletal advisor says the plan proceeds regardless. Tearful, the Demon King rebukes the advisor for downplaying his allies' deaths. The advisor explains that Sloth and Greed died trying to stop the hero and that letting grief hinder the plan would waste their sacrifice. Convinced, the Demon King accepts their deaths as necessary to stall the hero and finish the plan. He apologizes, saying he is exhausted and needs rest. The Horned General assures him they will handle the remaining steps while he rests. After the king departs, the advisor chides the General Lust for not comforting him. Lust replies that his title is not about that sort of comfort. The advisor remarks that their titles do not fit them but insists only the king's nearly complete plan matters. Lust states that even their own deaths can no longer delay the plan. The advisor says they simply have to buy more time and casually asks which of them should die first. Lust is left speechless by this question. The advisor answers that he should be the first to die. Lust protests, but the advisor tells him not to look so troubled. Calling herself an old hag, the advisor says she will depart first. Smoke and debris show the aftermath of the casino fire. The protagonist crawls from the rubble, noting that burning the casino was risky because troll regeneration is weak against fire. He explains he protected himself with dragon scales and lizardman slime, but exposed regenerated skin would still suffer badly. Remembering a past dragon fight, he realizes he was lucky it did not breathe fire while he was regenerating. He gets to his feet amid the ruins, assessing the situation. He notices a badly burned, chain orange lizard-like creature that survived the blaze. Curious, he wonders if it was the demon's pet. The lizard suddenly rises, astonishing him with its survival amid dragon fire. He estimates the strange lizard to be about 3 meters long. He prepares to test something by opening his mouth. Grinning maniacally, he decides to find out how the lizard tastes. The salamander flinches and tries to pull away. He grabs its tail, asking where it thinks it is going. The lizard panics as he yanks it toward himself. He sinks his sharp troll teeth into its flaming hide. He viciously tears a chunk from the salamander's neck as it screams. Later, he and the prince return to their companions, the prince still holding his aching head. The prince complains his head hurts but prepares to keep going. The protagonist's brother notices him chuckling and asks if something good happened, privately finding him creepy. The protagonist hints that he has discovered something. He reveals his arm, saying he has now overcome his weakness to fire. He explains that the lizard he ate was a rare fire-resistant salamander. He realizes every cell of the salamander generates fire-resistant slime, not just its skin. By applying this trait to his troll skin, he concludes his vulnerability to fire is gone. His brother reacts in horrified disbelief, prompting the protagonist to question the overreaction. The brother uses an analogy of a man mauled by a bear who later finds that same bear calmly sitting in his yard. He extends the analogy, saying the bear then claims it can fly, asking how that victim would feel. The protagonist replies that the bear would simply leave if it knew how to go home, and tells his brother not to worry so much. He internally notes they are still teammates, and that if the hero only fears him, it could harm their cooperation, so he emphasizes his usefulness. The brother, confused, asks what he means. The protagonist answers that while the hero was unconscious, he performed the hero's duties for him. The brother is shocked and demands confirmation. A parallel narration states that the hero turned from strict justice and chose kindness. The scheming prince accepts this, noting it as the second time the hero has met such conditions and that one more will let him kill the hero. He visualizes the hero standing beneath him and thinks confidently that he can now kill him. Narration explains that the hero is Elmwood's strongest being. This strength comes not just from power but from a protective force akin to fate. In flashback, demon troops charge the party as someone yells to attack the heroes. The narration says the hero escapes deadly situations unscathed. Scenes show mounted enemies charging him, illustrating these miracles. Each time, external interventions or luck save him from fatal blows. His priestess ally warns of the demon king's forces, representing how comrades always aid him. Narration adds that when facing overwhelming foes, miracles occur and the hero still wins. Whenever he must rely purely on luck, it always favors him. Therefore, to kill him, one must possess power great enough to overcome fate itself. So far no one has achieved that, and demon kings and human kings alike have been slain by their respective heroes. However, fate's protection only persists while the hero truly behaves like a hero. Traveling toward the demon king's castle, the prince remarks how fortunate they were to obtain horses. He laughs with the protagonist, attributing their luck to the hero's divine blessings. The prince secretly concludes that fate will soon stop protecting the hero. He explains that a hero must be the most righteous, just and kind, yet this hero has already acted unkindly in the demon village and unrighteously in the casino, leaving only justice to discard. He states that stripping the hero of justice is exactly his goal. The protagonist asks why he is so intent on killing his own heroic brother. The prince admits his original plan differed and that he is now exploiting a scheme left by a certain crazy old man, piquing the protagonist's curiosity. In flashback, he reveals that the king planned to make the first prince heir and the second prince merely his assistant. The king therefore devised a way to turn the hero into someone who is no longer a hero. By forcing the hero into dishonorable, unjust acts, the king meant to strip him of his heroic qualifications. The king never carried it out, fearing the goddess's wrath, but the prince uncovered and unsealed the plan himself. He says he is now executing that plan with his own modifications. The protagonist says he understands the origin of the plan but presses for the prince's personal reason for wanting the hero dead. He points out that the prince does not seem to hate his brother enough to truly desire his death. The prince remembers a time he shook hands warmly with his brother and thinks that if the hero dies, their father will suffer greater despair than any pain he feels. Clenching his fist, he resolves to kill the hero to hurt the king emotionally. The scene shifts to the flat field plains, where the party continues traveling. The protagonist notices something strange ahead. He spots the Demon King's castle looming in the distance. The prince agrees things feel off. The protagonist first suspects the unguarded castle entrance, but the prince says that is not it. The prince muses that demon castles in games usually sit over magma or swamps, so one on a normal plane feels wrong. The protagonist jokes about what insane nation would build its capital in such a place, and says he would like to meet its ruler. He still concedes the situation is indeed weird. He clarifies that what bothers him is the total absence of even ants in the surrounding area. Inspecting the grass, he notes there are no insects or animals at all despite passing rabbit holes earlier. Worried, the prince wonders what could have happened. The protagonist admits he does not know either. Still, he is certain some ominous presence lies ahead, and even their horse begins to tremble. The horse suddenly panics and rears, startling the prince. The prince anxiously asks why the horse is behaving like this. The terrified animal continues to shake despite his attempts to calm it. The prince wonders if it is afraid, though nothing visible threatens them. Another companion asks what is wrong as the hero stands tensely by the wagon. The prince explains to the hero that the horse refuses to move. The hero initially assumes it is just tired but then senses something off. He fixates on a strange foreboding feeling. He wonders if the unease comes from the looming demon castle or something else entirely. When asked if something is amiss, he says only that something feels wrong though he cannot pinpoint it. He thinks getting closer to the castle might reveal the cause, but with the horse immobilized, they are stuck. Narration states the horse has not moved since stopping, ignoring even the prince's attempts to feed it. The priestess confirms the horse is uninjured despite her healing magic. The protagonist tried scaring it, but it only trembled harder. Even the hero's earnest explanation of how vital defeating the Demon King is fails to move the animal. Resigned, the protagonist decides they must camp there for the night. The prince gently thanks the horse for its work and tells it to rest. The horse suddenly screams again, eyes glowing. It kicks the prince away and bolts in terror. Dazed, the prince watches the horse flee and stammers in confusion. The hero looks up, suddenly realizing what the horse sensed. He curses and draws his sword, preparing for battle. He tells the prince that enemies have already surrounded them. A cold voice mocks the hero's party as disappointingly weak. The unseen speaker criticizes them for failing to notice their surroundings. A skeletal foot appears, and the voice says their instincts are worse than an animal's. The skeletal mage fully reveals himself, wondering aloud how they made it this far. The party forms up defensively in front of the wagon, facing the hooded figure. The hero demands the stranger identify himself and explain his actions. The lich offers to introduce himself, saying he will not bother hiding his identity. As he plants his staff, shadows surge outward to encircle the party. The ground trembles and the prince wonders if it is an earthquake. They look around as the shaking intensifies under a darkening sky. Huge skeletal hands and arms erupt from the earth around them. Countless corpses and bones claw their way out of the ground. Various undead creatures fully emerge, eyes glowing red. The party reacts in alarm as the undead army closes in from all sides. The priestess cries out in horror that they are surrounded by undead. The lich formally names himself Lichman. He declares he is one of the 4 heavenly kings and has come to block their path to the castle. Narration elaborates that Lichman the Underlord, also called Envy, is the oldest of the Demon King's officials, serving for over 2 centuries. He has served 3 Demon Kings, fought the hero twice, and handled foreign affairs for a century. This level of experience is unattainable even for long-lived demons. The narration concludes that because Lichman is undead, such an unnaturally long and experienced existence is possible. The narrator explains that the subject is not a weak undead like skeletons, zombies, or blood-dependent vampires. He is revealed to be a lich whose soul and mana reside in a vase, granting him immortality as long as it remains intact. Lichman, empowered by death and feared even by heavens and the Demon King, was respected throughout the Demon Kingdom until a certain day. On that day, the previous hero and his party advanced toward the Demon King's castle where Lichman awaited them. To stop the hero, Lichman summoned a massive army of undead soldiers. The hero's light magic effortlessly annihilated those undead troops. Even Lichman's own body was shattered by the hero's furious light attack. By the time his body regenerated, the situation had already changed. Lichman discovered that the hero had slain the Demon King before he could react. Surviving demons spot him and recognize him as Sir Envy, wondering why he is alive when the Demon King is dead. Their gossip brands him as selfish, cowardly, and possibly a deserter, causing Lichman's confidence to collapse. Instead of silencing them, the intelligent Lichman refuses to shift blame and resolves to analyze his own failure. He begins investigating the battlefield, carefully studying why he lost. He concludes that the hero's light magic, which his undead army could not withstand, was the primary cause of defeat. Lichman then dedicates himself to increasing both his own and his army's resistance to light magic, leading to drastic changes. In the present, a new hero party suddenly finds itself surrounded by strangely altered undead. Angela panics, unable to understand how they were ambushed without detecting any undead presence. Her comrade notes that undead should emit hatred toward the living, yet he sensed nothing. Angela is shocked that even her holy magic failed to detect any evil aura from these undead. The prince insists that, detection or not, they remain undead and urges her to use holy magic. Angela responds, beginning a holy attack. She unleashes a powerful holy blast against the approaching undead. A skeleton is struck repeatedly by holy light, then something unexpected happens. Instead of being destroyed, the undead is healed by her holy magic, stunning the party. Lichman mocks their confusion and says the fun has only just begun as he prepares another move. He slams his staff into a magic circle, triggering a large-scale spell. Golden circles expand around the heroes and wagon, summoning countless undead in a glowing arena. Among the summoned appears a skeleton warrior imbued with holy light. The prince cries out that holy magic helping undead makes no sense. Angela is horrified that an undead creature is actually wielding holy magic. Lichman offers to reveal the secret behind his power. He conjures a radiant holy scripture, a Bible-like tome. Angela recognizes it as the sacred Bible of the Church of the Goddess. She demands to know how he possesses the goddess' holy scripture. Lichman replies that he is himself a follower of the Church of the Goddess. He explains that all the undead present are devout worshippers of the goddess, and therefore feel no hatred toward the living. Angela struggles to accept the idea of undead who worship the goddess. Lichman scoffs at her disbelief, pointing out she has followed the faith for less than a decade. He states he has worshipped the goddess longer than her lifetime, spent 50 years studying the Bible to gain holy immunity, and modeled himself after saints. He declares that his faith is at least as strong as, if not stronger than, hers. He adds that her 10 years of worship make her the junior believer among them. Pointing to a shambling zombie, he says Angela's devotion is roughly on the same level as that creature's. The zombie reacts in startled confusion. Angela is aghast that she's being equated with such a pitiful undead. Lichman explains that usual undead hatred stems from envy of the living. He proclaims that through belief he has overcome and conquered that envy. Channeling power through his horn, he declares himself the true lord of envy. The narration introduces him grandly as Lichman the undead. Elsewhere, Sir Kim lies in the wagon appearing to sleep silently. Angela refutes Lichman's claim, insisting undead cannot be just, kind worshippers and that a being like him cannot truly have faith. Lichman counters by quoting doctrine that everything, down to bugs and sand, is part of the goddess creation and thus capable of faith, including undead animated by her magic. Angela recognizes his quote as a precise citation from St. Ellen's epistle. She argues that even so, the goddess would not bless evil beings like him. Lichman replies with another authoritative quote that those who achieve the impossible deserve greater reward, implying his own case. He then asks rhetorically whether the goddess would not reward an evil being who attained pure, righteous faith. Angela, fist trembling, still labels him an evil necromancer. Internally, however, she admits his arguments and scriptural knowledge are correct and mark him as a true worshipper. She then suggests that, as fellow servants of the goddess, he should let them pass since their mission fulfills her will. Angela tries to support her plea by reciting another doctrinal line about respecting earthly laws as well as heavenly ones. Lichman answers with a continuation, saying obedience to heaven must follow obedience to earthly authority. He explains that though the goddess is right, his body belongs to the demon king, so he must obey his liege, as scripture itself states. Concluding that discussion is pointless, he closes the holy book. Declaring that his undead are impatient, he orders them all to kill the heroes. The vast undead horde charges at the party alongside their lich commander. Angela casts Holy Barrier, generating a wide glowing shield. The dome of holy light pushes back the charging undead. Yet some skeletons begin to heal and push through the barrier. Angela first thinks the barrier works as expected. She then realizes in panic that the holy barrier cannot fully stop these undead. A massive skeleton lunges at her as she is grabbed and pulled toward its maw. She braces herself for impact, closing her eyes. A powerful beam of light cuts in front of her as someone casts Shield of Light. Eddie shouts Angela's name, warning her that now is no time to lose focus. He urges her again to stay alert amidst the surrounding undead. Eddie himself cuts down multiple skeletons with swift sword strikes. Angela watches him fight and calls his name, clearly moved. A flashback shows a younger Eddie protecting her from a ferocious beast, mirroring the present. She forces herself to suppress inappropriate feelings, reminding herself of her duty as a saintess. Eddie continues fighting, cleaving a skeleton while bathed in light. One skeleton shatters near him in an explosive blow. Angela apologizes to the prince for spacing out, and he assures her things are under control for now. Back at the wagon, a screaming undead climbs up as Sir Kim still seems to be dozing. The attacking undead is suddenly crushed violently. Sir Kim, now awake and annoyed by the noise, complains that it is too loud. The prince rejoices that Sir Kim is unharmed. The prince jumps up to the wagon to join him. He expresses relief at Kim's condition while Kim begins to comment on the strange undead. The prince starts to warn Kim that light magic does not work on these enemies. As Kim strides forward heedlessly, the prince anxiously calls for him to wait. He again warns that light magic is ineffective and urges Kim not to rush. Kim dismissively replies that it does not matter. The prince is baffled by Kim's nonchalance. An undead charges Kim, who calmly faces it. Kim blocks its attack barehanded, gripping its arm. With raw strength he twists and swings the undead around. He smashes the creature brutally, using it as a weapon. Kim continues pulverizing enemies in a bloody frenzy. The prince, watching this, realizes that physical blows still break the undead. He falls silent, suddenly understanding. He reflects that relying only on light magic was a limiting stereotype. Determined, he decides they can still defeat the undead by simply fighting harder with his sword. He reaffirms that despite holy magic failing, these are still Demon King's servants deserving no mercy. He believes his holy blade, even without holy effect, is powerful enough to damage them significantly. Resolute, he vows not just to cut but to completely destroy the undead. He reasons that because light magic fails, severed undead will rise again, but his indestructible holy blade lets him smash them repeatedly. Angela joins the melee, pummeling a skeleton's skull with a devastating punch. She recalls old papal teachings that even bare fists are enough to protect the faithful, validating her unarmed fighting style. Eddie notes that though his specialty of light magic is neutralized, there are many other ways to apply magic in battle. Kim observes that the party is performing better than expected but that the number of undead is still overwhelming. He concludes that at this rate the fight will never end. Lichman gleefully tells them that even killing thousands would barely dent his vast undead host, and that they will eventually join it. He laughs triumphantly over his seemingly endless army. Suddenly a massive pillar of fire erupts in the distance, startling him and his troops. Lichman stares up, shocked by the blazing spectacle. A fiery dragon silhouette emerges from the inferno. The heroes and Lichman alike gape as Sir Kim transforms into a fire dragon and takes to the sky. Now riding on Kim's dragon back, the heroes realize his transformation cleared the surrounding undead. Dragon form Kim announces they will head straight for the Demon King's castle. One prince notices that Eddie shows no surprise and wonders if he already knew about Kim's secret. Nervously, the prince hesitates, trying to ask if Sir Kim is actually a dragon. Eddie denies that simple explanation when others suggest it. As they stand on the dragon's back, the prince demands to know what Kim truly is. Eddie apologizes, saying he cannot explain due to a promise with Kim. Flying toward the castle, Eddie adds only that Kim was born different, and is dangerous enough to become everyone's enemy with a single misstep. The prince internally reasons that someone who can turn into a dragon and was born unusual must be something specific. He blurts out that Sir Kim is likely a shapeshifter, which Eddie noncommittally acknowledges. The prince recalls that shape-shifting is a power of demon doppelgangers, implying Kim is either a traitorous demon or half-demon, aligning with Eddie's hint. He then considers a third, unspoken possibility but quickly rejects it as impossible. He reassures himself that Kim cannot be the legendary monster of destruction. Reflecting on Kim's help against demon generals and the recent rescue from undead, he reinforces his trust. He also reminds himself that he personally slew the monster of destruction in the past. Feeling guilty, he admits he was wrong to doubt Kim. He concludes there is no way Kim is that apocalyptic monster. Meanwhile, Lichman curses as the dragon escapes his reach. Kim's dragon form flies toward the Demon King's fortress towering under dark clouds. One prince marvels that they reached the castle in under 30 minutes thanks to Kim. Looking down, he comments that the Demon King's castle appears surprisingly ordinary. Kim warns him they cannot admire it yet and tells him to look behind. They see the undead army still pursuing them and Angela notes they will catch up in about 2 hours. The prince repeats the 2-hour estimate, thinking hard. He calculates that they must defeat the Demon King and escape on Kim's back within those 2 hours. He worries their timing is tight and that failing to kill the Demon King before the undead arrive will trap them. He concludes that someone must delay the undead, and only Kim is capable of buying that time. Addressing Kim, he begins to request this dangerous favor. The dragon lands forcefully in the castle courtyard, depositing the heroes. Eddie dismounts, readying himself as they arrive. The group thanks Kim and rushes toward the tower while he acknowledges their request. Kim remains behind the charging heroes, preparing for his role as they head into the fortress. Angela spots incoming demon guards and reacts with alarm. Demon soldiers shout that human heroes have intruded, raising the alarm within the Demon King's castle. The humans race toward the demon castle while the defenders shout to stop them. A furious horned demon yells at the fleeing human youths. The charging demon is suddenly splattered with strange purple liquid. Confused, he inspects the sticky purple substance covering his hand, wondering if it is oil or poison. Realizing something, the demon stiffens as the goo covers his body. The castle gate erupts in massive explosions. The dragon explains that the liquid is highly flammable fuel from its body and that the resulting fire will block the gate. Outside, the undead army sees the castle gate tower consumed by fire and explosions. Their undead commander curses the dragon. The undead lament that the humans escaped by flying away. The undead commander identifies the attacker as the dragon of Stuckpit and wonders if Sloth has been defeated too. Another demon says the attacker's identity does not matter, only that he is a dragon. The undead commander panics, repeating that it is a dragon. A narration lists the 3 weaknesses of the undead: light magic, sunlight, and gradual rotting. The undead narrator says light magic is bypassed with a new faith and sunlight by waiting for night. He explains they avoid rotting by drying the undead, which makes them highly flammable like firewood. He admits fire endurance magic cannot fully resist dragon breath. He concludes that even going to help the Demon King right now would be useless. The undead host begins to withdraw with their commander. The commander decides they would only serve as fuel for the dragon, entrusts the Demon King's safety to Lust, and focuses on his own task. He vows to kill the dragon himself. Inside the castle, the party rushes forward and encounters more demons. The hero dashes in and cuts down the blocking demons in a single sweeping attack. He calls his companions to follow him down a specific route. Suddenly a massive object drops toward the hero from above. The object slams into the floor, exploding and halting their advance. The priestess and prince shout in alarm for the hero. A towering, lightning-veined demon appears, declaring that the heroes can go no farther. Narration introduces him as Julius the Lust Lord, also called Lust. Further narration describes Lust as a muscle-bound demon. A flashback shows Julius 10 years earlier as a slender incubus. Exposition explains that incubi are charming magic-using demons who drain humans, value beauty, and dislike muscles. It says Julius once fit that norm, prompting the question of how he became so big and strong. The narration asks why he fights with his body instead of magic and says it began after he lost something precious 10 years ago. 10 years prior, the confident incubus Julius is contrasted with the present battle where the hero lunges at him. The hero closes in, sword ready, aiming at Lust. Lust angrily hefts a huge boulder, calling the hero a brat. Annoyed that his flashback was interrupted, he hurls the massive rock. The hero braces himself as the rock hurtles toward him. He dashes forward through the flying debris to counterattack. Lust charges, arm crackling with power, preparing a devastating punch. The hero meets the blow head-on with his sword. Their clash creates a powerful shockwave. Lust is blasted far away by the impact. Narration calls this a sad but expected end for the strongest heavenly king. It explains that unlike other sins, Lust had no hostages, overwhelming power, special advantages, or a huge army, so he was outmatched one-on-one by the hero. The hero urges the prince and priestess to hurry onward, and they agree. Buried in rubble, Lust realizes he cannot beat the hero by strength alone. Accepting defeat, he apologizes mentally to the demon king as the heroes run past. His hand falls limp, implying his death. The hero senses that the demon king is just ahead. Inside the throne hall, a white-haired, horned figure stands before the throne. The demon king softly calls out Julius's name, sensing his fall. The hero reacts in surprise, confirming to himself that this is the demon king. Outside, the dragon hovers above the stunned undead host. The dragon narrows his eyes, preparing for another move. From high above, he targets the distant undead commander standing amid his army. The commander wonders why the dragon has not used fire breath again and suspects another plan. He questions if the dragon might be unable to breathe fire and only stalling for time. A subordinate asks if troops should be sent to reinforce the demon castle. The dragon decides the preparation is sufficient. He dives straight down toward the undead army. The commander panics, shouting that the dragon is coming. He quickly casts fire endurance and strengthened fire endurance on his undead troops. The commander taunts the approaching dragon, inviting it to attack. As the dragon dives, purple liquid spills from his body onto the undead below. The undead are splattered with the same fuel-like ooze, and the commander is also drenched. The commander tries to block the falling glob with magic, but it envelopes him. Shocked, he demands to know what the substance is. He realizes it is some kind of poison. He scoffs that poison cannot affect creatures that are already dead and mocks the dragon's plan. The dragon calmly agrees that poison alone would not work. The commander suddenly fears the dragon is about to breathe fire after all. The dragon releases a small, seemingly weak stream of flame toward the soaked undead. Seeing the unimpressive breath, the commander hesitates in confusion. He laughs again, belittling the tiny flame and claiming his fire endurance can easily withstand it. The small flame instantly detonates the fuel, causing a colossal explosion across the army. The commander stares in disbelief at the catastrophic blast. Flaming, slime-soaked bones become torches as the fire spreads through the ranks. The undead ignited by the fuel explode in intense flames. The entire battlefield erupts into a sea of explosions. The dragon explains that while the liquid is poisonous, its primary role is as a highly flammable fuel equal to roughly 30 fire breaths. The inferno engulfs the undead army while the dragon watches from above. The commander mutters in denial as the firestorm approaches. He continues to deny what he is seeing, overwhelmed by the destruction. The flames finally consume him as he screams. Far away, an enchanted bottle begins to react to the massive magical disturbance. The vessel shakes and cracks under the strain. It bursts apart in a radiant flash. Text states that Richmond the Endy Lord's base and forces are completely annihilated, leaving no remaining demon generals. The surviving undead, coated in fuel, shriek in terror as the explosion races toward them. The blast and shattering vessel are juxtaposed, emphasizing the total destruction. One flaming skeleton's red eyes go dark as the life animating him fades. More undead crumble apart as the explosions tear through them. Another skeleton is obliterated in a burst of fire. The dragon notices that the undead have stopped moving and assumes their commander has died. He remarks that the battle is no longer even a fight and prepares for his next target. The narrator, inhabiting a slime-covered skeleton body, wonders if he should eat any remaining undead since his salamander ability lets him endure the flames. He notes that the burned corpses seem to have no useful abilities to absorb. He decides it would be better to head toward the Demon King's castle to consume enemies there instead. Inside the castle, armored footsteps approach through the corridor littered with defeated demons. A dying demon curses the approaching night and tries to warn the Demon King. The knight's lone figure advances toward the throne room doors. Sir Kim, bloodied but alive, walks forward in full armor. He suddenly hears the commotion ahead and focuses. Seeing less defeated, he remarks that the fallen heavenly king was not bad for a knight's opponent. Kim reaches the ornate throne room doors and prepares to enter. He opens the doors, stepping into the chamber. Hearing something shocking inside, he demands that they repeat what they said. Kim sees the hero, prince, priestess, and demon king girl facing off in a tense standoff. The prince angrily asks the hero to repeat his words, calling him brother. The hero repeats that he will not kill them and insists humans and demons must coexist. The priestess anxiously urges everyone to calm down and lower their weapons. Kim asks what is going on and tells them to explain the current situation. The prince coldly greets Sir Kim and remarks that he is late. Kim demands to know what happened to the demon king. Kim also asks who the trembling white-haired girl is. The hero starts to answer, identifying the girl while shielding her. Internally, he worries that telling Kim the full truth might be dangerous. Before he can frame an excuse, the prince blurts out that the woman behind the hero is the demon king. The prince accuses the hero of abandoning his mission to kill the demon king. The hero begs Kim to listen to his explanation as well. Kim asks if the hero is claiming the prince is lying, and the hero insists the prince's words are true but incomplete. The hero argues that although the girl is indeed the demon king, things are not so simple. He shouts that she is no longer the demon king in the usual sense. Kim and the prince, confused, ask what that is supposed to mean. The hero explains that while her body is that of the demon king, her soul comes from another world, which Kim initially dismisses as absurd. The hero insists he is not lying and cites his lie detection skill as proof that the girl is telling the truth. Kim silently considers this revelation. The demon king girl thinks that if she and the hero are both from Earth, it means she is the third Earthling in this world. Narration deduces that Edward, the prince, is a reincarnated human with a previous life on Earth. It explains that Kim is a straightforward otherworlder transported bodily from Earth, also counted as one with a previous life. It clarifies that the demon king is a human from Earth whose soul possessed the demon king's body, making her the possessed. Flashback shows her former life as an overworked office employee. It adds that she was an introverted fan of military fiction who preferred solitude. Because of her interests, she did not dislike becoming the demon king. She even liked the familiar trope of possessing another's body, common in her favorite novels. Treating the situation like a dream, she introduced Earth's technology and systems into the demon realm. This rapid modernization massively strengthened the demon kingdom and upset the balance with humanity, prompting the goddess to summon the hero. Despite that, she still thought like a genre-savvy reader, believing she would naturally meet the hero as the demon king. The narration stresses she was mistaken. She was not the story's protagonist, and her trusted executives were slaughtered before acting. Julius's death, in whom she had placed the most trust, finally made her realize the grim reality and brought back all her suppressed fears. With no options left, she begged the hero for mercy and confessed everything. Kim summarizes her story as someone who wreaked havoc through her subordinates and now surrenders because she values her own life. The hero frantically insists that is not what he means. The prince challenges Kim about believing her otherworldly origin, while the hero admits it sounds unbelievable yet maintains it is true. Kim states that while he actually believes the explanation, it is irrelevant to what must be done. The hero passionately insists that the girl is telling the truth. He struggles to continue, trying to add another reason. Finally, he declares that too many have already died and that he wants to stop any further killing. The red-haired knight anxiously calls out to the hero. The black-haired warrior calmly acknowledges what he has been told. The hero and the blonde prince glare tensely at one another. The prince declares that the decisive moment has arrived as the group faces the demon king. The older blonde knight, confused, questions what the prince means. Realizing too late, the hero lunges to block as the prince strikes at the older knight. The prince's blow sends the older knight flying while the demon king is also struck. The prince drives his sword through the holy knight and demon king together. Narration explains that a hero is defined by being upright, just and kind, and must find ideal solutions when those values clash, which he has always done until now. It states that despite the hero's virtues, the prince and Kim's malice continually exploited his kindness. The hero is shown having aided in a village massacre for strategic reasons, a just decision but not a kind one. Another case shows him sparing casino villains to rescue comrades, a kind choice that failed justice. Finally, he abandons his mission to protect the demon king, throwing away even his uprightness. The narration concludes that, having lost uprightness, justice, and kindness, he is no longer a hero. The mortally wounded knight stares in horror and weakly calls out to Eddie. The prince tells his brother that when he chose to protect the demon king, he stopped being the hero. He explains that the holy sword turned breakable because his brother is no longer recognized as a hero. The dying knight again gasps his brother's name. The prince admits he understands his brother's resentment toward him. From above, the scene shows the prince holding his glowing sword over his fallen brother and the demon king. The prince insists he had no choice in acting this way. The knight tries to protest that this is wrong. The holy sword drives completely through his back as he collapses, still whispering Eddie's name. The red-haired knightess panics, unable to grasp what is happening. She kneels by the fallen man, asking Eddie why he stabbed the hero. She begs the hero to heal the wounded knight quickly. Kim grabs her arm and tells her to wait. Shocked, she turns and calls out to Sir Kim. Kim urgently agrees that they must act fast or the knight will die. He then falls silent, veins bulging in his neck as something stirs within him. The Saintess anxiously calls his name again. Kim suddenly bites into her with a monstrous maw protruding from his armor, beginning to devour her. A flashback begins from days earlier, where the prince says the hero must meet one more condition before they can kill him. The prince adds that they must also deal with the Saintess before killing the hero. Kim finds this unexpected and asks what he means. Kim comments that he thought the prince liked the Saintess. The prince admits he did but laughs it off. He explains that they cannot let the healer who can restore the hero survive, because if his brother stops being hero and becomes first prince it will threaten his own succession and their contract. He describes the Saintess's miraculous healing, including past cases of resurrection. He calls that healing power a miracle. He concludes that such power makes Saintesses effectively immortal, and to truly kill one they must be erased completely. Kim asks how they are supposed to accomplish that. The prince reminds him that Kim can transform into a dragon and swallow someone whole. Kim corrects him, saying that the prince is mistaken about his ability. He reveals with a sinister grin that he can devour people even without turning into a dragon. The prince laughs nervously and calls Kim a very reliable ally. The prince worries that the Saintess might struggle even from inside Kim, but Kim assures him that will not happen. Kim explains that whatever he eats is transferred somewhere else rather than into his stomach. He adds that while he does not know where that place is, nothing can return from it because it is not physically connected to him. Returning to the present, Kim wipes his mouth as the prince and the bodies of the knight and Demon King lie on the floor. The prince silently surveys the aftermath. The Demon King's corpse, with a gaping wound, is shown to be motionless. The prince asks Kim if he wants to eat the corpses, saying he wants to confirm they are truly dead. Kim dismissively tells him to just discard them, reasoning that if the goddess appears to grant a wish it will prove the Demon King's death. The prince concedes that point. As he wonders aloud how exactly the goddess will grant the wish, a glow begins to envelop him. A brilliant light descends on the hall, startling Kim and signaling the goddess's appearance. Kim finds himself standing alone in a white watery space. He closes his eyes, then opens them, alert to his surroundings. A small green cube appears and bounces before him. Realizing something, Kim asks the cube if it is the goddess. The cube cheerfully confirms that it is. Kim questions whether that is its true form, saying goddesses are not supposed to look like that, and the cube explains it is an avatar created by the system. Kim asks what exactly a goddess is. The cube explains that goddesses are world-managing systems that create and maintain reality, handling skills and status. It continues that they also create monsters and oversee reincarnation. Kim reflects that goddess means a giving god rather than a female deity. He says he has a few questions, starting with why he ended up in this world, and the cube explains that Earth and this world are linked, causing occasional cross-world entanglements like the Prince and Demon King. Kim then asks why this world's monsters resemble those from Earth's myths. The cube answers that they were modeled after Earth and its legends. Kim checks if there is any problem with him having killed the hero, and the goddess says there is none. He confirms that he is being rewarded for helping subjugate the Demon King, though he and the prince killed the hero and Saintess along the way. Kim is surprised the system shows no anger over its chosen hero's death, and the cube replies it has no emotions. It adds that if it did have feelings it would praise Kim for his actions. The cube explains that the hero system was created to balance humans and demons and spur their development, but instead it froze both societies' progress. Thanks to this incident they can now abolish the hero system, meaning no more heroes will ever appear, prompting Kim to worry about unchecked annihilation. The cube clarifies that mankind itself consists of many races such as humans, elves, dwarves, beast men, and lizard men. It predicts that once demonkind is gone these races, now united as mankind, will likely turn on one another, and Kim ends his personal questions. He shifts to the main issue, reminding the goddess of the promised wish for those who aided the hero. Kim asks if she can send him back to Earth. The cube hesitates in silence. Kim repeats his request to be returned to Earth. The goddess finally responds hesitantly. She states that sending him back is impossible because beings influenced by this world cannot be transferred to another. Kim internally accepts that his existence is already bound to this world, so that wish cannot be granted. He summarizes that he cannot return via the goddess system. He then asks if, should he find a way to return by his own power, he would be allowed to go back. The goddess begins checking information, but Kim immediately cancels the request. He thinks that as long as the system and Edward know his intent, the contract will stand. Kim plans his next wish, wanting records of all living beings' strengths and weaknesses beyond what he can get by devouring a single dragon. He reflects that any single monster or dragon can still be overcome by greater forces, so he seeks power from a truly transcendental existence. He asks if beings whose bodies defy physics and normal discovery methods exist. The goddess confirms and floods his mind with knowledge about such eldritch creatures, including one inspired by Cthulhu on Earth. Overwhelmed by the incoming information, Kim learns about this Cthulhu-like organism that is still in a setup stage relative to Elmwood's civilization. The goddess offers to create one member of that species for him as a reward if he wants. Kim hesitates, wondering which option he should choose. He reviews phenomenal potential abilities like faster-than-light flight, teleportation, and extreme regeneration. He laments that all these beings possess abilities he covets, but he can only pick one. Kim abruptly declares that he will not use his special privilege. When the goddess asks if none appeal to him, he answers that is not the reason. He reasons that these beings will eventually appear in the world anyway once they meet system standards. He fears that reaching the top too early would make him complacent and easier prey for future threats. To him, true peak means an invincible existence that can never be killed by any being or force for eternity. Since there are still countless organisms he has not devoured, he decides it is better to continue growing first. He states that his wish is simply to be allowed to use his Demon King reward wish again in the future. The goddess agrees and marks his reward as pending until he chooses to claim it later. She tells him he can return anytime, though his companion's wish will take longer to fulfill. Asked whether he wants to wait for his companion, Kim says he will go back first. The goddess ends their interaction, hoping the ripple he caused will greatly change the world, and bids him farewell. Back in the cathedral, the prince's body glows as his audience with the goddess concludes beside the corpses. Kim, now also returned, is greeted by the prince asking if he is back. The prince theatrically complains about how shocking the goddess's appearance was. Kim repeats the goddess's earlier line about appearing as one's preferred type. He then realizes that to the prince the saintess's appearance matches his preferred woman. Later, the prince asks Kim if he regrets their actions. Kim answers that he regrets it every moment. The prince says it is irreversible but asks if Kim is curious about the wish he made. Kim asks what the wish was, explaining that he asked for information to help him move forward. Kim surmises that this includes knowledge on sending him back to Earth. The prince confirms confidently, saying someone as dangerous and unkillable as Kim cannot stay in his future kingdom. Kim then asks how he will return, and the prince says he will explain after they get back because the Demon King's reorganized army is about to attack an old strategist. Narration reveals that the Demon King's grand plans were actually a sweeping reorganization of his army's command, equipment, and tactics. It explains that this strategy, derived from a bookish human girl's readings, massively multiplied the demon army's combat power. As a result, the demon forces can still annihilate humans even without the Demon King or top executives. On a city wall, a human archer captain panics at the overwhelming number of attacking demons. A comrade is shot down, showing the defender's dire situation. The captain curses in frustration. He notices the enemy wielding unfamiliar, terrifying weapons. Overwhelmed, he wonders what on earth is happening. He despairs, asking if this is the end of humanity. Suddenly a soldier spots reinforcements and calls out. Projectiles streak through the sky, meeting incoming demon fire. Explosions tear through the demon ranks as new attacks rain down. The captain peeks over the wall, stunned by what he sees. Realizing they can probably hold for another week, he is relieved, expecting more reinforcements soon. Then the castle's main gate suddenly begins to open by itself. The captain panics, demanding to know who opened the gate. A soldier reports that it was the Knights of the Third Knight Order. They point out that this is the much maligned Third Order entering through the gate. The narration reminds us this order is infamous as a dumping ground for useless noble sons. The Third Order rides out confidently from the gate. Their leader cackles that this battle is his chance to achieve greatness if he performs well. The wall captain orders the gate closed immediately, but a soldier hesitates because the knights are still outside. Enraged, the captain screams again to shut the gates at once. Another soldier, seeing the mass of demons beyond the gate, yells to close it. That soldier strains on the chains, trying desperately to pull the gate shut. A shot suddenly strikes and sends him flying from the chains. With the gate stuck open and demons rushing, the captain grimly concludes humanity is finished. A soldier interrupts, shouting that something strange is appearing in the sky. The captain looks up in confusion, asking what that thing is. Edward charges into the demon army riding a red dragon that crashes down among the demons. He raises his glowing sword and loudly declares that everyone can stop worrying. Edward grandly introduces himself by full name and announces his triumphant arrival. In the throne room, the king, troubled, asks if the astonishing report he heard is really true. A kneeling knight confirms that Prince Edward, sent to defeat the Demon King, has repelled the demon army. Courtiers excitedly praise the second prince's achievement, impressed by his feat. The king, incredulous, questions how his son could have defeated the demon army alone. The knight explains that the prince's dragon completely burned the demon army to ashes. Shocked, the king exclaims that a human controlling a dragon sounds impossible. The knight insists it really happened and recalls the dragon spewing devastating flames. The king angrily rejects the story as unbelievable, while the knight swears he saw it with his own eyes. Thinking it over, the king concedes that since the knight witnessed it himself, he cannot simply dismiss it. Still uneasy, the king broods that there is more to consider. Nobles murmur that if Edward can control a dragon, he truly has kingly qualities and deserves the title Hero of Humanity. The king realizes he will only draw suspicion if he keeps doubting Edward, so he formally praises the prince's achievement and dismisses the knight. As the knight leaves, the silent king watches him go, deep in thought. The king scoffs at calling Edward a hero of humanity, thinking the boy resembles him too much. He reasons that it is believable Edward could defeat the Demon King in one strike because his abilities are genuine. Remembering the hero and priestess, he doubts the report that they died while fighting the Demon King. He concludes the hero and priestess survived the battle but were killed immediately afterward by Edward. The king grimly admits he understands this because he would have done the same thing. He laments that his plan to return the hero's power to the first prince has been ruined and suspects Edward caused it. Imagining Edward stabbing the fallen hero, he decides it would not be out of character for the boy to have carried out the plan and that it was even natural. The king's remaining question is how Edward committed such a crime without suffering divine punishment. He recalls that royal legitimacy relies on devotion to the goddess, and that killing the chosen hero should be an unforgivable sin. Yet Edward shows no sign of heavenly punishment, and when the faithful sought an oracle, they received an unexpected message. The oracle instead lavishly praised Edward as having contributed more than any previous hero, causing former supporters of the princess to rally behind him. The king still finds the situation absurd but admits that if the oracle is true, he must accept it. Clenching then relaxing his fist, he admits to himself that he has to recognize the reality. He concedes that Edward has changed and that all the rumors of his transformation are true. Sitting back on the throne, the king reflects that there is no law saying Edward cannot change and that he may have treated the boy too harshly. Looking at the palace, he resolves that he too must change his way of thinking. Narration states that instead of returning to the capital, the dramatically returned prince continued traveling across Grand Canteen, hunting the remaining demons. His image flying on a vast dragon becomes so iconic that even nobles who once opposed him now praise him as a hero. A few days later in Santo Almarouge, crowds line the streets awaiting his arrival. Edward and his escort ride through the city gate on horseback, welcomed as returning champions. From above, the whole city is shown turned out in dense cheering lines as his procession advances. Citizens excitedly shout that the prince has come and roar with celebration. Edward rides past the jubilant crowd, who raise their arms and cheer him on near the grand buildings. People cry out titles like Hero of Humanity and cheer Prince Edward, while he inwardly greets his father with mocking familiarity. At the palace courtyard, servants hurry to finish preparations for the royal audience, fretting over armor and timing. Inside, staff search for butler Eric, while Edward and his armored ally Javier wait calmly. Edward observes that everyone is frantically preparing for the royal audience while he and Javier remain relaxed. Edward notes that the king is wary of Javier after their last meeting and suggests Javier missed a chance to bask in honor. Javier says he does not care about that, and instead asks Edward to confirm that their current plan is foolproof. Edward confidently replies that the plan is reliable because he received the crucial information directly from the goddess. Edward prompts Javier that it is time for him to act, and Javier agrees. As Javier departs, Edward casually tells his brother to take care of him. A ceremonial bell rings within the palace, signaling the start of the royal audience. Edward strides through the grand doors into the throne hall, cape billowing and hand on his sword. As he kneels at the start of the carpet, a herald proclaims Edward's many grand ducal and regent titles. Walking up the long red carpet, he is further introduced with honors such as Champion of the Divine Sword, Founder of the Staff of Light, and Heir to the Seven Crowns. The herald announces that Edward Grand Canteen comes before the king while he approaches the throne. The king watches tensely and silently, sweat on his face, as his son approaches. Edward smiles faintly in return, masking his intentions. The anxious king questions in his mind whether he was right to accept Edward's return and to believe he had changed. A royal guard presents a cushion and asks Edward to surrender his sword before moving closer. Secretly, the king mentally urges the guard to seize that sword and kill the prince. The guard's gloved hand reaches toward Edward's sword hilt as if about to draw it himself. The king and the guard both sweat nervously while Edward remains calm and unreadable. Instead of resisting, Edward smoothly places his sword on the cushion and hands it over. He then kneels respectfully on one knee before the throne as protocol demands. Edward politely asks his father whether he has been well, and the king replies that he is glad to see Edward healthy too. Edward adds courteously that it is thanks to the king's concern. The king asks what Edward has gained from his travels. Edward answers that he came to understand the sacrifices his father makes for his people and how heavy the crown weighs. As Edward begins to say he has learned something else, he unexpectedly rises to his feet, surprising everyone. The furious king shouts that Edward had no permission to stand. Ignoring the rebuke, Edward declares he has realized what he must do from now on while gathering light in his hand. The sword on the cushion is suddenly enveloped in glowing power as Edward remotely reclaims it, shocking the guard. With a mask of darkness over his eyes, Edward proclaims that his father will no longer need to sacrifice or bear the weight of the crown. Horrified, the king demands to know what his son is doing and what he intends. Smiling, Edward says he is in the process of taking the throne for himself. Sword in hand, Edward advances toward the throne as the king reacts in alarm. The king curses him as a traitorous son and roars in outrage. Palace guards close in on Edward with halberds pointed at him. Facing their weapons without fear, Edward looks unconcerned. He calmly summons his light powers, manifesting a blade, armor, and shield made of light. One loyal knight protests that the prince's actions are treason and orders him to stop. Edward wordlessly slashes, leaving himself splattered with blood as someone falls. He then cuts down the surrounding guards in a swift, deadly motion. Watching the massacre, The king realizes Edward's rebellion is genuine and berates himself for believing the boy had changed. Yet he smirks that he anticipated at least this much treachery. He reveals that he already arranged elite assassins to ambush Edward at the right moment. The king presses a hidden mechanism on the throne, signaling his hidden killers. He keeps pressing impatiently, expecting the assassins to rush in. Hearing no response, the sweating king grows frantic, wondering why nothing is happening. A noble begins to shout for help against the treason but suddenly stops as something is clearly wrong. Several nobles around the throne grin eerily, revealing they are under another's control. The king, shocked by their strange behavior, demands to know what is happening. Narration reveals that among all beings he has consumed, the parasite Lord Pallas, with its bizarre nature, was the most remarkable. This gluttony parasite can live without a host and create a hive mind that manipulates and gathers many individuals. It can even separately control individuals within that collective, though the narrator's own traits made direct control weak on him. After devouring many demons and growing stronger, he managed to partially utilize Pallas's power. Though imperfect, he can shed pieces that infect others, letting him alter their emotions and erase memories, which inspired Edward's plan. Edward had cheerfully suggested they simply brainwash people using this ability. Javier agreed in principle but worried it might be too conspicuous, while Edward said they would keep it simple. Edward explained that they would just boost people's empathy toward him so he could enjoy witnessing his ideal scene. Javier recalls that infecting palace residents was easy. He just put parasite eggs into their drinking water. He notes that this method copied what Pallas once did and muses that he is getting plenty of use out of that monster. Back in the hall, the assassins lie dead as Edward faces the terrified king over a blood-stained carpet. Edward approaches, accusing his father of killing his mother among many other crimes. Advancing up the steps, Edward lists further grievances such as assassination attempts against him and sending Angela to the church. Standing over the cowering king, Edward says he has many grudges but that now everything will be settled. Raising his glowing sword, Edward coldly tells his father to die. Off-panel the king screams defiance, but the killing blow falls. The mortally wounded king gasps Edward's name as blood pours from his mouth onto the sword impaling him. With his final breath, the king curses his son and hopes there is a special place in hell reserved for him. Edward pulls back his sword, casually bidding farewell to the old man and saying they may meet again. The dead king collapses to the floor, his crown rolling away. Edward stands composed with the bloodied sword, now draped in a royal red mantle. As glass shatters above, he looks up with his eyes shaded, sensing the next threat. One of the unseen assassins crashes dead into the hall before he can act. The injured assassin weakly wonders who struck him down. Javier, revealed as the attacker, lands with blood on his arm after intercepting the assassin. Javier calmly states that the job is done. Edward, picking up the fallen crown, remarks that all unnecessary people have now been removed. He places the crown upon his own head, claiming kingship. Seated on the throne, Edward rests his hand confidently, and notes that nothing stands in his way anymore. The brainwashed nobles begin applauding the new king. All eyes turn toward the throne as applause echoes through the hall. Edward sits on the blood-stained throne wearing the crown and gripping his sword, fully installed as king. Later, in a dim throne room, Edward broods alone on the throne under the evening light. He addresses his absent brother, acknowledging he knows what the other wants to say. From the perspective of a cloaked figure with a hole in his chest, Edward says he already knows his brother's intended words. Edward reveals that the wish he asked of the goddess was knowledge, which granted him vast information. Using that knowledge, he could guide Javier to locate and eliminate all selected targets. That knowledge also included his late brother's final words before dying. Edward repeats those words about not crossing the line, amused that his brother felt no resentment even then. He declares bitterly that it is now far too late for such pleas, shouting this toward his brother's lingering presence. Standing in the dark throne room, Edward retorts that his brother should have spoken sooner, before he allied with a monster. Holding a glowing orb, Edward tells his brother to leave and announces that the world will soon change into something unrecognizable. He fires a beam of light from the orb at the spectral figure confronting him. Edward proclaims that with no one left clinging to the ideal of humanity, they must prepare for the true enemies hidden among humans now that demons are gone. He admits his rise depended on the monster's strength, and says he must repay that debt by sending Javier back to Earth. Edward explains that to fulfill the return ritual he must offer the severed heads of the elf, dwarf, hybrid, and lizardmen kings at the cathedral's altar. Looking over the city at night, he concludes that to gather those heads he must ignite a new era of war. Cutting away from the fantasy, narration finishes a written story where the prince overthrows the evil king and rules well, ending Chapter 1 of Epicurean Travels in a Fantasy World. Javier closes the purple book he has just finished writing and reading. Edward, seated across the room, calls to Javier and asks something as Javier looks up from the book. Blushing in embarrassment, Edward asks what exactly this Epicurean Travels in a Fantasy World is. Javier reminds him of his plan for when he returns to Earth to kill his old comrades, clean house, and live under a new identity. He explains that such a life would bring little income, so he is writing this book about his eating-based adventures to sell it. Edward doubts the current title's marketability and suggests choosing something more intuitive given Javier is the protagonist. Imagining Javier devouring monsters, Edward proposes the simpler title I Grow Stronger by Eating. Javier shrugs that the exact title does not matter since he plans to hire a ghostwriter, and admits he lacks talent for writing despite his eating ability. Javier confidently claims the book will definitely succeed because it is based on his real experiences and dreams of becoming a millionaire author and hit movie inspiration, while Edward notes reality is different. Edward can only sweat and fall speechless at his brother's overconfidence. Regaining composure, Edward says he understands Javier's plan for Earth and moves to discuss the method of sending him back, starting with the conditions learned from the goddess. Javier summarizes that they just need to kill each species king and offer their heads, then pointedly asks Edward if he can actually do it. The prince tells someone to wait as he pulls a thick stack of documents from a drawer. He compares the current situation to the past Demon King hunt, when they only needed elite forces targeting rulers. Reading, he warns that killing rulers now would let their heirs rally other races under a banner of punishing human arrogance. He recalls the elves' archery and magic as formidable assets. He notes the dwarves' magical mastery through metalworking. He mentions hybrids and lizard men surpassing humans in physical power. Concluding that humans lose when other races' abilities are considered, he fears being executed if they unite. He decides the priority is to strengthen internal human power. He thinks that by centralizing authority and uniting human nations, a full-scale war against other species might become feasible. Handing papers to the armored hero, he says this plan is only temporary as well. The hero begins examining the papers in confusion. He realizes he is holding a bounty list. Darkly, he asks if the prince is ordering him to do something. The prince insists it is merely a request and tells him to turn the page. The hero flips through the document further. His eyes widen in shock at what he sees. The document contains detailed maps and witness intel on monsters such as griffins, krakens, and manticores. He reads locations labeled Wyvern Spawning Grounds, Serpent's Lake, and the Green Dragon's Mountain, struggling to process it. He excitedly concludes that the dossier is essentially a treasure map of high-value monsters. The prince is pleased that his brother likes the gift. Rising, the prince formally addresses the hero as Sir Kim. He appoints Sir Kim as a royal secret investigator using his authority as heir to the throne. The hero, surprised, questions whether that office even exists. The prince admits he invented both the Guardian Knight and this new position, explaining that a secret investigator can travel freely with legal authority. Sir Kim agrees to the deal, thinking he gains the treasure map and social freedom in exchange for eliminating the prince's enemies. They seal their contract as he accepts the emblem of office. Sir Kim announces he will depart. The prince reminds him to return for next year's coronation so rumors do not spread that the Demon King, slaying heroes are estranged. Sir Kim dismisses that concern and leaves as the prince relaxes. Walking out, Sir Kim ponders where to go, which route to take, and how best to tackle the missions. He mentally sorts priorities and wonders how to use the trove of information most efficiently. He is certain only that this journey will greatly increase his strength. After he leaves, the prince sits alone in the lavish audience chamber. A hidden subordinate asks the new king if letting Sir Kim go is wise. The king calmly asks what he means. The hidden agent warns that losing a powerful guard like Sir Kim could endanger the king's safety. The king rebukes him, saying preventing such dangers is exactly the assassin's job. Yawning, he orders the subordinate to prove his remorse through results rather than words. The kneeling assassin obeys. Narration explains he is the royal head assassin and that Prince Edward somehow turned the royal assassins who killed the old king into his own subordinates. Flashback. The aging King Edward IV intended to pass command of the royal assassins to Prince Edward while the first prince became a righteous, public-facing king. However, because the first prince grew into a heroic paragon, that scheme collapsed. Even so, the indoctrination plan had progressed enough that the assassins were conditioned to obey both the reigning king and Edward once he met certain conditions. The trigger was Edward inheriting an item worn by the king, such as the assassin's signet ring. By killing the king and taking his crown, Edward satisfied that condition and gained the regalia of rule. Thus the royal assassins simply transferred loyalty from the deceased king to Edward, giving him one of the kingdom's 2 independent military arms. The other force, the Royal Guard, has already been brainwashed via monster parasites and also follows Edward without question. Edward thinks that once Sir Kim leaves the kingdom the parasites' influence will wane, so he must bring those troops under his own personal control. He muses that binding people requires profit, pleasure, and guilt, and plans to manipulate Sir Kim along those lines. Elsewhere, Sir Kim critiques the ornate full-plate armor he received from the prince as flashy, ineffective, and too closely associated with his former Guardian Knight role. He notes the armor is unsuitable for covert work as a royal secret investigator. He reveals a new, more modestly styled magic armor set that makes him look like a typical mercenary adventurer. Surprised it was finished in just 2 days, he reflects that wielding authority clearly has advantages. Even so, he considers politics irrelevant to him. Leaving the city gate in his new gear, he declares that from now on his focus will be adventure, not politics. Narration reminds us that in this world he is celebrated as the Demon King, slaying hero and prince's retainer. In contrast, on Earth he is a notorious internationally wanted criminal. He recalls being hunted by police, intelligence agencies, and criminal syndicates alike. To avoid being tracked, he abandoned hobbies like sports and online gaming, After past disguises were blown due to his attachment to games, reading became his ideal, inconspicuous hobby, especially standalone novels that did not burden him with extra volumes. Though he started reading reluctantly, he gradually came to truly enjoy it. He complains that this world's culture is primitive compared to Earth's. Books are noble only, scarce, and dull, though he refuses to despair. He discovers that while good written stories are rare, lively tales performed and spoken by others do exist. He explains how, before writing, people passed wisdom and history orally through stories and songs taught by parents and elders. A charismatic instructor asks who will help preserve such precious oral stories so they are not lost. Addressing a crowd, she urges aspiring protagonists to enroll in their school to become the main characters of such tales. The girl we later meet is introduced in that memory as aspiring student bard Phileena Greensmith. In the present, she is now a wandering minstrel, regretting ever trusting that school's grand promises. She laments that audiences demand flashy, sensational tales and ignore modest adventures of minor heroes. She concludes that to earn money, a minstrel must degrade into an over-the-top storytelling clown. Arriving at an inn, she grumbles that this was not why she became a minstrel. The narration situates us in Santo Febro, capital of Febro County. Phileena enters a tavern where various patrons, including a hooded figure, are drinking. Her eyes quickly scan the room, assessing potential listeners. She notes a loud group of small-time mercenaries at one table. She also notices a solitary adventurer, the disguised Sir Kim, sitting nearby studying a map. She considers the mix of mercenaries and an adventurer as potential fuel for different styles of songs. Seeing the hooded man apparently sleeping, she judges him a drunk but still senses he is dangerous. She observes that his armor is high quality, and decides it is smarter not to get entangled with someone of such background. Taking the stage, she reflects that mercenaries battle people while adventurers battle monsters, and they tend to look down on each other, limiting what songs she can safely perform. She worries that the wrong song might spark a brawl and ruin her tips, but reassures herself that she now has a special trump card song. She announces a performance about the beloved legend of the prince who slew the demon king and the knight who controlled the dragon. The nearby mercenaries perk up excitedly at hearing she will sing the famous prince and knight story. The tavern quiets as she begins to play and sing. A close-up shows her singing the opening of the ballad. The mercenaries praise her for picking a popular story everyone loves to hear. Coins start clinking into her hat as the song draws generous tips. Delighted, she thinks this song is clearly lucrative. Even though the reactions are good, she is internally sick of repeating the same song day after day. She reminds herself that the highlight is approaching and today's income depends on nailing this climactic section. She narrates the fabricated version where the prince grieves his fallen hero brother and is granted the knight's strength by a goddess to avenge him. She reaches the moment where the prince's sword pierces the demon king's heart. Just then, a mercenary explodes in anger at someone, interrupting the performance. The drunken bald mercenary assaults Sir Kim, accusing him of mocking the prince's story. His comrades laugh that both the drunk and the hooded man are rude louts disturbing the mood. Phileena panics as the performance's flow stops abruptly. She anxiously notes that it is now 4 mercenaries against 1 adventurer. She assumes the mercenaries will win and muses that their victory could inspire a new war hero song for them. She imagines the mercenaries paying her well if she glorifies them next. On the floor, the bald man suddenly realizes something is wrong as Sir Kim grips him. He screams in agony as his arm is injured. Sir Kim crushes his face, worsening the beating. He then slams the man violently to the ground, shocking everyone. The remaining mercenaries stare in disbelief. Furious, they rush Sir Kim with knives drawn. One tries to shout a threat but is punched in the face mid-sentence. Sir Kim's blows sends that mercenary flying into the wall, splintering it. Another mercenary charges, calling Sir Kim insane and lunging to kill him. Sir Kim calmly blocks and shrugs off the stabbing attempt without injury. Revealing a twisted smile, he looks almost entertained. Horrified screams and crashing noises erupt from inside the tavern as the fight escalates off-panel. Phileena, realizing how violent things have become, bolts out of the tavern in terror. She runs through the streets screaming. She thinks the incident is spiraling out of control and decides she must flee before being dragged into it. Narration comments that her decision to run was the wisest choice anyone in Santo Febro made that day. Back inside, Sir Kim mocks the bard's story, laughing at the claim that the goddess gave his power to the prince, and that Edward grieved him. He complains that he had been enjoying that ridiculous comedy until the mercenaries ruined the mood. One terrified mercenary begs Sir Kim for mercy as he is choked. A new hooded figure enters, shouting for the violence to stop. This newcomer strides forward, criticizing such brutal, needless aggression. She declares that he will no longer torment the weak. Throwing back her hood, she dramatically proclaims herself the holy knight Fjorkard who will not forgive his cruelty. Sir Kim and Fjorkard face each other tensely across the tavern. Sir Kim notes in surprise that she calls herself a holy knight. He recognizes the emblem on her armor as the seal of the goddess church's nation, recalling that holy knights are among that church's top combatants. Narration explains that the church state, resembling Earth's Vatican, dominates superhuman power in this world. Most superhuman warriors belong to this church state, whose influence is represented by a powerful saintess who once traveled with the heroes. Saintesses are described as human weapons with blessed metal bones, hyper-condensed muscles, and superhuman senses. Creating even one saintess requires immense time and resources, taking a decade despite heavy donations. To produce hero-level weapons more efficiently, the Church developed an alternative system that resulted in Holy Knights. Holy Knights are magically and spiritually modified humans forged like lesser versions of saintesses. Though each Holy Knight is weaker than a saintess, they can be mass-produced cheaply and relatively quickly, forming elite armies. An analogy compares saintesses to cutting-edge tanks and Holy Knights to slightly older but still devastating tank models. The narration adds that an ordinary person could never hope to fight either type of living tank. Back in the tavern, Fjorkard stands over the injured mercenary while Sir Kim still holds him by the throat. Sir Kim judges that compared to heroes and saintesses, this Holy Knight feels remarkably weak and that he could kill her with minimal effort. He decides, however, that provoking the church state directly would be unwise and releases the mercenary. The freed man runs away screaming while Sir Kim watches impassively. Sir Kim then asks Fjorkard if this outcome satisfies her. Flustered, she admits she is surprised he let them go so easily, since bullies usually ignore her admonitions. She explains that troublemakers rarely comply without making a scene. Sir Kim points out that she is ignoring the fact that they attacked him first, and he merely retaliated. She is taken aback, realizing that her intervention may have misjudged the situation. Sir Kim dismisses the preceding bard performance as shoddy clowning not even worth paying to watch. Embarrassed and blushing, Fjorkard can barely respond. She retreats to the bar, ordering more beer to cope with her flustered state, while Sir Kim eyes her curiously. Sir Kim clears his throat as he prepares to leave the tavern. He decides he has rested long enough in this town. Stepping outside, he thinks it is time to go meet his next important contacts. Narration describes Febro County as a backwater region that escaped major destruction during the Demon King's invasion because it lacked assets valuable to any army. It recalls how the Demon King's forces targeted key strategic centers, leaving sparsely populated, low-tech areas like Febro largely untouched. After the war, Febro County changed dramatically. Refugees from ravaged neighboring lands flooded into Febro, providing cheap labor. War-weary mercenaries also poured into Febro Santo, the least damaged city, to recuperate. Businesses expanded to serve the newcomers, triggering an unprecedented economic boom. But the influx of outsiders created a new class hierarchy with refugees at the bottom and native Febro citizens in the middle. Mercenaries formed the arrogant top class, swaggering through the streets and becoming the main problem. Knowing the prosperity depended on them, the mercenaries ruled by money and brute force. The Count, who should restrain them, only cares about profit and ignores public order. In a back alley, the hooded royal agent meets the protagonist. The agent finishes explaining Febro's current state, and the protagonist acknowledges it. The agent asks when the protagonist will act decisively. The protagonist says he can act immediately, and they agree to move in 30 minutes. As they part, the protagonist says he will signal when it is time. He walks back into the city streets as evening falls. Hearing shouting, he turns, wondering who is causing trouble. A mercenary leader marches with his men, dragging a beaten subordinate. The leader bellows, demanding to know who dare defend the Red Blast mercenary group. Shaking his subordinate, he rages and searches for the culprit. Watching, the protagonist recognizes the victimized man. The terrified man also recognizes the protagonist who once saved him. The protagonist understands the situation and prepares to intervene. He decides to advance his plan sooner than scheduled. The mercenary boss grumbles about bothersome work. Yet he knows he must respond to protect his reputation if his men are attacked. Hearing that 4 of his men lost to a single opponent, he curses that the enemy must be formidable and blames his underling. He schemes to bring a large crowd, intimidate the opponent into hiding, then claim a symbolic victory and celebrate with his men. He draws breath to shout. He issues a final threat demanding the culprit appear, but a sharp shout of "shut up" cuts him off. Startled, he looks to see who spoke. A drunken-looking local man steps out, angrily declaring that mercenary outsiders cannot run wild in his home city. The mercenary boss relaxes, seeing only a drunk, and wonders what this man wants. He smiles, deciding this is a good chance to make an example that will scare others. He orders his underlings to go rough the drunk up, and they eagerly obey. One mercenary advances, vowing to silence the drunk forever. The drunk grins and chuckles ominously while gripping his bottle. An arrow suddenly pierces his chest mid-laugh. His body is flung backward off a ledge as the crowd below reacts in shock. The mercenary boss panics, insisting he never ordered the man's death. Cries ring out across the city that a mercenary has killed someone. The disguised protagonist, mimicking a righteous citizen's voice, calls for people to rise against the mercenaries. His amplified cry spreads, urging citizens to take back Santo Febro from mercenary rule. Hearing the swelling roar of the mob, the mercenary boss realizes they are doomed. The supposedly dead drunk rises unscathed, revealing himself as the protagonist using another body. Narration recalls Prince Edward's harsh opinion of Count Febro. Drunk Prince Edward once called the Count a hopelessly insane fool. He explained that Febro, once a prime territory under the Count's grandfather, has decayed horribly in just 2 generations. Edward mocked the Count for remaining childish and incompetent even into his 50s. He concluded that the Count, whose only talent is aging, must be the First Lord to be replaced. The protagonist admits he initially thought the prince was exaggerating while drunk, but on visiting he found the judgment accurate. He observes that only the capital Santo Febro has prospered while the surrounding lands have degenerated into slums. With no army or walls, the outskirts are effectively hunting grounds for beasts and monsters. A goblin lurks in the bushes, eyes glowing. A young man by a campfire sees the goblin and screams in terror. He runs away shouting that a goblin has appeared. The protagonist casually emerges holding the captured goblin, remarking that such a place suits him. By day he hunts and eats monsters in the surrounding wilderness. At night he sells monster remains at the Adventurers Guild, then spends the money drinking in pubs and listening to music. He continues this routine for 2 weeks, leaving a trail of slain monsters. He describes those days as calm yet filled with constant, almost pleasant slaughter. Although he must return to the kingdom in a year, he insists this time is necessary preparation. Since leaving the Great Forest he has acquired many new abilities. He feels grateful to the 2 beings whose powers he consumed. Their powers broadened his capabilities. But unlike with the trolls and dragon, he gained so many skills so quickly he cannot yet grasp their limits. He studies and experiments, trying to understand what his new body can and cannot do. To familiarize himself, he spends 2 weeks shuttling between river and mountains, testing these abilities on monsters. After a day at the pub, he heads to the prearranged alley to meet the prince's agent. The agent, a royal assassin, finishes his report to the protagonist. The protagonist interprets the prince's aim as replacing incompetent lords, reasoning that the ensuing chaos and empowered monsters will benefit him. The assassin again asks when he will make his decisive move. The protagonist answers that starting a citywide riot is easy, and he could begin immediately. Half an hour later, the fake drunk is shot as part of the staged incident. The assassin is revealed as the bowman who launched the arrow. The body slides dramatically down the steps into view of the crowd. The faux victim reflects that a riot requires many participants. The protagonist notes he already has many potential instigators and intends to adjust his voice. Using this altered voice through the fake victim, he starts screaming that a mercenary has killed someone. He mixes in the voice of a young saintess to stir religious fervor. Then he channels the terrified voice of a past witness from Earth warning that villains plan to destroy Santo Febro. He adds the righteous anger of a former LAPD detective who once hunted him. Finally he layers on the dragon's roar to shake the city. With this powerful composite voice, he calls on citizens to rise up and reclaim Santo Febro from mercenaries. The mercenary boss can only gulp nervously. The cries of the enraged populace echo through the streets. Watching the chaos, the protagonist admires his own elaborate production. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blonde holy knight prepares to speak. She thinks about amplifying the aggression of citizens she previously infected via the water supply. Under this influence, citizens and mercenaries alike begin brawling in the streets. From a rooftop, the mercenary boss yells in confusion as the mob screams to expel mercenaries from their land. The protagonist smiles wickedly at the unfolding riot, calling it a beautiful masterpiece. In the royal palace, Prince Edward reads a report titled The Great Rampage of Santo Febro. The report explains that the riot exposed intense citizen hatred for mercenaries and led to the expulsion of all outsiders, including refugees. It concludes that citizens, mercenaries, and refugees all rioted and the Count of Febro died amid the chaos, which the prince deems an excellent outcome. Publicly, however, he crumples the report and angrily questions how such misery could happen. He theatrically vows to amend territorial laws. He decrees that even rightful heirs can be removed if deemed unfit by both king and church, and limits mercenary numbers relative to local armies. Smirking, he thinks everything is proceeding exactly as planned. Back in Santo Febro, the protagonist surveys the burning city and remarks that it is burning nicely. He muses that the more people die, the fewer remain who remember him, just as on Earth. He asks the assassin if his assignment here is finished. The assassin confirms but says he still needs to know the protagonist's next destination. The assassin identifies the next target region as Cavalos. The protagonist notes Cavalos is a territory recently plagued by griffins, as marked on his treasure map. He is fascinated by griffins, hybrid creatures combining lion and eagle traits, which match his preference for mixed organisms. The assassin takes his leave, wishing Knight Kim safe travels. Alone, the protagonist wonders if he should set out now. He senses someone nearby and turns, mid-sentence. He spots a hidden blonde young person watching him from the bushes. The startled observer, recognizing him, whispers Knight Kim. A narration explains griffins as dangerous aerial predators with lion-like habits and inefficient body structure. Their mismatched upper and lower bodies make them unbalanced in both air and on land. Despite this, people fear their strength and call them king of the skies. Their ambiguous but powerful nature and habit of hunting horses sometimes lead them to attack humans. This makes griffins a serious menace in Cavalos. At Cavalos' griffin-infested Rocky Mountains, the protagonist briefs companions that their mission is to destroy or drive off the griffin pride. The blonde holy knight eagerly agrees, calling him teacher. He clarifies that there are too many griffins to exterminate. The real goal is to kill the pride's leader to curb their movements. She again answers enthusiastically, shouting, "Yes, teacher." She quotes an idealistic definition of a knight and assumes it reflects his motives, leaving him inwardly baffled. Embarrassed, he simply agrees with her words. He wonders how this holy knight ended up following him around calling him teacher, deciding the story is long. The scene shifts back to citizen shouts about driving out mercenaries from their land. A flashback begins to the earlier night of uprising in Santo Febro. In the flashback, a silhouette murders a man inside a grand building. The assassin stands over the fallen Count of Febro, having just stabbed him. He reports to himself that the mission is complete. The assassin then slips out of the Count's mansion. Outside the walls, the blonde holy knight happens to see the hooded figure leaving. She realizes this building is the Lord's castle. Finding the scene suspicious, she decides to investigate. She resolves to secretly follow the hooded stranger. She trails him and eventually overhears his meeting with the protagonist. Hiding, she recognizes the protagonist as the harsh man from the pub the previous day. She then hears the assassin address him as Knight Kim. Shocked, she repeats the name to herself. Back in the present, the protagonist casually repeats his intention to depart. She rushes toward him, unable to hold back. Calling out Knight Kim, she emerges before him. Alarmed, he wonders if he must eliminate her as a witness. Instead, she excitedly asks if he is the legendary Knight Kim who aided the hero. He can only stare in bewilderment. Deciding to defuse things quietly, he pretends to be on a secret mission and asks her to keep his presence hidden. She eagerly proposes that in exchange for her silence he accept her as his student. He is left stunned and confused by her request. Later, at the mountains, we see him having set her to grueling physical tasks, like smashing into rock. Narration explains that holy knights are elite assets magically tracked to prevent casualties, and that killing one transfers a tracking mark to the killer. Not wanting lifelong pursuit by the church for a single witness, he instead tries to assign her impossible chores so she will give up and leave. Yet her hand emerges from the rock, showing she has completed the task. Beaming, she announces she has silently dug a cave with her bare hands just as he ordered. He internally complains that she is far too persistent. The scene shifts to the griffin nesting grounds atop rocky peaks, setting the stage for their next hunt. The teacher explains that griffins will return to their nests in the Rocky Mountains with food, so instead of chasing them they will ambush and surprise them there. He marvels that the Holy Knight dug their cave hideout barehanded and realizes he underestimated Holy Knight's abilities. The student spots something outside and urgently calls the teacher's attention. Griffins land on the cliffside nests, one carrying prey, while the two observe from below. Seeing the griffins arrive, the student nervously asks the teacher what they should do. The teacher tells the student to handle it alone as a test of capability, which the student eagerly accepts. The student sighs, grips the sword, and prepares to charge out. Shouting, the student sprints up the rocky slope toward the griffin nest. The teacher watches and listens to the student's battle cries from the cave. The student grapples a griffin at close range, angrily demanding that it release them. The teacher sighs, exasperated by what he is seeing. Bloodied but triumphant, the student reports to the teacher that the fight is over. The teacher says he has clearly seen the student's capabilities. He bluntly judges that the student's performance was a complete mess. He analyzes that the student fears breaking the sword, so their grip and swings lack power. He continues that obsessing over the sword's condition slows the student's awareness, magic speed, and accuracy. A flashback shows the student's magic attack missing a griffin. The student reflects that these same criticisms were often given by instructors back in the church state. Hearing it now from the teacher they admired hurts deeply, shaking their feelings. The teacher tells the student it would be better to discard the sword altogether. The student panics, wondering if this means they are unfit to be a knight, and doubting their own worth. The teacher clarifies that he said this because the student is similar to him. Shocked, the student demands to know what he means. He repeats that the student should not use a sword and asks if they misheard him. The student realizes the teacher literally wants them to fight barehanded, not quit knighthood. The teacher notes there is another griffin pride on the opposite ridge. He tells the student to follow him so he can demonstrate. Outside, he seizes a massive griffin with his bare hands, showing his method. The student stares, thinking the spectacle is insane. He brutally tears into the griffin as he slams it down. The student watches in stunned silence as a severed red limb falls nearby. Horrified, the student wonders what kind of fighting style this is. The teacher reflects that the Holy Knight's combat ability was unimpressive. He notes she uses a sword but lacks the hero's swordsmanship. He adds she can use light magic but lacks the prince's power and technique. Although her body was modified, her physical abilities still cannot compare to the saintess. Summing up, he says her mixed abilities resemble the members of the hero's party, but that this mix is not necessarily advantageous. He compares her to a griffin, whose combined eagle and lion traits cancel out each other's strengths. He judges that against a human army she would be invincible, but on the hero's journey she would have died before reaching the Demon King. Still, he believes there is an important lesson to teach from this, and resolves to train her properly. After watching her fight the griffins, he genuinely wants to teach this brat. He concludes that Holy Knight Ryanhans Fjorkard is the same kind of monster as himself. Counting the gathering griffins, he tallies about 5, then sees even more approaching. He estimates their total number as a little more than 10. Deciding it is easier to face them all at once, he considers provoking them while searching his gear. He pulls out a small pouch and finds what he was looking for. The narration explains this is a magic pouch whose small exterior hides a vast space from which any stored item can be retrieved. He reaches in and withdraws a massive lump of meat. He recalls hearing that griffins cannot resist horse meat, and notes, this chunk came from prey one griffin had carried back, glad he kept it. The sight and smell of the meat make the surrounding griffins drool. He tauntingly asks the griffins if they want the meat. He slams the meat onto the ground and pins it there with his boot. Standing over it, he loudly challenges the griffins to come and take it. The enraged griffins screech in response. They all dive toward him at once, exactly as he intended. The narration introduces imitation fist, a martial art that copies animal movements. He recalls learning imitation fist long ago in China. Back then he trained in it, believing combining it with his ability to use animal bodies would make him stronger, but soon quit. He realized that imitation styles still rely on ordinary human bodies, and since only he can truly use animal parts, the training was useless to him. He reflects that martial arts optimize limited strength, but because his own strength is effectively limitless, techniques only restricted him and brute force suited him better. A griffin's talons close in as he calmly looks up. He punches, tearing one griffin's leg off in a single devastating blow. Another griffin dives straight toward him. He intercepts it with his transformed green arm, crushing into its beak. He then grips the griffin's neck tightly, immobilizing it. He tells the creature to be honored, as it is the first large animal he is using this new power on. With a single explosive punch he obliterates the griffin's head. He muses that the demons he ate and stuck it included arthropods and synthetic beings, not just fishmen. Because of that he can now use a crayfish-like forelimb whose punch force far exceeds its size, giving him lethal power against large monsters. The remaining griffins recoil in fear, staring at their fallen comrade. He grins madly and wonders what ability he should test next. He recalls a fire lizard that could shoot blood from its eyes and imagines if that blood were as poisonous as a pufferfish is. The Holy Knight silently watches this grotesque experimentation, shaken. She sees him continue slaughtering griffins with his monstrous fists. He judges his own battle as a crude fight. He notes there is no finesse or intelligence in it at all, only raw brutality. The Holy Knight realizes his style is the complete opposite of the Saintess's and feels her heart pounding with excitement. Gripping her sword, she suddenly senses that everything the church state taught her might be wrong. The teacher questions why someone who can rip iron apart with bare hands should cling to martial arts. He further wonders why someone with regeneration should bother dodging attacks. He reasons that if an enemy's defense is strong, he can simply overpower it with his body. The Holy Knight secretly fantasizes about throwing away her sword and unleashing her strength like he does. She snaps back to herself, startled by these thoughts. She reminds herself she is a holy knight, a servant of the goddess, and cannot surrender to such impulses. After the battle, the teacher heals his eye and asks if she watched carefully. Flustered, she answers that she did, calling him teacher. He asks for her assessment, and she struggles to respond. Noting her hesitation, he says she need not decide anything yet. She hurriedly quotes him with a clumsy saying about cautious decision-making, to which he reluctantly agrees. 3 days later, the mountains are littered with griffin corpses as the two stand amid the carnage. The teacher marks a bloodstained map and says they have eliminated all griffins at the indicated locations, then suggests heading back down. She answers obediently, calling him teacher as they leave. She glances back at the bloody scene, clearly unsettled by what they have done. The scene shifts to the Santo Cavallo's Adventurer Guild, where someone reacts in shock to something said. A document and nameplate identify the teacher's current identity as C-Rank Adventurer Jack. The guild receptionist addresses C-Rank Adventurer Jack and says she understands his complaint, but the guild will not retract its decision. She explains that an order has come to transfer all credit for the griffin extermination to another party, leaving Jack confused. Jack narrates that this C-Rank Adventurer persona is a new identity he created to move freely and asks why he must hand over his achievements. The receptionist insists the transfer is an order, prompting Jack to ask whose order it is. She refuses to reveal who gave the command. Jack falls silent, then says he understands the situation now. He bluntly summarizes that someone in this guild is freely stealing other adventurers' accomplishments, and that the staff are complicit. He hints that if rumors of such corruption spread it would damage the guild, and casually notes he talks a lot when drunk. The receptionist exhales, removes her glasses, and seems to steel herself. She coldly tells him to know his place and scoffs at the idea that such words could threaten the guild master. Jack latches onto the word guild master with interest. She affirms the guild master is powerful and important but claims he has nothing to do with Jack. She adds that a mere adventurer has no reason to ever deal with such a heroic figure. Jack replies that he has no intention of going to meet the guild master. He says instead that the guild master will come to him, startling her as he grabs her hand. Flustered, she misreads his action as romantic and protests that she is already engaged. Jack taps or signals something with quick hand motions. The receptionist's expression turns terrified as she realizes what is happening. Her scream echoes outside the guild building. We are introduced to Julio Aventuras, legendary SSS rank adventurer and current master of the Cavallos Guild. The narration reveals that Julio was once a member of the Heroes Party 25 years ago. Flashback scenes show that party defeating the Demon King and achieving legendary status. After the monster and villain were slain, the party was granted a single wish. A strange entity appears as the wish granter. Julio, kneeling before a divine presence, begs for strength to face those he once could not challenge as an equal. The narration says he returned as guild master, elevated adventurer's status for 20 years, and that his granted power was immense political skill. Julio reflects that to control free adventurers you must restrain that freedom, and he created the guild to gain that leverage. He complains that the latest hero's party had no adventurer member, suspecting the king sabotaged his influence. Thus the second prince became the widely respected hero, while adventurers lost symbolic importance. Julio resolves to create a new hero among adventurers to restore their status, using a promising youngster as his candidate. He reveals he chose his own son, Jorge Aventuras, as that manufactured hero, but Jorge angrily condemns his father for stealing others' achievements. Jorge protests that becoming a hero that way is meaningless. Julio orders him not to forget that this scheme is for the sake of adventurers, not his comfort. He tells his son he is not naturally becoming a hero, but being made into one. Julio stresses that Jorge's lineage as his son and as a colleague of the legendary hero is the background needed to become a new hero and that adventurer's future depends on it. Shaken, Jorge reluctantly agrees. Their conversation is interrupted by a distant scream that startles both father and son. Jorge rushes out of the office demanding to know what is happening. He enters the guild hall to find staff and even Jack sprawled unconscious or incapacitated on the floor. Horrified, Jorge begins to speak but stops short as he notices more. He sees Agnella collapsed on the ground, apparently gravely injured. He rounds on Jack, demanding to know if he is responsible. Jorge lunges to attack. Enraged, he charges at Jack shouting that he dare not lay hands on Agnella. Jack coolly intercepts the attack and prepares to counter. Jorge's weapon shatters under the impact. Jorge cries out in shock as the blade breaks. Jack seizes Jorge by the throat, choking him. Jorge's broken sword spins through the air. Jack catches the flying shard effortlessly with his metal arm. Holding both Jorge and the sword, Jack completely dominates the confrontation. Jorge tries to call out, but Julio appears in the doorway, horrified. Julio screams in despair as he sees his son in danger. Jack calmly answers Jorge's earlier question, confirming he is the one responsible. The final panel shows a bloody impact as Jack's brutal counterattack lands, implying a violent conclusion. A shadowy figure bursts into a room and violently attacks someone, splattering blood. A shocked man recognizes the attacker as Jorge. Later, Jack confronts a man in a guild hall and asks if he is the guild master. The man confirms he is the guild master and demands to know who Jack is. Jack introduces himself as AC rank adventurer, surprising the guild master. The guild master, realizing who Jack is, apologizes for having taken Jack's contributions. Jack silently studies him. Jack says the apology is enough and starts to leave, startling the guild master. The guild master angrily recalls that Jack injured guild adventurers, broke a woman's arm, and killed his son. Jack pauses without responding. Jack points with a blood-stained metal hand. He explains he forced the woman to call the guild master because she refused to. He says he only defended himself when the guild adventurers attacked him. Pointing at the corpse, Jack states the son tried to kill him, so he killed the son in return. Jack concludes that since he received an apology, he is leaving. The guild master is stunned by Jack's indifference. Outraged, the guild master questions Jack's motives and who might have sent him, while Jack says there is a misunderstanding. Jack clarifies that he does not care about honor or contribution points but will not allow anyone to steal what belongs to him. He wonders aloud if all this could have been avoided had he warned them earlier, then says he is leaving. The guild master watches Jack go, seething. Alone, the guild master blames his own greed and methods for the tragedy and forced sacrifices. He clenches his bleeding hand in frustration. Suddenly he explodes in rage instead of repenting. Consumed by fury, he screams that Jack destroyed his family and future. He resolves to gather multiple guilds to take Jack's future away in revenge. Elsewhere, a holy knight in training recalls being constantly scolded during church education. In a flashback, instructors berate her for breaking many swords and failing to control her great strength, calling her unfit as a holy knight. She contrasts those teachings with her current teacher's advice to freely control her own strength and wonders whom to believe. She then notices a large group of armed people gathering outside Jack's lodging. Adventurers outside identify the building as C-rank adventurer Jack's accommodations. Jack walks through town unaware of the approaching mob. He is suddenly approached by someone armored, making him turn. The guild master, now in armor, confronts Jack, saying he already apologized and demanding an explanation. Jack asks if he remembers the young man he killed half an hour ago. Jack calmly says he remembers. The guild master reveals that youth was his son. He insists Jack cannot understand a father's grief over a dead child. Jack, recalling his own bloody past, replies that he does understand. The guild master is confused by that answer. Jack remains silent for a moment. Jack explains he has created many orphans and widows and has often heard people swear revenge on him. The guild master is horrified by Jack's callousness. Nervously, he asks what happened to those who sought revenge. Jack smiles and implies they all died since he is still alive. Seeing Jack drop his guard, the guild master thinks he has found an opening. He charges Jack, intent on killing him. As his ore-coated sword ignites with power, he boasts internally about the dragon-slaying strength he has honed for decades. He declares himself Julio Aventuras, a former SSS rank adventurer who once traveled with a legendary hero, and vows to demonstrate his might. Julio unleashes a deadly aura slash at Jack while screaming for him to die. Moments later, Jack stands over a fountain of blood, having effortlessly countered and cut Julio down. Jack catches his breath after the swift kill. He senses something and looks up. Terrified onlookers call Jack a monster and flee. Jack watches confusedly as the crowd scatters around him. Blood pools at someone's feet near him. Jack sees his disciple, the blonde Holy Knight, standing amid the corpses of the mob he'd seen earlier. She trembles and cries, her hands soaked in blood. Still shaking, she tearfully calls out to her master. Jack quietly looks at her without speaking. The shock hits him, and he slumps down as she stares at him. Jack's body shivers while he sits with his back to her. She wipes away her tears with her bloody arm. She then quietly walks over and stands beside her seated master. Jack casually offers her griffin meat to eat. She voraciously tears into the griffin meat. After a few bites, her face twists, and she forces herself to chew despite the terrible taste. She cannot hold it down and vomits violently as Jack watches. Jack internally jokes that griffin meat tastes terrible and comments on his own bad pun about it. Sitting by the road of corpses, she leans close and admits a secret to Jack. She reveals that Holy Knights are actually artificially modified humans, made through a simplified version of the Saintess's creation process. Jack notes this truth is already known among high-ranking figures and he had learned it from the prince. She adds that Holy Knights are also test subjects for experiments related to future Saintess powers. Alarmed, Jack reacts to the word experiment. She looks at her discolored, monstrous hands and says they are likely a result of those experiments. Struggling with strange impulses, she apologizes and clenches her warped fist. Jack realizes this explains the odd sense of familiarity he felt when first meeting her. He compares her to the monstrous family he despised and recalls hiding his own ability from others. He admits he could show his power freely to her because she is the same kind of monster as him. He also reflects that the two of them have caused a huge incident by killing the Cavalos guild master. Jack tells her they can no longer stay in this city and sends her ahead to buy travel tickets while he finishes one quick task. He says he has a brief errand and tells her to go first, which she accepts. Jack watches her run off toward town. He then calls out to a hidden observer, saying the person must have heard everything. A masked fixer appears and responds to Knight Kim. Jack asks the masked man about his payment. Jack internally reasons that the Holy Knight's testimony has turned rumors about experiments into confirmed fact, and that such information is never free. The masked man says he has the payment ready and offers a pouch. Inside are transport money and something extra. He reveals the extra is a new identification seal. He explains Jack's new identity as a 26-year-old 4th-class mercenary of the Alma Rouge Spur Group. The fixer asks Jack where he plans to go next. Jack answers that his destination is Santo Canago. As he walks, Jack recalls first meeting a certain prince there. He anticipates that he will soon reunite with some old acquaintances connected to that place. Days later, a rickety carriage rattles down a forest road carrying a pink-haired bard and others. The bard anxiously wonders how she ended up in this situation. Sitting nervously inside the carriage, she senses something ominous around her. She realizes, horrified, that Jack and the sleeping Holy Knight are in the same carriage with her. She recognizes Jack as that terrifying adventurer. She remembers how he caused a violent uproar in a pub and struck fear into everyone. She also recalls the great madness of Febro that happened soon after, and wonders if he was involved. Alarmed, she stares at him. Turning, she notes that the other passenger is the drooling, dozing Holy Knight. Uneasy, she shifts and grips her luggage. Hearing a strange noise outside, she nervously asks what it is. She remembers witnessing the Holy Knight losing control and massacring people with her transformed arm. Concluding they are extremely dangerous, she decides they must flee immediately. She thinks about how the massacre at the lodging forced her to abandon work and run, yet now she is trapped with those same killers. She resolves to change carriages as soon as they reach Santo Canago to avoid getting involved with them. She tells herself to endure a little longer until arrival, but just then a shout announces that a dungeon has appeared nearby. Their carriage stops before a newly formed red glowing dungeon entrance. In town, the Baron of Canago suffers a headache over the news. A subordinate confirms a dungeon has appeared and is eroding a wide area near the southern waterway. The Baron is dismayed that a dungeon, of all things, has emerged. He angrily complains that adventurers enjoy the benefits without paying enough taxes and blames Julio Aventuras for the situation. He remembers Julio Aventuras, the man who created the Adventurers Guild. He rails against Julio for empowering lawless adventurers and ensuring dungeons legally belong to them. The Baron bitterly concludes that everything is Julio's fault. He then asks how the Dungeon Subjugation Commission is progressing. The report comes back that no adventurer has accepted the dangerous request, and the Baron curses their cowardice. The subordinate adds that the territory's military will only consider intervening later. Suddenly another soldier bursts in urgently calling to the Baron. The Baron snaps that he is in the middle of an important discussion. The soldier apologizes but insists he has a message that must be delivered immediately. When the soldier shows a large golden seal, the Baron leaps up in shock. Recognizing the emblem, the Baron is stunned and intrigued. After reading the message that Julio Aventuras is dead, the Baron laughs with relief and delight. He then praises Knight Kim for killing Julio and calls him a model knight. The Holy Knight corrects him, saying Jack is not using the name Julio Aventuras right now. The Baron awkwardly changes how he addresses Jack, calling him Sir Jack, while Jack protests the honorific as a mere mercenary. The Baron agrees and prepares to explain Santo Camargo's current situation to mercenary Jack. He begins by defining a dungeon as a living organism with a unique constitution in the Elmwood Forest. He explains that like a nautilus, the dungeon grows underground and forms a spiral maze as its shell. Once large enough, it surfaces and lures monsters with pheromones. Those monsters are corrupted by its magic and become fearsome guardians for the dungeon's true body. When too many empowered monsters spill out and attack the surroundings, it results in a dungeon overflow. He adds that dungeons also accumulate valuable gemstones and minerals as they grow. Rare plants infused with magic make dungeons lucrative, so adventurers frequently seek them out, reducing overflows but causing new tensions. Because citizens and their lord fear overflows, they want dungeons cleared quickly. Adventurers, however, delay subjugation to keep profiting from resources, inevitably clashing with the authorities. The Baron finishes by saying this is the current situation in Santo Camargo, and Jack acknowledges it. The Baron then says he has a commission he wishes Jack to undertake. Later, guards control entry at the Santo Camargo dungeon's mouth under the Baron's flag. Jack approaches the dungeon checkpoint from the forest path. A guard stops him and asks for his adventurer's license, but Jack answers he is a mercenary. The guard is confused. The officials state mercenaries are forbidden from entering the dungeon and rudely tell Jack to leave. Jack abruptly kicks the table and sends the officials flying. He coldly says that the dungeon is not his goal. When a guard demands to know what he is doing, Jack muffles her and replies that she is too noisy and he is merely carrying out a commission. The mercenary knocks a female knight unconscious, shocking the workers and prompting one man to beg him to stop. City guards rush in, demanding to know what is going on. While the guards react, the mercenary calmly heads into the ominous dungeon entrance. The terrified worker clings to a guard, claiming a mad mercenary has attacked everyone. The guards promise to arrest the attacker, but then notice the dark cave he entered. Inside the dungeon, the mercenary proceeds forward with a cold expression. A pursuing guard follows him into the dungeon depths. The helmeted guard removes their helmet behind the mercenary. Revealed as a young blonde knight, she greets the mercenary as her teacher. He acknowledges her arrival, and she explains the Baron plans to seal the dungeon entrance. As they walk deeper, she excitedly remarks that she has only heard of dungeons in stories, while he notes her curiosity. She says she came because this expedition could become another heroic tale about her teacher, which he accepts tersely. Descending further, she comments on the depth and darkness, and he notes it is getting harder to see. He activates his dragon eyes ability, using mana to sense the surroundings. He sees that she has transformed her own eyes the same way. She calls out to him just as they both notice something ahead. Packs of vicious dungeon hounds appear, facing the two intruders. The mercenary thinks that this is only the beginning and recalls the Baron's commission to eradicate the dungeon. Flashing back, the Baron earlier requested their help with a dangerous matter. The knight had questioned whether the Baron's request might be illegal under territorial law. The Baron dismissively argued that adventurers are outsiders who only leech off his citizens. He then entrusted them with executing the plan and temporarily appointed the Holy Knight as a guard. Emphasizing the urgency, he warned that if the dungeon grows, it will poison the water supply and harm the populace. Back in the present, dungeon beasts surround the pair as the growling intensifies. The mercenary considers dungeon eradication ideal, since he can also intoxicate and consume dungeon organisms. He orders his disciple to advance first, and she obeys enthusiastically. Triggering her power, she begins a painful transformation. Her arm mutates into a monstrous clawed limb infused with dungeon energy. Fully transformed into a horned, winged fiend, she lunges toward the monsters. The mercenary observes that her transformation is similar to his but achieved through a different method. He deduces that unlike his ingestion-based change, her power likely comes from experimental surgical transplants. She lets out a feral scream in her demonic form. She dives into the horde of beasts from above. Landing atop one monster, she tears into it, making it shriek. Another beast roars and charges as the fight escalates. A severed, bloody limb falls, showing the brutality of the clash. She flings a monster high and smashes it down with overwhelming strength. Surrounded, she continues ripping through the pack, blood splattering the walls. One creature reveals a horrific multi-jawed mouth as it attacks. She drives a spear-like appendage through its gaping maw, killing it. The transformed Holy Knight stands amid the corpses, monstrous yet victorious. More dungeon hounds rush her, and she roars back at them. She tears two beasts apart, holding their severed bodies in each hand. From behind, the mercenary watches her tail swaying among the slain monsters. He approaches as she slowly comes down from her rampage. Exhausted, she drops to the ground, gasping in her monstrous form. She asks if other Holy Knights are like her, startling him. She clarifies that this extreme transformation is unique to her. Others only received minor tissue transplants. He remarks it must have been expensive, and she explains that obtaining an entire mimic for her procedure caused scandals. He recalls reading about mimics in an illustrated monster book. The book had described mimics as shapeshifters that often pose as treasure chests to ambush adventurers. Looking at her, he comments that her situation must have been hard. She brushes it off, saying her memories were erased and she only knows the story secondhand. He accepts that and moves on. Examining a slain beast, he notes its unusual qualities, wondering if dungeon magic altered it beyond what the book described. Curious, he decides to taste the flesh. He bites deeply into the monster meat, blood spilling everywhere. Moments later his expression warps oddly as he processes the flavor. Shocked, he realizes something is terribly wrong. Overcome with nausea, he starts vomiting violently. Panting among corpses, he struggles to recover his breath. He wonders what he just ate, and why it is affecting him so badly. Using his senses, he realizes the meat is not normal monster flesh but saturated with dungeon magic. He concludes the hounds are not truly alive, but magically powered biological weapons. Because they move purely by magic rather than muscle interaction, he cannot absorb them and finds the texture unbearably harsh. He decides his abilities are incompatible with such constructs and grumbles about suffering indigestion for only the second time in his life. The sensation reminds him of when he once swallowed a saintess whose blood had been replaced with magic, though it was less severe then. Comparing that experience, he decides the current monster's body is fundamentally different and far worse. Holding his head, he steadies himself while his disciple worriedly calls to him. Regaining focus, he declares they need to move faster through the dungeon. She eagerly interprets his urgency as Knightley resolved to end the citizens' suffering quickly. He awkwardly agrees, though that was not his main concern. His thoughts drift to a line from the book about dungeon monsters having more varied abilities than those in reality. He also recalls its warning that unknown creatures stronger than dragons might exist here. Annoyed by these exaggerations, he kicks a monster away as he resumes fighting. He curses himself for expecting edible prey and resolves to rely on his own power instead. He decides to destroy everything in this dungeon quickly and then move on to lands with monsters he can actually eat. Narration introduces the illustrated Book of Monsters, authored by the legendary SSS rank adventurer Julio Aventuras. The book had described dungeons as strange terrains overflowing with magical power. It also spoke of monsters uniquely evolved under that environment. For bold adventurers, the book promised dungeons held hidden riches and great fame. Hearing that in his head now, the mercenary dismisses it all as nonsense. He scoffs at the romantic idea of evolution, calling the dungeon creatures mere mutations. He is so irritated he jokes about wanting to kill the book's already dead author again. He decides that all he can do now is vent his pent-up anger. Empowered, he charges forward with transformed limbs to unleash that rage on the dungeon. He sprints deeper alongside his disciple, leaving trails of slain monsters behind. Suddenly a disoriented man appears, begging him as a supposed rescuer to save his comrades inside. Without hesitation, the mercenary kills the man, recognizing him as another enemy. His disciple panics at the apparent murder, demanding an explanation. He calmly tells her to look closely and see that the man is actually undead. She notices the gaping hole in the corpse's chest and realizes he is still moving despite it. The undead's blackened hand presses against the dungeon wall, oozing dark energy. The mercenary notes that although it resembles a cave, the dungeon itself is a living organism. He reasons that by using this undead's ability, he can locate the dungeon's vital points. Guided by that absorbed power, he senses they are nearing their goal. His disciple observes how quickly they have advanced compared to typical dungeon expeditions. He derides other adventurers as incompetent for taking half a day in such a place. She counters that his navigation is simply extraordinary, far beyond an average adventurer. He curtly addresses her by name, and she flusters, correcting herself from calling him teacher to master. He explains that comparing him to incompetence is no compliment. He adds that belittling his abilities also insults the one who granted them to him. She apologizes and shyly asks if that benefactor might have been his friend. He says they were not close and fought more than they talked. However, he remembers that man as someone who hated harm to innocents more than anyone. Flashback panels show the armored friend charging into battle with immense strength. The friend rails against the crazed foe, shouting for him to stop. He vows to use all his power to crush the enemy's resistance. Even when outmatched, that man had fearlessly thrown his whole body into hopeless fights. Back in the dungeon, the mercenary gazes up silently at a massive, glowing eye-like mass. His disciple softly calls to him, sensing his sorrowful mood. She gently asks if that comrade is already dead, and he confirms it. He adds that what his fallen ally left behind now lives inside him. The two adventurers arrive before a gigantic ancient door deep within the dungeon. The knight comments that the stone structure is over 150 years old, meaning the dungeon once swallowed an entire village. She wonders if the undead they met earlier might be villagers from that time. He explains the undead was newly formed, likely a recent adventurer from outside who died here. From the chest wound, he deduces that a powerful monster ahead inflicted the fatal blow. They push the door open and cautiously peer into the next chamber. Inside, they see a large, serpent-like creature with glowing red eyes. The disciple instinctively calls it a dragon as it rises menacingly. The mercenary corrects her, identifying it as something resembling a wyvern rather than a true dragon. He explains that its four-leg structure fits a wyvern, though like other dungeon organisms it is far from normal. Startled, she begins to realize something about the monster's nature. Observing its composite body parts, she notes it is a single creature made from several animals fused together. He agrees, labeling it an organism stitched from multiple species by the dungeon itself. He speculates whether some mad mage's chimera entered and grew here or if dungeon magic fused creatures on its own. Regardless of origin, he concludes that only one thought now dominates his mind. Facing the beast, he finds it unpleasant, like staring at a twisted reflection of himself. He likens the chimera's patchwork body to his own multi-species composition, yet is unimpressed by the dungeon's crude result. Disgusted that such a ridiculous creature acts as dungeon boss, he feels only revulsion. He compares this disgust to how he once felt watching his boastful, freeloading brother back on Earth. His disciple anxiously asks what they should do against this monstrosity. He tells her to step back, declaring he will handle the fight alone. Seeing it as a perfect giant sandbag, he decides to vent his anger on this foe. He begins activating a combination of powers: giant dinosaur lungs, troll bone marrow, and more. His arm transforms further, incorporating ogre muscles, fire lizard hide, and mystium slime mucus. Fully transformed into a massive red dragon-like form himself, he prepares to clash with the chimera. He bellows with a roar that shakes the chamber. Outside, the dungeon entrance glows red while the worker and guards wait nervously. The guild official curses the mercenary, blaming him for the humiliating situation. He vows to use guild authority to punish the mercenary if he ever emerges. Suddenly the ground trembles, and those outside panic, wondering if it is an earthquake. Deep inside, the red dragon mercenary and blue chimera square off as debris falls around them. The chimera's eyes widen in alarm at its opponent's overwhelming presence. The red dragon grapples with the chimera, slamming it into the ground. The chimera retaliates with a desperate blast from its mouth. It cries out in pain as the struggle intensifies. The mercenary counters by crushing and flinging the chimera's body. Holding the writhing creature, he derides it as weak, light, and full of openings, questioning what it even hopes to accomplish. The red dragon is suddenly constricted by the blue serpent dragon's tail during their aerial clash. The constricted red dragon is hurled away at high speed. The blue serpent coils tighter around the red dragon's body, immobilizing it. The serpent screams in pain as something injures its head. The red dragon notices the serpent's fangs and realizes they are the deadly fatal bite. The serpent slams its head against the red dragon, trying to bite through its scales. The red dragon thinks the opponent is desperately trying, but its efforts are pointless. The red dragon reflects that the venomous fangs might work on normal dragon scales, but not on ones coated in mystium. The serpent's poison-tipped claws dig into the red dragon's forearm. The red dragon, annoyed, tells the serpent to let go and forcefully tears its arm free. The red dragon's counterattack blows apart the serpent's face in a burst of blood. Blood splatters over the red dragon, startling it. The red dragon deduces the serpent mixed fatal bite venom into its blood to let it seep through the skin, since its fangs failed. He calmly notes this venom is the base form of the skill and was the first poison he ever studied. Confident the enemy has nothing else to show, he decides to end the fight because being toyed with annoys him. The serpent's head and body are obliterated in a violent blast. The dying serpent's consciousness wonders in shock how things turned out this way. Its fading mind recalls that it was fighting a dungeon's boss monster and questions why it re-entered the dungeon at all. The serpent sees the human, mercenary Jack, glowing and partially dragonized, and falls silent. As its body crashes, the serpent remembers what it had been doing before this battle. The giant serpent's corpse collapses near Jack and his blonde companion. Jack looks down, confused by what he just experienced. The blonde disciple asks if Jack is okay, and he brushes it off as nothing. Jack wonders if the serpent's strange laughter before dying was only an illusion. He decides thinking about the meaning of that vision is pointless and blames his unease on traveling with a companion. Jack orders his student to move out, and they leave the dungeon together. A narration cites adventurer Julio Aventuras, who once wrote about the true nature of dungeons. The book describes the dungeon core as a soft-furred, big-eyed, 2-meter-round, docile sphere that adores those it likes. In reality, the dungeon core is a grotesque mass of eyes and mouths. Jack and his disciple stare in horror at the revolting true core. The disciple stammers that this dungeon core looks nothing like what he was taught. Jack agrees it is different for him too and hints at an explanation. He explains this formless mass is what releases the pheromones that bewitch living creatures, though this may not be its original shape. Jack elaborates that without resistance to its chemicals and mental interference, people become intoxicated by pheromones and see only acute, protective illusion. The disciple proudly quotes one of Jack's own sayings about evil charming people with gaudy disguises. He reminds Jack that this quote came from his battle against Francis the Pride Lord. Jack awkwardly acknowledges the reference. Jack grumbles about whoever spread those grandiose quotes of his, then refocuses on what he needs to do. He draws a large cleaver-like weapon in preparation. The disciple, surprised, asks if Jack can also wield such weapons, and Jack answers affirmatively. Jack says he will not kill the dungeon core but intends to eat it instead. The core panics at Jack's declaration to consume it. He slices the core in two, affirming his intent. Jack methodically carves up the core, saying it must be prepared properly for eating and that he is after abilities, not its magic itself. As he dices the meat, he muses about the core's talents of hardening dirt and using pheromones. Watching him work, the disciple is left speechless and disturbed. Overwhelmed by disgust, the disciple suddenly vomits off-screen. Narration explains that a dungeon is actually the shell and body of its core. When the core fails, its magic stops in the dungeon and its monsters collapse. The book states an average dungeon takes 48 hours to fully collapse, after which anyone still inside is buried alive. Jack notes that escaping a monsterless dungeon within 48 hours is trivial for him as they hurry outward. They reach a shaft of daylight overhead, signaling the way out. The disciple happily points out that they have found the exit. He estimates it only took them about 3 hours, even faster than their descent. Emerging from the earthen mound, Jack and the disciple are immediately surrounded by armed soldiers. A knight orders Jack not to move and confirms his identity as Mercenary Jack. The guild official smugly announces Jack is being arrested for attacking a guild member. Jack silently listens as the soldiers proclaim that resistance is useless. He calmly confirms that he is indeed Mercenary Jack. Shackles are locked onto Jack's metal wrists. Jack is escorted toward a wooden prison wagon by the armored guards. The wagon rolls away through the forest with Jack seated inside as a prisoner. Sitting in chains, Jack reflects silently on his situation. The sight of his shackled hands triggers a memory of being handcuffed and transported in his former, modern world life. Jack smirks, realizing he has been in this kind of predicament before. The scene shifts to a sailing ship cutting swiftly across the river. On board, a bard plays music while passengers relax on deck. Two men remark how peaceful it is now that Prince Edward ended the war with demons. One of them says the country now only has prosperity and peace to look forward to. Joking about the danger of pirates, they laugh that no fool would raid an ordinary passenger ship. Moments later, bandits' ships appear and the crew shouts for all sailors to prepare for battle. The two men can only stare in disbelief as their joke comes true. Grappling hooks bite into the rail as pirates begin boarding the ship. The Straw Hat River Pirates, led by their captain, storm the deck in order that no one be allowed to escape. The pirates easily cut down a resisting sailor. Another passenger is beaten down and cries out in pain. The pirate leader warns his men not to damage the captives too much because they will be sold as slaves. A horrified passenger realizes the pirates intend to enslave everyone. He protests that slavery is outlawed in the Grand Cantine Kingdom. The leader coldly replies that laws here do not matter in other nations where they will sell them. An older sailor recognizes the pirate's outfit and asks about his connection to the notorious Captain Philip. The leader reveals Philip is his father and mocks the man for knowing a seafaring pirate despite being a river sailor. The old sailor accuses him of disgracing his principled father by taking slaves, and is brutally kicked aside. The leader says his father was captured because of those principles, whereas he values his own life and wealth more. He orders his men to bind the outspoken sailor and lock him in the cabin. Later, a metal hand begins prying open a cabin door as narration resumes. Jack narrates that selling captives as slaves is safer than hostage-taking since fewer variables threaten the pirate's profit. Jack, now free with his disciple behind him, ironically calls the pirate's logic reasonable while holding a strange organ. The pirate leader, intrigued, calls Jack smart but wonders aloud what he is eating. Internally, the leader thinks Jack looks like a mere mercenary yet radiates a sinister aura. Concluding Jack must be just as wicked as himself, the leader declares that he likes Jack. He enthusiastically invites Jack to become his comrade. On deck, everyone watches awkwardly as the leader extends his hand toward Jack. Jack smiles unnervingly and reaches out as if to accept the handshake. The disciple cries out in alarm at Jack's behavior. Jack instead ignites flames in his palm, shocking his disciple who reminds him the man is an evil river pirate. Jack unleashes a massive torrent of fire upward from his arm. Wreathed in flames, he coldly asks why he would ever submit to someone so inferior. He recalls that devouring the dungeon core granted him a new ability. That power is the capacity to manipulate pheromones freely. He explains how the dungeon core's organs produce these chemicals, sending them through veins to sweat glands to be emitted from the skin. He compares this system to dragons producing flammable breath, lizard men ejecting high-pressure mucus, and giant dinosaurs pumping blood with powerful hearts. By combining these characteristics, he can circulate flammable compounds through his bloodstream using the core's chemistry. With a dinosaur-like heart, he sends them to all his sweat glands, where pressure and air ignite them on contact. Thus Jack can spray fire from his hands at will. He notes that technically he was arrested immediately after leaving the dungeon. Unfortunately for the guild, the arresting soldiers actually served Baron Canargo. Those soldiers only staged his capture to deceive the Adventurers Guild. Jack remarks that otherwise he would never have allowed himself to be shackled so meekly. Back in the present, his new fire attack incinerates an enemy into ash, and Jack comments that this ability is quite useful. The remaining pirates panic, yelling for magic that can counter fire. One pirate hastily begins casting a spell, only to be struck mid-chant. Jack's disciple dashes in and knocks him out with a swift sword blow. Gripping the sword, the disciple is startled by an intense new sensation. More pirates charge at him, shouting insults as they attack. He cuts through them in a fast, fluid motion, felling several foes at once. He marvels that the sword now feels completely different in his hands. Turning, he wonders anxiously what this strange, unfamiliar feeling means. Meanwhile, Jack releases a purple gas over the water from the ship's side. Pirates realize too late that the cloud is poison and accuse their enemies of using cowardly tactics. Their leader orders everyone to retreat to the other ship. One pirate thinks he is safe once he crosses back, only to notice the mist still clinging around him. He remarks on the lingering smoke as a shadowy figure forms behind him. Jack materializes from the smoke and palms the pirate's face. Jack lifts the pirate by the head as the man struggles and chokes. He then hurls the paralyzed pirate overboard into the river. Sinking, the pirate realizes his body has gone numb and useless. Jack reflects that by altering the chemicals he can create paralysis gas, poisonous mist, or simple smoke screens. A massive, furious pirate charges Jack through the smoke with the sword raised. Jack counters with fiery propulsion and movement. Flames erupt from his legs as he maneuvers and attacks on the burning deck. Using fire to boost his leap, Jack slams down violently onto an enemy. He explains that by igniting his legs he can propel himself without relying on muscle strength. Smirking, Jack looks around the ship and wonders who he should test on next. The pink-haired mage from earlier recoils in shock, asking why this terrifying man has appeared again. The battle ends with pirate corpses on deck while Jack, the disciple, and sailors begin cleaning up. A grateful sailor thanks them profusely for saving everyone, and Jack simply tells them to tidy the scene so the ship can depart. The disciple, staring at his wounded yet steady hands, softly calls out to his teacher. He recalls again the moment he first gripped the sword and felt the surge of unfamiliar power. He realizes the feeling was new because the blade suddenly felt like an extension of his own body. He notes this is the first time he has ever experienced such a sensation. Observing a cleanly bisected corpse, he compares it to his previous crude cuts and recognizes how sharply his technique has improved. Sitting beside him, Jack admits he cannot fully explain the phenomenon but asks if the disciple knows what such a feeling implies. Jack answers that it means the disciple is finally learning how to move his body properly. He distinguishes this from ordinary human training and bluntly asks what the disciple really is. The disciple remembers his monstrous moth-like true form and awkwardly reacts. Jack evaluates that in the dungeon the disciple had only shown a fraction of the Saintess's power but reached about 30% in this battle, and says changing his fighting style will keep boosting his abilities. Delighted, the disciple exclaims in joy at this praise. He eagerly asks how Jack produced fire from his hands and whether he can learn that technique too. Jack falls silent, unable or unwilling to answer. He internally reviews how he burned, poisoned, and drowned enemies and wonders in disbelief if his innocent disciple truly wants to master such brutal methods. The man reflects that as the girl develops she is losing her humanity, and may eventually become like him. Narration introduces Hinil Desialto, Grand Cantine's largest trade port and harbor. Arriving in the harbor city, the girl excitedly marvels at the place and asks her teacher if he has been to a harbor city before. She suddenly notices a marine humanoid splashing through a waterway, startling her. Mistaking it for a demon fish, she panics and reaches for her sword. Her teacher corrects her, saying it is actually a hybrid, not a demon. He analyzes the swimmer's keratin skin and horizontal tail, likening its traits to a dolphin. He then points out that the entire harbor is populated by marine animal hybrids. Overwhelmed by the new sights, the girl admits she is feeling a bit tired. The man says they have reached the lodging they reserved. He tells her to go inside first, and she cheerfully agrees. Instead of entering a guest room, he slips into a service room. Inside, a masked clerk welcomes him to Hinil Desialto and asks the purpose of his visit, and he answers that he is a tourist. The clerk hands him an identification card, saying he will need it. The card assigns him the identity of Jack Clark, a 31-year-old intermediate knight, a low rank but one that grants easy movement. Considering this knight persona, he decides he must change his outfit accordingly. He emerges in full knight armor and a blue cape. Narration explains Hinil Desialto grew into the kingdom's main trading port after saving Crown Prince Edward from drowning. He studies notes about the port and a map, focusing on disturbances related to the Kraken and why he came here. The Kraken is introduced as a legendary giant squid, unsurprising in this monster-filled world. He imagines how delicious such a huge legendary creature would taste and how eating it could enhance his abilities. Yet as he walks the peaceful city, he feels something is odd. He wonders why a city supposedly haunted by a Kraken seems so tranquil. Seeing a banner about a Kraken commemoration menu, he is puzzled that the monster is being celebrated. Drawn by food, he rushes into a restaurant. The server greets him, and upon his mention of the banner immediately sells him a Kraken set meal for 5 silver. Time passes and only empty plates remain, showing he has finished eating. The server asks for feedback on the new menu, offering free drinks for a questionnaire, while the knight only wants to talk about something else. The knight repeatedly tries to steer the conversation back to the Kraken, but the server keeps rambling about franchise quality service. The bragging continues, with the server praising their squid specialist chef and his years of experience. Annoyed, the knight thinks about eating the talkative server instead of listening to more praise about normal squid rather than Kraken. He internally declares this overly talkative waiter the most formidable enemy so far, having endured 30 minutes just to get needed information. Narration describes the Kraken as a natural disaster lurking beyond the deep sea. It is called a limiter of freedom and predator of life. Another narrator calls it the ocean's giant destroyer. At the beach, an orca hybrid stands before a huge whirlpool forming offshore as a crowd watches. As the kraken rises, a shark-like announcer excitedly shouts that it has appeared. A tentacle snatches a fish, demonstrating the creature's reach. The kraken's shadow looms massively over the water's surface. When it surfaces fully, it is revealed as a cute, wide-eyed squid that cries like a cat. The crowd squeals that the huge squid is adorable. The knight looks unimpressed while others cheer wildly around him. He realizes the kraken has been turned into a showpiece attraction and is much smaller and cuter than he expected. The orca handler praises the squid for its performance, while the knight grumbles that he came all this way for such a spectacle. Just then the knight notices a ship approaching the harbor. The ship sails in rapidly toward the dock. It pulls alongside the pier near the baby kraken, which watches curiously. Silhouetted figures stand menacingly on the ship's deck. A lion-like warrior from the Adventurers Guild leaps ashore with great force. He growls, building up his anger. Roaring that they came from the Adventurers Guild for an answer, he insults the marine hybrids. The orca captain reacts in uneasy silence to the lion's outburst. The lion repeats that the Adventurers Guild demands an answer and refuses to leave without one. Observing from afar, the knight and others wonder why the Adventurers Guild has shown up. The orca complains about the lion's noise and asks him to quiet down. The lion insists they only want a clear answer and tells the orca not to dodge their questions. He presses the issue, demanding a decision, while the baby kraken nervously meows. The orca replies that he has already refused and is irritated they keep returning. The lion snarls that the response is unacceptable. The orca accuses the lion of only hearing what he wants and pretending to be benevolent without genuine dialogue. The lion decides to abandon words and resolve things through force. He orders his beast-man companions to prepare for battle, while the orca wonders why they act so irrationally. The orca warns that he is willing to fight but advises them to be careful. A weapon suddenly slams into the ground near the quay, and he threatens their ship if they persist. Up on the ship, more bulky marine hybrids offer to smash the lion's small boat if their boss wishes. Realizing the danger, the lion curses and notes how quickly the situation turned. The orca chastises land hybrids for barging into marine territory on a boat and tells the lion to get his head checked. Humiliated, the lion vows never to forget this insult. As he retreats by ship, he shouts revenge at the water pigs. While the orca comments how annoying they are, the orca apologizes to the fish he was feeding for the earlier interruption. He tosses the fish to the baby kraken, which happily meows. When the kraken wraps the fish in its tentacle, it cries in surprise. The knight snatches the fish midair. Inspecting it, he remarks on its freshness, prompting the orca to ask who he is. The knight politely asks if he can quickly question the orca. Narration says the staged kraken tour ended quickly and the knight then followed the orca hybrid to a quieter spot. At a small dockside desk, the weary orca sits opposite the knight. The knight notes the unusual office and asks what the orca wanted to talk about. He specifically asks what the lion hybrid meant about coming to hear an answer. The orca starts to explain, referencing the baby kraken affectionately called Pretty. He clarifies that Pretty is the baby kraken. The knight recalls the cute squid and acknowledges this. The orca reveals that the Adventurers Guild intends to kill that baby, whom he considers adorable. He begins recounting how, months ago, when demons launched a full-scale attack on the kingdom, events here escalated. During that invasion, a demon fleet led by a kraken assaulted Hinio Dizielto but withdrew after the demon king's death, sparing the city. Later, when the orca went to destroy the remaining kraken eggs, he discovered a nest underwater. One egg hatched in front of him, producing the small squid. Believing the orca to be its father, the baby kraken followed him, and they have stayed together since. He says the Adventurers Guild claims they want to kill Pretty because he is dangerous, but the orca suspects ulterior motives. The knight recalls prior knowledge that hybrids usually unite peacefully and respect each other's freedom. The orca firmly states that those land-animal hybrids are not his family. He explains that before the allied hybrid nation formed 50 years ago, land hybrids routinely abused marine hybrids, prompting them to align with Grand Cantine instead. As Hinio Dizielto prospered as the main port, land hybrids suddenly began preaching that all hybrids are family, starting with a lion envoy sent to his grandfather. The story flashes back 50 years, where an earlier lion hybrid tried persuading the marine hybrids to return to the kingdom, revealing his true aim was control of the trading port. When the orcas refused, the lion threatened to use force and ordered his subordinate guy to punish them. An orca elder grabbed the lion in response. The lion cried out in surprise. The orca violently tossed him away, shouting for them to leave. The lion elder's face twisted in shock as he was defeated. Returning to the present, the orca says the adventurers used their licenses to legally harass them and eventually seized the guild master post in nearby Santo Ancameria, with today's lion being that elder's grandson. The knight concludes that the lion who visited earlier is the grandson of the previous envoy. The orca finishes his explanation and asks if the knight has any more questions. Narrowing his eyes, the orca addresses him by his supposed rank, calling him Intermediate Knight Sir Clark. The knight is startled that his cover identity has been noticed. Smiling wryly, he admits the orca did not tell such a long story for nothing and asks what he wants. The orca is glad to get straight to the point and proposes that they move on to business. The knight, walking confidently, asks what the orca wants and what payment he can offer. After leaving, the knight strides away while the orca remains behind in thought. The orca, sweating nervously, is left speechless. Overwhelmed by the encounter, he collapses backward from his chair. His worried crew rush to check on him. Struggling to breathe, he begins to tell them about the terrifying night. When they suggest following the night, he urgently forbids it. He desperately warns them never to chase that man or even consider attacking him. The orca further orders that if anyone is foolish enough to target the knight, they should kill that person first, realizing the knight is not truly an intermediate knight but something far more monstrous. Narration labels the knight himself as a monster. Elsewhere, at the same time, the holy knight girl wanders the city hungry. She complains that her food preferences differ from her teacher's and wonders where he has gone. A stranger calls out, asking if she is the holy knight. A red-haired nun confirms the girl's identity and asks who she is speaking to. Recognizing her, the nun excitedly grabs her, exclaiming that the goddess blessing led her here. The nun suddenly grows serious and says there is a problem right now in this place. She claims a terrifying demon weapon is hidden somewhere nearby. She insists she personally saw a war weapon left behind by the demon army hidden in the city. The holy knight nervously suggests moving elsewhere to discuss it more discreetly. In a restaurant, a kraken-themed meal is served. The server presents the ordered kraken meal and invites the diners to enjoy. Sitting with the nun, the holy knight is surprised that their dish is called kraken. She asks if this kraken dish is connected to the rumored war weapon. The nun, eating, affirms that the evil kraken is somewhere in the city and that they face a serious problem. The girl recalls her teacher came here for the kraken, so it must indeed be present. She notes how calm the city feels despite that, and finds it odd that they even sell kraken commemorative meals. She asks if the nun has informed the local church, but the nun says the clergy repeatedly dismissed her warnings. Troubled, the holy knight wonders why the church would ignore a missionary's plea for help. She falls silent, thinking intensely. The nun notices her distraction and asks why she is not eating. The holy knight brushes it off as nothing, then urgently shouts for the nun to look behind her. The nun is suddenly rendered unconscious by the holy knight's blow. As the knight carries the limp nun away, the server arrives with drinks and laments being abandoned before he could get a questionnaire filled out. Narration shifts, explaining that because Grand Cantine borders demon territory, its royal knights wield great influence. Knowing this, the Orca Defacil decided to hire the knight, who accepted as a commission. The knight notes that the job was voluntary and that he has already received his reward, which he will reveal later. He decides to talk about cheetahs, considering them fast yet frail compared to himself. He describes enhancing the cheetah's structure, formerly lacking stamina and prone to overheating, by combining it with other monstrous traits. He explains that by adding dinosaur-like lungs and vessels, he can cool the body effectively. Further combining orc muscles with dragon bones, he massively boosts his acceleration. The resulting transformed cheetah-like form sprints with incredible power. His enhanced speed tears across the grassy field, leaving shockwaves behind. Narration identifies their destination as Santo Encameria. A city guard notices something approaching, suggesting the knight's high-speed arrival is drawing attention. A guard on a city wall notices something odd moving far out on the grassy plain. A massive cheetah-like beast suddenly leaps over him into the city. The beast lands and instantly transforms into a humanoid leg. The shocked guard looks down over the busy city square, confused about what he just saw. Jack, entering the city, senses something feels off at the gate. Down at the docks, an orca-headed informant explains to a knight that guild law blocks entry unless it is for a criminal investigation. The orca hands over forged papers and tells the knight he can accuse the guild master of being a foreign spy and strip the guild of influence. The knight hesitates and asks why he is the one chosen for this scheme, but the orca insists only he can do it. The orca explains that, after the Demon War, major knight exams and renewals brought many intermediate knights to Genio Desialto. He wants to exploit the current chaos in the Adventurers Guild after Julio Aventuraz's death, while Jack internally resolves to handle the commission his own way. At Santo Encameria's Adventurers Guild branch, the Beastman Guild Master grumbles about someone named Orca. Enraged, the lion-like Guild Master slams his desk and curses the sea pig, who has caused him trouble. His tiger-headed aide tries to calm him, saying such people eventually have to yield. A monstrous, red-eyed figure smashes through the window and slaughters the tiger aide before the Guild Master can react. The terrified lion Guild Master is struck by the intruder before he can even see who it is. The black-scaled monster lifts him by the throat as he begs for his life. The Guild Master's body is hurled violently into a wall, creating a huge crater. A green-scaled claw reaches toward the fallen Guild Master's chest. Jack, partly transformed with a reptilian arm, smiles while holding the beastman's heart in his hand. From outside, we see the guild building with a shattered upper window where the body crashed through. Moments later, the guild master's room explodes in a massive fireball. Mages rush to extinguish the blaze, shouting that the fire is in the guild master's chamber. The upper floor is reduced to a smoldering, blackened ruin. Inside, on the burned floor, a charred corpse lies in a pool of blood as staff cry over their dead master and wonder who did this. Jack arrives as an official knight and offers to investigate the suspected murder. When someone questions his authority, he introduces himself as Intermediate Knight Jack Clark and orders them aside. Onlookers whisper in surprise about an intermediate knight as Jack approaches the body. Jack picks up a strange orb from beside the corpse and notes that it is a voice recording device that has begun to play. The orb plays a cold message saying the master has outlived his usefulness and is to be eliminated. The recording continues with the master protesting and then screaming, and witnesses recognize the voices as the master and his assistant. Jack inwardly notes that this evidence is so decisive no further investigation will be needed, since he perfectly replicated their voices after ripping out their throats. He reveals a patch of carpet he protected with salamander slime so it would not burn, saying there is more evidence hidden there. Jack uncovers an envelope beneath the scorched rug and identifies it as containing documents. The papers accuse the master of tax evasion and espionage, while Jack thinks he must now fabricate a plausible motive for the murder. He notes that the lion messenger he killed is now conveniently dead, making the setup perfect. Elsewhere, a red-haired catgirl slowly regains consciousness, confused about what happened. She finds herself bound in a tub in a tiled room, panicking and asking where she is. Still tied, she repeats her question anxiously as she realizes the situation has not changed. A blonde holy knight calmly greets her, surprising the captive catgirl. The knight explains she checked with the church and found the catgirl was never a real missionary, then shows the adventurer license taken from her belongings. Quoting a secret church edict, the knight says true followers must forgive enemies but never forgive imposters pretending to be them. Advancing with a knife, she says she does not know the catgirl's motives but is sure she will eventually reveal them under questioning. From outside the door, the catgirl begs the Madam Holy Knight to listen to her. Her pleas turn into horrified screams as the interrogation turns brutal. A newspaper's chief reporter, Matteo Frenza, prepares an article quoting Jack Clark on the Guildmaster's murder case. The published, official, story asserts that the dead Guildmaster was a spy for hybrid allied nations, killed by his assistant to silence him when information control failed. Matteo privately notes multiple inconsistencies, such as destroyed yet conveniently remaining key evidence. He also questions the missing parts of the corpse and the outward broken window glass, concluding the incident is suspicious. Determined, Matteo vows as a journalist to expose the real truth even if the garrison has closed the case, unaware an assassin looms behind him. Later, Jack meets the hooded assassin in an alley and admits he does not fully understand why Julio protected a spy within his guild. The assassin explains that Julio valued his guild more than his country, and thus concealed the spy. The hooded man remarks that Jack sounds very sure of this, and asks if he knows more than he says. Jack casually replies that he is merely agreeing with that reasoning. Jack internally compares Julio's obsession with the guild to his own ruthless abandonment of morals in pursuit of becoming the superior organism. Yet he cannot fathom why Julio invested so much effort in such a small frontier city. The assassin says he will report Jack's view to the prince, and adds that he has already silenced a reporter who intended to reveal an incredible rumor. Jack, relieved that annoyance is gone, dismisses the assassin until their next meeting. Once alone, Jack steps away, frustrated that the whole situation escalated because of his reckless disciple. He decides that since his work here is done, he will leave the city as well. Outside the city, Jack in cheetah form sprints across the plains at incredible speed. While running, he reflects that eating the tiger hybrid improved his understanding of feline traits, enhancing his cheetah transformation beyond what the werewolf had given him. Mid-run he senses something and abruptly tells himself to wait. He races toward distant cliffs where something is crashing into a mountain. Suddenly a powerful impact sends his cheetah body tumbling through shattered rock. The collision leaves a deep crater in the cliff, with Jack's body embedded at its center. Half buried, he recalls that werewolves are demons transformed from humans while hybrids are a distinct species still derived from similar sources. He thinks about how werewolves align with canines and tiger hybrids with felines, their powers stemming from the same fundamental origin. He compares these demon types to entirely different demon races, deciding that the latter are more like unrelated species altogether. To himself, he likens merfolk and insectoids to unrelated plants, both organisms, yet fundamentally different. In contrast, he considers werewolves and hybrids akin to different varieties of peppers, outwardly similar when cut open despite their distinctions. Concluding he needs more data, he decides he must continue experimenting by eating more of them. Later, fully armored again, Jack returns to his lodging in Genial Desi Alto. He opens the room door, ready to meet his disciple. Inside, his blonde student greets him cheerfully, covered in blood, and asks if Jack just arrived. Jack answers tensely while noticing the bloodstains. The disciple's bloody hand slides the bathroom door shut, hiding what is inside. In the bathroom, the severely wounded catgirl sits bleeding in the tub, weakly begging for help. The Holy Knight student explains to Jack that the girl was an adventurer posing as a missionary who tried to use church authority to pursue the Kraken. Smiling brightly, she says that thanks to Jack's training she restrained her strength enough not to kill the girl while interrogating her. Proud of herself, she beams and recounts how she knocked the catgirl out without serious injury before questioning her, asking Jack for praise. Forced into hiding in the ominous forest of no return, Jack and his disciple camp there. At the campfire, Jack remarks he usually has leeway in his missions but had to flee here in haste this time. His disciple arrives carrying firewood and a severed monster head, while Jack blames their predicament on her antics. Back at the docks, Orca complains that Jack's recent request is excessive even though he owes him a favor. Jack lists the disciples' crimes of daylight abduction, noisy torture in a public inn, and offending the powerful Adventurers Guild, which Orca must help cover up. Embarrassed, Jack apologizes and asks how long it will take to bury the scandal. Orca estimates the uproar will last up to half a year but promises to stall the investigation so Jack can escape quickly. Around the campfire that night, Jack muses that he never expected to be chased out of the city like this. He decides to at least check the payment from the commission while resting. The payment is actually a captured giant sea serpent, which he subdues and prepares to devour. He notes that he expected to spend weeks at sea hunting such a creature but acquired it easily through this mission. Jack tears into its flesh and begins eating it raw. Chewing thoughtfully, he observes the meat is venomous but the poison does not affect him. He reasons that, since he lacks underwater abilities, consuming this enormous sea snake is still worthwhile for its potential powers. His disciple watches him eat and asks why he never touches the cooked meat, suspecting he prefers everything raw. Jack explains that cooking takes time, creates telltale smoke, and is unnecessary for him since his digestion never fails. She laughs awkwardly that he does not even care about taste. He adds that cooking also weakens the abilities he can absorb from what he eats. A short time later, the disciple falls asleep right after her meal. Watching her snore, Jack calls her a simpleton while still gnawing on the serpent. Jack suddenly senses something and looks off into the dark forest. He calls out to the hidden presence, demanding to know who is there. The hooded assassin ally steps from the shadows and identifies himself. Jack asks why he came early instead of meeting after they had left the forest, and the man says circumstances have changed. The assassin announces that an elf has appeared in this forest. Somewhere deeper inside, corrupted vines entwine a royal elf carriage under a dark, misty sky. A stern elf with glowing eyes surveys the enchanted forest, searching. The narration introduces elves and notes that those on Elmwood Continent are widely known for certain traits. Because of their long lives and strong magic, elves are said to be extremely arrogant and proud. Jack quotes the common saying that the only good elf is a dead elf. The assassin agrees but explains this particular elf is problematic because of their high status. He reveals that the elf wandering this forest is a candidate to succeed the elf kingdom's throne. Jack infers that means the intruder is essentially an elven prince or princess. He recalls a prophecy-like statement that a gate to another world will open when the heads of 4 species kings are offered on specific altars. Jack notes that elves are one of those 4 species, and such a royal head might become useful to him someday. Curious, he asks why a noble successor would risk entering this cursed forest. The assassin speculates they are here to slay a terrifying monster known as the Hydra. Meanwhile, 2 elves travel deeper into the forest, one armored and one scholarly. The armored elf senses the poisonous miasma intensifying as they proceed. The attendant begs Prince Luxian to reconsider, saying facing a Hydra alone is far too dangerous. He explains that anything infected by Hydra poison becomes violently aggressive and that almost no Hydras have been killed in a century. Luxian notes that the last one was slain by Julio Aventura's adventurer clan, where nearly everyone but the leader died. Annoyed, he asks why his chamberlain keeps stating things he already knows as if imparting wisdom. The attendant shouts that he repeats it because the danger is that great. He insists Luxian still does not grasp how serious this is, while the prince retorts that he understands perfectly. Luxian then asks what will happen politically if he turns back now and gives up. The chamberlain reluctantly answers that the other candidates Rhesus or Elmia would then likely become heirs, which Luxian finds intolerable. Luxian rants that Rhesus has rare time magic and Elmia is already a diplomatic prodigy, whereas he feels inferior and desperate. He laments that all he has is royal blood, yet his rivals share that too, and he knows everyone expects someone like him never to become king. The chamberlain still pleads that the plan is reckless and begs him to return, saying more magic will not change anything. In frustration, he urges the prince to accept his fate and stop chasing impossible victories. Luxian falls silent, considering the words as his exhausted attendant pants behind him. Then Luxian says he finally understands, causing the attendant to hope he has been convinced. Instead, Lucian's eyes glow with madness as he concludes that his mentor no longer intends to accompany him. He suddenly casts binding magic at the stunned chamberlain. Vines wrap around the attendant's legs as he cries out in confusion. Thorny tendrils lash up and immobilize him completely. Trapped, he begs Luxian to treat this as a bad joke and release him. Luxian walks away, coldly remarking that the man just dismissed his own warnings as jokes. A thorn pierces the chamberlain's mouth mid-plea, cutting him off. His muffled screams echo through the forest as Luxian continues on alone. Far away, Jack reads from a book that Hydra poison can animate even plants, turning them into roaming hunters. The text also says these plants stop moving without water and that water mages can create safe zones by draining moisture nearby. Closing the book, Jack thinks this is why he tried to hurry ahead in the forest. Walking through shallow water with his disciple, he notes the killer plants are not attacking, instead parting to form a path. Jack experimentally touches a thorny vine and prepares to test something. Through contact, he feels a foreign consciousness and realizes the plants are communicating. He interprets their message as saying an intruder entered from the opposite side of the forest. His disciple nervously asks if he is literally conversing with plants, while he says it is more like exchanging opinions. Jack concludes that the Hydra poison trees now possess awareness, and by syncing with them he can also wield the abilities of the conscious organisms he has eaten. The narrator recalls Pallas the Gluttony Lord and feels thankful to the octopus-like parasite ally. He explains that the strange trees resonate with the same frequency as his parasites, which lets him hear their voices. The trees whisper fragmented warnings about a dangerous long-eared mage using roots and causing drought, begging for help. Interpreting the voices, he understands that an elf mage is drying the tree's roots with magic, and they are pleading for rescue. He concludes this matches his intel about Prince Luxian of the Elf Kingdom Elpyrus. His excited companion asks what kind of strategy she should devise. She begins writing a biography of hero Knight Kim, describing how trees poisoned by Hydra venom were moved by his heroism and guided him. Elsewhere, Prince Luxian walks alone through the corrupted forest. Luxian reflects that his life has been filled with failures. He recalls being born a high elf, considered superior among elves. As a child he showed promise in water attribute magic, but after his gifted twin siblings were born, his life collapsed. His brother displayed rare time magic and his sister brilliantly solved the kingdom's problems, outshining him. Compared to them, he felt talentless and without achievements. He remembers that only the Grand Chamberlain remained by his side. As he runs, Hydra-tainted vines grab his leg. Collapsing, he laments being alone again and admits he sought the Hydra battle to earn recognition. Spent of mana from constant water magic, he realizes he is at his limit. Luxian thinks he came here to escape his inferiority but feels trapped by it. As more vines close in, he despairs that this is how his story will end. He recalls the Chamberlain scolding him to finally act mature. Dark thoughts mock him that he is destined to always lose and should accept that fate. As the vines bind his limbs, he wonders whether to struggle pointlessly or simply lie down and die. Crying, he admits he never imagined he would end up like this. Just then, he spots a figure leaping toward him against the twin moons. The armored stranger lands before him as the vines tighten. The newcomer calmly asks Luxian if he needs help. Shocked, Luxian lifts his head to see who has appeared. He demands to know the stranger's identity. Elsewhere, a royal document details a revised bill cutting subsidies to the Adventurers Guild. A noble signs and stamps the bill. This prince complains that other nobles wanted harsher sanctions, but he fears cornered adventurers might rebel. He decides he must restrain the adventurers gradually, tightening their leash and cuffs. His masked aide enters with tea, addressing him as prince. The prince reaches for the teacup. Sipping, he thanks the aide and asks how the current operation went. The aide reports that Sir Kim has made contact with Prince Luxian while wearing the kingdom's uniform as ordered. Relieved, the prince then asks if Luxian can truly slay the Hydra and become the next Elpyrus king. He flatly answers that such an outcome is impossible. He says Luxian will never become king regardless of the Hydra hunt, even if the task were slaying a dragon. He explains that winning Lucien's goodwill toward their kingdom will benefit them greatly and is necessary for survival. He adds that beyond politics, this alliance is vital because his own life depends on his plan succeeding. Nervously, he admits that if his scheme fails, the Hydra-like monster will tear him apart. Back in the forest, Kim now stands beside the exhausted Luxian lying in the water. Kim casually gestures and the tainted vines retract from Lucien's body. Luxian, surprised, realizes Kim has cleared away the plants poisoned by the Hydra. Kim introduces himself as Head Knight Kim of the Grand Kuntine Kingdom, and asks if Luxian is injured. Luxian thanks him sincerely, saying he is alive because of this rescue. Studying Luxian, Kim awkwardly asks if he is truly an elf. Luxian, puzzled, asks why he would question that. Kim says elves are rumored to be arrogant toward other races, so Lucien's politeness surprised him. Kim reflects that elves live around 1,000 years, have innate magic talent, and usually see others as inferior with no reason to show gratitude. Luxian laughs, acknowledging that description fits most elves. He internally admits he once behaved like other elves but thinks centuries of failure may have changed him. Out loud, Luxian concedes that his people are as arrogant as rumored, perhaps worse, but claims he is a special case. Their conversation is cut off as Kim's eager disciple rushes in, calling for his teacher. Vines immediately gag and entangle the disciple mid-complaint. Struggling comically, the disciple is dragged around while Kim wonders what foolish thing he is doing now. Kim orders the vines to back off, freeing the flailing disciple who curses incoherently. The disciple hits the water, finally released from the vine's grip. Catching his breath, he mutters that he thought he was going to die. Seeing Luxian clearly, he shouts in surprise that there is an elf present. Flustered yet formal, he introduces himself as Ryan Hens of the Church State's Holy Knights and asks who Luxian is. Luxian politely reveals himself as Luxian of Elpyrus and returns the greeting. Ryan Hens exclaims in shock that he is an elf prince and wonders why royalty is here. Luxian again expresses gratitude to Kim and Ryan Hens, saying he would be dead without Grand Kuntine's guardian knight and the Church State's Holy Knight. Ryan Hens thinks to himself that this elf prince is unexpectedly courteous and questions whether he misjudged elves. Luxian then asks the two if, since they saved him, they would help him slay the Hydra. Ryan Hens internally concludes that Lucien's bold request proves he is still very much an elf. Kim responds that it is convenient, since he was already heading to kill the Hydra when he found Luxian. Kim agrees to cooperate and asks Luxian to explain his abilities. Luxian demonstrates he uses water attribute magic, excelling at environmental control and support, which should work well against the aquatic hydra. Kim lists his own powers as superhuman strength and transformation. Luxian says he already knew Kim could transform into a dragon but worries that fighting a water-dominating hydra as a dragon might be disadvantageous. Kim replies that he can also transform into a sea serpent, and that the hydra's poison does not affect him. Luxian suggests converting the freshwater lake into seawater for the sea serpent form, while Kim will focus on attacking. Ryan Hens anxiously asks what his role will be. Kim assures his student he has an important job too, namely eliminating the lesser monsters. The trio then advance together through the flooded forest toward the hydra's lair. Ryan Hens grumbles that this support role is far from the glorious heroic sacrifice he fantasized about. He imagines a romantic story where Kim dies defending Luxian, who then vows revenge, but realizes that scenario will not happen. Embarrassed by his own daydream, he admits such drama is not applicable to reality. Kim's boot steps into deeper water as they near their destination. He announces to his companions that they have arrived. The group reaches a massive cliffside lake under twin moons. Looking over the vast whirlpool, Luxian confirms this is the hydra's dwelling and notes its large size. Kim proposes beginning immediately and asks Luxian how long he needs to prepare. Luxian confidently says no special preparation is needed for such a simple task and readies his magic. Determined to prove himself, Luxian unleashes a powerful water spell, mentally begging to be watched and praised. He fires himself up, thinking of upholding the dignity of El Pyrrhus Prince Luxian Rechetes. His magic forms enormous glowing circles in the sky as Ryan Hens looks on in awe. The spell rapidly transforms the lake, flooding it with glowing, churning water. The disturbance forces a huge multi-headed hydra to erupt from the lake, startling all three. The enraged hydra screeches, revealing its many fanged heads. Behind the party, corrupted beasts with glowing eyes emerge, surrounding Ryan Hens. Ryan Hens calls to Kim that he will handle the monsters in the rear but then realizes Kim is already gone. In the water, one hydra head suddenly notices something amiss. Kim, now a sea serpent, viciously twists off one of its heads. A splash marks the severed head falling into the lake. Silhouetted against the moon, Kim's sea serpent form coils majestically. He reflects that one head is down as he circles in the air. He explains that he took the form of a sea serpent to move through the water more smoothly. He combines the sea serpent body with the dragon's jaw to bite through the hydra. Observing the fight, Kim notes that the hydra's soft body cannot properly defend against such attacks. Luxian, maintaining his spell, realizes this is the transformation ability he heard about. Kim decides to devour the remaining heads, diving again toward the hydra. The remaining hydra heads strike back, hissing furiously. Kim resurfaces in his serpentine draconic form, facing them silently. He realizes the hydra regenerates like legends say, sprouting two heads where one was cut. Puzzled, he wonders how it can regrow such complex heads so quickly and questions whether the regeneration affects its whole body or only the heads. Resolving to test it, he dives once more toward the cluster of heads. The hydra screams as more of its necks are shredded. Kim relentlessly batters the creature, cutting off multiple heads at once. Severed necks spurt and flail under his assault. Stumps immediately bulge as new heads regrow. The hydra soon becomes a writhing mass of countless serpentine necks. Kim observes the regeneration seems endless but continues analyzing its pattern. He notices that with each new head the hydra's overall body shrinks. Concluding there must be a limit, he decides to push the creature until it exhausts that power. He rides one thick neck, constricting and pummeling it underwater. The battlefield fills with hydra heads and severed chunks as he continues the cycle of destruction. At one point Kim abandons his serpent form, leaping shirtless onto the hydra's body. He grips a neck firmly. Then he plunges bodily into the hydra's gaping maw. From inside, he tears through, bursting out in a spray of blood. Using his transformed crayfish arm, he prepares a crushing strike. He slams that monstrous arm down through the hydra flesh. The blow rips a bloody tunnel through multiple necks at once. A vortex of gore and water swirls around his silhouette. Emerging, Kim faces the still flailing hydra fragments that surround him. The ragged stumps convulse as the creature struggles to regenerate again. More heads grow and lash down in desperation. Soon an enormous forest of heads towers over him as smaller pieces litter the water. Kim's arms morph again into huge clawed limbs. As the mass of heads converges on him, he braces for another attack. He carves a path through the converging necks with explosive punches. Finally he seizes and wrenches the main body, splitting it apart. The hydra's core ruptures under his grip. Deep red gashes open across its body as he continues shredding it. Covered in blood and partly draconic, Kim stands amid the hydra remains. He coldly challenges the dying beast, wondering how long it can endure. One remaining head tries to strike. The severely shrunken body falls into the water, surrounded by countless severed necks. Kim narrates that after about 30 heads the hydra grew too light to stay stable, and by the 42nd head it could no longer regenerate. Ryan Hen shouts triumphantly while Luxian watches Kim in awe. Proudly holding a defeated wolf by the neck, Ryan Hens reports he has finished dealing with the rear monsters. Luxian bows, promising to repay this great favor someday and praising the overwhelming strength of Kingdom Knights. Kim modestly answers that their goals merely overlapped and he was just completing his own mission, so no repayment is needed. Luxian insists he will still repay his personal debt regardless of Kim's view. Using water magic, Luxian gathers Hydra remains into floating orbs, saying he will just take his own trophy share. Departing with the water orbs, Luxian bids farewell and expresses hope to meet Sir Kim again. The man notes in surprise that he has never seen an elf bow so often, even if it was only twice. The elf explains that elves only ever bow during sacred baptism and wishes others would learn from the humble elf they met. Speaking of that elf, they call him a comrade with a decent personality, hope he grows kind, and mention Prince Edward doubts that will happen. The man places severed Hydra parts into the water. The elf happily tells him his powers are nearing those of the Saintess. Delighted by the praise, the elf thanks his teacher while the Hydra parts sink into a whirlpool. In the elf kingdom of El Pyrus, crowds cheer that Prince Luxian has defeated a Hydra. Luxian secretly rejoices that this feat finally puts him ahead in the race for succession. A flashback shows Luxian using magic to strike the Hydra in battle. Another elf prince hears commotion, wonders why everyone is gathered, and is told startling news. The crowd announces that Prince Rhesus has just slain a dragon. Luxian grits his teeth in fury, cursing Rhesus for stealing his spotlight. Back at the lake, the protagonist reads in a tree while his elf pupil collects the Hydra's bodies below. The elf reports proudly that he has gathered all the Hydra remains. The man studies a book describing the Hydra's appearances and its lair at Marquezet Bosquever Mountain stronghold. He hands the elf a pouch, instructing him to store something and prepare for the next step. He concentrates silently, activating his devouring power. His arm transforms with Hydra scales as he announces they are heading for the mountains. Narration explains that a Hydra's head is more like a limb than a true head. The dissected skulls reveal the heads lack brains and have arm-like bones. The brain is actually inside the body, explaining the creature's rapid head regeneration. He admits he still does not know the exact mechanism of regeneration and plans to research it further. Regardless, he focuses on the new ability obtained from eating the Hydra. At Marquezet Bosquever's mountain stronghold, guards notice strange fiery objects falling from the sky. One guard panics as blazing projectiles rain down around him. Explosions erupt, and another guard reacts, readying his weapon. A third guard realizes flaming orbs are homing in on them and cries out in shock. A massive blast consumes part of the wooden fortification and figures within it. Amid the inferno, a demonic silhouette emerges through the flames. Terrified bandits demand to know who the horned, burning figure is. The transformed protagonist strides forward like a demon, dragon-headed arms blazing and stomach growling. The bandits recognize him as a monster and recoil in fear. Screaming, they flee for their lives from the fiery figure behind them. The demon calmly notes that even if they run, they cannot hide, as his dragon maw arm opens with a vortex of fire. One bandit is engulfed in an explosion, while the others watch in horror. The surviving pair interpret the attack as divine punishment from the goddess. One insists this calamity is the goddess's own judgment on them. The other scoffs, arguing the goddess would never send such a grotesque monster. They decide to regroup at a second stronghold where more comrades are stationed. Arriving at the second stronghold, they find a gaping hole blasted through its wall. Staring through the hole, a bandit wonders why the wall has been breached. Inside they find the stronghold full of mangled corpses, horrifying the last surviving bandit. The elf pupil, also transformed into a ravenous monster, growls and remarks that more visitors have arrived. Seeing her silhouette approaching, one bandit screams that she is coming and draws his knife. As he urges his companion to run, the knife suddenly buries itself in his own leg. He looks back in shock at the blade stuck in his thigh, realizing he has been betrayed. The older bandit sprints away, leaving his injured partner screaming behind. The fleeing man guiltily admits he is sacrificing his comrade, hoping the other will live long enough to serve as bait. His escape fails as he runs straight into the towering demon form of the protagonist. Staring up at the monster, he can only mutter a desperate invocation to his goddess. Outside the burning fort, flaming trenches and scorched earth show the devastation spreading from the attack. The elf pupil stands by the fire, holding a severed arm while a bandit burns and screams beside her, as her teacher waits by a tree. The man watches quietly from the shade while his pupil finishes slaughtering the bandits in the blaze. She cheerfully reports that she has killed all the bandits so the citizens will be safer, and he briefly praises her work. Beaming with pride, she happily accepts his compliment. He silently studies her, noting her growing ruthlessness. In his thoughts, he observes that she is becoming the sort of person he needs, still wavering between humanity and monstrosity as he once did. He concludes that she soon will no longer be a wolf disguised among sheep, fully embracing her monstrous side. Changing subjects, he says the real issue is that something he expected has not appeared, while she assumes he is talking about remaining bandits. He clarifies that wiping out the bandits was only meant to remove prey and draw out another creature. The elf, alarmed, realizes he means the bandits were bait for a greater monster that feeds on groups of humans. The realization terrifies her as sweat runs down her face. He states that there is only one monster known to prey on humans in this way. Narration introduces the manticore, recently sighted in this region. The elf worries that luring such a monster might endanger innocent people. He replies that more sightings will at least give information, and that arriving late to hunt the manticore will not change much. She still objects, asking what happens if witnesses are eaten or the monster strikes a village again. He calmly considers this concern, preparing a drastic answer. A disembodied, sinister voice in his mind suggests simply burning the entire region. The elf is horrified as she sees the unsettling smile forming at his answer. At that moment the manticore itself appears, asking them to stop burning and confronting them. The creature stands revealed as a hulking lion-bodied beast with an old man's face and scorpion tail. It asks if they have not burned enough already, speaking to them with eerie composure. Narration recalls that a famous monsterologist once wrote in his book about this exact creature. That author's single piece of advice was to flee immediately upon encountering a manticore. The monster is formally named Manticore as it towers menacingly before them. The narrative details its composition as a hybrid of human head, lion body, and scorpion tail. The man theorizes that like dragons and hydras, the manticore was created by the goddess based on earth myths, specifically from Persian legend. The manticore's preferred food is human flesh. Marquis Basquever's bandit-infested territory was therefore an ideal feeding ground for it. The elf exclaims in shock that the monster before them is truly a manticore. As she grips her sword, something about the encounter makes her hesitate. Both she and her teacher sense a strange, unexpected feeling coming from the monster. The protagonist notes that contrary to his expectations, he feels no hostility from the manticore. The manticore admits he would normally torture hunters, but feels no desire to harm these two. The man wonders if this manticore is experiencing the same conflicted instincts he and his pupil struggle with. The elf realizes he is consciously holding back his urge to attack them. The three of them experience a bizarre sense of kinship, as if recognizing fellow monsters. The manticore tells them they have something else they must do before dealing with him. He instructs them to handle that task first, and then return here tomorrow at the same time. Before vanishing into the darkness, he promises he will be waiting for them. Later, a hooded agent apologizes to Sir Kim, saying their organization should have handled this mission. Kim answers that he acted of his own will and there is no need for apologies. Relaxing against the wall, Kim adds that feeling sorry would be inappropriate, and commends the agent for clearing all 72 of Basquever's fortresses. Armor now on, Kim walks through town as people react to his presence. His elf pupil, now in gleaming armor, spots him and brightens. She runs over excitedly, greeting her teacher on his arrival. She apologizes for making him wait as she comes to his side. Kim tells her it is time to move, and they set off together. At Basquever's 62nd stronghold, Kim waits amid the ruins as darkness gathers. A long-haired man sits on a broken chair in the devastated stronghold as the night sky looms overhead. From behind, he acknowledges Kim and the elf's approach with a calm greeting. The pair walk up to the seated man, facing what they now know is the manticore's human form. The elf nervously addresses him as Mr. Manticore, unsure how else to refer to him. The man stands and turns toward Kim, confirming his identity. He affirms with a smile that he indeed is the manticore. The elf cries out in shock at this casual revelation. She stammers, asking her teacher what is going on. Kim, unsettled, demands to know why the man has his exact face. The doppelganger responds that Kim's surprise is natural given that he is looking at his own face. Kim stares at his eerie double as the man states plainly that he is wearing Kim's face. Kim asks if the manticore is deliberately copying him. The manticore suggests they sit down, saying their conversation will not be brief. Kim reluctantly takes a makeshift seat, bracing for a long explanation. From above, he tells the manticore to start talking. The manticore begins by recounting how the goddess was the first being in this world and modeled its lifeforms on organisms from Earth. She created countless animals, plants, and storybook species based on Earth's fauna. She then imagined unique monsters as well, blending elements into entirely new beings. Among her creations she included a solitary monster unlike any other, whose abilities inspired Kim. The manticore tells Kim that he should recognize which monster he means. Kim realizes the monster in question is himself. The manticore formally introduces himself as a manticore and as an experimental duplicate called Pet Shop Duplicate V0.3.0 Beta, one of the goddess's test creations. Kim recalls that Pet Shop was the criminal codename he once had on Earth. The manticore explains he was made to replicate a monster like Kim in this world. He describes how the goddess first experimented with multi-part creatures like griffins, but most later hybrids failed. Such hybrids could combine abilities and reproduce, yet none could mimic Kim's core power of eating others and reproducing what he consumed. After many failed attempts, the manticore himself was created, his body shaped like a cat-based humanoid. He adds that his head can only change into other primate forms. His tail cannot change species, but he can copy the forms of creatures he eats with it. The elf interrupts, protesting that manticores were never said to have such powers. She admits they are strong monsters but has never heard of a manticore with those extraordinary abilities. He replies smugly that he is an exceptional individual. He clarifies that the manticores she knows are his descendants and lack his special powers. He compares this to Kim himself, addressing him as the original Pet Shop. Kim admits he once had a son on Earth but that the boy inherited only his genes, not his abilities. The elf is stunned to learn her teacher once had a child. She exclaims that Kim was married and had a son, but he brushes it off as something belonging to his past. Internally, she reels at the revelation that her teacher had a wife and child. The Manticore concludes his origin story and asks if they have more questions. Kim contrasts his own 30-plus years of life, including 2 in this world, with the Manticore's age. The Manticore affirms he has lived for thousands of years and hints that the world, created for the goddess, extends far beyond this continent. He implies that the goddess's domain encompasses the entire universe and even time and space. He elaborates that this world includes all of time and space and that such a transcendent being cannot be judged by human standards. Kim then asks how the Manticore personally knows so much about the goddess's intentions. The Manticore answers that all first-generation beings created directly by the goddess know their purpose, and he is merely the last survivor among them. Kim asks whether the Manticore has ever met others of his own kind. The Manticore says yes, but their fates are uncertain, describing one flying shapeshifter that entered a dungeon and never returned. Kim recalls a grotesque dungeon creature with similar traits and shudders at the memory. Preparing to end the interrogation, Kim says he has one final question. With a predatory smile, Kim asks the Manticore how many of his own kind he has devoured so far. The Manticore's tail strikes down with explosive force. The protagonist raises his bandaged arm to block the blow. The Manticore, eyes glowing, demands to know how the protagonist saw through him. The Holy Knight calls to her teacher, but he orders her to stay back while he faces the Manticore. The teacher charges the Manticore as the knight retreats to a safer distance. Analyzing his foe, the teacher states that the Manticore fights only by instinct and has not mastered any of its many abilities, surviving so far by eating normally. He adds that only by consuming special prey could the Manticore surpass the limits of its abilities. The two clash again, their attacks shattering the ground. The teacher appears behind the Manticore, ready to strike while both manifest ominous purple eyes. With a powerful blow, he sends the Manticore flying. The Manticore hurtles through the air and crashes violently back down. Regaining his stance, the Manticore asks what else the teacher has deduced. The teacher admits that from the moment he saw the Manticore, he wanted to eat him because he looked delicious. The Manticore calls the teacher the original pet shop and confesses a long-held desire to become perfect like him, a yearning that has lasted thousands of years. He laments being separated from his own species but says his drive for perfection outweighs that sadness. Barbed teeth and tail bared, he declares that the pursuit of perfection makes even that loneliness bearable. The teacher coldly asks how his opponent liked the taste of his own kind. Now in a hulking beast form, the Manticore replies that consuming his fellow species was the best. He adds that eating the teacher will taste better than any prey he has ever devoured. Watching this, the teacher reflects on the bond and joy of meeting one's own species. He also senses the tragedy, rage, and conflict in the Manticore's inability to resist his own instincts. Transforming fully into a monstrous red form, the teacher notes that one overwhelming emotion is making all these feelings meaningless. The empowered Manticore rushes in again to continue the fight. The teacher recognizes the sensation as an uncontrollable hunger. Their silhouettes collide as the frenzied battle escalates. The Manticore, wary of the teacher's growing power, keeps his distance and watches. He lunges in close and bites a chunk from the teacher's side. Their eyes meet in a moment of shared shock and predatory focus. The teacher experiences the addictive thrill of being devoured and admits he now understands the Manticore's compulsion to keep eating. The Manticore, exhilarated, says the taste of his own species is nothing compared to a single bite of the teacher's flesh, praising the original. Growing euphoric from the meal, he feels filled with energy and declares this feast the best yet. As his body mutates further, he thanks the teacher for helping him overcome his limits once more. The teacher, unfazed, compares the Manticore to a bird facing a cat and tells him to lie down quietly so he can be eaten instead. The Manticore retorts that the teacher also looks overstuffed and taunts him about falling into a food coma. Laughing maniacally, the Manticore charges, screaming that the teacher should sleep forever. Their next clash erupts in a massive explosion that even the distant Holy Knight can see. Watching in horror, she wonders why two beings of the same species are fighting so savagely. She realizes they share the same goal, driven not by survival but by pure eating. She reminds herself that the Manticore is a man-eating monster that must be destroyed. Yet, she also recalls he is the ancestor of all monsters and that her teacher is that original being. Confused, she struggles with the idea that her teacher might not be human and wonders how to report this to the church. As she watches, her thoughts fade, overwhelmed by the wicked brutality of the battle unfolding. For Ryan Hensfjorkard, however, this abominable fight is something she secretly aspires to reach. To her, the clash looks like a mythic battle that awakens the monster inside her even more. At the same time, her humanity and conscience that restrain those impulses also grow stronger. She reminds herself that despite her excitement and inhuman nature, she still has a duty to fulfill as a holy knight. In the melee, the Manticore's jaw is smashed and blood spills from his mouth. His severed flesh drops to the ground, showing how vicious the exchange has become. Tasting the teacher's flesh, the Manticore notes that it is unlike that of his own kind. He remarks that the teacher has eaten many delicious things and that flavor now fills his body. The teacher notices something unusual as the Manticore begins manifesting new abilities. A rain of strange fish-like projectiles starts to fall from above. The teacher looks up as the airborne fish swarm toward him. The barrage smashes into him and the ground in a flurry of impacts. Regaining his footing, he sees the fish clinging to and wriggling around his tail. One of the fish bites into his scales, and he realizes what this phenomenon is. He recalls his own ability and the bizarre sea creatures he once consumed. He recognizes that the manticore is now using the abilities of those devoured creatures. The teacher deduces that the manticore is developing these powers after eating his flesh and that prolonging the fight could become dangerous. As more fish shoot toward him, the teacher leaps high to evade. Hovering above, he responds with a massive blast of flame. The manticore counters by diving straight through the inferno, wings folded and claws extended. The teacher surges forward through the flames to meet him head-on. His fire attack drives the manticore into the ground, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Seeing that the fish abilities are ineffective on his foe, the teacher prepares a different, more direct assault. He decides to use the classic method of close-quarters combat, rushing in with fangs bared. The manticore drops to meet him, bracing for another brutal exchange. He coils his tail defensively around himself, eyes locked on the teacher. The teacher resolves to eliminate that troublesome tail first. He slices in a powerful arc aimed squarely at the tail. The blow lands, slamming the teacher to the ground while the long tail whips around them. Undeterred, he charges again, roaring as he attacks the manticore's body. The manticore answers with a crazed grin, enjoying the deadly struggle. The teacher's eyes widen in shock as the fight suddenly turns against him. A spine section of the manticore's tail pierces through his torso. Stunned, he sees a huge yellow talon descending toward him. The manticore slams him away with that claw, sending him hurtling across the battlefield. The teacher digs in his claws and skids along the ground to stop himself. Looking down, he grabs the tail segment impaled in his chest. With a violent wrench, he tears the embedded tail piece out of his body. Holding the writhing fragment, he asks if the manticore just used an ability he stole from him. The manticore realizes the teacher can separate his body like this and mocks the ability as boring. The teacher concedes that the 1,000-year-old manticore far surpasses him in adapting to abilities. Yet he bites into the severed tail segment, hinting that he still has an advantage. The manticore demands that he return that piece of tail, lunging to reclaim it. Instead, the teacher is struck hard by a massive golden claw. He braces himself as the impact smashes him backward. Using the opening, the teacher drives his fist up into the manticore's throat. Choking and gasping, the manticore staggers back, his breathing labored. His tail starts twitching ominously on the ground, regaining movement. In pain, he lashes out by whipping the resurrected tail at the teacher. Both combatants bare their fang mouths, gathering energy for another devastating attack. They fire beams of destructive power from their mouths that collide between them. The collision explodes into a gigantic blast that engulfs the battlefield. When the smoke clears, a vast burning crater yawns between the two monsters. The teacher, surprised, asks if the manticore actually managed to block that attack. The manticore admits he almost died from it, and praises the original's overwhelming strength. Still not satisfied, he charges again, asking if that was really all the teacher could do. He dives from above like a meteor, intent on finishing the wounded teacher. The teacher raises his arms to defend but realizes even his dragon scales cannot fully block the onslaught. He decides to pull back briefly and reassess his strategy. Before he can retreat, the manticore's tail slams down in front of him. A colossal purple tail sweep crashes across the ground toward the teacher. Laughing, the manticore marvels at how gigantic his tail has become thanks to what the teacher has been eating. The teacher lies embedded in the crater wall as the manticore asks if he is still alive. Bruised and bloodied, the teacher stares back up, struggling to move. He recognizes the crushing tail technique as an ability he once saw in a dinosaur-like creature. The manticore, satisfied with the thrill of this life-or-death battle, says it is time for the teacher to die. He vows to devour the teacher completely, leaving not a single piece behind. The teacher looks down to see the manticore's tail once again impaled in his body. The manticore is shocked to realize something is wrong as his gaze follows the tail. The teacher asks if the manticore's strength is already fading and notes that the poison is starting to work. The manticore pants heavily, his body weakening from the toxin. He curses the teacher for using poison, especially something alien to this world. The teacher explains that he coated himself in pufferfish poison from Earth, something the manticore has no resistance against. He dismisses the accusation of cowardice, saying that concept belongs to humans, not monsters like them. He then unleashes intersecting slashes of power as he surges toward his reeling opponent. The poison manticore's body is shredded by the assault and begins to fall apart. Half destroyed, he admits the teacher is right even as darkness creeps over him. The wounded teacher asks calmly if the manticore has any last words. The manticore muses about final words, treating them instead as his final wish. He reflects that he never imagined needing a final wish and that he has only ever heard them from others, refusing to offer blessings to the one who will eat him. Instead, he decides to leave parting words meant to make the teacher feel worse. He reveals he is Pet Shop Duplicate version 0.3 beta and that a later 0.97 final version existed 50 years ago, implying newer versions may already be in development. With his dying breath, he warns the teacher that he is not alone, hinting at more originals or duplicates. The teacher turns away as the manticore's body collapses into darkness behind him. After the battle, he notices that the holy night is gone and begins wondering where she went. He finds it oddly quiet and realizes she is not around to chatter excitedly about his sayings. Spotting an empty chair, he sees that she has left something behind. He picks up the abandoned note and recognizes it as a letter. Reading, he sees it addressed to him and that it concerns the future of the kingdom. Just then, an ally rushes in calling for Sir Kim, startling him from the letter. The messenger panics as he reports that the adventurers are in open revolt. The scene shifts to the Grand Kuntine Kingdom, centered on its grand palace or cathedral. Later, the teacher sits in an ornate room, contemplating recent events. He reflects that although the manticore was incompatible with him, there were aspects in which it surpassed him. He acknowledges that the ancient creature's vast experience let it embody and use other species' memories and traits perfectly. He reasons that the manticore could swap brains yet still access his own abilities thanks to centuries of honing each power. Since he ate the manticore, the teacher expects to gain that same brain-swapping ability, though without inheriting the centuries of practice. He then thinks about the Holy Knight's letter just as his brother comments on the implications of his new power. The brother confirms that the teacher can now adopt completely different personalities, reacting in shock at how monstrous he has become. He admits he already thought the teacher was a monster, but now sees him growing even more terrifying. Changing the subject, the brother reminds him of the adventurer revolt, asking if he understands why he was called. The teacher responds bluntly by asking who he has to kill first. The brother scolds him for jumping straight to killing but clarifies that, yes, they do plan to eliminate the rebels eventually. Strategizing, the brother suggests letting the adventurers kill unpopular nobles and attack citizens first before the kingdom moves. He adds that it would be best to end the revolt quickly and has a plan that uses the teacher's new ability, promising handsome compensation. At the Adventurers Guild's Santo de Marga branch, the guild master announces that royal funding will be cut by 90% next year, sparking outrage. Fired up, the gathered adventurers vow to kidnap nobles and reclaim their authority by force. Among them, a bandaged, one-eyed adventurer stands out, silently observing as the revolt gathers momentum. Midden asks if they will personally head to the kingdom. He vows internally that this mission is his chance to take revenge. The story flashes back to months earlier in the harbor city of Stuckpit. A young half-demon boy named Midden works at the harbor while dreaming of joining the demon army's 7th battalion. A narrator asks if the listener remembers what happened to that boy. The harbor suddenly erupts in fiery explosions around Midden and the workers. A red dragon descends amid the flames, terrifying the demons below. Midden runs through the burning city as the dragon attacks behind him. Seeing a man cut down, Midden dives to grab the fallen sword. He launches himself in a desperate attack, stabbing down at the dragon. His strike shatters uselessly, and the dragon's claws close in on him. The dragon devastates the harbor as Midden lies amid rubble and fire. The dragon's flames scorch the ground where he is. The impact leaves a huge, charred crater. Narration explains that losing his only family filled Midden with such rage that it awakened a hidden power. This fury triggers the emergence of his special ability called Transfiguration. His burned body begins reforming as he imagines the regenerative powers of the trolls he had worked with. Using troll regeneration through transfiguration, his muscles rebuild and he is reborn. Because troll regeneration is weak to fire, he survives but is left covered in permanent burn scars. He rises from the ruins, a lone silhouette amid the burning city. The ground collapses beneath him as he staggers through the shattered harbor. Newly reformed, he gasps in shock at his changed body. He then breaks down crying. He looks at his scarred hand and remembers his lost friend Myron. Grieving, he cries Myron's name while recalling their happy moments together. In the present, his bandaged fist trembles as he clutches Myron's necklace. He recounts learning that the king later returned to human lands riding a red dragon. Studying notices, Midden concludes that red dragon must belong to a certain knight. He swears to kill the dragon of Stuckpit and avenge the past. Miguel, the guild master, tells him he has called in support from the Santa Almarouge branch. A red lizard man steps forward when summoned as Vermico. The newcomer introduces himself as Vermico Rosadente, a B-rank adventurer, and asks for their support. Miguel warns the others not to be alarmed by Vermico's unusual appearance. Miguel explains that among lizardmen Vermico is regarded as a knight, implying his skill and honor. Midden silently compares Vermico's form and that of the red dragon that destroyed Stuckpit. Miguel stresses that even though Vermico is from another branch he is still an adventurer and should be treated as such. Overcome by rage, Midden suddenly attacks Vermico with a loud battle cry. Vermico reacts, shouting that he will kill Midden as he counters the assault. The next scene shows Midden regaining consciousness in bed, speechless. Miguel stands beside him, remarking that he is finally awake. Miguel Orfariso, guild master of the Santo de Marga branch, angrily asks why Midden did something so reckless. He scolds Midden for sabotaging inter-branch cooperation and essentially making a dragonman his enemy. As he leaves, Miguel announces that Midden will lose his bonus this month as punishment. Miguel also informs them that the revolt will happen next week and orders Midden to get along with his new teammate. Vermico apologizes to Midden for hitting him too hard when he reacted to the attack. Vermico reintroduces himself politely as Vermico Rosadente from Santo Almarouge. Midden reluctantly gives his own name in response. Vermico recognizes the name and realizes this is the famous half-finned Midden he had heard rumors about. When Midden brusquely walks away, Bermiko calls after him in confusion. Bermiko tells Midden to follow him so he can test his teammates' skills. Midden agrees outwardly to a skills test while inwardly cursing Bermiko as the hated knight. Outside the city, Bermiko confronts a huge monster, ready to demonstrate his power. He spins his spear, whipping up a powerful sandstorm around himself. The basilisk struggles in the storm, growling. It charges with a roar, striking the ground savagely. Bermiko stands ready as the confused basilisk turns its back to him. There is a violent impact as Bermiko launches his attack. Bermiko dashes across the basilisk's body, striking it repeatedly. He then leaps upward, preparing a finishing thrust with his spear. His spear pierces through the basilisk's open mouth as it screams. Bermiko lands atop the fallen beast, pinning it with his spear. Standing on the corpse, he casually remarks that he handled it like he does back home. Bermiko cheerfully asks Midden what score he gets for that performance. Midden acknowledges that Bermiko passes the test and internally admits he is strong. Bermiko laughs about unexpectedly fighting a powerful marble basilisk. Looking at the corpse, Bermiko wonders aloud what the monster's meat would taste like. Midden, surprised, asks if he really intends to eat it, and thinks his attempt to cause friction by making a lizard man hunt a lizard has failed. Bermiko explains that their tradition is to cut away the tough parts and grow stronger by eating the enemy's flesh and blood. He slices off one of the basilisk's limbs. He says that this ritual comes from the famed warrior Rudemarsh. After days of observing, Midden concludes that Bermiko Rosadente is genuinely a good person. Midden notes that Bermiko always charges ahead bravely and treats everyone with courtesy. He admits Bermiko is so decent that it feels wrong to distrust him. Yet Midden senses there is something about Bermiko, beyond his resemblance to the stuck-bit dragon, that bothers him. In another time, the prince recounts that the rebellion will target 11 lords and he plans to replace them all. The prince says Baron Demarga alone must be spared because he works well despite disobeying orders. The prince's ally is told simply to scare Demarga a little without killing him. The ally secretly finds Bermiko's childish joke hilarious, annoying Midden. Midden wonders what exactly is so funny as the others laugh uproariously. Narration reintroduces Midden Halfwind as the man harboring intense hatred toward the Red Dragon. The Dragon Man narrator notes with amusement that Midden does not realize the object of his rage is standing right beside him. Flashing back again, he remembers the dragons slaughtering demons in Stuckbit but cannot recall each victim or their grudges. He muses darkly that Midden's ignorance of his true enemy is amusing. Still, he senses that Midden is not an ordinary human and decides to keep observing whether Midden is the same kind of being as himself. Later, Miguel approaches Bermiko and Midden together. Miguel comments that he has heard they now work well as a team despite fighting just yesterday. Handing them a box, Miguel wishes them luck on their next commission and privately orders that they quietly eliminate their target using the included map. That night, Midden and Bermiko run across the rooftops and cloaks toward their destination. They arrive at Lord Demarga's castle. Inside, they enter the Lord's bedchamber with a light to wake him. Bermiko shakes the Lord awake, telling him it is time for business. The startled Lord begins to shout but is struck unconscious. The two adventurers carry the limp Lord out across the castle roof. Back at the guild, Bermiko remarks how easy the job was. Opening the door while holding the sack, Midden calls for his master in anger. Miguel, startled, spills his drink as they burst in. Midden smashes the mug in front of him to get his attention. Miguel angrily yells that he told them to handle the kidnapping quietly. Bermiko and Midden look at him in confusion as he shouts. Miguel quickly recovers and praises them for doing the job quietly and well. He reminds them that all 11 branches must act together in the revolt. Miguel explains that while their branch accomplished its assassination discreetly, many others did not. A subordinate rushes in to report that in another branch the adventurers killed Count Silimbro outright. Miguel is horrified that the others actually murdered their nobles. He laments that killing the lords removes the chance to ransom them. He stresses that dead nobles cannot be used for negotiation. Miguel orders that they must now negotiate and commands that Baron Demarga be brought in unharmed. Frustrated, he wonders how the situation spiraled so badly. A flashback shows the prince earlier deciding that the rebellion should target 11 lords. He specifically instructs that Baron Demarga be spared despite his flaws. The ally agrees to scare Demarga but not kill him. When asked about the other lords, the prince coldly says they may die. Returning to the present, Miguel rallies the adventurers to set out. He leads the group, shouting for everyone to move. Someone calls out to him as he turns back. Midden demands to know why he and Bermiko are not being taken along. Miguel explains that the Baron is their most valuable bargaining chip and cannot be risked. He says Midden and Bermiko, as the strongest fighters, must stay behind to guard the Baron. Midden glances toward the room where the captive noble is held. He thinks that if he could meet the prince he might find the dragon, resolving internally to seek that meeting. Bermiko overhears and clarifies that Midden wants to meet the Prince of Grand Cantine. Bermiko says it is natural to want to meet the hero of the demon war but doubts the prince will appear in the first negotiations, perhaps only later if talks go well. Midden calms himself, deciding not to rush and to wait for the next round of negotiations in the kingdom. He silently vows that when that happens he will finally catch the man he is after. Time passes and the tavern door stands closed. Miguel suddenly bursts back in energetically. He announces to everyone that they are having a drinking party. Midden and the others stare in puzzled silence. The celebration begins and Midden sits stiffly amid the loud drinking. Miguel cheerfully recounts how the kingdom's emissary was more understanding than expected and that negotiations are progressing. Midden wonders if negotiations went even better than planned, hoping this will allow him to attend the next round and meet the prince. Bermejo drops a full mug in front of him, asking why he is frowning. Bermejo urges him to celebrate and at least drink a little. Midden politely refuses, saying he does not drink. Bermejo reveals he anticipated that and filled the mug with water for him. Walking away, Bermejo laughs and tells Midden to try to enjoy himself. Midden, thinking of his age, begins sipping the water, despite not being used to drinking. He suddenly senses something wrong as his transfiguration ability reacts. Alarmed, he tastes the liquid with his finger. He sees strange black grains on his fingertip, and wonders what they are. At that touch he recalls the earlier scene of Bermejo striking the captive noble awake. The narrative cuts to Demarga in his room, raging about how the adventurers humiliated him and vowing to execute every soldier under him once free. He falls silent, sensing something. A hooded figure enters and Demarga angrily demands to know who he is. The hooded man says he has come only to tell Demarga something. When Demarga scoffs, the stranger states that Count Silembro is already dead. Demarga reacts in stunned disbelief. The stranger warns him that the adventurers are extremely hostile, implying his life is also in danger. He adds that if Demarga dies, all the adventurers will perish too, but if the adventurers die, Demarga need not share their fate. Leaving, the stranger politely urges Demarga to value his own life, while the shaken baron sits speechless. The guild master panics, realizing someone was insane enough to murder a noble. The glass he drank from, tainted with unseen purple specks, hints at the source of this control. The mastermind explains that inducing fear in strangers is hard unless he partially controls their brains. He reveals his plan is ready because he already spread parasite eggs into the city's water. A few days later, armies and a negotiation tent face each other outside the city gate. Watching from the wall, the lizard man and his rapt companion note the second round of talks is dragging on. The lizard man asks if his comrade is okay, noticing his bloodshot eyes. They discuss how constant clashes with soldiers rescuing the baron have exhausted them both. The lizard man laughs off his fatigue, recalling being even worse when his first child was born. The rapt warrior is shocked to learn his companion has children. The lizard man explains Rue Marsh warriors cannot leave until their offspring can at least walk. The rapt man inwardly struggles with the idea that his friend left his family behind for this mission. Their conversation is cut off by distant screams. Both react in alarm to the sudden cries. A negotiator bursts from the tent, screaming curses as he runs for the gate. He frantically orders the city gates opened. A fully armored knight strides out of the tent, sword drawn. From the wall, the two defenders stare down, bewildered that the talks have suddenly failed. The golden knights all draw their swords in unison. A red magic circle forms as a spell is unleashed toward the walls. Multiple fiery explosions batter the gate as a massive fireball spell detonates. Amid the flames, the lizard man curses that the other side has chosen brute force. Observing the burning walls, someone notes the knights alone cannot breach them but have ignited planted combustibles. The combustibles explode in a chain of violent blasts. Buried in rubble, the rapt warrior is urged awake by a distant voice calling his name. He regains consciousness beside his lizard man ally and weakly asks what happened. The lizard man explains the castle wall collapsed, chaos erupted, and the other adventurers fled. He adds that those adventurers behaved like they were possessed. Showing his cracked spear, he admits he tried but failed to stop them alone. He decides to seek the guild master, believing only the man can restore order, and urges the rapt warrior to flee. The lizard man wishes Midden luck with the mission he mentioned before and departs. Midden recalls how the Lord's soldiers weakened the walls and senses the overwhelming power of his revenge target. He despairs that he will die here before ever reaching the Dragon of Stuckpit. Elsewhere, the guild master cowers, realizing he had sensed something was wrong from the beginning. The lizard man bursts into the guild hall, calling for his master. He demands to know why the guild master is hiding instead of helping during the crisis. The guild master admits he always knew the rebellion would fail, and only hoped his guild would stay uninvolved. He questions why he ever agreed to kidnap a nobleman under the guise of negotiations. A sinister inner voice answers that he was chosen because he was the most suitable. Terrified, the guild master asks who is speaking to him. His face distorts as another persona overlays his own, revealing a dark presence within. The inner voice says he was perfect for the role. It names him Miguel Orifice and mocks him as a minor but far-sighted guild master. Miguel again asks who this entity is. The lizard man sees his master muttering to himself in confusion. The dark persona explains he neutralized Miguel to ease a move into the Demarga region and that he chose Miguel for this purpose. Miguel guesses this is a second personality. The entity corrects him, saying Miguel is actually the extra personality and that he was eaten and absorbed. Miguel's body mutates, purple scales spreading as the dark presence demonstrates its control. Miguel screams in agony as the corruption overtakes him. The lizard man, unaware of the change's cause, calls to his master, saying the guild members are rioting outside. A gigantic purple serpent suddenly lunges from Miguel's transformed body toward the lizard man. The serpent's eye glows as it attacks, shocking the lizard man. Midden tackles the lizard man out of the way, narrowly avoiding the beast's strike. The lizard man yells at Midden for risking his life and wonders why he is just standing there. Midden hauls the lizard man through the collapsing building as debris rains down. They crash outside, the lizard man protesting that Midden should have escaped alone. Midden insists they are teammates and will survive together, which the lizard man thanks him for. The lizard man, surprised by this concern, admits he thought Midden disliked him. As they flee, he starts to suggest forming a future guild together but is abruptly cut off. Tentacles tear through the lizardman's body, mortally wounding him. The true enemy stands revealed as a man with a masked face and monstrous tentacle limb. He casually describes his new technique that combines octopus tentacles with mantis legs and complements its effectiveness. He blocks Midden's escape, reminding him they still have unresolved business. Midden, shaken, demands to know the man's identity. The foe identifies himself as the dragon of Stuckpit, the very being Midden seeks. Midden shouts enraged that this dragon was behind it all. The dragon smugly confirms it. In battle, Midden's arm transforms grotesquely, empowered by copied ogre strength. He roars as the transformed limb drags him across the ground with immense force. He notes his new arm combines ogre power with the legendary adventurer Julio Aventura's aura. Thinking of his murdered family, he steels himself for revenge. Remembering his fallen lizardman ally, he vows vengeance for his companion as well. He charges the dragon, unleashing his empowered strike. Midden pours everything into a final vengeful blow using the mantis tentacle arm. The dragon effortlessly counters, his own tentacles shredding Midden's attack. Elsewhere, the narrator explains 3 boons gained from devouring a manticore, starting with enhanced, better synergizing abilities. The second boon is the power to replicate others' personalities and memories, which he used on the guild master. The third is seamless fusion of disparate body parts, a trait inherited from the manticore's physique. He muses that eating his own species changed him greatly and wonders what repeating that would do. He tried eating something he thought was the same species but found it did not work. He concludes Midden half-find is not the same species after all. Reflecting on transformation technicians, he decides they only copy skills and thus do not count as his own kind. A companion realizes that true same-species targets must be something else. Midden recalls the letter left by another disciple and pulls it out. The letter from Rain Hands warns his master of coming chaos in the Grand Kuntine Kingdom, explains he cannot interfere as a church templar, and bids farewell in faith they will meet again. Reading it in a carriage, the prince dismisses it as a normal farewell. Midden insists the issue is not the content but the suspicious timing. The prince notes the letter is dated before he even learned about the rebellion. He deduces the church must possess a real-time information network. Shocked, he nevertheless accepts this and keeps reading. He identifies the supposed divine punishments as orchestrated by the church, not the actual goddess. A narration describes that when rulers fail, the church claims the goddess strips their rule and punishes them. Midden admits he has heard of this doctrine. The prince says they both know the goddess is actually nothing like that. Midden agrees, recalling she is simply the world's operating system and not one to meddle in politics. They conclude so-called divine punishments are human schemes executed by the church, whose organization and power make them the likely culprits. The prince laments that after finally escaping Julio Aventura's influence, he now must contend with the church. Midden says that although confronting such a powerful organization will be difficult, they have no choice but to fight it. He thinks this is necessary because the prince must ultimately send him back to Earth via the cathedral altar. Midden clarifies that only the cathedral's basement altar can return him to Earth. Traveling by carriage, the prince asks if Midden can really face the church. Midden honestly is unsure. Midden ponders silently as the prince waits for reassurance. Midden restates that he can now replay others' memories, a new power at his disposal. He adds that he has memorized all the goddess's knowledge, hinting at how he might use it. The prince, sweating, acknowledges what Midden intends. Midden reassures him he will not turn that knowledge on the prince as long as their deal remains intact. The prince promises he has no intention of betraying Midden and knows the consequences if he does. He adds that he has not been idle himself. He invites Midden to see what he has been working on. They arrive at the Royal Engineering Research Center. Standing before the grand building, they prepare to enter. The prince explains this is where the Demon Kingdom has been developing its new technology. Midden points out that such an important place seems poorly guarded. He gestures toward arguing dwarves and a knight blocking the door. The knight insists no one may enter the secret facility without royal permission, while the dwarves complain that they, as tech experts, should be allowed inside. The lead dwarf demands access for his fellow engineers. Watching the scene, the prince angrily insults the dwarves under his breath. The dwarves recognize the Evermind Republic's delegation and greet the human prince. The prince greets them pleasantly and asks why they are here. Midden internally recalls that Evermind is the dwarven nation and that a dwarf's head is one requirement for his return to Earth. He notes how useful it is to access this world's collective memories. The dwarf leader complains that the door guard refuses to listen and asks the prince to let them in. The prince diplomatically says the guard is only doing his job and suggests the dwarves dismount. The leader agrees, remembering that humans care about manners. The dwarves climb down from their robot armor to stand on the ground. The leader orders all his men to disembark. Lined up in front of their now empty machine, the dwarves ask if proper protocol has been satisfied. Midden realizes they were riding inside a robot and silently admires their unparalleled engineering in a world of carriages. The prince then smiles and announces he will guide them in, calling to his guards. The dwarves, trusting him, praise the human prince's understanding. Moments later, the same dwarves are bound with ropes, realizing too late they have been tricked. They accuse the prince of deception, but he replies that he merely granted their wish to see the facility. Smirking, he clarifies that the prison cells are also part of the research facility. As he and Midden walk toward the inner gate, Midden asks who the dwarves are. The prince calls them guests for now and notes dwarves' insatiable curiosity. He explains the dwarves came to inspect the demon army's non-magical power engine, essentially a steam engine powered by magic stones. Having removed these meddling visitors, the prince proposes they finally go inside. Doors open onto a vast workshop full of gears, trains, and workers, revealing the heart of the research center. Midden observes that the steam engines look nearly ready for commercial use. The prince boasts that knowledge from Earth gives its holders great advantage here and that he gains such knowledge indirectly. Midden realizes the prince is referring to the goddess as the source of that information. The prince says he did not bring Midden here just to show off the workshop. They descend in a large shafted elevator-like space beneath the facility. As they ride down, the prince asks how many people Midden thinks follow the goddess's church. Midden answers that it is probably almost everyone. The prince explains that this makes an open war on the church impossible, since many of his own citizens would side with the church against him. Midden connects this explanation to what he is about to see and asks if that is why the prince created something. The prince leads him into a chamber filled with chained, brain-exposed figures, confirming this purpose. He clarifies he did not create these beings himself. Instead, he says the insane former king made them, revealing the origin of these mind-controlled experiments. He then likens the church's manipulation to a real-world parasite that controls snails, explaining that it forces hosts to act in ways that make them easy prey. Narration explains that a primate parasite was modified by an old man so it can now infect humans. The protagonist silently watches the trembling, parasite-controlled captive. He realizes the parasite resembles the one he previously consumed. He speculates that the hooded, tentacle being he met before might have been the origin of these parasites. The blonde prince thinks the brainwashing parasites ensure absolute loyalty, and that his mentor has perfectly prepared his rise. He decides it would be wasteful not to use the unfinished parasites despite their flaws. The suffering test subject thrashes as the prince vows to perfect the parasites through further research. The prince reveals he has many experimental victims, using rebellious adventurers as bodies for his tests. He asserts that people can be remade in service to a leader and his elites. The next day begins. Treating the dwarves as honored guests, the prince allows them a rare tour outside the facility. He warns them not to enter restricted areas, even by mistake. He adds that disobedience will put them back in cells, alarming the dwarves. One dwarf theatrically clings to the prince, loudly apologizing. Using the distraction, another dwarf orders the others to run. As they flee, the leading dwarf shouts that jail time is worth satisfying their overpowering curiosity. The dwarf bursts through a doorway into the open grounds. Stepping outside, he is stunned by what he sees. He gawks at an enormous, advanced industrial complex inside, calling it incredible. The prince appears behind him, ominously confirming that the dwarf has seen it. The terrified dwarves beg the prince to listen and spare them. One dwarf prostrates himself, offering lifelong imprisonment and any service in exchange for joining the research. They plead that the steam technology is the non-magic stone energy source they have always sought. Desperate, they repeatedly beg the prince for permission. The prince relents, saying he will propose their participation as new technology partners at the next conference. Overjoyed, the dwarf thanks him excessively while shaking his hand. Internally, the prince notes the dwarves are so obsessed with the steam engine they will never suspect anything deeper. Narration states that they are unaware of what lurks beneath, and will not realize it until their king is slain. Elsewhere in former demon lands, a human expedition from Grand Kuntine Kingdom mines the devastated terrain. One miner notices something odd among the rocks. He uncovers a mysterious embedded lever surrounded by arcane markings and wonders why it is there. Curious, he grabs and pulls the lever. The ground shakes violently, startling the workers, who think it is an earthquake. As the land splits apart, they cry out that the ground itself is opening. A vast, dark chasm forms, filled with rising smoke. From the opening, a massive futuristic structure begins to emerge. A great swarm of demons gathers in the forest, watching the disturbance from afar. The demon scouts sense the phenomenon and question what it is. Back in the human capital, the prince tells the protagonist he is working to unify the divided human nations. The protagonist skeptically asks if unifying humans is really necessary. The prince sighs and says his brother does not understand, explaining that 5 races share the Elmwood continent. He lists elves, hybrids, lizardmen, dwarves, and humans, recalling how they once united to defeat the demon army. A chibi diagram shows all races formally focusing their hostility on the demon king. With the demon king dead, that common enemy is gone and tensions between races are returning. The prince predicts each race will soon assert its power and notes that, unlike the unified other races, humans remain fragmented into many countries. The protagonist reminds him he must kill the 5 racial leaders to return to Earth. The prince says their current influence is still too small to spark a larger war. He outlines his plan to first seize demon territory, then unify humanity using that land. After that, he intends to systematically take the heads of each racial leader. Confidently, he insists the world will soon be his, and that nothing can derail his plan unless some ancient Gundam appears. The protagonist thanks him for the explanation but asks if revealing such a villainous world conquest plan is really safe. He jokes that in stories, villains who explain their schemes never succeed. The prince laughs loudly, saying his brother reads too many novels. He reiterates that the goddess granted him all knowledge he would ever need. Boasting, he claims it is impossible for his plans to fail. A messenger suddenly bursts in, urgently calling that there is trouble. The prince tensely asks what the problem is. The ninja-like messenger reports that the survey team has uncovered enormous, perfectly preserved and extremely dangerous ruins in demon territory. The prince is dumbfounded by this news. The protagonist recognizes that the fabled spotless ancient ruins have finally appeared. Panicking yet hopeful, the prince orders royal assassins to secure the ruins before anyone else. The messenger adds that remnants of the demon army have already entered the ruins. The prince insists they can still wipe the demons out, believing they lack the knowledge to use the site. The messenger reveals the demons are led by an archaeologist. He further reports the ruins have already been activated and are spewing out more demons than originally went inside. The protagonist dryly notes that what the prince called impossible is rapidly becoming reality. In a rage, the prince smashes a cup, shouting profanity over the situation. Shaken, he stares at the spilled drink and broken pieces on the floor. He can only sweat and remain speechless. Turning to his brother, he nervously says he has a favor to ask. The protagonist sighs, anticipating what is coming. The prince, forcing a smile, says that handling this crisis should be easy for his overpowered brother and asks for help. The protagonist silently glares, thinking he should just eat this shameless prince. The prince bitterly curses the goddess for not warning him about the dangerous ruins. Narration clarifies the goddess only gave him knowledge relevant to his eventual future, not about ancient ruins he had no need to know, so exploiting demon territory brought this on himself. At the former demon king's castle, demonic forces mass around the newly discovered cradle of the ancient ruins. Demon warriors confront human soldiers, declaring the land belongs to demons and ordering the humans to leave. A human commander panics at the overwhelming number of suddenly appearing demon troops. A demon leaps to attack a human soldier with a heavy mace. The demon screams for the human to die. The viewpoint shifts to a submerged demon body in a strange liquid-filled chamber. A newly grown demon marvels at how quickly they are being duplicated. An elder demon named Byron, leader of Stuckpit's Knife's Edge, is introduced. Byron proclaims that this cloning facility is the hope of demonkind and marvels that such an ancient weapon lay beneath the demon king's castle. He identifies the place as a large-scale cloning factory capable of endlessly increasing demon soldiers. Byron orders his unit to prepare for the Second Demon War. Suddenly, Byron notices something alarming. A subordinate runs in calling his name, prompting Byron to ask if new ruins have been found. The demon instead stammers that something else is happening. He cries that a dragon has appeared. Byron realizes with shock that it is the feared dragon of Stuckpit. Above ground, demons are violently thrown aside by a powerful force. A burst of pink energy tears through them. A red dragon, actually the protagonist transformed, breathes devastating fire onto the battlefield. The dragon looks skyward as flaming projectiles arc through the smoky air. Its explosive breath devastates the ground in a massive fiery blast. The dragon's eye narrows as it senses something unexpected. Looking down, it notices the gigantic metallic structure emerging and wonders what it is. From above, the dragon sees that the object resembles a colossal aircraft carrier amid burning craters. Again, focusing on the structure, the dragon repeats its confusion over what this thing is. The wide view confirms the battlefield now hosts a futuristic aircraft carrier. Back in human form, the protagonist clenches his fist as digital light begins to glow around his arm. He stands amid the scorched terrain, silently contemplating. A royal assassin approaches and calls out to him. The assassin presents a device that lets the protagonist communicate directly with the king, saying it was sent as a precaution. The protagonist takes the communicator and acknowledges. The assassin departs, wishing him success. The protagonist decides to investigate the strange aircraft carrier. He climbs into an opening to explore its interior. Inside the vast corridor, he notes how large the interior seems. He hears someone approach and readies himself. Byron and demons charge in, recognizing him and shouting for their leader. A demon points at him, accusing him of being the dragon who massacred their soldiers. Byron repeats the title dragon of Stuckpit as he eyes the protagonist. He angrily demands if the protagonist is the dragon. Beginning a threat about the slaughter of his kind, Byron is suddenly interrupted. The protagonist's tail grabs Byron and flips him upside down, shocking his followers. The protagonist is relieved he found Byron quickly and will not need to wander the ship. He thinks it is convenient that a guide to the ruins has walked right up to him. Moments later, he strides deeper into the ship, leaving Byron's underlings dead on the floor. Using his power, he reads Byron's memories to navigate the facility. Guided by that knowledge, he confidently heads in the correct direction. He reaches the cloning factory floor, recognizing the setup as advanced cloning technology from another world. After examining the area, he moves to an inner control room. He rips open a metal wall to make his own entrance. Crawling through, he drops into a high-tech control section labeled Section B. Looking around the lab, he mutters in surprise at the advanced machinery. He concludes the place resembles Earth technology more than ancient fantasy ruins. At a control console, he notices active equipment and storage devices. The monitor displays English text identifying the vessel as USS Kolchev, confirming its Earth origin. He realizes he needs an ID and password to gain access. He guesses a common admin credential and types it in. The system denies access, forcing him to reconsider. Narration recalls that he used to brag about being a hacker on Earth and decides to use those skills now. Some time later, he is furiously working multiple terminals. At last, his mechanical hand hits a key as he announces success. The system grants access and greets an identity named Senator Wilson Phillips. He sweatily admits he hacked in by luck despite the many possibilities. Studying the data, he realizes the carrier is Earth-made, using technology from 50 years ahead of his own time. A schematic reveals it is an aircraft carrier built with technology from the year 2072. He deduces that Earth's future must be dire and that this carrier was not part of the goddess's essential future knowledge, meaning it is irrelevant to his path home. Concluding it poses a threat, he decides to destroy the carrier. He rapidly enters commands to initiate its destruction. The system acknowledges a self-destruct order and starts a 15-minute countdown for the USS Kolchev. A garbled evacuation announcement plays, making him wonder if the system is malfunctioning. He remarks that back in Korea, his go-to method for fixing electronics was physical violence. He applies this crude fix by slamming his electrified mechanical hand into the machinery. The impact triggers full red alert alarms throughout the control room. The AI instead detects a top-tier Legion cell response, halts all operations, destroys affected divisions, and transfers ship control entirely to itself. As the AI coolly wishes him luck, the protagonist reels in shock at the escalating situation. A massive explosion erupts in the wasteland. The protagonist lies unconscious amid the devastated crater left by the blast. Injured, he wakes up in the rubble and weakly wonders what just happened. He silently surveys the enormous crater around him, stunned by the destruction. He realizes the carrier's self-destruct failed, reasoning that such a huge ship could not be destroyed by such a small blast. Alarmed, he looks toward the distance, sensing something is wrong. From the crater's rim he spots something that startles him. He activates a decorated communication device. A voice anxiously asks what is happening with the ruins and begs him to confirm they were destroyed, while he stays silent. The distant speaker, confused by his silence, wonders if the connection is working. He still does not answer, only smirking faintly at the device. In a library, the blonde prince says he has bad and worse news and asks which Kim wants first. Kim chooses to hear the bad news. Kim calmly reports that the attempt to destroy the ruins failed, shocking the prince. The prince learns the ruins were actually a land-moving ship, essentially a huge boat. Nervously, the prince asks what became of that dangerous ship. Kim admits he only blew up the section he was in. He explains that the rest of the ship escaped from the crater. Kim clarifies that the fleeing ship headed toward the sea. The prince explodes in disbelief upon hearing the ruins escaped into the ocean. Kim reiterates over the ruined ground that the bad news is the ruins escaped. He summarizes for emphasis that the ruins have fled into the sea. Trying to stay composed, the prince asks what news could possibly be worse. Kim reveals the ancient ruins are actually an Earth-made battleship, USS Kolchev, built in 2072 and housing a cloning facility. The prince can barely process this revelation and is left speechless. Suddenly inspired, he says this development might actually work in their favor. He explains that the ruins were frightening only because they were unknown, but now that their nature is understood they can relax. He identifies the ship as the USS Kolchev from the Overdread project, surprising Kim, who asks how he knows this. The prince reveals the Overdread project was run by the White Veil organization, of which he was a member. Narration recalls the Overdread project, a rumored American superweapon program designed to create an all-powerful technology to dominate the world. A younger prince gleefully types online about the project, while narration notes, most people dismissed it as a ridiculous ghost story. As the prince begins to explain further over the communicator, interference cuts the connection and the device crackles. The communicator violently overloads and explodes in Kim's hand. A hooded agent appears beside Kim and notes that the device's usage time has expired. The hooded man says they have set up a nearby base camp with a hologram communicator Kim can use instead. Kim asks why the agent is only showing up now, and the man blandly answers that earlier it seemed too dangerous. The scene shifts to the Grand Kantine Kingdom's base camp within demon territory, marked by red banners and armored guards. The prince arrives on a glowing magic circle, teleporting into the demon territory camp. Inside the tent, Kim immediately asks the prince to explain the Overdread project, and the prince comments on his bluntness. The prince says that although much about Overdread sounded impossible, parts of it, like the Kolchev, are real. He adds that the flying ship with a cloning facility had only been planned in his time, concluding it must have been completed decades later. Kim assumes this means the prince knows the ship well, but the prince says field agents like him were never told many details. He recounts that the Kolchev was meant to autonomously mine resources, regenerate itself, and automatically clone soldiers and aircraft. The prince worries that if the ship locates an underwater mineral vein it will become a serious threat. Kim acknowledges the explanation, then asks if the prince has heard of something called the Legion Cell. The prince tensely repeats the name. Legion. Signaling recognition. Flashback. In March 2012, a Georgia policeman discovers that one man is secretly living a double life. Narration explains the man appears to be a strict but kind family man, yet is secretly the ruthless boss of a criminal syndicate. Because no one could grasp his true nature, the man moves unseen through the city. Using an advanced transformation ability, he can completely alter his outward appearance and internal physique. Thanks to this power, nobody realizes the family man and the crime boss are actually the same person. Someone secretly records video of the man mid-transformation on a phone. Narration says that only after a terrified bystander captured this footage did the truth about his ability surface. The White Veil organization names this man Doppelganger and forms a large task force to apprehend him. Armed teams surround his family home in a raid. The house is riddled with gunfire as the task force opens fire. They manage to secure his infant second child, but the wife and first child are killed in the process, which White Veil deems acceptable since they lack his DNA. Scientists find a strange cell in the second child, name it Legion because it seems to hold many faces, and discover it can transform when stimulated. Using this Legion cell, White Veil advances a superhuman project, experimenting on grotesque subjects. Their next objective becomes capturing the original source of the Legion cell. At that moment, armed agents move in on the doppelganger. Learning his family has been taken, the doppelganger is consumed by rage and begins transforming. He fully turns into a monstrous beast and is told his captured child is safe, pushing his fury even higher. Back in the present, Kim asks if the Legion cell the prince mentioned is what resides in his own body. The prince clarifies the cell actually came from his second child. The prince assures him that his child survived, is now a free army commander, and is only monitored with monthly checkups. Kim falls silently contemplative at this news. The prince nervously asks if Kim is alright, and Kim responds with restrained composure. Kim states he killed everyone involved back then and notes the prince claims his son is living freely. He adds that although the man carries his genes, he never inherited Kim's ability, so biologically he is a son but not the same species. The prince thinks to himself that Kim reacted far calmer than expected, though he can tell family once meant everything to this monster. Narration adds that after losing his family, Kim severed his remaining ties to being human. The prince says their current task is to board the future battleship, but admits finding it in such a vast ocean could take too long, and asks if Kim has a plan. Embarrassed, the prince confesses he has no practical way to track the ship without technology like satellites or radar. He starts to ask Kim if he has some alternative method. Kim sighs deeply, as if resigning himself to take action. He says there was something he wanted to test, promising to locate the ship and contact the prince afterward. Left alone on the magic circle, the prince resolves to become more useful as quickly as he can. He imagines that if he fails to stay useful, Kim might devour him at any moment. The scene moves to Harbor City Stuckpit, a coastal fortress city. Kim lands atop a seawall tower overlooking the ocean. He stretches his arm out over the water, preparing to use his powers. His forearm begins to grotesquely deform and separate from his body. The severed, living arm launches into the air toward the sea. The arm morphs midair, shedding pieces as it transforms. The fragments turn into strange fish-like creatures diving into the water. Kim describes these creations as chimeric fish made from tuna, ogre muscle, troll bone marrow, and dragon scales. He inspects his partially regrown arms, now restoring themselves after spawning the chimeric fish. Two of the new creatures splash into the water below. The water fills with countless small black forms as the fish swarm outward. Kim mentally orders the creatures to eat and grow, and to report to him immediately if they detect any large metal structures. The fish obey, their eyes glowing red as they surge through the ocean. Several days later, bored while waiting for results from his reconnaissance fish, Kim idly goes fishing. He relaxes on the wall with a rod, narrating that he has taken up fishing. Joking to himself, Kim muses about renaming his adventure to something like, "I grow stronger by fishing." The hooded assassin arrives beside him and announces his presence to Sir Kim. The assassin asks if Kim has caught many fish. Seeing heaps of half-eaten raw fish heads on the ground, the assassin wonders how Kim managed to cook here. Overwhelmed by the smell, he realizes the fish are raw and asks in disgust if Kim ate them all uncooked. Kim tells him to drop the small talk and asks what he really wants. The assassin apologetically begins explaining that the prince had a message, while Kim reels in his fishing line. Recognizing Kim's rod, the assassin panics, realizing what it is. He excitedly identifies it as the legendary Ocean Master 2000, raving about its unmatched craftsmanship and history as Kim casually holds it. Kim listens with a nosebleed from sheer exasperation at the assassin's obsessive fanbang. Kim recalls that he simply found the rod nearby and wonders if human men are always this fanatic about their hobbies. In chibi form, Kim casually hands the rod to the stunned assassin, telling him to take it. Back in normal style, Kim confirms the prince was looking for him as the assassin clutches the treasured rod, glowing with joy. Flustered and sparkling, the assassin says the prince had something to ask Kim and urges him to return to base camp. Kim sprouts dragon wings and prepares to fly off from the harbor wall. As Kim soars away, the assassin shouts after him, thrilled there are no take-backs on the gifted rod. The fishing float bobs alone on the water where Kim had been casting. The assassin blissfully declares that the new rod Kim gave him is the best. Kim strides back into the tent and asks the prince what is wrong. The prince, relieved Kim came, says they should get straight to business. He admits he mainly feels fear toward Kim but also trusts him as a fellow conspirator from Earth, insisting he would never lie to him. Kim impatiently reminds him to get to the actual point. The prince says he has a few questions, starting with reports that fishing across the continent has stopped because of monster fish. He explains these creatures tear nets and swallow hooks whole, then accuses Kim of being responsible. Kim internally notes he only ordered his fish to find the ship and assumes their disruptive behavior must be their own idea. Aloud, Kim flatly claims the monster fish situation is not his doing. He then adds that it is actually the fish acting on their own free will, which only confuses the prince further. The prince thinks to himself that this distinction makes no difference, and silently curses. Forcing himself to move on, he mentions a second issue, monstrous merfolk recently appearing along Alvapulam's coasts. He clarifies these are not the usual demon merfolk but more terrifying variants that have thrown the kingdom into an emergency. Kim, in chibi form, denies ever making merfolk and the prince concludes they were likely produced by the Cold Shiv's cloning machine as part of a seaborne invasion. Kim resolves to send more of his own fish toward that region, since their purpose is to locate the ship. The prince thanks him and says he has one final question. He explains that the royal assassin assigned to Kim suddenly requested paid leave, bragging about obtaining the legendary Ocean Master 2000. The prince angrily asks if this outrageous development is also Kim's fault. Under the prince's intense glare, Kim hesitates and nervously stalls. Kim bluntly claims ignorance and starts to leave, prompting the prince to shout after him in anger. The prince fumes that Kim should have given such a priceless fishing rod to him first. Chasing after Kim, the prince yells that he has been suffering to try to send Kim back to Earth, and calls him an ungrateful bastard. The narration cuts to the USS Cold Shiv out at sea, still afloat and operational. It explains that when Kim destroyed the main AI navigation platform, the AI gained autonomous thought and took over ship operations. Though much of the power source was lost in the explosion, the ship survived. The AI gathered data on modern demons and also on deep-sea creatures. Combining both data sets, it engineered new merfolk clones. Sailors on a ship spot these terrifying merfolk emerging from the sea and panic. One sailor fires desperately at a charging merfolk that attacks him with an ear-piercing screech. A huge fish-like beast surfaces near the ship as narration continues describing the merfolk clones. The merfolk ruthlessly slaughter the naval forces of Alvapulam, overwhelming what was once the strongest navy. Countless merfolk leap from the water onto the docks, sending sailors screaming in terror. The monsters rip into sailors with their fangs and claws, splattering blood everywhere. Blood pools on the ground as one of the creatures crushes a victim. Amid the chaos, a sailor drags a cloaked girl to safety, sprinting through the blood-soaked deck. The girl protests that their companion Pietro is still behind them. The sailor insists they have no time and that he does not even know who Pietro is. As they flee, a merfolk screeches and lunges toward their backs. The sailor turns, telling the girl to escape without him as he prepares to hold the monster off. He jams his gun into the charging merfolk's open jaws and fires at point-blank range. A sailor frantically fires his gun. As he faces death, he wonders in panic if this is his end. Time seems to freeze around the sweating sailor. He suddenly finds himself standing before a towering red dragon. The dragon addresses him and asks if he belongs to the 3rd Battalion of the Alvapulam Kingdom Navy. Narration shifts to introduce the Alvapulam Kingdom's capital, Alquivpel. A blonde noble strides out flanked by armored guards. The blonde man greets his uncle after a long absence. The uncle is revealed as Lion Alvapulam, king of the kingdom, who curses on seeing him. The nephew playfully complains about the king's swearing while the king tells him to stop spouting nonsense. The king thinks to himself that his crafty nephew must be plotting something and wonders how such a man came from his gentle sister. The king irritatedly asks what his nephew wants now, mocking his previous attempts to sell him unreliable guns and coal ships. The king explains that the kingdom currently has many problems, including their 5th battalion being attacked by monstrous merfolk. The nephew calmly says he has come specifically to discuss that problem and believes he can help. The king doubts this, saying any army support would arrive too late and they lack teleporting magicians, but the nephew hints even a few might solve it. The king scoffs, asking if his nephew plans to send a dragon. Smirking, the nephew reveals he has already dispatched one. Moments later, a thunderous disturbance draws everyone's attention outside the palace. The king looks up in shock, shouting that something is in the sky. They see the red dragon descending with the sailor on its back, and someone below mutters in disbelief that it is a dragon. Later, the nephew sits exhausted, silently brooding. He admits he barely slept while worrying about today's tasks. His dark-haired subordinate remarks that he never seems to sleep but always appears fine. The blonde insists he did sleep, prompting his subordinate to ask when. The subordinate explains he sleeps in a way similar to dolphins. The prince clarifies in amazement that this means alternating rest between the brain's 2 hemispheres. The subordinate further explains he actually alternates rest between his primary and secondary brains. The prince mentally labels him a monster but asks if he can endure being in public all day. The subordinate deduces the prince is really asking whether he will resent being used as a long-term subordinate. The prince reminds him that striving to become the peak of all organisms includes returning to Earth as part of that process. He adds that if the subordinate appears to work beneath him, it might seem contrary to that goal. The subordinate calls this concern meaningless. He reflects that power and abilities alone are insufficient to reach the peak. He adds that mere recognition from others is also not enough. Narration defines the true peak as an existence that can adapt to any environment from deep sea to deserts to outer space and live without issue. He concludes that fitting into human society is only the most basic step toward that peak. The prince then casually informs his uncle king that he plans to hold an international meeting that afternoon. The king stares in disbelief and asks what he just heard. The prince says the most powerful human kingdoms have agreed to participate and urges his uncle to prepare, leading the king to blow up at the late notice. The prince retorts that had he told the king earlier, the king would have asked for help rather than cooperation. Smiling, he insists they must seek cooperative action from the other kingdoms, not simple aid. Narration explains that individuals on the Elmwood continent are far stronger than those on Earth, but their security is weaker. Because gatherings of leaders are rare and vulnerable, the international meeting is conducted under the protection of the goddess church. The gathering uses the church's magical communication devices at the great temple of Alquiv-Pel. Once everyone is connected, the officiant announces the start of the international meeting. King Lion begins by bringing up how all profits from demon territory are going solely to the Grand Cantine Kingdom. The prince cuts in, saying there are more urgent issues to address today. One projected king asks him what pressing matter he means. The prince explains there has been a sharp drop in fish catches across the continent over the last week. He adds that at the same time, mysterious half-merfolk have appeared along Alvapulam's coasts, and reminds everyone that Alvapulam requested aid. King Lion notes bitterly that none of them actually agreed to help. Another ruler responds that they already know this and wonders if the fishing decline might just be temporary. That ruler continues that Alvapulam's famously strong navy has already been defeated, so sending their own soldiers may only add more corpses. King Lion argues they still have a duty to assist others within their capabilities. The other king counters that their duty extends only to threats involving the Demon King. The prince agrees and asserts that in this situation the Demon King is indeed involved. The other leaders react in alarm and demand he explain what he means. One king skeptically asks on what grounds he's making this claim and demands evidence. The subordinate calmly answers that of course he has proof. The prince calls on Sir Kim to testify. Sir Kim swears by the goddess, as an honorary instructor of the Holy Sword Order, that everything he is about to say is true. Light begins to shine around him as the divine declaration of truth activates. The radiance intensifies as he prepares to speak under its effect. Narration explains that a declaration of truth is a God-given miracle that surrounds the speaker in light. The light signifies the goddess' blessing that ensures the speaker is truthful and kills any liar who speaks under it. Sir Kim notes internally that because of his ability this metaphysical attack cannot harm him, though he must still avoid triggering it directly. Under the light, he states he cannot reveal everything but affirms that Prince Edward's account is true. He testifies that monstrous fish he personally witnessed are causing the fishing decline and that they are definitely tied to the Demon King. He further declares that the half-merfolk are blasphemous beings opposed to God's will. The prince adds that he infiltrated the merfolk's stronghold and saw these creatures with his own eyes. He continues that he also saw them cooperating with remnants of the Demon King's army. Sir Kim stands glowing with divine light as the testimony ends without punishing him. His eye briefly flashes with power as he reasserts control. Narration inside his head clarifies that calling them monstrous fish linked to the Demon King is technically true because he created them during that campaign. He also reasons that labeling the half-merfolk as against God is valid since they are based on the Cthulhu legend, and the goddess said it was not yet time for her to appear. He mentally confirms that he truly did enter their stronghold and that both it and the Demon King came from Earth, making Earth their common origin. He reflects that if the kings only half listen, they will simply believe the Demon King created these monsters to attack humanity before dying. One spectral king concedes they must form an alliance. The prince proposes that Alvapulam, with its still unmatched navy and direct involvement, should lead this alliance. The others agree that Alvapulam taking command makes sense. King Lion accepts the responsibility, thinking he has at least succeeded in gaining aid. He then worries about what greater scheme his nephew might be pursuing. The prince privately thinks that everything is going according to plan and that this alliance will be the foothold for unifying humanity. Narration states that the foundation for human unification has finally been laid. It then recounts how, instead of mining minerals, the USS Kolchev chose to attack Alvapulam. The ship reasoned that stealing already refined minerals from nations was more efficient than finding new veins. Doing so also allowed it to exterminate nearby opposing lifeforms. Since the humans were weaker than its cloned soldiers, eliminating them proved easy. However, a powerful dragon appeared and wiped out all the cloned soldiers, which made the Kolchev wary. Half a year later, Sir Kim sits on a high wall, watching the now wintry sea. He stands quietly, deep in thought. He suddenly senses the hidden Kolchev and its fish-like drones underwater, and declares that he has found it. The scene shifts to Alvapulam's coastal waters where an allied fleet sails. A prince informs the admiral that the time has come. The admiral, introduced as Elmwood Continent Allied Forces Commander Azimuth, acknowledges the order. He says they can finally launch an offensive against the half-merfolk and monstrous fish stronghold. He orders steamboats to deploy for reconnaissance. Narration notes that the Allied forces receive steam-powered boats and gunpowder weapons from the Grand Canteen Kingdom. It adds that they also have the terrifying support of Sir Kim, whom the Admiral regards as a monster. The prince reflects that without this technology and Sir Kim, Alvapula might have fallen. The Admiral secretly doubts such advances could have been developed in just half a year and becomes suspicious of Prince Edward. A lookout reports that the recon steamboats have returned. The Admiral reacts with disbelief. He sees the boats bearing a red flag and realizes it signals grave danger. An urgent alarm is raised as jets scramble from the cold shiv. The planes engage in a fierce aerial battle, explosions rocking the sky. A colossal purple tentacled monster rises from the sea and tangles with the aircraft. A sailor records this battle inside a crystal orb. Shaken, he presents the orb to the prince and admiral, explaining it holds the last moments of the recon force. The leaders stare at the vision in shocked silence, wondering how such devastation occurred. One officer panics and insists they must retreat, but the admiral shouts that withdrawal is nonsense. The admiral argues that this may actually be their best opportunity to strike. At that moment, Sir Kim transforms back into a dragon on the ship's prow. The crew stare at the dragon in alarm, asking why Sir Kim changed form so suddenly. He blasts off from the deck, causing a shockwave that rocks the ship. The admiral yells in bewilderment, demanding to know what is happening. He then angrily asks Prince Edward how he could allow Sir Kim to act alone during such an emergency. The prince answers that he understands the octopus monster and this situation. He says that is precisely why he sent Sir Kim out, admitting to himself he has no choice but to trust that monster. A short flashback shows that just moments earlier they watched the orbs recording together. The prince recognized the monstrous octopus as one of Sir Kim's creations. Sir Kim admits it is his but says there is a problem. The prince assumes the creature is weakening, but Sir Kim says the opposite is true. He explains the monster is behaving too recklessly and resisting control. He warns that if this continues the plan will fail and the cold shiv might either sink or move to attack the allied fleet. He reminds the prince their intention was to weaken the creature enough for the alliance to defeat it. The prince nervously says he will simply go and personally fix the situation. In dragon form, Sir Kim flies toward the cold shiv, noting his information link with his fish drones has been mysteriously cut off. Alarmed, he suspects something unnatural is interfering. From above he sees the cold shiv, the octopus monster, and the ongoing battle, wondering if his creation is going through a rebellious phase. The octopus lashes out at more planes, explosions rippling across the sea. Fighter jets continue their attack runs. A direct hit blows part of the monster's body apart. One of its tentacles writhes, badly damaged. Watching from above, Sir Kim realizes the fight has reached a stalemate and fears the beast might self-destruct again, so he decides to hurry. He dives rapidly toward the cold shiv. The ship's systems detect him as a legion organism. The octopus reacts nervously as he approaches. Sir Kim slams into a tentacle, forcing the monster back while flying past the ship. A massive explosion erupts from the impact. Sir Kim then drops his dragon form and glides down in humanoid shape through the flames. He lands hard on the cold shiv's deck. The ship's AI flags him as an unknown intruder and notes there are not enough planes left to respond. Sir Kim tells the system to calm down and says he has come to propose a deal. He assures it there is no need for further combat and that he has come to offer help. The drones initially reject him and order him to leave the ship. He shows an ID photo and claims to be acting under orders from White Veil leader Eddie Montoya. The onboard AI cross-checks the identity, recognizing Eddie Montoya as a missing White Veil member from the pet shop incident. Following special regulations, the AI initiates limited communication and grants him a brief window to speak. Sir Kim proposes they work together to destroy the rampaging tentacled monster first, then continue their discussion afterward. The system grants temporary alliance status to the original Legion, assigns the main ship's resources to exterminate the sea monster, and the commander orders all planes removed as obstacles. Outside, the winged protagonist rides his dragon toward the enormous sea monster clutching an aircraft carrier. The sea monster reacts with a startled growl as its single eye fixates on the approaching threat. The protagonist drops from the sky and carves through a swarm of flying monsters with rapid slashes. He then dives toward the main body as the monster's massive bulk crashes down from above. His fiery attack slices into the monster's flesh, beginning to ignite it. The impact blossoms into a huge explosion that engulfs the monster, while he flies clear. Surrounded by a burning ring in the sky, he hovers in his demon form, fully in control of his power. As burning chunks rain down, he calmly descends toward the disintegrating monster. Suddenly, many smaller sea creatures surge toward him from the monster's mass. He lashes his tail, smashing the attacking creatures away. He lands, looking down with a mix of exhaustion and irritation after the clash. He remarks that the sea monster's strength was underwhelming compared to his expectations. Addressing the monster's core eye, he notes it must be tired from fighting the carrier and promises to subdue it before they talk. He gathers blazing orbs of power in his hands, preparing a serious finishing attack. Concentrated beams shoot into the monster's eye, marking the fatal blow. A torrent of fire races outward, incinerating the monster across the sea's surface. The attack leaves a pillar of smoke, scattered debris, and the fleet intact in the distance. The protagonist watches the steaming sea as the smoke clears to confirm the kill. Only the monster's ruined core floats on the ocean, signaling its defeat. Hovering above the corpse, he demands to know how it acted outside his control. The monster snaps back, telling him to examine his own conscience for the answer. It mocks him for gaining a noble title, accusing him of becoming human in both status and speech. Shocked, he hears the monster claim he has forgotten that his goal, like its own, is to stand as the apex of all life. The monster recalls that he created it, yet foolishly tried to build a colony instead of strong individuals. Realizing the criticism is valid, he admits fault and apologizes. The monster rages that an apology cannot erase all the harm he has done. He reflects that he used to see it as merely a tool gone rogue but now recognizes that judgment was mistaken. He concludes internally that the monster is no longer a subordinate, but an enemy he must kill. The monster notes his changed expression and jests that his face finally looks more acceptable. It insists that his real nature is to kill and devour everything he dislikes, calling that his true self. As he rockets down like a missile, it proclaims that a monster remains a monster even if disguised as human. A fiery dragon-shaped blast accompanies his descent, and he wonders if this slaughter counts as self-reflection. After the obliteration, he remarks that the ordeal has helped him rediscover his true nature. Back on the carrier, drones confirm the mission's successful completion. The system recognizes Edward Grandcontin and Eddie Montoya as the same person and grants Eddie full command authority over the main ship. Eddie verifies with the drones that the situation is now resolved. Smiling, he decides that if everything is settled, he will freely take whatever he wants from this outcome. A wooden warship sails, carrying Eddie and the protagonist away from the battle. On deck, Eddie thanks the protagonist, saying the plan succeeded even better than anticipated. He explains that other races avoided the war, accusing humans of provoking demons, but humanity's solo victory has strengthened human pride and unity. Eddie reveals that by seizing the USS Kolchev and its cloning technology, humanity can now mass-produce special materials for their plans. He concludes that with these resources, they can advance their grand strategy and praises the protagonist's role. Eddie casually asks his brother if he learned why his sea parasite became uncontrollable, lamenting that it could have boosted their navy. The protagonist firmly replies that he will not create any more such parasites. Eddie argues it is wasteful to discard such a powerful sea weapon and offers to pay whatever price is required. The word price triggers the protagonist's grim memory. He recalls the bloody massacre linked to the crime syndicate pet shop becoming more brutal after a certain event and tells Eddie he knows the reason. Eddie nervously claims he already knows the incident since he oversaw the case and asks why it is being brought up. The protagonist warns that crossing certain lines carries a steep price, his monstrous presence looming behind him. Eddie anxiously asks if his recent request is being equated with that past atrocity, but the protagonist says no. Eddie exhales in relief, momentarily thinking he has avoided disaster. The protagonist adds that this time it is even more serious, unsettling Eddie again. He reflects that before, he still felt partly human, but now his identity is purely that of a monster. Trying to change the subject, Eddie mentions the upcoming coronation and offers to brief the protagonist on the ceremony plans. Eddie decides privately never to mention that massacre again for fear of dying early. He resolves to keep quiet on such topics because he cherishes staying alive. Days later, crowds gather at the Grand Contin Kingdom's Grand Plaza for the coronation ceremony. Eddie rides through the cheering masses toward the cathedral, watched by onlookers including a pink-haired woman. That woman introduces herself as Paulina Greensmith, former minstrel and now a Daily Elmwood reporter. Paulina explains she kept bumping into a certain dangerous man in her old job, so she switched careers and assumes she will never meet him again. Eddie ascends the cathedral steps toward the coronation hall. Inside, a high priest raises the crown and announces that the righteous wearer of Grand Contin's crown has been found. He declares that a new king of Grand Contin will now be born as the crown is placed. Outside, the protagonist stands guard with sword drawn as part of the ceremony. He publicly calls for rejoicing over the crowning of the new king. Paulina, recognizing his voice and figure, shouts in disbelief. Horrified, she realizes that the troublesome man she wanted to avoid has appeared again. Fearing disaster, Paulina flees the plaza, convinced something terrible is about to happen. An enormous explosion suddenly rips through the cathedral behind her. Narration describes the mysterious blast that struck during the coronation. Many nobles and dignitaries die in the destruction, and even King Edward loses consciousness. In the aftermath, narration notes that someone else must now manage state affairs. The duty falls to the kingdom's guardian knight, Sir Kim, who stands amid the rubble. Narration states that Sir Kim miraculously survived the tragedy. Paulina writes that he became the great man tasked with uniting the shaken kingdom, with his photograph on her desk. Paulina, now in a study, continues composing this account of Sir Kim's deeds. She signs the piece as Daily Elmwood reporter Paulina Greensmith. 3 weeks later, a hooded figure in a red cloak walks toward an elven estate under stormy skies. The cloaked visitor approaches the guarded front entrance, drawing the sentry's attention. One elf guard raises magic and orders the intruder to halt. The guards warn that this is the residence of diplomat Lady Elmia of El Pyrus and demand the visitor's purpose. The figure pulls back the hood, revealing Sir Kim beneath the cloak. Recognizing him, the elves react with shock. Before one can finish questioning him, Sir Kim's tail suddenly impales the other guard. The surviving guard is struck with terror, as he realizes something is wrong. Sir Kim's tail then fatally smashes the second guard as he cries out in confusion. Sir Kim steps over the corpses, advancing into the residence. Narration identifies the location as Grand Kunting's capital, at the El Pyrus Elf Embassy. The embassy buildings erupt in flames from the attack. Amid the burning ruins, Sir Kim looms over the wounded elf diplomat Elmia. Narration introduces Elmia El Pyrus as El Pyrus's diplomat and spy, twin sibling of Lucian El Pyrus. It explains that though she outwardly served as a diplomat in Grand Kunting, she was secretly spying. She admits that to eliminate their kingdom's greatest threat, they orchestrated the coronation bombing to kill Prince Edward. She regrets failing to kill him and laments that they should have left no evidence. Elmia demands to know how Sir Kim discovered their involvement. Sir Kim nonchalantly says he was not certain. He came because the elves fit the likely profile. He quotes Eddie's logic that if a better target than the elves existed, they'd already have attacked that one. Elmia, stunned, wonders if Edward has already regained consciousness. Sir Kim reveals that Edward never slept, having used a clone double so he himself was never in a coma. Elmia shouts in disbelief at this revelation. Sir Kim says their conversation has gone on long enough, his monstrous arm ready to finish her. Panicking, Elmia resolves to inform her kingdom about this deception. She prepares a teleportation or escape spell, hoping to find a gap to flee. Sir Kim unleashes another devastating blast that engulfs her. Her hand, still on the magic circle, is charred as flames consume her. Sir Kim remarks that her head will be the first trophy he can present. Back in the capital, the crowd celebrates the news that King Edward has awakened from his supposed coma. Edward announces they have thwarted elven espionage but that the elves burned an outpost, so he vows to eradicate all remaining elves for humanity's safety. He rallies the people, claiming this purge is for a safe and peaceful society. In private, Sir Kim notes that Eddie, who was never injured, lies convincingly to the masses. Eddie replies that such deception is necessary when one intends to fool an entire country. Removing his bandages, Eddie declares he now has both justification and military strength to start a war, proclaiming that all preparations are complete. An enraged elven king materializes and demands an explanation from King Edward. Narration identifies him as Rhesus El Pyrus, current king of El Pyrus. It further introduces Lucian El Pyrus as the younger twin of Rhesus and the brother of the recently slain Elmia. Rhesus accuses Edward of arson, murdering embassy staff, and baseless slander, demanding how he will answer for these crimes. Edward dismissively insults him as childish while cleaning his ear. Rhesus, shocked, asks Edward to repeat what he just said. Edward complains about the fuss over titles, hints at his imperial ambitions, and mocks the notion of just being king. He scoffs at the claim of baseless slander, saying he already knows about the elves' terrorist plot. Rhesus calls him insane and demands to know what became of Elmia, his diplomat. Edward casually refers to her as an annoying woman and explains her body was too mangled to return. He adds it is unfortunate he could not show Rhesus the corpse. Furious, Rhesus vows to make Edward pay for insulting and killing his kin. Eddie taunts that if Rhesus intends to pay humanity's price, even killing both twins would not be enough compensation. Rhesus erupts, formally declaring war on the humans. He repeats that he declares war on the inferior insects of humanity. Within himself, he balances overwhelming rage with cold objectivity, activating both extremes. Addressing his people, Rhesus proclaims that humans have gravely insulted elves and that his conflicting emotions now coexist. He declares the elves will not stop until they take the human king's head. Raising his staff, he begins channeling a powerful spell. Narration labels his specialty as time attribute magic. His ability, Future Foresight, is introduced by name. The narration states that this magic lets him see his own future days. It explains that the visions shown by time attribute magic depict a fixed, concrete future. In those visions, Edward appears terrified on a burning battlefield. Rhesus grins, believing in a future that guarantees Edward's downfall. He tells his army that the future is set, the war already decided in their favor, and the soldiers cheer his impending victory. Elsewhere, Eddie tells Sir Kim that the Elven King's head will eventually come to them of its own accord. Sir Kim skeptically asks why Eddie is so certain a king would appear on the front lines. Eddie answers that by killing the king's younger sister, they ensured he would, since such siblings are crucial among the ruling High Elves. He further reveals that Elmia was not only the king's sister but also his wife, the product of a pure bloodline preserved through incest. Sir Kim reacts with disgust at this revelation. Eddie concludes that they simply need to behead the Elf King quickly and suggests Sir Kim first use his new power to massacre the elves. A silhouette of Sir Kim's dragon form appears as Eddie says that, from the elves' perspective, it will seem less like a war and more like a calamity. Soon after, Rhesus rides at the head of his army toward human lands. He notes they will enter the human territory of Santo Almarouge in 30 minutes. Observing the fleeing human soldiers, he remarks that they seem to be abandoning their capital instead of defending it. He reasons that the humans are probably gathering all their forces at the capital to confront the elven army there. The Elf King orders his troops not to lose focus, insisting the disturbance is another human scheme, and they affirm his command. Narration notes that Lisa's earlier suspicions about humans were only partially correct. Outside Grand Cantine's capital, the Elf King demands that the Human King come out and accept punishment. He threatens to burn the city if the Human King does not immediately appear. Mid-threat, he senses an unexpected fire-like phenomenon. Narration builds suspense as something shocking appears before the bewildered Elf King. In a past conversation, someone addresses his brother while sweets sit on a plate. The human prince idly breaks a sweet and asks his brother Kim if he can use magic. Kim calmly answers that he can use magic. The prince remarks that although Kim has absorbed others' magical knowledge, he has never seen him actually cast spells. Kim explains he has never needed to rely on magic. Demonstrating by crushing a sweet, Kim says magic is slow and interruptible, so he prefers using abilities he has ingested. Kim states his versatile devouring ability makes magic largely unnecessary for him. The prince admits magic still feels romantically fitting in a fantasy world. He compares fantasy games, saying early-stage magic users are outclassed later by agile physical fighters. Returning to the present, what appears before the elves outside the capital is revealed to be a single gigantic multi-headed dragon-like figure. The dragon's shadow towers over the startled Elf King and his army. The dragon slams its massive claw into the ground amid the elven ranks. The elves stare in horror as the multi-headed monster looms over them. One elf is crushed under the dragon's claw. Kim internally explains that he combined a hydra's and dragon's heads with wyvern wings and a colossal dinosaur tail to form this body. Terrified elven soldiers scream, wondering what kind of monster they are facing. The dragon's tail whips forward with great speed. The blow sends elves flying, massacring the rear ranks. The Elf King panics, unable to comprehend the chaos overtaking his army. Reports reach him that an unknown dragon or hydra-like creature is attacking them from behind. The dragon's heads glow ominously as it prepares a breath attack. Recognizing this, the Elf King realizes a devastating breath is coming. He hastily casts a maximum-power defensive magic called Flame Shield to protect his forces. Magical circles cover the battlefield as the dragon advances through the sea of flaming defenses. One head unleashes a torrent of pink destructive breath. The breath crashes against the elven flame shield, overwhelming it, shocking the casters. An elf is horrified that the monster has broken through their flame shield. The corrosive attack melts elves alive, burning them despite their defenses. Kim reveals the breath was acidified slime mucus, not fire, so the flame shield could not block it. He then promises to show them what true fire breath looks like and challenges them to try stopping it. The dragon exhales genuine, overwhelming fire across the elven army. Watching the destruction, the Elf King mutters in disbelief. A burning elf realizes the battlefield now matches the future vision they had seen. The Elf King realizes the grim expression he foresaw on the Human King's face was not fear of elves. The Human King, recalling that vision, concludes Kim was never afraid of elves and has become even more monstrous. Luxian bitterly laughs that despite seeing the future, events still turned out disastrously. He falls into manic laughter as his composure breaks. Gripping his staff, he blames his own foolishness for this catastrophe and resolves to act. His panicked horse flees from the battlefield. Luxian charges straight at the dragon, cloak billowing and staff glowing. Magic circles of time manipulation appear all around him and the dragon. He continues his approach, enveloped in multiple glowing rings. The time magic circles intensify, layering around the monster. Luxian rises high above the dragon, preparing his ultimate spell. From above, we see the massive dragon amid scattered corpses as Luxian closes in. Surrounded by dozens of rings, Luxian dives toward the dragon to cast time magic. He activates a spell called Time Reduction with a determined shout. The dragon's massive tail is caught and slowed by the dense time reduction field. Luxian boasts that he has stacked 7 layers of time reduction magic. Confident, he believes this level of temporal manipulation will immobilize the dragon. Instead, the dragon's tail smashes him into the ground with overwhelming force. Gravely injured and coughing blood, Luxian gasps in disbelief that his skill failed. The dragon explains that skills do not work on him and dismisses Lucien's efforts as pitiable. From the city walls, a human knight points out the fallen dragon and cheering men declare victory. The knight marvels at Kim's power and imagines ruling the empire with him, but the king says that is impossible. The king clarifies that Kim only acts under a contract and might become their enemy if that contract ends. He fears that if the contract breaks, Kim could easily crush their entire nation. An enormous explosion before the walls leaves the king and soldiers stunned into silence. Narration introduces Luxian Lucatus El Pyrrhus, whose life has been defined by continual losses. We learn he grew up constantly unfavorably compared to his 2 younger siblings. Even his greatest feat, slaying a hydra, was overshadowed by another's achievements. His younger brother outshone him again by defeating a dragon. Still, defeating a hydra was significant and helped Luxian finally come to his senses. He now holds the nominal title of pre-existing policy advisor in the Elf Kingdom. Narration explains this title simply means he advises on current policies. It is questioned whether the future-seeing King Lysis ever truly needed Lucien's policy advice, making the role feel useless. Luxian reflects aloud that his life as a sideline noble is lonely. Consoling himself, he thinks that abandoning his royal ambitions has lightened his heart and given him a peaceful, detached mindset. Suddenly, young elves rush toward him, urgently calling out his name. Alarmed, Luxian asks what is wrong as the youths collapse before him. They report that King Lysis has been killed in the war against humans. Luxian is shocked to hear that his gifted brother Lysis is dead. Another elf adds that all 2,000 soldiers who accompanied Lysis also perished. Luxian doubts humans could wield such power and begins suspecting a different, terrifying cause. Messengers explain Lysis died without an heir or named successor. They state that, by bloodline, the purest remaining high elf is Luxian. A ceremonial circlet is presented as they address him as King Luxian. Luxian is left speechless as the realization sinks in. Elsewhere, the human king lounges contentedly in his opulent room. Kim bursts in forcefully, startling the king. The king nervously greets his monstrous brother and remarks on how inhuman Kim looks now. The king informs Kim they have received word that the elves intend to surrender. He notes the elves will yield only under a specific condition attached to their message. The condition is that Grand Cantine's Lord Protector must personally attend the signing of their surrender, so the king asks Kim to join him. The scene shifts to the elven kingdom of Elpyrus, where human troops assemble outside its palace. Inside the palace sitting room, Kim, the human king, and Luxian share drinks around a table. Luxian, gripping his wine, begins a confession to Sir Kim. He says Kim was the first to acknowledge his weaknesses, which brought him peace of mind. Luxian continues that he stopped relying on lineage and sought a role he could earn through his own merit. Yet he laments that he still became king purely because of his bloodline. The human king, watching this drunken speech, internally wonders what is wrong with this alcoholic elf ruler. He thinks Luxian is just rambling, then relates by saying he too had an exceptional brother, so he understands. The king observes their similar childhoods and summarizes that Luxian wishes to accomplish something through his own strength but feels constrained by circumstances. Blushing, Luxian admits that is exactly how he feels. Kim quietly snacks as he listens, unfazed. The king points out that Lucian's royal bloodline is precisely what gave him the power to change his country. He tells Luxian that he now has the authority to transform the system from one based on bloodline to one based on merit. Luxian objects that changing things too quickly would cause an uproar among his people. The king then asks, with Lysis dead, who is now the greatest magician among the elves? Luxian silently realizes the implication. The king answers himself that any uproar can be handled by Luxian personally, using his own strength. Those words ignite Lucian's resolve as he focuses power into his glowing hand. Narration notes that a king should not be swayed so easily, yet the drugged wine ensured Luxian was from the start. It is revealed the king had laced the wine with ultra-white, a mind-affecting substance. He then repeatedly emphasized the phrase your own strength to manipulate Lucian's thoughts. Luxian becomes obsessed, vowing with a crazed grin that he can change everything with his own strength. The next day on the throne, Luxian announces that negotiations with Grand Cantine are finished and prepares to deliver the outcome to his ministers. He declares that continuing the war would doom the elves, so a drastic decision is needed. He then officially proclaims that Elpyrus will surrender to Grand Cantine, shocking the assembled elves. Outraged nobles shout that surrender to humans is impossible and question admitting defeat to an inferior species. Others insist they should demand apologies for their dead royalty instead, while Luxian notes inwardly that the backlash is fierce. Trying to calm them, Luxian promises to explain, but they mutter that Lysis would never have spoken of surrender. Voices deride him as only a substitute king who cannot do anything with his own strength. Those taunts trigger Luxian, who furiously demands to know who laughed at him. Losing control, he unleashes powerful blue magic and shouts for the culprit to reveal themselves. His spell singles out one trembling elf standing before the court. The chosen elf, glowing with magic, stammers that he never meant it. Terror floods his eyes as the spell takes effect. The elf shrivels and screams while being rapidly drained of life. Observers realize in horror that Luxian has evaporated all the water from the elf's body. Narration says that in this moment, Luxian resolves to change the kingdom by his own strength, and thereby becomes the future tyrant known as the Walking Calamity. Later, a sack containing Lucian's remains slams onto a plate before the human king. Kim sets the grisly sack down while the king stares at it in uneasy silence. The king remarks that with this, a quarter of their overall plan has been completed. Kim asks where the king intends to strike next. The king says he is considering targeting the dwarves and asks if that poses any issue. He explains that assassinating another nation's king, especially one from an allied republic, will require extensive preparation. When Kim asks how long it will take, the king estimates about 6 months. Kim notes that is quicker than expected and asks if he will be needed during that time, to which the king answers probably not unless something unforeseen happens. Satisfied, Kim decides he will use that half year to go on a vacation, surprising the king. Kim only smiles mysteriously in response. He then travels to the place where he first arrived in this world, the Great Forest. Narration describes the Great Forest as an enormous woodland on the Elmwood continent. It explains the forest is divided into entrance, central, and deep zones, with increasingly dangerous monsters deeper inside. Kim plans to return to his roots by seeking out the dragon remembered from the forest's depths. He reflects that the abilities he has used so far would not suffice in the deep zone, where far stronger monsters dwell. He recalls that the red dragon he once ate was only mid-tier in that ecosystem, which is why its nest lay near the entrance. We see that rocky nesting area again as something stirs in the foliage. An odd creature called an eyeball rabbit appears in front of the cliffs. Kim suddenly dives toward the unsuspecting rabbit. The rabbit narrowly dodges his first lunge, revealing its quick reflexes. Kim notes its speed and decides he needs not brute strength but camouflage and escape abilities. A week later, the same rabbit grazes peacefully near the cliffs. This time Kim approaches invisibly, revealing himself just behind the rabbit as he moves in for the capture. The protagonist notes that within a week he has regained the abilities he needed. He explains that every organism on the Elmwood continent possesses mana. To avoid being detected by that mana, he decided to use abilities modeled after animals from Earth. He created an invisibility chemical based on cuttlefish color shifting via the dungeon core and adapted bipedal movement to a four-legged form. Believing these abilities give him enough to survive, he resolves to head into the deep part of the forest. He reaches the deep region of the Great Forest. Looking around, he wonders if this area truly marks the beginning of the deep part. Observing that it looks similar to the central area, he is suddenly alerted by something overhead. His eye ability activates as he senses an imminent attack. He leaps to avoid a blue slime that slashes up from the ground. While midair, he is struck by the slime's blade-like body. The attack sends him crashing painfully to the ground. Dazed and confused, he stares up from where he fell. He realizes the attacker is a slime. The slime and the severed blade of its body writhe on the ground near him. As he tries to stand, the slime swiftly reforms on the ground in front of him. It slices his legs again as he missteps onto it. He watches silently as more of his armor and clothing are cut apart. Analyzing it, he deduces the slime senses ground vibrations like a master of footwork. He names the creature Slashing Slime. He reasons that by launching itself from a tiny area, the slime exponentially increases the power of its slashing attack. Deciding on a counter, he deliberately slams his fist into the ground. The provoked slime shoots toward the vibration and slashes where his body just was. He plans to lure it by repeatedly generating vibrations. The slime responds, inching toward his outstretched hand. He waits until it comes close enough for his next move. He prepares his Wild West Murim technique to counterattack. Later, while walking deeper, he reflects that the slashing slime was extremely powerful, possibly unmatched in cutting power. However, he notes that despite its strength, he cannot directly use its ability. He explains that because the slime lacks fixed form and intelligence, its experiences and combat style cannot be replicated through his skill. Elsewhere, at the Great Forest entrance swamp, the scene shifts. The narrator describes this swamp as the lizardmen's habitat, where they once worshipped an ancient dragon. A knight remarks that the area is in terrible condition. The knight and her companion wonder what disaster devastated the swamp. The blonde knight is introduced as Holy Knight Ryan Hensfjorkard, who notes that no lizardmen are around. She reasons that since there are no bodies, the lizardmen likely migrated elsewhere. Concluding they have no choice, she decides they must question the local natives. The elf girl, Aina Palpromaben, a Saintess candidate, asks in surprise about these natives. Ryan Hens says there is an orc village nearby and suggests going there. The story cuts back to the hero, who admits he nearly died right as he entered the deep part. He reflects he was too careless and must retest all abilities obtained in the central forest. He demonstrates a large-scale slashing technique, sending blades of energy outward. Those slashes rip through a dragon-like creature from multiple angles. The creature slams violently into the ground from the assault. Bleeding and in pain, the dragon demands to know who is attacking it. The hero, struggling, says controlling his new slime-based form is difficult. He has tried to transform his hand to mimic the slashing slime's constitution, but the shape keeps destabilizing. He notes that the power of this copy is far below that of the original slime. The wounded dragon on the ground would have been killed instantly if it had been struck by the real slime. Remembering his first dragon kill, he recalls having used a troublesome strategy involving this dagger, while the dragon had begged him to stay away. The current dragon also screams in fear and pain as he approaches and strikes it. The hero looks down at the defeated dragon, realizing the difference in his current strength. He concludes with dark satisfaction that he has undeniably become stronger. The scene switches back to Ryan Hens and Aina arriving at the former Onyx Orc clan territory, seeing devastation similar to the swamp. Ryan Hens notices something and reacts with surprise. She remarks that she had assumed orcs were all barbarians but now sees that is not entirely true. Observing graves with flowers, she deduces the orcs bury their dead. As she examines fresh flowers on a grave, an orc man appears asking who she is. Startled, she looks up at him. He is introduced as Onyx Orc Wanderer Bart, who asks what they are doing there. Ryan Hens answers that they have come from the church state. Bart inquires what business the church has there, and she asks if he can explain what happened. Clenching his teeth in anger, he prepares to answer. He says that one monster appeared in this region. That monster trapped them and manipulated them into fighting a dragon. In that battle, many orcs were killed and the village destroyed. Ryan Hens realizes that the nearby Lizardman village must also have been affected. Bart confirms that the Lizardmen were all eaten by that same monster and believes its plans started there. Aina prays for the dead while Ryan Hens acknowledges his explanation. Bart formally introduces himself as the Wanderer Bart. He explains that Wanderer is the highest honor among Onyx Orcs, charged with roaming the Great Forest to watch for threats. He recalls a mission where he noticed something unusual. During one of these patrols, he encountered the event that began everything. Ryan Hens interjects to ask what he means by that. He describes finding a strange metal carriage in the forest with no hitch point for horses. Inside it, all the humans were already dead with broken necks, not from the crash itself. He remembers that the humans wore unfamiliar armor. The carriage's door had been forced open from the inside, and after this discovery strange phenomena began occurring in the forest. Soon after, trolls and then lizardmen started vanishing one by one. When he returned home with a bad feeling, he found his village already ruined. Ryan Hens apologetically asks if she may pose a question. She points out he claimed not to be present during the destruction, so wonders how he knows the details. In response, Bart draws the dagger that held those memories. He activates a magic on the dagger as it glows. Bart tells her that if she truly wants to know, she must take his hand. Ryan Hens hesitates but reaches out toward him. Their hands clasp together. The contact triggers a glowing magic circle and a surge of energy. Ryan Hens' eyes flare as foreign memories enter her mind. Shocked, she demands to know what she is seeing. She witnesses the silhouette of the human hero holding the dagger. She sees a small red dragon among treasure, connected to these events. The memories show the dagger being held in human hands. She then sees an orc elder confronting the dragon with that weapon. The memory continues with the elder challenging the dragon looming above him. She focuses on the dragon's terrifying red gaze. Pulling back from the vision, she gasps that what she saw was incredible. She identifies the power as time attribute magic and notes. She thought only the elf king Lexus L. Pyrrhus could use that kind of magic. Bart clarifies it is actually mental attribute magic combined with psychometry, allowing him to read objects' memories. Ryan Hens concludes he used this memory magic to track down the culprit. Bart confirms, saying the metal carriage, lizardman village, and dagger all shared the memories of the same being. He adds that this being had once left the Great Forest but has recently returned. Bart activates another spell called Mind Resonance. He uses it to point the two women toward the direction of that culprit. The story cuts back to the hero walking through the Great Forest, which at first glance seems ordinary. Narration explains that deeper in, the environment reveals extreme, unimaginable demon magic. The forest contains adjacent zones of icy terrain and lava-filled volcanoes coexisting in one ecosystem. The hero first chooses to head toward a tall mountain in the icy region. At the mountain's peak, deep within the ice, something stirs. There dwells the only dragon living in the deep part of the Great Forest's icy region. This dragon is identified as the Ice Dragon. Memories show another dragon roaring ferociously. That dragon descends on the orc village, causing panic and chaos. The dragon ravages the burning village as voices faintly call out to a candidate. Aina snaps back to herself as someone shouts for the Saintess candidate. The others notice her distraction and call to her in concern. Ryan Hens asks Aina if she is okay and whether something is wrong. Aina insists she is fine, claiming she was just lost in thought. Bart warns them to stay alert since that monster could appear again at any time, and Aina agrees nervously. Alone, Aina clutches her head as another wave of disturbing memories washes over her. She wonders what these recurring dragon memories are, and why they keep appearing suddenly. She feels the visions worsening since arriving here and has the sense she is forgetting something crucial. The narrative returns to the hero now in the snowy mountain region of the deep Great Forest. Above him, ice dragons bombard a horned beast running below with freezing breath. The beast flees across the snow while multiple ice dragons pursue from the sky. Watching from cover, the hero muses that even in a fantasy world most creatures obey physics, so he considers the mechanism behind emitting freezing air. He initially hypothesizes that the ice dragon might be shooting liquid nitrogen. The ice dragon unleashes a powerful freezing beam that engulfs the horned beast. The creature is instantly frozen over, reduced to an icy, snarling statue. The hero, half hidden behind a tree, silently observes this display of power. The protagonist tests the ice on his finger in the blizzard. The water on his finger rapidly freezes. He realizes in disappointment that the dragon's breath is only water, not freezing air. He deduces the ice dragon expels water that freezes only because of the extreme cold of the snow mountains, making the attack terrain dependent. While running through the storm, he concludes the ice dragon evolved specifically to survive this harsh environment. He notes that evolution did not make the dragon physically stronger. Observing the sleeping ice dragon, he analyzes its weakened body, long hibernation, and its adaptive bio-antifreeze. Seeing this biological treasure, he hungrily decides he wants to consume it. A dark, fiery power begins erupting from his body. The ice dragon roars, ready to fight. The ice dragon circled the snowy peak searching for the intruder. One ice dragon lands at the cave's entrance, wary. The dragon senses something unexpected and is startled. It sees a red dragon, actually the transformed protagonist, among its kin. Shocked, the ice dragon demands to know who this imposter is. In dragon form, the protagonist curses that his plan to ambush it as another ice dragon failed because it arrived too quickly. The enraged ice dragon charges, demanding to know who he thinks he is. It mocks him for foolishly trespassing into their nest. The dragon unleashes a massive freezing water breath. The protagonist counters with his own water jet, overwhelming the dragon's attack. The ice dragon screams as the attack slams into it. It is blasted away and crashes violently. Emerging from the icy blast in humanoid form, he reflects that after eating an ice dragon he learned the composition and optimal mix of its bio-antifreeze. Transformed with draconic horns, he silently focuses. Other ice dragons swoop in toward their fallen comrade. The protagonist charges in among them. He tears through 2 dragons in midair. Landing, he releases another freezing explosion. The frozen shockwave surges outward from him. Standing over a dead dragon, he narrates that from today the ecosystem of the Great Forest Snow Mountains has changed. Looking toward the distance, he thinks about his next target. He turns to the erupting volcano, planning his next hunt. Elsewhere, between the volcano and Snow Mountains, a knight asks the Saintess candidate if she still has enough energy. The Saintess candidate replies that she is managing for now. The knight analytically confirms she shows no signs of exhaustion or oxygen shortage and concludes she is truthful. He tells her to speak up immediately if the march becomes too hard. Suddenly he senses something intense. Their orc companion orders them to resume moving. The orc leads while the 2 humans follow along the forest path. The orc's flaming dagger suddenly starts reacting in his hand, surprising him. He rushes ahead, following the dagger's pull. He notes the dagger reacting to a scorched footprint on the ground. Examining a trail of burning footprints, they realize the fire is unnatural and suspect they are following the monster's tracks. The orc says he must check the dagger's behavior but believes these belong to their target. The party proceeds cautiously along the line of fiery footprints. Intense heat and red light begin surging toward them from ahead. The knight gasps, wondering what is causing such overwhelming heat. They see a fiery figure at the volcano and recognize that it must be the monster they seek. The protagonist stands wreathed in flames, his new fire form fully manifested. His eye burns with power as the flames engulf him. Narration shifts to the volcanic region of the Great Forest. It explains that nameless organisms once lived in this volcanic zone. Because the lava liquefies the very ground, strange lava creatures and flame beings inhabited it. No humans could approach closely enough to study these organisms, except for a single monster who can withstand the environment. That monster, the protagonist, walks through the lava field unfazed. He remarks that the salamander scales he obtained are finally proving useful. He notes that those native lava organisms are now extinct because of him. This leads to the current result, his own terrifying flame power. He mentally lists the components he gained from past foes, building a system that produces, stores, circulates, expels, and ignites combustible chemicals. All those abilities combine into one monster, his present body. In full fire form he turns toward the pursuers and comments that the mix of opponents following him is intriguing. The knight and Saintess candidates stare in shock, the knight recognizing him as her master. The orc charges, screaming that this monster slaughtered his tribe. The fire-clad protagonist wordlessly watches his approach. He identifies the orc as Wanderer Brat, surprising the group, and Brat asks if the monster knows him. The monster smiles ominously, baring fangs. Revealing he now wears the face of Brat's former orc chief, he says all orcs would recognize that visage. Brat realizes the resemblance, and cries out for his chief. Enraged, Brat vows revenge on the imposter wearing his chief's face and rushes in. He swings his enchanted dagger with all his strength. The blade slams into the monster's flaming chest. A huge impact ring explodes around them as the strike lands. The protagonist looks down in mild surprise at the dagger in his body. Brat thinks to himself that he has trained solely for this moment of revenge. Poison begins seeping from the trembling dagger in his grip. Shouting for the monster to die, Brat unleashes a flurry of frantic stabs. He screams while stabbing repeatedly into the flames. The rapid blows batter the monster's torso amid bursts of sparks. The monster's arm darkens and an ominous purple miasma spreads. A beam of concentrated energy erupts from him. The blast detonates at point blank, engulfing Brat. The knight watches in horror as the explosion shakes the battlefield. Stunned, he wonders what on earth is happening. Realizing the two are fighting, he decides he should jump in and help. He hesitates, torn between aiding Brat, who seeks just revenge, and his own terrifying master. Narration frames Brat as justified in pursuing vengeance for his annihilated tribe. It also reminds us the flame monster is the knight's revered guardian master. The knight agonizes over which side he should support. He starts as a purple poisonous wind brushes past him. Sliding to a halt with the Saintess, he senses something is wrong. He abruptly tells the Saintess candidate to hold on tightly to him, startling her. He sprints away carrying her, saying they must get as far from the battle as possible. The Saintess protests and demands to know why they are fleeing. The knight explains that the purple mist is venom. Brat, choking inside the poison cloud, accuses the monster of cowardly using poison. Even as the toxin overwhelms him, Brat resolves to land one final strike before dying. He lunges again, vanishing into another violent burst. When the smoke clears, Brat realizes in disbelief that his dagger has pierced the monster's chest yet done nothing meaningful. Trembling, he mutters that this cannot be. He despairs that he could not inflict even a scratch on his enemy. The protagonist calmly pulls the dagger from his chest as Brat collapses, utterly defeated. Heat and flames surge as he turns away from the dying orc. He casually flings the broken dagger high into the sky. Far away, the knight keeps running through the woods with the Saintess. She begs him to stop and go back because Brat is still there fighting. He refuses, insisting his sworn duty is to protect her above all else. She insists it is not too late if they return and combine their strength. He insists it is already too late. He thinks that realistically strength alone does not decide a fight, a lesson taught in paladin training. Yet he also reflects that common sense does not apply when dealing with his master, and urges her to grasp her own limits. The Saintess analyzes the monster, noting he is strong but lacks aura and has little mana, likely the cost of his extreme heat resistance. She argues that even if they cannot beat him, they might rescue Brat and escape. The knight admits her reasoning is sound but still worries. He concludes that against his master they must abandon common sense calculations, or they will die. As he says this, the severed, molten dagger plummets from the sky toward them. It lands nearby encased in blackened magma. The knight realizes whose weapon it is. Seeing the ruined dagger, he whispers Brat's name in shock. The flaming monster appears behind them, causing the knight to freeze in terror. The knight panics inwardly, fearing what his unpredictable master might do if he judges them Brat's allies. The monster greets his former disciple after a long time apart. Smiling madly in flames, he says they can finally have a long conversation and tells the knight to be happy. He notes that the knight once one-sidedly called him master, but now he himself acknowledges the knight as his disciple and orders him to smile. He repeats that they can now sit and have a nice, long talk, accentuating the threat. Facing him while holding the unconscious Saintess, the knight silently thinks they are doomed. The Saintess, regaining awareness, narrows her eyes in shock. She knocks aside the sword hand restraining her. She rushes forward toward the monster, leaving the stunned knight behind. Shaking with anger, she demands to know why he killed Brat and orders him to answer. Forcing a strained smile, the knight nervously greets his master, trying to defuse the situation. The Saintess glares at him, incredulous that he calls this monster master. He tells her he will explain everything later and begs her to stay still for now. The monster remarks that it has been a long time since he met another being of his own nature. He mentions there was once someone else he thought might be similar, but in the end that person was not. The knight, trying to stall for time and contact the holy nation, feigns curiosity and asks about that encounter. The monster explains that man was a shapeshifter, a metamorph capable of transformation. Hearing the name Midden Hafafindo, the Saintess is struck by a powerful shock of recognition. She clutches her head, repeating the name in confusion as the knight calls to her. She fixates on the name Midden, overwhelmed. Narration reveals that Saintess candidate Anna Fall from Heaven suddenly recalls a forgotten truth. Midden is her brother. A flashback starts 3 years earlier in the ruined port city of Stockpit. After Stockpit's dragon finished its attack, the city lay in burning rubble. Among the debris, a young half-elf girl lies pinned and injured. She awakens amidst the destruction. The narration identifies her as Myron Hafafindo, Midden's younger sister, a child of elf and demon blood, calling out for her brother. Having lost one arm, she wanders through the devastated streets asking for her missing brother. Learning he had gone to human territory, she immediately sets out to follow him. Because of the elf mana and blood in her, she draws the attention of the religious order. They alter her memories, give her a new arm, and change her appearance so she can be molded into a Saintess candidate. The narration introduces that the Saintess candidate Anna Fall from Heaven is born. Anna's pilgrimage bodyguard is Paladin Purecreed, who implants a monitoring biochip in Anna to evaluate her for promotion. After 3 years of Saintess training, Anna and Purecreed, disciple of the feared monster, prepare to depart. The pair travel to the great forest to carry out their pilgrimage. During the journey Anna is exhausted and gasping for breath. Anna anxiously asks about the fate of Midden Hafafindo. The fire-covered monster coldly says Midden did not simply die. Anna realizes in horror that she herself killed Midden. Overwhelmed by rage and guilt, Anna unleashes her power. She charges the monster, vowing not to forgive him, while Purecreed tries to restrain her. Purecreed knocks Anna unconscious before she can attack further, facing the monster alone. The monster notes Purecreed can now control her strength freely, unlike before. Remembering an earlier disastrous spar, Purecreed explains her improvement comes from hard training. She nervously says she is on duty protecting the Saintess and suggests delaying any personal reunion. Laughing awkwardly, Purecreed explains she has tried and failed to contact the Holy Nation because the forest's mana blocks communication. As the monster approaches, Purecreed clutches the unconscious Anna and stiffens in fear. Terrified, she insists they do not wish to fight, only recently met the orc, and are merely on pilgrimage. She warns that killing them would alert the Holy Nation, but the monster replies they chose the wrong place. The monster raises his flaming arm to attack as Purecreed reacts in panic. He instead turns away, saying signals can only be sent from lower ground, and tells her to follow. Purecreed watches him walk off in uneasy silence. Relieved, she mutters that at least they will not die for now. The narration explains the Lizardmen village in the Great Forest is a holy ground of the goddess church. This sanctity comes from the famed lizard paladin Longtail Fall from Heaven, who was born there. The group heads toward the area near the Lizardmen habitat. Purecreed explains that although the Lizardmen are hostile, prior holy ground facilities exist nearby. Reaching such a facility, she believes she can finally send a signal and calls out to Houston through her device. A connection establishes and she urgently reports a problem. The operator, codenamed PP100003 and called Houston, introduces himself to Kim and Purecreed. Houston says it is an honor to speak with the famed knight among knights. Dropping pleasantries, Houston asks what Kim intends to do in the Great Forest. Kim corrects him to ask what he wants, and Houston questions whether Kim understands the dire situation. Houston states that the Holy Nation's paladin and saintess candidate are terrified, and that the holy ground has just been destroyed in a massacre. He asks why Kim thinks he can negotiate under such circumstances. Kim counters by proposing he safely escorts Pure Creed and Anna out of the Great Forest. Houston internally judges losing both holy figures would be a huge blow and notes Pure Creed's uniqueness. Reluctantly, Houston agrees to cooperate and asks what Kim demands. Kim smiles ominously, ready to name his price. He simply orders Houston to make it appear that nothing happened in the forest, and Houston accepts on condition the promise is kept. Kim says covering things up will be best for everyone as he departs. Pure Creed watches Kim leave while supporting the unconscious Anna. Anna lies limp, still out cold after the confrontation. Kim, now alone, says that with the nuisances handled he can focus on his main objective. He recalls the Emperor's command to strengthen their position until they can overthrow other kings. Kim fully transforms into a horned, flame-wreathed beast with a powerful tail. A massive shockwave erupts as he moves to attack. Gigantic demonic creatures loom over him as he stands ready to fight. In monstrous form, Kim grins and anticipates a grand feast on his enemies. 6 months after he devours the Great Forest, unrest grips Evermine, the Dwarven Kingdom. A newly elected dwarf leader thanks citizens for voting for him and promises democratic reforms. Watching from a window, the former dwarf monarch laments that it is a sad day for their storied kingdom. The narration identifies the deposed dwarf king Piccol Granite, who fumes that the elected president is no true king. Piccol rages that an uneducated nobody cannot rule and suspects shadowy backers manipulating events. He and other nobles insist the people must have been driven insane to choose such a leader. Piccol declares only he can save the kingdom from crisis. He shouts for attendance and orders preparations for a diplomatic appeal to allied Grand Cantine. Hearing no response in the empty hall, he stands alone in stunned silence. Shaking, he bemoans that centuries of royal power have crumbled in only 6 months. The chamber door creaks open, drawing his attention. Piccol brightens, thinking a loyal servant has come, and insists someone still serves the king. Instead, a partially transformed Kim appears, startling the dwarf. Kim tells the terrified Piccol he has found the second head he was hunting. Piccol demands to know who Kim is. Indignant, he asks by what right Kim has intruded. Kim brutally slams him to the floor, cutting off his protest. The scene shifts to Grand Cantine Kingdom's royal office. Kim presents the severed head to the Grand Cantine King, startling him. Kim scolds the king for trusting a device-based scheme and questions its effectiveness. The king replies that the goddess confirmed there is a clear difference between a king and a president. Kim acknowledges this and notes the brainwashing ability behind the election has advanced considerably. The king concludes the experiment is nearly perfected and that while Kim obtained the second head, a problem remains. Kim listens curiously, prompting him to explain. The king asks if Kim knows of Port Estill, indicating another issue. Exposition reveals Port Estill as a strategically vital coastal nation resisting Grand Cantine and equipped with anti-air defenses. Its geography makes it ideal for wartime resupply and peacetime trade, but it has now been conquered by neighboring Alpha Plume. Because Port Estill is weakened by invasion, large rebel forces are running wild there. The king says Grand Cantine itself is unstable and cannot afford for Port Estill to collapse as well. He reminds Kim that he dealt with the second head during Kim's break and asks for his help solving this new problem. Kim replies that he has both a temporary and a permanent way to handle Port Estill. The king eagerly welcomes the idea of a permanent pacification. Then he warily asks what the downside of the permanent option would be. Kim explains that the permanent method would erase Port Estill from the map and leave the land uninhabitable for decades, frightening the king into choosing the temporary solution. Panic-stricken, the king begs Kim to use only the temporary measure. A few days later in Port Estill, the city square bustles under occupation. Navy officer Kendra Baker is introduced as the local representative. She steels herself because the Grand Cantine Lord Protector is visiting and wants to make a good impression. Hoping for a trouble-free day, she is shocked when Kim suddenly lands from the sky in wing form. Seeing his transformation firsthand, she realizes the rumors of him being a metamorph are true. Nervous, Kendra greets Kim and introduces herself as his welcoming officer. A rebel nearby shouts a slogan for a free republic of Port Estill. Kim turns to see a hooded man beside him, who begins acting suspiciously. The man reveals explosives strapped to his body and charges, cursing the Empire. He threatens to kill them all as he rushes forward. Suddenly his fuses go out, and he looks around in confusion. He tries to relight them while cursing Kim. Kim swiftly knocks the flame from his hand, thwarting the attempt. Grabbing the man's arm, Kim painfully restrains him as he screams. Guards arrive late and ask if Kim is unharmed while he holds the would-be bomber. Kim orders them to take the captured rebel to an interrogation room. Kim sits opposite the bound man and his confiscated dynamite, beginning the questioning. He asks where the dynamite came from and whether the rebel army supplied it. The prisoner defiantly curses him and refuses to talk. Kim replies that he does not mind the silence, unsettling the man. The rebel, growing nervous, demands to know what Kim plans to do. Whatever Kim shows him off-panel terrifies the man into swearing. Outside the room, a hooded Grand Canteen agent stands guard. Kendra timidly approaches the hooded figure, asking for permission to enter. She introduces herself as Major Kendra M. Baker of the Alpha Plume Navy and says she was told Kim requested an aid. The agent laughs it off, calling himself only a messenger, and invites her inside despite her doubts. Kendra nervously salutes Kim, reiterates her name and rank, and explains she is there as the aid he requested. She enters the interrogation room where Kim stands by the table of explosives. Wondering about the missing prisoner, she asks Kim where the terrorist went. Kim's facial scars writhe as he silently reflects on what he has done. He abruptly asks Kendra if she knows a place called Crimson Pinwheel. Startled, she answers that she does, thinking of a bar in the city center. Kim orders her to take him there, and she hastily agrees. Narration reveals Kim suspects someone higher up is orchestrating the rebellion, though he learned little from the low-ranking rebel he consumed. He muses that he is again late to events, and still needs 2 more heads to complete his mission. As Kendra walks ahead, frightened by him, Kim thinks about later torturing the risk-averse king who values his life. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure moves through Portostill's busy streets toward an unknown destination. The hooded man smirks, hinting at hidden intentions. Kim and Kendra arrive at the nearby pub called Red Windmill, believed linked to Crimson Pinwheel. She places her hand on the door and tells Knight Kim they have reached the place. The bartender looks up in surprise as Kendra and Kim enter. Recognizing her, the bartender warmly greets Kendra and asks if she has been busy. She laughs that rebel activity has kept them occupied and begins introducing Kim when something violent happens off-panel. Blood spatters her face, leaving her stunned. She turns to see Kim standing over a main body and demands to know what he is doing. Other patrons scream about murder and flee the tavern. The bartender panics, asking what Kim thinks he is doing. Kim, eyes glowing, tells him he already knows everything and demands to know where the stolen supplies are. The bartender sweats and hesitates. Someone suddenly presses a gun barrel to Kim's head. A shot explodes against Kim's forehead. Kendra cries out in horror for Knight Kim. The bartender taunts him, daring Kim to crack his skull open if he wants answers. Kim calmly catches the fired bullet in his teeth and says he will oblige. He grabs the bartender's head before the man can react. Kim slams him through the floor with overwhelming force. The impact shatters the floorboards, leaving a gaping hole beneath Kim. Amid the rubble, a staircase is revealed, and Kim's ally notes they have uncovered a secret passageway. The ally remarks they could have found it more subtly, but Kim answers that this way is faster. Kendra, shocked there was a hidden passage under the pub, watches as the men move toward it. The 3 descend the dark stairway into the underground tunnel. Kendra's eyes widen as she notices something disturbing below. She reaches toward a crate, exclaiming in alarm. On the crate she recognizes the Navy's insignia and realizes the supplies are from their own base. Seeing it full of explosives, she concludes there must be a traitor within the army aiding the rebels. Shaking with anger, she thinks of the comrades killed because of this betrayal. Kim tells her he will entrust the internal investigation to her, pointedly addressing her by the rank of lieutenant. The mustached man lies crushed under rubble, badly injured and groaning in pain. Still pinned in the debris, he suddenly notices something dripping onto him. A monstrous serpentine maw looms over him, about to devour him. Time shifts to earlier as a dark-haired warrior lands in the wrecked building. The warrior grimaces, shaken and sweating from the encounter. He silently identifies the monkey-like enemy as John Founder. In a busy city, a cloaked figure walks purposefully through the streets. The cloaked figure moves down an empty side alley. He slips through a curtained doorway into a hidden meeting place. Inside, conspirators discuss a comrade killed at the Red Windmill and decide to proceed with their backup plan. One man objects, reporting that the attacker was a powerful guardian knight from Grand Canteen, shocking the others. As they discuss this guardian knight, the cloaked newcomer apologizes for interrupting and announces he has found a comrade. Revealing himself as the monkey hybrid John Founder, he proudly shows a hard-won red potion. The conspirators excitedly realize the potion is exactly what they had been planning around. John Founder calls the potion the key to triggering a so-called dawn of civilization, and shows he has many more vials. The others exclaim that with this potion they might finally be able to defeat the guardian knight. The mustached innkeeper, actually that guardian knight in disguise, thinks in relief that their plot is exposed. He dramatically reveals himself alive, startling the conspirators who thought he had died. Claiming he barely escaped, he asks if the potion is really that powerful while fawning over John Founder. John Founder confirms it is the magic that will usher in the dawn of civilization. Smiling darkly, the guardian knight notes that all the culprits and their evidence are now gathered in one place. As purple gas spreads across the floor, John Founder is confused by what is happening. He asks what the strange gas is as it engulfs him. His eyes bulge in shock as the gas takes effect. All the conspirators, including John Founder, collapse coughing and screaming from the gas. The guardian knight explains this is a tear gas he developed based on CS gas, and mockingly suggests they sing the national anthem. The next day at Port Still's execution grounds, John Founder and other prisoners are displayed before a huge crowd. A female officer denounces the rebels as hypocrites backed by something evil rather than true liberators of Port Still. She reveals that the sinister backer is the Friend Universal Community, also called the Hybrid United Kingdoms. She identifies John Founder as an agent of that Hybrid United Kingdoms who infiltrated the city. She adds that they have also arrested local officers who conspired with the hybrids. The captured officers beg Captain Einbaker for mercy and to be forgiven this once. The captain brandishes the red potion and announces it to the crowd. She declares the potion an evil product the rebels tried to distribute and presents it as evidence of their crimes. A syringe is readied off-screen, hinting at what will be done with the potion. As she prepares, one officer nervously asks her to wait. She forces the potion down the pleading officer's throat mid-bribe. The liquid spills and he convulses in agony. He falls to his knees, hacking and spewing blood as the bottle drops. Horrified, he demands to know what she made him drink. She tells him it is the secret weapon of the hybrids he aided and that he will now experience it himself. As veins bulge grotesquely, he curses her and something inside his body begins to change. He panics as fur spreads and his limbs distort, wondering what is happening to his body. His transformation continues, accompanied by bestial groans. He fully transforms into a raging werewolf, roaring against his bonds. Onlookers gape and identify the creature as a wolf. The crowd screams that it is a werewolf and a demon. The scene replays his forced drinking of the potion as a visual reminder. It then replays his violent transformation into the beast. A narration explains that the potion is made from the blood of dogs and beast men. The narration continues that humans who drink it become werewolves, revealing for the first time that beast men and demons are somehow related. Because John Founder, a spy of the Beastmen Alliance, has been exposed as a demon, suspicion spreads. The upper ranks of the Beastmen Alliance are now recognized as beast demons controlling that power block. In a royal chamber, a masked aide reports that this is everything Sir Kim has uncovered so far. The ruler reflects that beastmen and beast demons were already hard to distinguish, and that demons used this to seize the Beastmen Alliance. He worries that if the Demon King is not defeated quickly, the Beastmen Alliance might soon attack them. He then reasons that since the enemy has already acted in Port Still, they are probably already targeting his kingdom. Smiling, he thinks that this incident finally gives them justification to start a war and that the gluttonous monster Kim has proven unexpectedly useful. He concludes that the Beastmen Alliance, called the Furland Universal Community, is clearly aligned with the Demon King. With cold resolve, he orders that war be declared on Furland. Massive battleships are then shown docked and ready for the coming campaign. Observing a model, Kim asks about the strange ships while the ruler hints he has conceived something incredible. The ruler excitedly explains that these battleships will be able to travel over land. Kim sarcastically compares the idea to raising sharks on land, but the ruler misses the point and argues about sharks versus battleships. The ruler demands to know why battleships would be impossible if sharks are, trailing off as he realizes the flaw. Embarrassed, he laughs it off and admits he spoke in the wrong order. He reveals that the world's strongest water mage will join them as an ally in this war. Kim is startled and wonders if this means a specific person he knows. The scene shifts to the elf kingdom Elpyrus, where King Lucian Elpyrus announces that his nation will join Grand Contin's war against Furland. Elf ministers protest that the decision is too sudden. They argue that their country is still recovering from the last war. As one minister suggests, focusing on internal stability, Lucian curtly silences him. From his throne, Lucian states the decision is final and orders them to prepare for war instead of arguing. Channeling magic in his hand, he warns that anyone with complaints should voice them now. With a threatening smile, Lucian says he is willing to lose loyal subjects if necessary. One elf suddenly ages and withers under his magic, terrifying the others. Terrified, the ministers drop to their knees, insisting they have no complaints. Lucian shouts for the kingdom to prepare quickly for war, effectively forcing Elpyrus into the conflict. The narrative then shifts to the naval kingdom Alphaplum's 5th naval station, where fleets assemble. A title introduces the Grand Contine Alliance and names the 3 representative commanders, Sir Kim, Grand Admiral Asdamel, and Lucian Elpyrus. Watching the ships, the king of Grand Contine remarks that all participants have gathered. He thanks his uncle, King Lion Alpha Bloom, for joining the war. Lion thinks that he is only helping because he owes Kim for saving him from a merman attack and because Grand Contine has become too powerful to refuse. He then asks aloud how they intend to strike the distant Beastmen Alliance from their current position. Looking at a map, he notes that other ports are closer for a sea route than this naval station. The Grand Contine King replies that instead of sailing around, they plan to go directly toward the enemy capital. The map shows their chosen path cutting straight through land rather than following the coast. Lion is confused, asking if they mean to cross the mountains and why the battleships were gathered if not for sea travel. The king smirks and says they will cross the mountains with the battleships themselves. Lion scoffs at this as nonsense just before a huge wall of water erupts beside them. Seeing enormous water pillars rise, he panics and demands to know what is happening. Lucian, the water mage, stands on a ship and begins casting powerful water magic circles. Focusing, Lucian unleashes a spell named Big Wave. Titanic waves surge up around a battleship's hull. The waves lift multiple battleships as if they are being ridden across the water. Kim and Admiral Asdamel gape in disbelief as the fleet is hoisted. From above, the battleships are shown being carried inland atop roaring water channels. Lion finally grasps that the plan is to move the entire fleet over land using water magic. The ships continue surfing the magically sustained waves over forests and terrain. They advance to a river-like path cut across the landscape, propelled inland. The admiral exhales nervously, wondering if this extreme plan is really safe. A masked agent asks if something is troubling him. The admiral recognizes him as the Lord Protector's messenger. Looking at the ships riding high above the trees, the messenger calls the sight magnificent, while the admiral admits mixed feelings. The admiral worries aloud about entrusting the fleet's fate to a single mage, even if he is the best. The messenger agrees it is a risky strategy since one mistake could doom the entire fleet. He tells the admiral not to worry because, even if the fleet is destroyed, the admiral will not be held responsible. Alarmed, the admiral asks what he means by that. The messenger smirks ominously instead of answering. He clarifies that the people below deck are lives no one intends to take responsibility for. The story cuts to the battleship's troop waiting room, where rows of silent soldiers sit motionless. The troops remain unnervingly quiet and vacant, as if stripped of will. One soldier's eerie, spiraling eyes reveal he and the others are mind-controlled, treated as expendable. Above, Kim tells the messenger to take command of the troops. Unfurling his wings, Kim explains he prefers working alone and wants the messenger to handle the men. As Kim prepares to fly off, the messenger anxiously asks where he is going, and Kim answers that he is heading out for reconnaissance. The messenger complains internally that recon should be the scout's job and grumbles about being left in command. Left standing on deck, he is speechless at the sudden responsibility. He laments that his retirement plans are crumbling because of Kim's actions. Meanwhile, Kim, in eagle form, scouts over a forested mountain pass. He spots something ahead and reacts with surprise. Below, a fox-tailed hybrid courier runs along the path, too busy to notice the bird overhead. Kim swoops down and slashes a huge tree, toppling it into the courier's path. Now in humanoid bird form, Kim perches on the felled trunk holding the intercepted letter. Reading it, he realizes it appears to be a declaration of war from Grand Canteen. He notes that the letter directs forces toward a place called Sharpfang and recalls that this is not the known capital of the hybrid alliance. Confused, he looks back toward the city, sensing something is wrong. The fox hybrid uses strength or magic to wrench an entire tree, escalating the confrontation. The uprooted tree crashes down in a massive shockwave. Kim hovers above the stunned hybrid, who asks if Kim is some kind of bird hybrid. The fox hybrid angrily demands to know who he is and how he dares to take the letter. In a blur of blood, Kim tears through him, killing him while still clutching the message. Looking at the corpse, Kim concludes the situation is suspicious and decides he must investigate personally. The courier's body falls away as Kim launches himself toward the indicated destination. Kim arrives over Sharpfang, the supposed capital of the allied hybrid nations, and is surprised by how shabby the city looks. He remarks that it is unexpectedly slum-like and that outsiders would not know this due to how secretive the hybrids are. Seeing a church there, he reasons that the presence of a major religious site would prevent the church state from suspecting anything. He realizes they have been deceived and that Sharpfang itself is a decoy city. While the fleet continues riding waves inland, their true objective is now in doubt. Back on a ship, the exhausted messenger wonders how events spiraled into this. He mourns that his peaceful retirement and fishing dreams are slipping away. He recalls gratefully receiving the magical item Ocean Master 2000 from Kim but resents how it has only led to more work. Kim returns to the deck complaining that he will have to keep working until he dies. Startling the messenger with his sudden return, Kim casually asks why he is stuttering. Admiral Asdamel joins them and asks Kim for a report on the enemy's situation. Kim informs them that Sharpfang is actually a trap and that the real capital lies elsewhere. The admiral protests that this cannot be true because the hybrid's grand cathedral to the goddess stands in Sharpfang, and such a devout city could not be a decoy. Kim counters by reminding him that the enemy leaders are demon folk who would not hesitate to sacrifice even a sacred city. The admiral falters, recalling that he himself said the hybrid leaders were demons. The messenger explains that although demon folk respect the goddess as their creator, that is all she is to them, so abandoning even their great cathedral is a small price to pay for deception. Sir Kim tells the others he will change their plan. He explains he will not change course itself. The priest says if the hybrids had surrendered at the sight of battleships, he would have ended things peacefully. His pipe drops to the ground. He stomps and shatters the pipe in anger. The priest declares he is abandoning all thoughts of peace. He furiously vows gruesome punishment on the hybrids for mocking the goddess. The scene shifts back to Sharpfang as the sky burns red. A bear guard notices something strange in the sky. Seeing a fireball fall, he mistakes it for a shooting star. He hurriedly changes his wish, asking to earn lots of money with little work. As light intensifies, he realizes something is wrong. The fireball grows into a blazing mass descending toward him. Terrified, he calls out for his mother. The falling ships bombard the city in massive explosions. One of the huge battleships splashes down near the burning town. The priest rages that the hybrids mock their faith and calls them heretics. He orders everything except the grand cathedral be burned to ash. Cannons begin firing relentless volleys. Inside the ship, gunners hurry to load cannonballs. A powerful elf mage invokes a spell, screaming to kill all the heretics. He dismisses the humans shouting as annoyingly loud. 2 hours later, the smoking city lies in ruins around an intact angelic statue. The priest prays at the statue, repenting for causing chaos in a city of the goddess. He replaces his hat and composes himself after praying. Reflecting, he notes this is his first time seeing a temple of the goddess from the hybrid's side. Observing the statue, he thinks this depiction of the goddess seems modeled on a specific person. He wonders if some especially holy hybrid earn having their image used, yet feels it looks more like someone else. When Sir Kim approaches, the priest angrily asks why this kid's face is on the statue and if Kim recognizes it. Kim says he vaguely does, remarking it is a face he has not seen in a long time. The priest thinks in shock that Kim recognizes the statue and might know a hybrid personally. He reasons it might not be a hybrid at all, perhaps someone tied to the church, and ponders who it could be. His thoughts jump to Kim's famed comrade from the church who helped defeat the Demon King. Kim calmly reveals that the statue is actually of the Demon King. A vision shows the Demon King's true form, matching the statue. Stunned, the priest asks Kim to repeat what he just called the statue. Horrified, he stammers, confirming Kim said Demon King. Overwhelmed, he starts to break down, screaming. He panics, vowing he must rip out the hands, tongue and other parts that prayed to the Demon King. He begins to walk, obsessing over having used those praying hands for a demon. He fixates on gouging out his eyes as well. As he lunges to mutilate himself, Kim knocks him out. The priest collapses unconscious to the ground. Kim explains he knocked the priest out because the man would have killed himself otherwise. Kim then confirms with the lizard priest that he is the local priest. Kim demands to know who made the Demon King statue and whether the church state approved it. The lizard priest admits the officially approved statue was different, but the hybrids secretly changed the design, which he assumed was just their taste. Kim concludes that the church state did not simply overlook this statue. The priest swears on his faith that he will report the true origin of the statue to the church state. Kim watches as the frightened lizard priest runs off to make his report. Kim silently considers what this will set in motion. He tells the recovering priest that the lizard cleric has sworn to inform the church state about the statue. The priest groans but tries to speak to Kim. He insists that even so, he really did pray to the Demon King and has broken the commandment against worshipping false gods. Kim sighs to himself, labeling the priest a fanatic. While the priest prays for punishment, the lizard priest runs up shouting that something serious has happened. Through magical communication, they learn the Pope has declared a holy war. Hearing this, the priest mutters in shock about a holy war. He confirms with the messenger that a holy war was truly declared, and is told the Pope cannot forgive the hybrid's heresy. The priest's shock turns into zeal as he sees the holy war as a chance to atone by killing demons. A few days later, battleships anchor off the coast of another hybrid city. Two figures disembark and head toward the city under the ominous sky. They are introduced as Holy Knight Ryanhens Fjorkard and Saintess Candidate Anna fall from heaven. Ryanhens marvels that Grand Kantin could build such enormous ships. Anna chides him for acting surprised when he already heard about them. Ryanhens laughs it off, saying seeing them in person is different, and Anna tells him to think whatever he wants. Anna internally vows she cannot trust the Holy Knight or the church state, believing them part of the conspiracy. Ryanhens spots Kim waiting near the ship and calls out in surprise. He recognizes Kim as his former teacher. Realizing the awkwardness of meeting here, he panics as Anna rushes toward Kim. Ryanhens restrains Anna, reminding her they are here to support the holy war. Seeing Kim's indifferent reaction, Ryanhens wonders if Anna has forgotten their shared past. Kim coolly asks if these two are the church state's support force. Anna is described as a knight-grade human weapon created by the church state. Ryanhens considers himself the other support, calling himself a monster like Kim. Kim thinks to himself that before the war ends, he will have to eliminate one of those two. Anna formally asks Kim, addressed as Guardian Knight, about the current state of the battle. A hooded operative appears, offering to explain the situation. The operative says they have been searching for the true capital of the hybrid allied nations and have narrowed it down to several candidate cities. He explains the plan to distribute their forces among those cities and attack to identify the real capital. Ryanhens asks which city they have been assigned. The operative hands over a scroll detailing the plan and says their target is the hybrid's business capital. The narration identifies that city as Round Ear, the business capital of the Furland Universal Hybrid Nation. Inside Round Ear, word spreads that Sharpfang has fallen far faster than expected. Hybrid leaders learn not only of Sharpfang's fall but also that the church state has declared a holy war because someone recognized the Demon King statue. A lion man berates the hippo priest for ever putting the Demon King's face on a statue in the first place, even if it was his predecessor. A scarred wolf reminds them that now is not the time to blame each other. He warns that someone who knows the Demon King's face has joined the war. The goat man realizes it must be either the king of Grand Kantin or the infamous Sir Kim. He shudders at the thought of the man who burned the Flatfield Plains now coming to their city. They agree they must stop arguing and start preparing countermeasures. Outside Round Ear's walls, Kim and his team observe the heavily guarded city. Kim remarks he is glad the event is straightforward, while his ally confirms they really are attacking a city. Kim clarifies he is focused on the order that they do not need to leave any survivors. Flustered, the operative assumes Kim must know the full plan already. Kim states he will draw the defenders' attention so the church team can infiltrate, while the operative searches for the king's mysterious preparation material. Ryanhens and Anna see Kim move out and ready themselves to begin. A powerful impact announces the start of the assault. Kim, transformed into a red dragon, appears silhouetted against the blood-red moon. The beast descends on the city wall, terrifying the hybrid guards. The guards scream that the enemy has arrived. The dragon's chest glows as it gathers fiery energy. A ballista bolt is loosed toward him. Kim narrows his eyes and dodges as the bolt streaks past. From the wall, Ryan Hens curses that the shot nearly hit Kim's eye. The dragon counters with a sweeping attack that slashes the defenders' positions. One hybrid soldier is badly maimed and screams in agony. The dragon looms over the tower, its tail or claws crushing defenders. Amused, Kim decides to toy with them a little longer. As he prepares a dragon breath attack, another enchanted bolt interrupts him. A blast erupts against his head, stunning him. Anna is revealed at the ballista, having fired the explosive bolt. Kim, wreathed in fire and smoke, growls and asks what this means. Anna screams that she has not forgotten him and calls him her brother's killer. The bolt is lodged in Kim's neck as he grabs it. He rips it out, bleeding but still mobile. Kim complains that this is not going according to plan while asking what Anna thinks she is doing. Anna silently reloads and aims the ballista again. She coldly tells him that if he does not understand, he can just get shot. She unleashes another furious shot. Kim blocks or deflects the bolt, but is visibly staggered. He notes he can regenerate in this dragon form even as another projectile rushes at him. Suddenly something strikes his neck hard, shocking him. The enchanted bolt Anna fired detonates in front of Kim's face. Anna casts a powerful explosion spell through the bolt. The explosion engulfs Kim's head and upper body in fire. As Kim's silhouette burns in the sky, Anna stares up, fueled by hatred. She sobs that because of Kim her brother died. She thinks that regardless of what happens next, she has completed her revenge and her brother can now rest. Smoke billows around the dragon's scorched head. Kim's molten, regenerating face reforms out of the burned flesh. With a violent motion he expels the damaged tissue from his mouth. A dark winged form, Kim's humanoid body, emerges as he calls out Anna's full name twice. Anna stares in disbelief, certain she had struck his head directly. Kim calmly asks if that was a magically enhanced arrow, calling her ability interesting. He stares at her and asks if she has more tricks to show him. Elsewhere in the city, Ryan Hens hears the alarm that the southern wall is under enemy attack. He notes that because everyone is focused on his teacher, security inside the city has thinned. He looks for Anna, realizing she is not at their rendezvous point as planned. Seeing a distant explosion in the sky, he grows alarmed. He recognizes Kim fighting a dragon form opponent and starts to grasp the situation. Anna, empowered by magic, charges straight at the two-headed dragon Kim. Ryan Hens panics upon realizing the Saintess candidate is actually fighting Kim. Anna drives a supercharged punch into one of Kim's dragon mouths. She boosts herself further with a physical reinforcement spell and rockets toward him. She cleaves downward through his body in a devastating vertical strike. Grabbing onto him, she refuses to let go. She tears apart one of his wings while clinging to him. Blood spraying, Kim screams that his wing has been destroyed. Watching from below, the hybrid soldiers are bewildered, wondering why the supposedly allied dragon and Saintess candidate are battling each other. Amid chaotic battle, the Beastman soldier insists they must first distinguish enemies from allies. As he reacts to something, the Beastman notices a sudden disturbance. The transformed red dragon and Kim dive toward the fortress, causing soldiers below to scream. Kim unleashes his pulverizing strike, smashing the dragon down in a massive impact. Kim, eyes glowing, charges again, wreathed in magic. He rockets toward the ground, magic circle leading his descent. Kim flies in with a punch aimed at the dragon. The dragon crashes through the city, carving a destructive path. The Saintess candidate hauls herself from rubble, cursing the monster. Bleeding and desperate, she decides to use a forbidden power despite church orders. Blue flames ignite around her hand as she activates the power. Empowered by blue energy, she prepares to fight again. She steps forward decisively, advancing on her foe. She manifests her exclusive Saintess weapon, an arm she names Mercilessness. Facing Kim, she coolly asks if his rampage is just revenge for a fallen transformed soldier, and notes his interesting abilities. Kim, emerging from smoke, says he will now show her something in return. She rushes him, vowing to destroy him before he can act. She slams a powerful blue punch directly into him. Kim is shocked by the unexpected resistance. He looks up to see the dragon girl, now in a feminine form, blocking the attack with one hand. The Saintess is stunned that he blocked her skill so easily and accuses him of trying to unsettle her by taking a girl's form. The dragon girl asks if she really does not recognize this face. Clenching a fist, the dragon girl says her change is not a mental trick. A wide view shows the devastation Kim carved through the city walls. An enormous explosion erupts in the city center. The dragon girl explains her assault is a purely physical one. She stands in silence, radiating threat. She glances toward Kim's distant silhouette on a rooftop. A paladin witnessing her face is horrified and recognizes her. Memories confirm it matches the former Saintess Angela, shocking the paladin. The observer realizes Kim has transformed into the former Saintess and questions if a so-called metamorph can even do that. He concludes Kim is not a normal metamorph but lies about it to deceive the world. He reveals Kim's true power is to manifest the physical bodies of what he eats. Therefore, Kim turning into the former Saintess means he actually consumed her. The paladin reels as he connects the implication. Disturbed, he thinks he himself could become a Saintess by eating one. His monstrous impulses surface as he trembles over the unconscious, broken Saintess candidate. The dragon girl checks if the Saintess candidate is still alive and notes how tough the church's modified body is. Deciding to finish her off, the dragon girl prepares a killing blow. The paladin dives in, begging her to stop. He blocks her path, declaring he will not stand by anymore even if she is the church's paladin. She teasingly asks if he is trying to claim that wounded girl as his prey. Flustered, he denies it while she watches in silence. She points out that his crazed, half-transformed face undermines his denial. Embarrassed, he insists his apparent bloodlust is not what it looks like. The dragon girl notes that although he now knows his true nature, he still resists his monstrous impulses and asks if he fears them. He shouts that he is different from her, proclaiming himself a paladin of the church, not a monster. Kim, back in his own body, coolly replies that for now that is true. Turning away, Kim announces he has changed his mind. He leaves the battered Saintess candidate to the paladin, saying he may do as he likes with her. Kim reasons that in her current state she cannot interfere with his plans for some time. The shaken paladin decides he must report these events at once. Contacting the church, he urgently reports an emergency and the Saintess candidate's critical injuries. The reply promises they will return to the capital immediately. Inside, beastmen leaders at a window wonder what is happening outside and jostle to see. When they finally glimpse the ruins, they cry out that the city has been obliterated. A masked assassin comments that the kings of the Beastmen Alliance are the community's executives and notes there are many beastmen present for him to kill. As the beastmen notice him and question who he is, screams erupt. Far away at a cathedral, heralds announce victory over the Beastmen Alliance and the slaying of all demon executives. The king proclaims that the liberated Beastmen nations will return to normal and promises rewards to war contributors. Before a cheering crowd, he declares themselves victors of the war. Afterward, the masked assassin praises the king's speech, and the king thanks him. The king then congratulates him by his true name, Jokin Sicario, startling him. The king explains he heard of Jokin's achievements from Sir Kim, and knows he actually commanded the army. With a sinister air, the king says Jokin knows too much to remain a mere royal assassin and that his role has changed. Terrified, Jokin stammers, unsure what the king means. The king announces Jokin's promotion to Brigadier General of the Grand Kantine Empire. He adds that he expects great things from Brigadier General Sicario going forward. Kim congratulates Jokin, telling him he has succeeded in life. Jokin, stunned and sweating, tries to process his sudden success. Privately, he despairs that this promotion destroys his quiet retirement plans. Elsewhere, the Saintess candidate lies restrained and mutilated in a lab as a recording notes her experiment ID. A narrator explains that an unexpected incident occurred during the artificial creation of a Saintess. Assessing a top-secret leak risk, they decide to merge two production lines to finish a Saintess quickly. The narrator says they now seek formal approval from the governing body for this change. A scientist addresses the restrained girl, identifying her as Saintess candidate Anna Fall from Heaven and asking if she can hear him. Saying he already read the report, he tells her he has a proposal. With glowing eyes, he offers her the chance to become a monster. Later, Kim sits in an ornate room, reflecting. He recalls eating the dragon and other great forest monsters to combine their abilities for strength. He notes that this is how he has used his power and suspects he has reached his current growth limit. He realizes he now needs to devour beings beyond common sense and considers using the goddess's unspent wish. He remembers that when he transformed into the Saintess, he realized something important. Comparing the Saintess's body to the orc's, he notes the orc was physically stronger. Yet the Saintess's remodeled body could channel power far more efficiently. He wonders what would happen if that Saintess body were transplanted onto a dragon. Deciding it is worth testing, he readies his arm, already morphing with orc traits. An aide interrupts, asking Kim if he has seen the latest news about his former companion. Kim, still bloodstained, turns and asks what news he means. The nervous aide hesitates, sensing Kim's mood. Kim curtly says it is none of the aide's business and questions the unfamiliar uniform, prompting the aide to explain it matches his new rank. The aide lays out a paper and asks Kim to look at it. Kim, uninterested in politics, nevertheless reads the newspaper handed to him. As he scans it, his eyes widen in shock. The paper's pages show an article featuring images of the paladin and his armor. The headline reports the death of Paladin Lianhan's pure creed, only disciple of Grand Kantine's protector. The narration shifts to the kingdom's top newspaper, Daily Elmwood. Inside its office, reporter Pelina Greensmith begins interviewing Kendra and Baker. Pelina confirms Kendra was on the flagship during the war. Kendra explains she managed drinking water on the flagship and previously escorted the Lord Protector of Port Estill. Pelina, a former bard-turned-respected reporter, is thrilled to have such an exclusive interview. A stern man in a blue cape enters, asking Kendra to elaborate on the obscure drinking water officer role. Both women are startled by his abrupt appearance. He calmly asks who they are, saying he has walked in on an interview. He states he is looking for Pelina Greensmith, and the nervous reporter identifies herself. Smiling cruelly, he says that is fortunate and hints at malicious intent. The two women cry out in alarm as his demeanor turns violent. Kim appears in the doorway wearing similar clothes, and they recognize him with shock. Kim tells Palina he has questions about Paladin Purecreed's death and insists she cooperate. His presence terrifies both women, who recoil. Palina internally panics, wondering why she has to meet this frightening man again. Elsewhere, Kim reviews the church's official statement that Purecreed died in a holy war. Seeing Palina's fear, he senses he must not anger her too much. He questions whether the church state directly declared Purecreed dead. Palina confirms that, while rare, paladins are sometimes listed dead when missing. Kim silently rejects the idea, convinced she cannot be dead. Remembering Purecreed's uniqueness and value, he reasons the church would never discard someone so special. He concludes the church must be hiding something. The king also puzzles over the sudden death announcement, while buried in state paperwork. He admits the news is suspicious. Yet, overwhelmed, he begins to say that despite his doubts there is little he can do. Buried under documents, he apologizes to Kim, saying he is too busy to help investigate. He complains about the mountain of neglected national affairs he must now handle alone. Kim acknowledges that anything within the church state is difficult to probe and suggests they pause the inquiry. Stepping toward him, Kim proposes that if the king is that busy, radiating murderous aura, Kim warns that any new plan will take a long time, intimidating his brother. He then says never mind and decides to handle matters himself, intending to test something anyway. Soon after, a church ship sails across the sea toward Lizardman territory. The ship cuts through the waves under clear skies. On deck, Kim travels disguised in a Lizardman body. He quietly states they are heading for the Lizardman's route mash union. He reflects that while flying would be faster, it would reveal the Protector's return, so he chooses a slower, discreet route. His Lizardman companion remarks that the sea voyage is a rare chance to relax, just before trouble appears. Crewmen scream that pirates are attacking. A boastful pirate captain boards, demanding their valuables in the name of Morgan the One-Eye. His boasting is cut short as his head is suddenly engulfed in flames. The pirate ship explodes spectacularly in the water. The merchant crew stare in stunned silence. Kim's Lizardman form roars, having obliterated the threat. Watching the ruined pirate vessel, sailors marvel that a Lizardman could wield such power. The ship reaches Route Mash Union's smooth shore harbor, where Kim disembarks. Standing among locals, Kim wordlessly surveys the bustling port. Taking in the scene, he thinks the place is truly. His thought finishes as he sees all manner of lizard folk and creatures filling the streets. He concludes bluntly that the town is full of lizards. Various lizardmen and reptilian beasts pass by as he observes. He notes that unlike the uniform lizardmen of D. Salem, this union hosts many different species. Deciding on his approach, he resolves to gather information first. He recalls that the Lizardman King has never appeared publicly, making the search harder. With almost no concrete leads, he admits he does not know where to begin. From atop a clock tower overlooking the harbor, Kim steels himself, vowing to do whatever he can. A week later in the mayor of Smooth Shore's office, the frilled lizard mayor angrily reacts to some shocking report. Slamming his foot on the papers, he demands to know what is happening. A subordinate reports that 5 villages have been wiped out in a week and asks if the monster was identified. The subordinate explains eyewitness accounts conflict on the monster's appearance, but they have predicted its next destination. Pointing at a marked route on a map, he says the monster is expected to pass through the wetland mine. The mayor orders an immediate evacuation of the mine and summons only elite adventurers. Moments later at the Runemash wetland mine, a party of armed lizardmen and allies advances into the area. The elf-like archer warns the group that their target is a brutal creature that devours victims completely. As he begins to give further orders, something suddenly attacks from the water, cutting him off. A massive surge from below tears into him, shocking the rest of the party. The adventurers realize in horror that a shark is attacking them on the wetland. The small lizard mage casts a spell called Stone Pillar to counter the charging shark. A glowing magic circle appears in the water near the shark's fin. Enormous stone pillars erupt upward, striking at the airborne shark. The shark, with a tentacle parasite emerging from its mouth, is launched skyward above the party by the pillars. While flying, the shark screeches in confusion and rage. The monstrous shark arcs back toward the party, still menacing them with its gaping maw and parasite. One lizard man recognizes this creature as the rumored village-destroying monster, while another urges everyone to stay calm. The armored warrior notes that the shark will be vulnerable in the air where it cannot move freely. He leaps upward, weapon ready, to strike the airborne shark. The shark twists its body and fins as it hurtles through the air, preparing to evade. Defying expectations, the shark nimbly flies and flaps through the air to avoid the incoming attack. The warriors are stunned that the shark actually dodged and realize it can fly. They see the shark angling back toward the water and shout to stop it before it can dive. The green lizard mage casts a spell called Field of Rocks to block the shark's return. Another glowing magic array activates over the water, churning it and preparing a rocky barrier. As the shark plummets, a rocky ledge rises from the wetland to intercept its fall. The shark crashes headfirst into the conjured rock, smashing violently. It flops onto the rocky bank, finally stranded out of the water near the adventurers. The red-haired warrior exclaims they have trapped it, and another fighter moves in to finish the job. The green swordsman charges forward as the spear-wielder lines up an attack on the immobilized shark. After they knock the shark away, the red-haired warrior remarks that they barely avoided disaster. In the next instant, the shark lunges and savagely bites through the red-haired warrior's torso. The remaining adventurers stare in stunned disbelief, unsure what just happened. Two identical sharks materialize with glowing red eyes, revealing that the monster can duplicate itself. A horrifying scream and blood spray signal another brutal attack. A human hand suddenly grasps one shark's inner mouth from the inside. A shirtless human, Pet Shop, emerges holding the severed shark head, having killed it from within. Standing where the battle raged, he casually asks if he should begin in earnest now. Another detached shark head, still animated, crashes onto the ground, emphasizing the chaos. Back in the mayor's office, the mayor nervously asks what the gruesome shark head on his desk is. The black-scaled traveler calmly says he found it in a wetland mine and believes it is the notorious monster. He adds that unfortunately the adventurers' corpses were lying next to it, implying they died fighting it. The mayor gratefully says the traveler preserved the dead adventurers' honor by allowing them to claim the kill. Wanting to repay him, the mayor offers to grant any request within his power. The traveler glances at the map of attacks and says he has a request related to it. He asks to take the map, and the mayor readily grants permission. Later, perched atop a tall structure, the traveler reflects that he has eaten many lizard men while attacking villages. He breathes fire casually as he muses over his actions and nature. Analyzing the map, he notes he still lacks information on the lizard men leader but spotted one odd pattern. He observes that the numbers of small, medium, and large lizard men eaten in each village follow an exact ratio. He concludes the distribution of victims is artificially controlled, though he has not deduced the reason. Even after reading most lizardmen's thoughts, he found no clue to the cause. Then a realization strikes him, making him think of a particular individual. He remembers the mysterious red lizard man he previously encountered. He recalls that this red one claimed to belong to the dragon race. Since such a species does not exist in this country, he suspects this dragon race might be tied to the lizard man king. Deciding the lead is promising, he resolves to investigate further. Back at City Hall, the office door suddenly opens without knocking. Irritated, the mayor demands to know who entered without permission. Seeing the familiar traveler, he skeptically asks what is going on. The traveler pointedly asks the mayor if he knows anything about the dragon race, making the mayor flinch. Sweating, the mayor lies that he knows nothing and brusquely tells the traveler to leave. The traveler ominously notes that people who truly know nothing usually respond by asking what something is. Panicking, the mayor tries to correct his answer and pretend ignorance, but the traveler makes it clear he sees through him. The traveler abruptly grabs the mayor's head, shocking him. With glowing eyes, he announces he will look directly inside the mayor's mind. Later, the mayor approaches a seemingly ordinary building, indicating he is now under subtle control. That scene is revealed as a nightmare when the mayor wakes up in bed in pajamas, gasping. Exhausted, he complains that recent incidents like the monster shark attack and a traveler seeking the dragon race are overwhelming him. Half asleep, he wonders if he should mention this traveler in his secret reports to a mysterious superior. He suddenly realizes aloud what he just revealed in his thoughts. Elsewhere, the traveler's mental intrusion causes the mayor's body to convulse as he screams and struggles. The traveler, still seated, silently observes the mayor's memories through the window. Back in his own room wearing the same pajamas he gave the mayor in the vision, Pet Shop sits and reflects on the mention of him. He suspects this unnamed head might be the mastermind he has been searching for. He resolves that he must see this person's face for himself. Using the mayor's memories, he heads to a hidden sewer entrance outside the city. Inside, the metal grating distorts as he passes through, entering a concealed passage. He walks deeper into the wet tunnel toward a strange pedestal-like device. Examining it, he recognizes the structure as a fixed communication device the mayor has been using to send reports. Activating his dragon's eye, he notes that ordinary lizard men would see only the surface, but he can perceive more. Addressing the unseen presence, he mocks the idea that only they can observe this hidden space. A colossal, shadowy dragon form with glowing eyes manifests before him in the darkness. The massive creature slams a claw down into the water before him, asserting its dominance. The true form resolves into a huge dragon head and arm emerging through glowing portals above the device. Pet Shop realizes the wall was only illusion magic concealing this entity. The dragon contemptuously orders him to remember his lowly place. It says it is sparing him only because he faithfully served as gatekeeper on behalf of him. Pet Shop notes internally that even now the mayor's memories never reveal this mysterious person's identity. The dragon turns its full glare on him, while he steels himself. Pet Shop transforms his appearance into the same red lizard man the dragon expects. The dragon demands to know who he really is. Sensing dragon blood in him despite not being a true dragon, it questions how that is possible. Pet Shop begins to answer that it is because he eats beings like the dragon. Moving to attack, he says there are many others like this arrogant creature whom he has consumed. A telepathic voice from the device interrupts, asking what he means by that. Pet Shop realizes the thoughts are coming directly from the communication device. Startled by a sudden magical surge, he reacts just as the dragon appears in full body. The huge dragon materializes completely, and Pet Shop calls out to it as his master. The dragon remarks that someone with mixed dragon blood has infiltrated and wonders if it is already time for some destined event. Through the device, A higher voice commands the dragon not to attack and to bring this intruder as an honored guest. Obeying the command, the dragon politely asks Pet Shop to follow, saying its master awaits him. The two proceed down a long staircase, the dragon leading Pet Shop deeper underground. Pet Shop reasons that this master the dragon serves is probably the head, controlling the lizardmen. They arrive at an enormous ornate door that the dragon prepares to open. The dragon pulls a lever or mechanism to unlock the gate. Light spills from the widening doorway as it begins to open. Pet Shop watches intently as the hidden chamber beyond is revealed. He steps into a vast underground field dotted with black pillars and flower petals, approaching the central gate. Looking up, he is surprised to see what appears to be a sun shining overhead. Confused, he wonders how the sun is visible if this facility is supposed to be underground. A green-haired man appears and explains that what Pet Shop sees is actually an artificial sun. The man describes the artificial sun as a compact nuclear fusion device powerful enough to energize the whole facility. He says this single power source sustains his subterranean kingdom, and courteously welcomes Pet Shop as a guest from a holy nation. Introducing himself, the man declares he is the ancient dragon, the first dragon created by the goddess. Pet Shop realizes this is the elusive head, and notes the ancient dragon has mistaken him for an envoy. When Pet Shop tries to ask a question, the ancient dragon suggests they talk later and first wants to hear Pet Shop's impressions of the place. Pet Shop reasons internally that if the first dragon calls him a friend, it must be confusing him with the manticore he once met. Piecing together references to their shared race, the manticore, and the holy nation, Pet Shop deduces the dragon thinks he is a pureblood holy knight. The ancient dragon boasts of a close alliance with the holy nation and mentions sending the famed holy knight Longtail fall from heaven to aid them. Seeing Pet Shop's calm reaction, the dragon remarks that the holy nation must have taught him more than expected. He concludes that sending such a high-ranking, well-informed agent means the holy nation must be in a hurry. Realizing he has rambled, the dragon offers to answer one question before they reach their destination. Pet Shop asks if the dragon knows that the original Pet Shop has come to this world. The dragon affirms that he does and assumes that is why the envoy sought him, explaining that all dragon-race lizard men originate from his essence. He elaborates that through resonance with this essence, he experiences everything that happens to his dragon-blooded descendants. He reveals that one of the dragons he dispatched to Earth encountered Pet Shop there, giving him prior knowledge of him. Without warning, Pet Shop brutally stabs the ancient dragon through the torso, drawing a gush of blood. The dragon's hand begins to monstrous transform in shock as he tries to react. Pet Shop lunges in and bites into the ancient dragon's neck, beginning to devour him. A surge of violent energy erupts as he continues the attack. The ancient dragon is blasted away, crashing across the field as Pet Shop's strike hurls him back. Pet Shop lands with part of the dragon's flesh still in his mouth, bleeding but unfazed. The enraged ancient dragon, his arm mutated and torn, demands to know what Pet Shop is doing. Pet Shop calmly tells him he has not yet grasped the true situation. The dragon shrieks that Pet Shop is betraying him and rants about how much benevolence he has shown the holy nation. Pet Shop coldly mocks him for being foolish despite being the very first dragon. His draconic arm reverts back to a human-like form as he prepares to reveal his true identity. Transforming fully back to human, Pet Shop, eyes glowing red, asks when he ever claimed to be from the holy nation. Recognizing him at last, the ancient dragon stares in terror and stammers. He recalls having once seen this exact individual through the memories of Burmiko. A flashback shows Pet Shop's masked, red-eyed face from that earlier encounter, confirming the recognition. Back in the present, the ancient dragon realizes aloud that this is the original Pet Shop himself. Pet Shop's image distorts menacingly as he rushes the panicked dragon. Using the stolen dragon arm as a weapon, Pet Shop drives a devastating punch toward the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon panics, protesting that the limb Pet Shop wields is his own arm. Pet Shop slams him into the ground from above with overwhelming force. The impact creates a massive explosion in the field, shaking the surrounding black pillars. Elsewhere, a shadowy female figure vows with hatred that she will never allow Pet Shop to live. The blue dragon roars a vow to kill its foe no matter what. In the city above, an elf girl stumbles as the ground suddenly lurches. She nervously wonders if the shaking is an earthquake. The blue dragon, enraged, repeatedly screams that it will kill its opponent. Golden magic circles form around a small boy inside the dragon's domain, startling him. Those circles detonate in a massive fiery explosion. Flames engulf the battlefield as the blast spreads everywhere. From the scorched ground the red dragon rises, wreathed in fire. The red dragon realizes the black tower's attack and that he is disadvantaged inside the enemy's domain. Acknowledging this, he spreads his wings, ready to act differently. He soars upward at high speed while the blue dragon below is shocked. The blue dragon, thinking he is fleeing, angrily refuses to let him escape. The tower's halos brighten as they prepare another volley. The red dragon weaves through the incoming beams with increased speed. While dodging, he notes his Saintus-based body structure has boosted his speed relative to his size. The blue dragon declares this place his kingdom and mocks the idea that the red dragon can run. He boasts that within his domain the red dragon can never get out unless allowed. Suddenly sensing something, the blue dragon cries that it cannot be. A flashback explains the artificial sun above is a compact room-temperature nuclear fusion device powering the underground facility. The red dragon races toward that artificial sun in the sky. He decides to shut down the area's only power source. The panicked blue dragon screams for him to stop, warning of catastrophe if it explodes. Ignoring him, the red dragon slams into the artificial sun, triggering a blinding explosion. Back outside, the blue dragon watches in horror as the light above his domain begins to fail. The glowing sphere melts and plummets earthward. The dragon on the surface sees the burning mass falling and reacts in shock. The blue dragon desperately dives, screaming in denial. He flies up to intercept the descending artificial sun. He reaches it and strains to hold it back. The overwhelming energy pushes against his claws. The red dragon clings to his body from behind as both struggle against the sun. The blue dragon, furious, calls his foe a bastard. The artificial sun is driven down into its base, cracking it open. A blinding wave of light bursts across the grassy plain. The red dragon flies in the midst of the unleashed radiance. The blue dragon is engulfed by the explosion, screaming in agony. Time shifts to Smooth Shore, a bustling port city. The elf adventurer arrives, stepping onto the street. She recalls being told to find a specific store as she walks through town. The ground shakes again and she questions if it is another earthquake. Elsewhere, a blonde warrior stands before a descending wall of fiery destruction. The elf races toward the blazing sky, unable to understand what is happening. The city is obliterated by a colossal pillar of fire from above. A vast crater replaces the central district as smoke and flame rise. The blue dragon survives but is badly burned and battered. The red dragon has transformed into a hulking muscular form, radiating power. He notes that the blast pierced even the pyrogenetic dragon's scales and credits his survival to super regeneration. The blue dragon mockingly comments on the red dragon's monstrous new appearance. The red dragon retorts that having a grotesque body is still better than losing an arm. Enraged, the blue dragon launches a furious clawed assault, cursing him. The impact sends the red dragon hurtling through the sky. The blue dragon slams repeated blows into the red dragon's torso. The red dragon is stunned, wondering how his opponent can possess such overwhelming strength. High above the ruined city, the elf watches the two dragons clash in disbelief. She anxiously asks if she is witnessing an aerial dogfight. The blue dragon chokes and vomits blood as the red dragon pummels him. Holding him by the throat, the red dragon questions who he really is and scoffs at his lack of fighting experience. The blue dragon, exhausted, explains he spent all his magic blocking the explosion and begs for the beating to stop, admitting defeat. The red dragon coldly replies that he has no reason to spare him. Dangling in the air, the blue dragon desperately boasts of the vast ancient knowledge and secrets he has accumulated and begs not to be killed. He rages that his opponent wants to devour all that priceless knowledge just for a single meal. The red dragon calmly says he will simply take that amazing knowledge for himself. The blue dragon realizes in horror that the red dragon has copied the memories of his close friend. Laughing madly, the blue dragon suddenly activates a purple magic circle despite being restrained, shocking the red dragon. He decides he will die rather than let the red dragon take his knowledge, choosing death over surrender. He uses the magic circle to sever his own head in a spray of blood. The red dragon watches the head fall, recognizing the sacrificial act. The decapitated blue dragon's body crashes to the ground while he curses under his breath. The red dragon lands beside the corpse, picking up the severed head. He reflects that although it is unfortunate, he has achieved his main goal. He notes that, despite the loss, he has collected all the heads he needed. The blue dragon's head is later stored on the floor of a cabinet room among other bagged trophies. Two men enter, silently regarding the severed dragon head. The blonde emperor wonders if he should have commissioned a larger cabinet for the collection. Stepping into the blood, he remarks that this particular trophy is almost too big. His black-haired companion points out that its size is not his fault, and the emperor agrees to drop the matter. The black-haired man states that with all the heads gathered, it is time to confront the church state. The emperor says that while that might be the expected next step, there is something else they must do first. Smiling, he reveals that he is going to get married. A caption moves the story 1 week back, just before Emperor Edward's wedding ceremony. Edward asks the black-haired man, who has been married before, for his opinion on marriage and is bluntly told not to do it. The emperor asks why, and his friend warns that nothing in married life goes according to plan. With a glowing red eye, the friend begins explaining with a grim example. He describes how, while one lives happily with a family, special forces can appear, kill the spouse, and abduct the children, never to be seen again. He concludes that if Edward is prepared for such tragedy, then he may proceed to marry. Edward nervously asks if that terrifying scenario was a joke. The friend smiles and confirms it was, then asks who Edward is marrying. Edward says his bride is a princess from a neighboring country whose beauty and position will also strengthen his political authority. Later, Edward tells his friend he plans to use a double for him at the wedding and asks what role he should play instead. Laughing, Edward admits the authority talk is secondary and that the marriage is meant primarily as a distraction. He reveals the real purpose of the wedding is to deliver a fatal blow to the church state. Time jumps to the day of the wedding, with Edward standing before the altar in ceremonial attire. He surveys the gathered guests filling the grand cathedral. Among them is a stern officer whose presence is noted. Edward publicly thanks the international guests for attending and begins an address about everyone being protagonists in their own lives. Mid-speech he abruptly declares that such sentimental talk is complete nonsense. The shocked nobles murmur, wondering if they heard him correctly. Edward mocks their self-importance, saying they delude themselves into thinking they are significant, while they leech off others. One noble quietly admits he sometimes has such thoughts himself. Edward continues, calling these people replaceable trash who act like kings. As he speaks, a disguised assassin in the crowd grips a dagger and confesses he wants to overturn the world. The assassin decides this is the moment to act and plans to do something drastic. A furious noble shouts that Edward's words are outrageous and disrespectful, but is suddenly cut down mid-protest. The noble's body collapses and his head rolls away, silencing the hall. Panic erupts as the assassin begins slaughtering nearby guests. The cardinal presiding over the ceremony cries out in horror, asking what is happening. He turns on Edward, demanding to know what the king is doing and warning of divine punishment. In a dark cutaway, another observer grits his teeth at the chaos. Someone else calls Edward a crazy bastard, stunned by the unfolding massacre. The cardinal vows to demonstrate the power of the church-state's secret weapon, the heavenly punishment. A targeting beam from his eye locks onto Edward's chest. The scene shifts to the Santo Almaraz Grand Cathedral complex at the same time. A bored guard remarks how quiet it is, assuming everyone is at the emperor's wedding. Above them, something large and dripping begins to loom into view. One guard notices a distant shadowy figure approaching the square. As the creature approaches the gate, the guards wonder if it is a dog and then hesitate. The beast is revealed as a terrifying black monster, and one guard screams that it is a monster. The guards steel themselves, shocked that a monster has reached the city center but trying not to panic. One guard insists they should be able to handle it easily, just before a blur strikes. His comrade is instantly torn apart, leaving only bloody remains. The surviving guard tries to shout an enemy alert but is grabbed mid-sentence. He is flung through the air screaming. The monster's jaws clamp down and devour him. In his monstrous form, the black-haired man declares he is still hungry. Narration explains his devouring ability has limits and can only be used in proportion to how much he eats. He illustrates that if he eats a dragon, he can manifest parts of that dragon, such as an arm. If he loses a manifested arm, he must eat another dragon arm before recreating it. He solved this drawback earlier by also consuming a troll's super regeneration, allowing him to regrow dragon limbs using spare bones and flesh. However, the recent city-destroying battle consumed most of his stored flesh reserves. He blames the aqua-haired researcher who caused the artificial sun's explosion for forcing him into this state. Guards inside the cathedral compound hear the commotion as the monster sprints past them. More guards inside the courtyard are shocked to see a monster breach their defenses. The monster decides to use this opportunity to restock his biological inventory. He lunges at another terrified guard, jaws gaping. Blood sprays as the guard is violently dismembered. The monster bites down, leaving only a severed arm protruding from his mouth. Having eaten several people, he notes that his hunger has been partially satisfied. He then heads toward the cathedral doors, determined to complete his real mission. His clawed foot crosses the threshold into the sacred hall. He charges forward but suddenly senses something and reacts. Inside, a lone armored figure with a sword stands between him and the inner sanctum. The monster's paw slams into the floor after being severed mid-attack. He faces the armored opponent, realizing someone formidable now bars his path. Snarling with a missing foreleg, he prepares to continue the fight. The armored paladin tells the monster to be gone, declaring this is no place for such a creature. The monster observes that the church placed a paladin as security here, meaning something very important must be hidden inside. He launches himself forward with his remaining limbs. The paladin and monster clash at high speed, sword against fangs. The paladin counters with a powerful strike that slams the monster's head aside. The exchange ends with the paladin delivering a crushing kick as her sword presses in, driving the monster back across the cathedral floor. The beast's severed arm suddenly regrows as it attacks again. A paladin is shocked as the monster's regenerated arm impales him. The monster smashes the paladin into the floor with explosive force. Wounded and struggling, the paladin tries to push the monster's arm away. The monster tears into the paladin's side with its claws. Lifting the paladin into the air, the monster continues its brutal assault. The paladin panics, wondering how the beast's severed arm regenerated so quickly. The monster grips the paladin's sword tightly, its claws digging into the blade. Roaring, the beast slams the paladin into the ground, splattering blood. The beast pins the now lifeless paladin to the floor in a pool of blood. A glowing magic circle activates on the dead paladin's back, beginning a teleport. The beast is transported down into a cylindrical underground chamber. The beast notes that, as usual, important things are hidden underground. Smelling flesh, the beast races through the underground corridor toward it. It sprints up a sloped passageway, heading deeper into the facility. Explosions erupt around the corridor as some trap is triggered. Water begins gushing in from pipes, flooding around the beast. Standing in rising water, the beast is surprised by the sudden deluge. It reasons that these water obstacles mean it is moving in the right direction. In the Grand Cathedral's underground research lab, scientists monitor the flooding chamber. Seeing bubbles on the screen, one researcher relaxes, thinking the target is drowning. Confident, They say the problem is solved since a lung-breathing mammal will drown. Another researcher is relieved yet baffled that such a monster attacked the city and cathedral. A massive water explosion rocks the lab, startling the staff. Floodwater blasts into the control room, and a panicked researcher yells in confusion. Spotting the monster still alive in the water, a researcher cries out in horror. Staring in disbelief, he mutters that what he is seeing is unbelievable. He realizes the monster has rapidly evolved gills and fins to survive underwater. Panicking, he orders the staff to quickly activate the heavenly punishment system. The monster, now amphibious, notices a strange targeting beam on its body and wonders about it. It instantly closes the distance and slams a researcher to the floor. Looming over the man, the monster speaks, and the terrified researcher can't believe a monster talks. The monster tells him to be quiet and bites him as others scream for heavenly punishment. As a surviving researcher runs, an automated system registers a heavenly punishment request and designates the target. The system reports that all safety measures have been removed. The fleeing researcher slams the final approval button for the attack. High above the cathedral, the sky shines as the weapon readies. A gigantic pillar of superheated energy descends onto the monster's coordinates. The monster is engulfed in the blazing column, reacting in shock. It realizes heavenly punishment is a super high-heat device guided by coordinates. When the beam ceases, only molten ground and a severed tail fin remain while a researcher watches. The system announces a new heavenly punishment request has now been filed by a cardinal. The remaining researcher, seeing the lava bubble again, wonders in panic what is happening. The system again traces coordinates, designates a target, and removes safety measures as he types nervously. Behind him, a charred molten figure of the monster rises while he continues working, unaware. A bloody hand reaches the approval button as the prompt to press it flashes. Outside the cathedral, a targeting beam links between the blonde noble and a robed priest. The robed cardinal, seeing the beam, shouts in alarm at what the lab is doing. Horrified, he questions why heavenly punishment is being readied and why this is happening. He wonders if approval failed despite the target having just massacred people, asking why the attack was not fired. Shaken, the cardinal stands among corpses as others call out to him. The blonde noble, eyes glowing, asks if something is wrong and suggests proceeding with his wedding. Forcing a smile, the terrified cardinal agrees to continue the ceremony. Later, the blonde noble laughs uproariously, recalling how priceless the cardinal's expression had been. Relaxing with the dark-haired man, he says the cardinal could not object to either the massacre or the unknown monster. He explains that if the cardinal complained, he would have to admit heavenly punishment was never activated and that no proof links the monster to his companion. Curious, the noble asks his dark-haired ally what heavenly punishment actually was as a system. The ally answers that it is an advanced scientific weapon rather than magic. He adds that if he used his dragon skin openly, the device would hardly harm him. The noble realizes that being a scientific device explains why no magic traces were found at the scene. The ally reveals from stolen memories that the first pope came from another world and that this weapon likely uses that same foreign technology. The noble then mentions he made an unavoidable mistake in their recent operation and wants to report it. Puzzled, the noble's host asks what kind of mistake he means, addressing him formally by title. Suddenly someone off-screen calls that title, and both men react, recognizing the voice. The scene shifts to the Grand Temple of the Church-State, where officials gather. Outside, the cardinal publicly summons Lord Protector Kim of the Grand Kantine Kingdom to attend a religious trial. In the religious courthouse, a stripped-to-the-waist Kim stands before robed judges. Observing the courtroom, Kim reflects that events have led him here. He recalls a blonde paladin once pleading that she did not want to fight him, and warning that the church-state would learn if he killed them. Kim understands she meant tracking magic attached to him whenever he kills a paladin. He thinks he tried to erase all evidence, but fighting paladins inevitably triggered this magic. In the present courtroom, the cardinal slams his hand down, starting the trial. He furiously calls out Grand Kantine's Lord Protector by title. Declaring all equal before the goddess, he proclaims that killing a paladin is blasphemy regardless of motive. He warns that divine judgment does not change just because Kim does not believe. He adds that not even an imperial Lord Protector is exempt from that judgment. The noble internally muses that the cardinal is venting leftover anger from being humiliated at the wedding. Kim addresses the cardinal, reminding him that he just claimed everyone is equal before the goddess. Nervous, the cardinal stammers that this is indeed what he said, correcting himself when he nearly calls Kim emperor. Kim thinks for a moment and prepares to use that claim against him. He loudly asks whether that equality applies even to someone from a world not created by the goddess. The cardinal freezes, visibly shaken by the implication. The watching crowd murmurs in confusion at the idea of a world the goddess did not create. The cardinal calls the notion absurd but is clearly rattled. Internally he panics, wondering if Kim somehow knows forbidden information about the church. Kim's pointed question makes others suspect he has discovered the church-state's hidden secret. Narration explains that acknowledging other worlds would gravely damage the church, which denies such realms exist. It further explains that if people learn the first pope and the church's power came from another world, chaos would engulf Elmwood, whose sole state religion is the goddess church. Priests and followers would question their faith's roots, and dissenting religious groups would emerge. People might conclude that heavenly punishment is simply foreign power, not divine wrath. Kim states that this foreign origin is the true reality, enraging the cardinal. The cardinal hysterically demands proof, accusing Kim of speaking heresy in the holy courtroom. Horrified, he thinks to himself that such talk is outrageous blasphemy against the goddess. The court is adjourned as the cardinal grows too agitated, and news of Kim's words spreads through the city on flying leaflets. A newspaper reports the emperor's shocking courtroom statement, noting that it has stirred public suspicion about the existence of another world. Reading the paper, townsfolk repeat the question of another world while the Daily Elmwood fans the theory, causing the goddess faction to fracture. Believers split into normal pro-otherworld priests and the high-ranking anti-otherworld leadership faction. Tension mounts as no one fully understands how this split began. A violent pro-otherworld strike escalates the conflict, igniting a civil war around the cathedral. The temple burns in massive flames as the civil war rages. Kim's narration concludes that everything described in the report has happened since his trial. Reading that report, the blonde noble smirks that events are unfolding exactly as he planned, orchestrated through media manipulation and parasite brainwashing. He then tears up the document in his hands. Smiling darkly, he declares that this is how the church-state will collapse from within. Far away at the church-state's grand temple, tensions now reach the highest leadership. In council, anxious clergy ask what they should do now that most followers side with the pro-otherworld faction. Another cleric adds that only a few nobles remain loyal due to church funding, yet even those nobles have mysteriously vanished. The Pope of the Goddess Church declares that these events are no coincidence. He blames the Grand Contine Empire for orchestrating the crisis but insists there is still a way out. His subordinates ask if he has a concrete plan and urge him to act quickly. The Pope solemnly proposes that their solution is to assassinate the emperor. The gathered clergy recoil in shock at this drastic proposal. The Pope vows to send their most elite troops to guarantee the assassination succeeds. Days later in Grand Contine, the sky darkens as guards patrol the city gates. A cloaked figure approaches the gate, catching a guard's attention. 2 guards block the figure, demanding their identity. The cloaked woman steps closer, ordered to show her face. She instantly decapitates both guards with inhuman speed. More guards on the walls shout in disbelief as the assassins slaughter them. The cloaked woman leads several swift assassins into the city, urging them onward. One assassin grabs a defender's leg, overwhelming him. The grabbed guard is yanked off balance, staring in shock. Another guard is horrified that headless comrades still move as if alive. The assassins rush deeper into the streets while more defenders fall. Hearing a dying groan, the leader turns to look back. A monstrous headless armored body stands, carrying severed heads and a pulsing core. Terrified defenders scream, unable to comprehend the abomination. The headless creature's tendrils tear through multiple assassins at once. The cloaked leader rushes forward through the bloodshed, grimly focused. She freezes when she sees the silhouette of the monstrous figure among her fallen allies. Lowering her hood, the elf woman stares tensely at the foe. The armored monster's visor burns away to reveal Kim, who greets her with a sinister long time no see. He repeats the greeting, openly facing her in the ruined street. Kim notes that she has grown much stronger since they last met, implying she has consumed potent enhancements. She clenches her fist and formally addresses him as Lord Protector, asking him to be quiet. With eyes blazing red, she calls him not Lord Protector but the mortal enemy of Midden. Kim, surrounded by slain assassins, calmly replies that he has no idea what she is talking about. She screams that he must remember, blaming him for killing someone with his words. Kim denies that this is his point. He asks why she is carrying another person's hatred and calls her by her real identity, Paladin Pure Creed, instead of the Saintess persona. Shocked, she asks what he means, asserting that she is the Saintess Anna Fall from heaven. Kim says that is only the story she wants to believe. A close-up shows her eyes widening as his words strike a nerve. Her body trembles violently as something within her starts to surface. Pure Creed's original personality emerges, grinning eerily and asking how he figured it out. Kim explains that the Saintess is actually the Church-State's ultimate combat asset. He reasons that the Church would never give such a powerful weapon to a mere teenage girl purely for private revenge. He concludes that no matter how well she imitates Anna, her abilities can't fully transform her into someone else. Pure Creed, eyes glowing, advises him as former student and kin to surrender. Kim's eyes shine with purple power, as he coldly tells her she is overconfident if she thinks the two of them together can defeat him. The blonde paladin reveals to the armored man that she is merely bait in a diversion. She states that while they are distracted, the paladins should already have reached the Emperor. Smirking, she taunts that without him the troops guarding the Emperor may fail to protect him. Inside the throne room, the ornate throne stands empty and ominous. Dark figures abruptly descend around the throne as they launch their ambush. A paladin announces that these events are in accordance with the goddess's will as they rush the seated ruler. The attackers stab the crowned figure on the throne. Blood spills onto the floor from the wounded body. Outside, the armored man remarks that the paladin clearly underestimates the Emperor. He explains that although the Emperor is not very strong, there is a reason he has survived so long. With glowing eyes, he says that if the Church-State truly wanted the Emperor's head, the Saintess herself should have gone. As the Emperor is stabbed, 2 red moons shine through the throne room windows. One attacker realizes in shock that something is wrong. They discover the man they killed is only a double, not the real Emperor. The true Emperor appears and chastises the intruders for invading his domain. Walking in with magic circles forming underfoot, he mocks them for their foolishness. He activates a spell called Laser Trap beneath the invaders. Surrounded by glowing orbs, an enemy knight panics, realizing they've walked into a trap. Lethal beams rain down, forcing the intruders to scream to retreat as they are cut down. Grinning, the Emperor insists he is not weak even without Mr. Kim, and taunts the fleeing enemies. A dying agent reports to the Saintess that the operation has failed. Outside, the armored man notes how shaken she looks and asks if she is alright. He says events unfolded as he expected and asks what she intends to do now. Enraged, she resolves to fight him herself. She launches a powerful flying punch toward him. He effortlessly sends her crashing far away, leaving bodies scattered around him. Watching her flee, he repeats in confusion that she is retreating. Back in the throne room, only the charred remains of the assassins are left. The next day, newspapers report that the Grand Kantine Emperor was ambushed by the Church-State's anti-Otherworld faction targeting pro-Otherworld allies. Citizens reading the news are horrified by the Church-State's nighttime ambush and lament how the world is deteriorating. Public outrage grows as people learn the Church-State is responsible. They are further angered to hear that pro-Otherworld priests protected in the palace were also targeted. Riots erupt against the Church-State as the populace's fury intensifies. Narration reveals that this entire anti-Otherworld narrative is actually a deliberate lie. Because of the incident, the anti-Otherworld Church-State loses the trust of its followers. Media, guided by the Emperor's plan, now portray the anti-Otherworld Church-State as a murderous cult opposing the goddess's will. The Grand Kantine Kingdom mobilizes its forces against this branded cult. The Emperor of Grand Kantine formally declares war on the Church-State. The Church Pope rages, demanding to know what went wrong. He laments that the assassination failed, their paladins were lost, and they instead handed the Emperor justification for war. Executive Manhattan apologizes, upset that their costly Saintess project has produced such a disaster. The Pope shrieks that the one thing they needed was the Emperor's death, not a retreat. Manhattan and the Saintess argue that if she had died too, they would have lost their last means to oppose Grand Kantine. The furious Pope roars that as long as the Emperor lives, their situation is hopeless. The Saintess shatters part of a column in frustration, while the others look on nervously. She coldly states they should stop complaining and start preparing seriously for war. The Pope is left trembling after her intimidating outburst. A map shows the border where the Church-State and Grand Kantine forces now confront each other. Battle erupts at the frontier as Church soldiers clash violently with Grand Kantine troops. Mages and knights from Grand Kantine bombard the Church soldiers with spells and blades. A Grand Kantine commander orders his men to exterminate the Church-State that has defied the goddess. Paladins carve through Church soldiers, even decapitating enemies in close combat. Seeing a severed head fall, one Church soldier stammers in shock. The arrival of elite paladins terrifies the Church troops. The Church army is ordered to retreat immediately from the battlefield. Watching the sudden withdrawal, a paladin wonders if this is part of some strategy. Rows of emotionless clone soldiers stand ready behind Grand Kantine's lines. Narration explains that thanks to these clone troops, the Church-State loses the border battle and must form its last defensive barrier around its capital. A barefoot, ragged criminal trudges alone toward the Church-State center carrying a large sack. Earlier, officials reviewed his extensive crimes and remarked that execution would normally be his rightful sentence. A Grand Kantine royal casually notes that because the man is royalty he was spared, and says he is perfect for a special job. The royal crumples a document, and orders the criminal to listen closely, calling him trash. He tells the prisoner that only his royal blood spared him from death, but success in this mission will earn him a clean slate. Back in the present, the criminal curses under his breath as he approaches his task. He decides he has nothing to lose and will simply follow orders. Opening his sack, he muses about regaining his royal status. Inside, countless glowing eyes stare back as he vows vengeance on those who betrayed him. He releases swarms of rats and birds that scatter toward the Church-State's barrier. Watching the creatures run off, he questions the purpose of merely releasing them. A warning shot near his feet startles him as he moves away from the drop point. He nervously glances back toward the distant observing officers. The one-eyed officer with a gun snaps at him to stop dawdling and keep going. Muttering that the punk will regret this later, the criminal walks on. Fueled by rage and flames, he swears to behead that officer once this is over. As the barrier's effect ignites him, he screams in agony. Moments later his charred body collapses, having tested the barrier's power. Watching through binoculars, the Emperor marvels at the devastating strength hidden within the Church's last defense. The narration identifies this defensive field as the Church-State's last barrier encircling its capital complex. Experiments reveal the barrier does not affect small creatures, but anything above a certain body mass spontaneously combusts. Troubled, the Emperor asks how they can possibly pass through such a defense. The Saintess recalls seeing explosions and suddenly realizes something about their options. The Emperor remembers that Mr. Kim can freely alter his body's mass. Later in the Grand Kantine command tent, they discuss the barrier's range. On a map, the Emperor circles the approximate radius of the barrier. He explains that by throwing various animals and criminals into it, they mapped its effective radius. He adds that small birds like sparrows survived while larger ones like ostriches burned. Mr. Kim notes that the same size-based pattern held true for dogs and monsters. The Emperor concludes that large bodies die while small ones survive and asks if race matters. He says they believe body mass is the trigger, though that is only based on experimental observation. However, he points out that any humanoid species, regardless of size, burns instantly when entering the barrier. The Emperor then suggests that things could be different if Mr. Kim himself tried. He reminds Kim that he can assume non-human forms. He further notes that Kim can alter both his race and mass, making him uniquely suited to test the barrier. Standing behind Kim, the Emperor asks him to cooperate, insisting the plan benefits them both. He outlines the strategy. Kim will transform into a small undetectable creature to slip through the barrier and scout inside. The Emperor praises his own plan but admits he still needs Kim's help to execute it. Kim bluntly refuses to participate. The Emperor is stunned and demands to know why. Kim explains that shrinking into a small creature would reduce his brain and intelligence drastically. He adds that if some unknown factor still triggers the barrier, he could burn faster than he can regenerate, making the plan too risky. The Emperor groans that they lack any better alternative. Kim says they should try another method instead, hinting that he recently acquired something big. Curious, the Emperor asks whether this, something big, is a powerful new ability. Kim replies that it is literally huge, not just metaphorically impressive. He says the Emperor has already seen it before. As Kim leaves the tent, the Emperor thinks back, trying to recall what he means. He suddenly remembers the enormous dragon form Kim once used. Kim now strides out, preparing to transform once more. His eyes flare red and blue as he readies his draconic power. The Emperor starts to follow, asking where Kim is going. Stepping outside, the Emperor sees massive shadows spreading over the command tents. Kim transforms into a gigantic dragon with crackling blue energy. The dragon takes flight, shaking the ground with the force of its wings. The Emperor stares upward in disbelief, shouting in shock. The dragon rockets toward the church state, creating a devastating shockwave. From above the glowing barrier, the dragon surveys the church's central complex. With a roar, the dragon dives toward the barrier. It hurtles straight down in a piercing attack. The impact with the barrier burns and injures the dragon gravely. The dragon breathes destructive energy at the barrier's surface. Laser lines from the barrier slice into the dragon as it attacks. Its wings are severed and it begins to lose balance in midair. Kim curses as he continues to burn under the barrier's assault. The Saintess, watching from afar, orders her master to begin the true battle. A flashback shows the dragon approaching the barrier moments before the church weapon fires. In a control room, church technicians question whether what they are about to do is really correct. One of them protests that, though desperate, their current plan is utterly insane. Manhattan says that even sane people must sometimes carry out unimaginable acts. He reveals that using this massive cannon was originally the Saintess's idea. Manhattan then shouts at his subordinate to remember their mission. The subordinate resigns himself and decides to obey orders. He activates the weapon by pressing the firing control. The gigantic cannon mounted on the church spire begins to charge with crimson energy. It unleashes a colossal beam straight at the incoming target. The Saintess charges inside the beam path, dual swords glowing as she rides the attack. She rockets upward to intercept the dragon head-on. Crossing her blades, she prepares a decisive strike. Her attack carves through the dragon's body as the beam continues. She races along its side, slashing multiple times while being propelled by the beam. Clinging to the dragon's back, she relentlessly hacks along its length. The dragon writhes, battered by both the barrier's flames and her blades. With markings on her face and eyes blazing, she swings for a final, powerful blow. Kim realizes that if he keeps burning without breaking through the barrier in one straight rush, even his regeneration will fail. Ablaze, the dragon's silhouette plummets toward the church capitol. It crashes onto the cathedral, leaving a massive impact. The exhausted Saintess hangs on, breathing heavily with both swords still buried in the dragon. One of her blades burns out as she grips it tightly. She finally leaps off and lands in front of the church headquarters. Looking up, she reacts in shock to the aftermath of the collision. The dragon, pierced and bleeding purple ichor, roars in agony amidst the shattered structures. Onlookers stare in shock as a huge dark dragon-like figure looms over the cathedral. The paladins cheer, believing the terrifying monster has finally been killed. Screams erupt as they realize the falling purple rain is actually corrosive poison. The wounded dragon roars, still alive inside the cathedral. The protagonist notes that paladins are arriving and that getting attacked now would be dangerous. He decides to regenerate his lungs quickly so he can unleash another dragon breath attack. His breath detonates in a massive fiery explosion over the city. Flames surge outward, engulfing the surroundings. He understands that his breath could trigger a devastating chain of explosions. Amid the inferno, a lone church technician struggles up in the ruined engine room. The man wonders how the thick engine room walls were destroyed so easily and recalls the dragon was near death. He calls the Saintess over comms but receives no response. Realizing the devices still work, he fears the Saintess herself may have been defeated. Looking at the burning Grand Cathedral, he concludes the church state is nearly impossible to rebuild. He grimly accepts that the church state is effectively finished. Slamming the ground, he laments that killing the monster seems pointless now. A strange vibration or sound draws his attention. He turns, seeing something ominous rising in the flames. Sweating, he mutters in disbelief at what he senses. More fire erupts violently nearby. The dragon, wreathed in flames, prepares to attack again. The man laughs nervously, admitting the dragon's power vastly exceeds what reports suggested. He activates a magic circle and summons a gun through it. Deciding death by his own hand is preferable to being killed by the monster, he raises the gun to his head. He steels himself and begins to pull the trigger. His hand trembles as the gun presses against his temple. A sudden incoming transmission from PP100001 startles him. Hearing the Saintess's voice, he frantically asks if she is all right. The Saintess appears outside, assures him he is safe, and says she has a plan. She radios that she is PP100001 and requests a response from the command center. Relieved, he drops the gun and answers her, stunned that she survived. She reports she has evacuated survivors and asks about his situation. He realizes there are survivors and that the Saintess is still alive after all. Encouraged, he declares to himself that the church state is not finished yet. He vows they can eventually rebuild and tells the Saintess he is still in the engine room. She's grateful he is safe and says she has a favor to ask of him. She explains her plan to him over comms while he listens amid the flames. He accepts her request with determination. Back at the consoles, he types, announcing he will change the radius of the incineration barrier. He prepares to set the new target location for the barrier. The dragon, mostly healed, notes that its injuries have largely recovered. It regrets having consumed too much stored flesh and decides it will need to gather more after this battle. The reformed dragon lands before the Saintess, ready to fight. The dragon notices something unexpected and reacts. The Saintess stands resolutely, addressing the dragon as Paladin Purecreed. She reveals that she is the Saintess and asks why the dragon is trying to pass her. She answers that she stands in his way because she is the Saintess of the Goddess Church. The dragon says that is not what it meant, questioning her true motive. He reminds her that she previously fled from him because she knew she could not win. She admits she cannot defeat him alone but hints that the situation has changed. Dark slime-like markings spread over her body as she prepares her trump card. Fully covered by metal slime armor, she declares that despite the devastation this place remains the church's core. The dragon realizes the substance coating her is the mucus of the metal slime. The incineration barrier rains down anew, trapping them both, shocking the dragon. The dragon senses the barrier's power and is bewildered by its nature. He realizes the barrier itself has been reactivated around him. He discovers the radius was changed to confine him within it. The Saintess says he will also suffer inside the barrier, while she only needs to escape before her body fails. He thinks her body will not last long anyway and starts moving despite the barrier's damage. Within the burning rain, the Saintess dives in and impales his limb with a glowing blade. The dragon is stunned she can move freely and realizes she intends to pin him inside the barrier. He deduces she is using metal slime mucus to resist the barrier's damage. He is shocked that she understands how to offset the incineration. He notes he can also use metal slime but faces limitations. He calculates that there is not enough mucus to cover his huge body and shrinking would cripple his regeneration, putting him in a dilemma. The Saintess, knowing their shared race, asserts that his regeneration is not infinite. She proclaims that this barrier will be his death. The dragon lashes out violently, causing massive impacts within the barrier. The struggle culminates in a huge explosion as the barrier collapses. Sensing the barrier disappear, the dragon guesses the engine room lies in that direction and starts moving. In the engine room ruins, the Saintess arrives near Manhattan, who is shocked by her monstrous appearance. Exhausted and wounded, she curses that the barrier device is damaged and urges Manhattan to escape quickly. The dragon crashes into the engine room area, looming over the exposed barrier circle. Approaching the collapsed Saintess, he remarks that their fight seems to be over. The Saintess points out his mana is spent and the metal slime coating is gone, saying he can hardly be called her equal anymore. The dragon reverts to his humanoid form and tells her she has nothing left. She concedes they are both at their limits. She lets slime drip from her hand, implying the situation is dire for them both. The dragon silently reacts in confusion to her next move. He internally questions what she is about to do. Bracing herself against the wall, the Saintess initiates an incineration barrier redeployment with her hand. The dragon senses the barrier returning and is startled. Realizing what is happening, he tries to transform back into a dragon to survive. The reactivated barrier slams down over the engine room with him and the Saintess inside. As the barrier sears his weakened body, he worries he might be too late to respond. The Saintess explains that the barrier runs on electricity and that by using metal slime to restore damaged circuits, she can temporarily make it work. She believes her improvisation will keep the device functioning long enough. She reminds him she already said this would be the place where he dies. With red eyes and a manic grin, she screams again that this is where he will die. Inside the lethal rain, the dragon realizes the danger is too great and that he can no longer intervene. His regeneration can no longer keep up with the barrier's damage. He feels the burning sensation vanish, replaced by endless hunger and cold energy as his senses dull. He loses feeling in his limbs as his body fails. His vision blurs under the relentless rain. Facing oblivion, he wonders if what he is experiencing is truly death. Outside, the Saintess staggers to her feet at the barrier's edge. Standing before the trapped dragon, she declares that he has lost. He calmly replies that this is a valuable experience for him. In his mind he calls out to the goddess, demanding the Demon King's subjugation rewards at this critical moment. Hearing his words about the goddess, the saintess is stunned. His request to the goddess to grant the Demon King rewards echoes, confusing her further. A blinding divine light engulfs him within the barrier. The saintess repeats his invocation of the goddess in disbelief. An explosion from the machinery behind her draws her attention. The barrier suddenly dissipates above, leaving her staring upward. She's speechless as events take an unexpected turn. Looking down, she finds only a dark hole where the dragon had been. Within the darkness, a single eerie red eye opens. The dragon appears in the reward space, remarking it has been some time since he was last here. A glowing cube materializes before him as he enters dialogue with the goddess system. The cube announces that Demon King's subjugation processing will resume and asks for his wish. He recalls Manticore's information that the goddess exists outside time. Concluding that time manipulation should be possible, he seeks the reward most useful for escaping his current crisis. He wishes to be sent to the moment immediately after the Demon King was slain. The cube smiles wordlessly, acknowledging his request. It confirms the wish is possible and begins transmitting the reward into his body. Back in the engine room, a gigantic red eye surrounded by dark tendrils opens before the terrified saintess. The tendrils lash out, binding her limbs as she cries out in shock. The darkness spreads, engulfing the area while she is drawn toward the eye. Manhattan watches from afar, baffled and frightened by the spreading darkness. As the purple wave rises, he panics, shouting in confusion. Tendrils wrap around his legs, beginning to consume him. Screaming for the saintess's help, he is overtaken by the dark substance. Half submerged in shadow, he stretches his hand out and begs for someone to save him. The darkness fully engulfs him, leaving only a twisted purple hand above the ground. The saintess sees an ocean of writhing purple flesh and begs her unseen master to explain what is happening. She soon finds herself surrounded by countless red, slit pupil eyes in the void. Horrified, she curses in disbelief at the nightmare around her. Laughter echoes as the mass of eyes and darkness closes in, creeping up her legs. The dark mass churns, preparing for a greater transformation. From it rises a humanoid figure wrapped in purple flesh amid the staring eyes. The dragon reappears in a new Shoggoth-like form, his body studded with red eyes. The saintess, shaken, wonders what kind of monster he has consumed. She questions whether this thing is even a living being and marvels such an existence could be in this world. A sudden flash signals the reward rewriting his history and abilities. He feels memories of a newly altered past flood into his mind all at once. He recalls that the reward he once gained was a power from Earth's Cthulhu mythos. That eldritch power is named Shoggoth. Testing it, he finds the alien power oddly familiar, as if he has wielded it for a long time. Facing the saintess, he calmly asks if she has any last words. She nervously asks how he can remain so composed in this insane situation. He says his constant hunger taught him to endure, gaining resistance through repetition. He muses that if he had not suppressed his true nature, perhaps their roles in this battle could have been reversed. He tells her she might have been the one in his place had things gone differently. Smiling sadly, she says she would rather die as the saintess than live on as a monster. She pleads with him not to harm the people of the church-state, though he says such mercy is beyond his authority. Even so, she maintains her request. With her hands clasped, she prays that he will spare them. He replies he will at least propose her wish, while a gigantic maw of eyes and teeth opens to swallow her. Narration explains that the church-state once cut itself off from Earth as a one-moon otherworld, hiding Earth's existence because the key to that sealed door lay here. The leaders of the four dominant races gather as the ruling powers over humanity. It is said that only a conqueror who subjugates all races can reach the otherworld. The narrator recalls the desecration of the sacred ground founded by the first pope. They also remember the goddess's continent being engulfed in fire. From the goddess church's perspective, a monstrous hand brings about catastrophic destruction. The corrupted protagonist reveals he is indifferent to this world's fate. He stands before the devastated cathedral, his power spreading ominously. His corruption floods around an underground entrance he is about to enter. Dark tendrils descend through the open passage into the depths. Transformed and emotionless, he appears inside the hidden chamber. He wonders if what he has found is the place he seeks. He identifies the chamber as the altar the goddess mentioned. Facing the altar, he thinks he can finally return to Earth. Elsewhere, a blonde nobleman arrives, unsure if he is at the right place. A subordinate struggles under huge sacks as the noble looks on flatly. The noble internally questions why he is here, then notices something. He greets the waiting dark-haired knight, surprised he arrived first. The knight curtly tells him he is late. The noble insists he came as fast as possible. The noble calls on General Jokin, instructing him to begin their part. Burdened with sacks, Jokin squeezes past the knight to the altar area. The noble mentions an upcoming victory party, but the knight declines. The knight reminds him they both benefit from completing this plan quickly. The noble grudgingly agrees with that logic. He adds that for political cleanup it is best if the knight vanishes now. He explains it will be easier to manage affairs if the Lord Protector is believed to have died fighting the church-state. An awkward silence falls between the two men. Nervous, the noble admits he does not know how else to put it. He decides to be blunt and begins asking if the knight understands his unease. He recalls feeling deeply unsettled even after slaughtering the monsters that invaded his home. He remembers first meeting the knight, sitting casually after surviving that ordeal. He also remembers later feeling sad about letting this comrade leave. Back in the present, he berates himself for what he is saying. Suddenly the knight grabs him, startling him. With glowing eyes, the knight tells him not to worry, implying the noble misunderstood him. Smiling darkly, the knight says there have simply been misunderstandings. The noble is terrified by this ominous change. Overwhelmed, he collapses and vomits on the floor. The knight lectures that humans adapt by distorting reality and focusing only on the pleasant parts. He warns that wild creatures who do not attack are not seeking friendship. He accuses the noble of misjudging him by looking only at appearances. The knight says that once appearances shift, the noble will see the truth. He then asks if the noble still considers him a friend now. Horrified, the noble calls him a monster and curses him. Jokin announces that the altar preparations are complete. Jokin wonders why the ritual shows no immediate effect. The altar suddenly explodes with light, shocking everyone. Flames erupt around the chamber as the ritual activates. The skull altar rumbles ominously amid the fire. The skull gateway becomes charged with crackling green energy. Seeing the lit portal, they confirm the gate has activated. The knight steps toward the glowing gate, saying it is time for him to go. The others angrily shout at the departing knight to leave and never return. Standing before the gate, the knight thanks them for everything. He walks into the blinding portal to depart the world. His armored feet touch down on cracked, dusty ground in a new place. He exhales in relief, realizing where he is. Looking at the ruined skyline and tower, he recognizes the musty smell as earth. Yet he notes something is off about this place. He recalls disappearing in Central Africa and wonders why he arrived elsewhere. Seeing the Eiffel Tower, he deduces he is in devastated France and questions why. He reasons that entering from a different location could naturally lead to emerging somewhere new. Surveying the red sky, he wonders what catastrophe turned Earth into this wasteland so quickly. A loud rumble from the ruined city draws his attention. A military jeep races toward him across the rubble. He is pleased to see fellow humans, planning to extract information from them. Excited for a fight, he invites the Earthlings to come at him. He watches the speeding jeep approach. The vehicle suddenly explodes in a massive fireball before reaching him. Standing unharmed in the flames, he is confused by what just happened. A winged, tailed silhouette rises above the inferno. He sees clearly that a dragon is attacking. Staring at the beast perched on the Eiffel Tower, he wonders if this really is Earth. The dragon recognizes a familiar scent coming from him. In its memory, that scent belongs to the one who killed its mother and stabbed it, the cowardly liar. The enraged dragon roars that it has never forgotten that scent and demands to know where he has been hiding. Hearing its words, the knight realizes the dragon is speaking the language of Elmer. A shocking realization hits him, triggering a vivid memory. He recalls the red dragon and its small offspring he once confronted. He remembers the first red dragon he devoured in the other world and wonders if this attacker is its child. He questions how such a creature could have crossed over to Earth. He concludes that, like its predecessor, this dragon must possess a special ability. His monstrous hunger flares wildly in response to the dragon's presence. Embracing his full corrupted form, he launches toward the dragon, thinking he will not need to worry about food on Earth for now.